The male lead Raizel is a prodigy, but a prodigy in a world that is far from ordinary. Specifically, in the year 2036, the sky suddenly became chaotic, turning the Earth into a game filled with dangers and parallel opportunities. Later, people called that new era the Olea Age of Earth, and it was also the era in which the male lead was born. Here, besides the ever-appearing monsters, humans also possess powers and ranks that can increase, then evolve into various professions with different abilities and skills. After humanity's first evolutions, the monsters were finally suppressed by the 5 great alliances. From then on, the New World Order was established. Therefore, in that era of danger, everyone desperately leveled up for themselves, except for Raizel. That day, he had a nightmare. In his dream, Raizel saw his parents and sister celebrating his 18th birthday. Before blowing out the candles, he wished that his family would always be happy together like that. But just a second later, monsters attacked and took the lives of all 3 of Raizel's family members. "No, don't!" he screamed in despair in the dream, then woke up in reality. It turned out to be just a nap dream during class. Raizel was still startled when the teacher was teaching history about the Olea Age of Earth. The teacher seemed very excited, pointing at Raizel's face and shouting, "Raizel's classmates, is it my history class that makes you very sleepy, or is it because you already know too much? Then why don't you come up here and explain to everyone what the Olea Age of Earth is?" Raizel smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and explained that he studied until late last night, so today he accidentally dozed off. Then he cleared his throat, preparing to explain the so-called Olea Age of Earth based on what the teacher just lectured. But before he could finish a sentence, the teacher stopped him. "All right, you don't have to speak anymore. Go stand at the back of the class to wake up." Raizel had no way to resist, so he gloomily went to the back of the class. Meanwhile, the history teacher was very pleased, feeling lucky to have remembered in time. "Raizel is truly a prodigy. If I punish him by making him explain the lesson for me, I'd be the one embarrassed." That day, Raizel was punished to stand until the end of class. When the bell rang, he dragged his tired feet down to the schoolyard, but after a few steps, he heard someone harshly calling his name. "Raizel, stop right there for me." Raizel turned around and saw the bully Kim Dokja with 2 of his henchmen. Raizel was currently level 3, while Kim Dokja was level 5, and his body was 2 to 3 times bigger, fully capable of crushing Raizel like an ant. "Why are you calling me again?" Raizel responded coldly. "Raizel, do you like being stupid? It's about time you paid your protection fee this month, right?" Kim Dokja said while cracking his knuckles, and his 2 henchmen laughed maliciously behind him. Raizel was extremely annoyed. 2 years ago, Kim Dokja was bullied by upperclassmen demanding protection fees. Raizel stood up to protect him, but now Kim Dokja was using that to bully Raizel. Hearing this, Kim Dokja suddenly charged forward and punched Raizel straight in the stomach. "I'm blind if I think I'm dealing with a genius who just entered school as a level 3 fighter. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, I've jumped from level 1 to level 5, and you're still stuck at level 3. You're truly useless." Raizel was beaten by Kim Dokja, but because of the huge difference in strength, he couldn't fight back. Kim Dokja kept mocking Raizel as a useless person who couldn't level up. This only stopped when a girl suddenly kicked that bastard in the face. "Stop it! What are you doing to my brother?" Despite Kim Dokja's size, he was kicked flying into the wall by a girl. The newcomer was Hanna, Raizel's younger sister, only 16 years old but already a level 7 fighter, imposing and majestic. It was even said that Hanna, at level 7, could single-handedly defeat a level 10 monster. So neither Kim Dokja nor his 2 henchmen dared to touch this fierce woman. The 3 of them fled with their tails between their legs, but didn't forget to curse Raizel as a useless coward hiding behind a woman, and threatened that if they met again, they would definitely beat him to death. After chasing the other kids away, Hanna hurriedly sat down to examine her brother's wounds and then fed him. "Brother, don't listen to their nonsense. Right now you're only at level 3, but you will definitely become the most powerful martial artist in the world." Clearly, Raizel was the one being bullied, but Hanna was even more protective of him than himself. So Raizel reached out and pushed her away just as she was about to strike. "Don't worry, my brother won't easily accept such a fate." Seeing this determined smile on her brother's face, Hanna finally relaxed, and the 2 of them went home together. What Kim Dokja's group said was true. Raizel really was a useless person who couldn't level up. Starting at level 3, and still level 3 now. At first, he refused to accept reality and searched through many documents, but strangely there was never a case of someone unable to level up like him. But even so, Raizel still refuses to accept his fate. He cannot be the only useless person on Earth in this apocalypse era. That day when he returned home, the whole family held an 18th birthday party for Raizel. Holding the cake in his hands, he couldn't feel happy because this scene seemed too much like the dream he had this morning. Raizel wasn't superstitious, but he really feared that dream would come true, hoping to protect his family because in that dream, monsters attacked right at his home. "Mom and Dad, it's been a long time since we ate fish stew at Old Lee's place on Lamdew Street. It's just so tragic today." His mother had prepared a feast for her son and seemed reluctant to go out. But since today was Raizel's birthday, his father agreed to follow his son. So the family of 4 went to the fish stew restaurant for a hearty meal. and nothing happened during the dinner. However, Raizel hadn't even breathed a sigh of relief when, as they left the restaurant, a purple light suddenly shone from behind Hanna Yu. Instinctively, his father hugged his wife and children, using his broad back to shield them. That light was proof that a spatial rift was about to appear. People nearby immediately scattered and ran away, simultaneously calling and notifying the defense forces. They were clearly in a safe zone, yet a spatial rift and monsters appeared. This was truly strange. From the rift, a demonic beast with a spider-like form quickly emerged. Then it charged toward Raizel's family, as if fate had arranged this attack. It turned out this demonic beast was called the Demon-Eyed Fiend, a level 15 monster that neither Raizel nor even Hanna Yu could handle. Raizel's father, though only a level 10 martial artist, bravely charged forward. After all, he couldn't just watch the Demon-Eyed Fiend harm his family. Even if it meant risking his life, he had to temporarily hold it back so the others could escape. However, the strength gap between a level 10 martial artist and a level 15 demon beast was truly overwhelming. Raizel's father was quickly struck by the spider's poison, then hit a few more times before collapsing. Seeing this, Raizel's mother shouted but was weaker and was struck down even faster than her husband. The demon-eyed fiend didn't even bother to attack her because it was focused on devouring Raizel's father and savoring the taste of a level 10 martial artist. But just as the spider was about to strike, 2 arrows from Hanna Yu shot it. Provoked by her, the demon-eyed fiend quickly changed targets. Though weaker, Hanna Yu bravely confronted the monster while shouting at Raizel to quickly take their parents and escape. But at that moment, Raizel was so scared he froze, unable to move his legs. The nightmare he had just experienced was indeed coming true, and he didn't know what to do now. Even if he charged, a level 3 martial artist like him facing a level 15 demon beast was like throwing himself to the wolves. Hanna Yu was quickly struck by the demon-eyed fiend's poison. She fell to the ground, the pain making her groan uncontrollably. After devouring Raizel's father, the spider began to focus more on the young woman's body. Severely injured, Hanna Yu couldn't move her body at all and could only watch the spider's leg piercing down, ready to stab through her body. However, in the end, that sharp spider leg didn't pierce her, because ultimately, Raizel chose to charge forward, using his bare hands to block the demon-eyed fiend's attack. Hanna Yu was extremely shocked, and Raizel shouted at her to run before he could no longer hold on. Because he was only a level 3 martial artist, the power gap was too great, and the spider quickly overwhelmed him. Raizel's body was pierced through by spider legs, no different from a piece of grilled meat. Hanna Yu, witnessing this horrific scene with her own eyes, cried silently. But Raizel still used the last bit of his strength to warn her, "Don't worry about me, just go quickly." Hanna Yu dared not stay any longer because she didn't want her brother's sacrifice to be in vain. As for Raizel, he could clearly feel the pain as the monster was tearing through his body. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the heart that was tightening inside him. Raizel silently thought that if he were stronger, none of this would have happened. Why can't he level up? Why is he so weak? Raizel's blood volume rapidly decreased. Now only 1% remained, but he refused to die like this. And it seemed that heaven had truly heard Raizel's desperate plea. In the next moment, his body emitted several continuous beeping sounds. Then, a series of system windows appeared before him. Subject experience accumulated has met the standard. The royal account system has been activated. But at this time, Raizel had fallen into a coma, unable to hear or see anything anymore. Since he could no longer act on his own, the system randomly selected a royal account named Nut Zich Day to grant power to him. Hanna Yu, unaware of this miraculous fate of her brother, was still running desperately. But the demon-eyed beast appeared once again, blocking his escape route. Hanna Yu was utterly hopeless, thinking that her brother's sacrifice only bought this much time. If so, she couldn't escape either. Thinking this, Hanna Yu decided to risk her life to avenge Raizel. But just as she recklessly charged at the monster, she heard his familiar voice. "Get out of the way!" Instinctively, Hanna Yu dodged to the side. Then, a blinding beam of light shot from her back. At the center of that light was the brother Hanna Yu thought was dead. Raizel's whole body was engulfed in blazing flames. The demon-eyed beast, struck directly by him, quickly regained its momentum. Being challenged by a level 3 martial artist only made it more furious. Raizel showed no fear as a weapon appeared in his hand, the Shadow Leaf Sword, a blade made of fire, dazzling to the eyes. Raizel dashed toward the demon-eyed beast at top speed and swung a skillful slash. Amidst the flickering flames, the beast's scream echoed. No, he was clearly just a level 3 martial artist. Ah, how could he possess such overwhelming power? Although this powerful attack severely wounded the spider, Raizel's condition was still grim. He felt as if his body was breaking apart. This hidden, overwhelming power seemed to have exceeded what his body could endure. Raizel coughed up large pools of blood, and the monster quickly regained confidence. Ha, only level 3 fighting power? Weak humans, relying on a level 3 martial artist's body to forcibly trigger a power surge. I don't even need to act. You'll explode and die on your own. The opponent was right. Raizel's blood had already run out earlier. Then, where his HP bar had been, a yellow energy bar appeared and was steadily decreasing over time. If Raizel didn't defeat the demon-eyed beast before it ran out, he would truly die. The other beasts, knowing his body was about to explode, no longer bothered fighting him. The heavenly beast finally helped me open the teleportation gate to the safe zone. I must hurry to punish those high-level martial artists. People like you should stay here and sell salt. Of course, Raizel couldn't just let it go. He used the skill Prison of Flames, creating a fiery barrier to block the beast. The demon-eyed beast turned around, facing Raizel's fierce gaze, unable to suppress a shudder. How could such a fierce look appear on a level 3 martial artist? At that moment, Raizel heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Report. Rescue team has arrived. Injured civilians found. Beginning transport. Target identified as level 15 beast. Demon-eyed beast. It turned out the martial artist rescue team had arrived, but this was really not good news. Raizel hurriedly warned them not to go there because they were no match for that demon beast. But none of them would listen to a level 3 martial artist like him. They even teased Raizel as a kid playing dress-up in a superhero costume, really believing he had become stronger. Get lost, chicken, stay out of my way. They pushed Raizel aside and quickly formed a blockade to surround the demon-eyed beast. Although their gang level was lower, they were confident that overwhelming numbers would give them the advantage. Earlier, Raizel had fought the demon beast for a while, so its health was now down to only 30%. However, they were too arrogant. Before they could even strike, spiderwebs suddenly shot up from the ground, tightly binding them. Their weapons became useless, and the plan to use numbers to overpower the enemy officially fell apart. One by one, the entire team of martial artists sent to reinforce were swallowed by the demon-eyed beast. After devouring the group, it leveled up 3 times and was now a level 18 demon beast. Next, the spiderweb lunged toward Raizel, intending to swallow him whole. During this battle, the demon beast's power had changed drastically. Unlike humans, demon beasts find it extremely difficult to level up, but even a single level up can cause earth-shattering mutations. Therefore, it decided to toy with Raizel in the palm of its hand, waiting until he was on his last breath before devouring him. Since the demon beast's power had increased significantly, Raizel faced even greater difficulties. Meanwhile, his hidden strength was about to run out. Seeing him fall and weaken, the spiderweb laughed with growing satisfaction. Haha, weren't you so fierce just now? Why don't you have the strength to fight back now? A useless trash will always be trash. Got it? Raizel was thrown by the demon-eyed beast again, about to lose consciousness once more. At this moment, the system detected that Raizel's power and health had dropped below 10%, so it automatically activated the ultimate kill skill, Burning Flamestorm. Raizel struggled to stand up. It had been 3 years, during which he couldn't level up and was mocked by countless people. But today, he wanted to show all those who laughed that the so-called trash in their mouths could be incredibly strong. Burning Flamestorm was unleashed. As an ultimate kill skill, its power was immense. The spider was engulfed in a crimson whirlwind of flames. Its screams of pain seemed to tear the sky apart. The demon-eyed beast could not extinguish the raging flame. It realized this was no ordinary fire, but also contained the power of an emperor-level Dao. Despite fierce resistance, the spider ultimately perished at Depot Hao's hands. Until the very end, it kept begging some celestial beast for help, but no existence could save it now. The system announced that Depot Hao had defeated the demon-eyed beast, earning 20,000 experience points and several other rewards. Depot Hao's strength was exhausted after escaping the burning flame storm state. He immediately collapsed. Using his last consciousness and strength, he crawled on the ground. He couldn't let the equipment and items he risked his life to obtain fall into others' hands. Thus, before losing consciousness in this battle, Depot Hao successfully stored 15,000 combat coins in his inventory. A rare quality level 18 demon spirit, a fate fragment, and 5 poisonous spider webs from the demon-eyed beast's corpse. Because Depot Hao was severely injured, the royal system automatically converted 10,000 experience points to heal him, leaving 10,000 points unused. The healing process was rapid. Depot Hao's health was restored to 100%, but he remained unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly woke up in panic and found himself inside the system space. Since the global transformation and the arrival of the Earth era of chaos, every player has their own system space, used to observe and allocate their attributes, and to collect equipment and items. Depot Hao was already familiar with his tiny system space, but now, he was shocked to see himself in a system space vast as an infinite galaxy. Then, Depot Hao saw the massive body of Burning Flame Emperor. The system also noted that this person's level had reached the maximum. Dip Hao is a smart person, immediately guessing that this is the hidden source of power he just used. Next, the voice of the royal account system rang out again. This time, since he was no longer unconscious, Dip Hao heard it clearly. Welcome, subject, to the royal account system. Within the system, there are countless royal-level accounts for many players. The subject can use personal experience to unlock each of these royal accounts. Since the subject's experience has reached level 10, the Ignited One-Chain Flame account is automatically activated. In a moment, Dip Hao seemed to understand many things clearly. Level 10, huh? So it seems his 3 years of effort were not wasted. It was just that this system forcibly absorbed his experience, causing him to be stuck at level 3. But what about this ignited one-chain flame emperor account at the locked level? If he possessed that power, wouldn't he instantly ascend to the peak? The ignited one-chain flame emperor started at a locked level, but the subject still needs to use experience points to increase the bond level with this royal account. The higher the bond level, the more power the royal account can unleash, so the subject is advised to quickly earn more experience points to upgrade the bond level. Dipao felt a bit disappointed. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. However, using the power of the ignited one-chain flame emperor to earn more experience points shouldn't be difficult. But that alone is still not enough. This world contains countless known and unknown dungeons. Martial strength is the foundation but cannot solve everything. Raizel felt he still needed to quickly figure out the most optimal way to use the royal account system. He logged into the ignited one-chain flame emperor account to learn more. According to the system's introduction, this is a top-level powerhouse from another world who once led his clan, using the power of the flame chain to unify the world, becoming a type of 5 wisdom sovereign, later honored as the ignited one-chain flame emperor by descendants. The initial level of this powerhouse has already reached the maximum, and the current bond level with Raizel is 10. This account's attributes are flame and darkness. The weapon accompanying the ignited one-chain flame emperor is the Leaf Shadow Sword, which Raizel had already used earlier. Basic flame attribute skills include Hellfire Wrath level 10, Dark Flame Foot level 10, and Flame Dragon Bomb level 10. The flame attribute ultimate skills are 1. Ignited Flame Storm level 10 and 2. Crimson Finger Star, which is not yet unlocked. There are also dark attribute skills, none of which are unlocked yet. Raizel stared intently at those attribute skills. Right, after Earth entered the era of decay, the mutual generation and restriction between attributes became very important. He seemed to have identified his first goal. That is to quickly level up and unlock as many accounts as possible, creating a royal legion with all attributes, so that in terms of attributes, he can counter any opponent. At this time, the system notified Raizel that he had 10,000 experience points available to either increase the bond level of a royal account or unlock additional skills. Raizel chose the first option because he felt the most urgent matter now was to increase survival ability and unlock new royal accounts. Skill matters could be dealt with later. These 10,000 experience points bought him 2 more levels. Now the bond level between him and the ignited one-chain flame emperor was 12. Raizel even felt his whole body filled with fresh energy, as if his own attributes had just increased. So Raizel eagerly opened the attribute panel to check, but the result disappointed him again because he was still a useless level 3 just like before. It turned out that the royal account system did not allow him to change his actual personal level, but forced Raizel to live a life of a pig eating wolf meat. Why did he need so much money? Suddenly, an excited voice struck Raizel's ears. He recognized the voice as Hanna Yu's, and only then did Raizel awaken to reality. He was lying in a hospital, and the voice of his sister came from outside the door. What shocked Raizel was that his body was completely cold. Not only was his blood restored to 100%, but the system also cooled all his wounds. Spending 10,000 experience points on this was a bit painful, but the effect was indeed not bad. Outside, the noise of people arguing continued, and this time Raizel even heard his mother's voice. Doctor, are you mistaken? Why are there so many treatments? Even if we use only high-grade medicine, it shouldn't be like this, right? Help. Hanna Yu coughed harshly for several hours. Just hearing it made you feel she was very uncomfortable. Fie, don't get agitated. Your child's wound hasn't even cooled yet. This time it's Mother Raizel's voice. He breathed a sigh of relief because his family was still okay. But hearing the noise outside, it seemed like they were having some kind of trouble. He got out of bed and went outside to check. The Hanna Yu family was arguing with the doctor over their treatment fees, which amounted to 500,000 yuan. The doctor explained that all 4 members of the Yeep family had to endure a harmful effect called the deadly poison of the elite demon beast spirit, which required special medication and long-term treatment to fully recover. Of course, patients could choose to recover on their own, although the result would be living in a prolonged weakened state but not necessarily fatal. However, that only applied to the 2 women. The 2 men in the family were not so lucky. Without medication, Raizel's father could live at most another month, while he himself couldn't survive more than a week. The doctor's words hit Yeep Fanfi's psyche directly. She cried and started coughing violently from agitation. Her mother hurriedly held her, reassuring her not to worry about the money, saying they could just sell the house if needed. Raizel had heard the entire conversation and now stepped forward to speak. No need to sell the house. That's our family's root. Mom and Dad worked half their lives to buy it. No matter what, we can't sell it. I'll find a way to quickly earn the money for the treatment. The doctor was very surprised to see Raizel standing resolutely in the hallway. Clearly, when brought here, he was a patient with a fatal wound and was predicted not to survive more than a week without medication. Yeep Fan Fai saw her brother running down the bed and was very worried. Every time she spoke, she started coughing again, and her wound worsened slightly. When Raizel got a bit closer, the doctor was shocked to realize that the deadly poison effect on him had disappeared. Raizel was originally the most seriously wounded and poisoned in the family and shouldn't have been able to recover on his own, but now he was completely fine and recovering very quickly. Raizel didn't bother to explain. After all, the cause wasn't important. What mattered was that he no longer needed treatment. Then Raizel asked the doctor about the treatment cost for his parents and sister and was told it was 300,000 yuan. Although that was indeed a large sum, Raizel confidently affirmed he could earn it and asked the doctor for 1 hour to prepare the money. Although the doctor thought earning 300,000 yuan in 1 hour was impossible, he still agreed to give him a little more time to try. Raizel quickly left the hospital and began to examine his inventory. Although he had always been frugal, even combining his savings and the money earned from defeating the demon-eyed beast, it still wasn't enough for 300,000 yuan. So the easiest way was to sell props and equipment. The most valuable item in Raizel's inventory was a rare level 18 demon spirit strand from that beast. Demon spirit strands from demon beasts are basic materials for crafting magical equipment. The higher the level, the more valuable. But if he went to a formal auction, although he could get a reasonable price, it would take time, and Raizel only had 1 hour. Moreover, the auction was restricted by level, and as a level 3 martial artist, he had no way to participate. Raizel thought hard, but found no other way than to go to the underground black market. It was an area where ranks didn't matter inside Safe Zone 9. There, anyone could trade freely, which is why it was called the black market. Although item values in the black market were secretly manipulated by major corporations, and it was a very chaotic and dangerous place, it was the fastest way to make money. The old Raizel definitely wouldn't dare come here alone, but now things were different. However, as soon as he entered the black market, 2 tall, burly men blocked his way. Seeing Raizel small and covered head to toe, they immediately tried to chase him away. "I'm not here to play, I'm here to sell. Isn't this black market supposed to allow everyone to trade freely? If I dare come here, I definitely have good stuff. Step aside, I'm in a hurry." Raizel spoke even louder. What good stuff could a kid like you have? Get lost, we don't have time to mess with you." Raizel even thought he was about to get beaten, but at that moment, the back door opened, and a short old man who easily subdued these men, called the village chief elder, stepped out. "This brother is not wrong. We open business doors all for profit. As long as there are good items, anyone can trade. This brother doesn't know what good items there are. Can you show me something to broaden my horizons?" Raizel sighed in relief, finally meeting someone who spoke normally. He immediately took out his level 18 magic core. The village chief's eyes widened when he saw it. Then he ordered his subordinates to take Raizel inside to discuss with the party leader. The ancient door behind the 2 guards opened. Inside was a luxurious underground trading hall, vastly different from the shabby, warm night scene Raizel had imagined. Many people were trading here. Curious, Raizel looked left and right but was suddenly grabbed by a drunk guy. "Oh hey, a level 3 kid with the guts to come here. And now you're still drinking. Better go home and find your mom, haha. You came here to sell stuff to make money to buy drinks. Can you show me what good items you have?" But before they could say 2 words, the village chief's subordinates interrupted with a fierce and domineering attitude. "Get out, these are the village chief's guests. If you dare disturb him, you must be looking for trouble." After saying that, the man led Raizel deeper into the trading hall. The drunks watched them leave, continuously clicking their tongues. "Who? This guy claims to represent the Hoang Chin Corporation and is causing trouble here. The village chief isn't a good guy either. This kid is probably going to suffer today. Keep your voice down. Are you really looking for trouble?" Raizel was still unaware, entering a VIP room that felt more like a torture chamber. The village chief was waiting, surrounded by several tall, muscular, dark-skinned bodyguards. He was an experienced businessman, so he spoke frankly. As soon as Raizel sat down, the village chief got straight to the point. The magic core in his hand was indeed a good item, but it was only level 18, so the price. Before he could finish, Raizel interrupted. "Starting with a price cut, business should be straightforward. Could you please be more straightforward and sincere? Although I'm only a level 3 martial artist, I'm not a child. Whether the item is worth the price, I can judge myself. Just give me a number, I'm in a hurry." Raizel's face was full of confidence, his voice resolute. The village chief suddenly laughed loudly. "Haha, interesting. This little guy may not be high level, but has great spirit. I'll be direct. A normal magic core is worth only 1,000 to 2,000. This rare magic core of yours, I offer 100,000. Then Raizel laughed. "Truly, cunning tricks don't make a good businessman. That old miser really treats you like a toddler. It's a pity you once thought he was a polite and worldly wise man. Even if the black market price is lower than the official auction, your magic core should be priced at least 200,000. If the other party only offers 100,000, I'm ready to find someone else to pay more." Saying that, Raizel stood up, but at the door, 2 of the village chief's bodyguards blocked him. "Seems like you misunderstood, little guy. Now that you're here, whether you sell or not is up to you. No one dares refuse to sell to the Hoang Chin Corporation." Raizel couldn't clearly see the village chief's level. "It seems this cunning old miser plans to rob if he can't buy. This is the black market, where you can act freely. If you use the royal power of the first Flame Emperor, you might escape. But causing a scene won't benefit you. Because surely you're under pressure and can't hold a single coin, while your top priority now is earning money to treat your family's illness. The village chief pulled out a stack of money, threw it on the table, and said 100,000 is already a large sum for a kid like Raizel. Don't be greedy. Seeing he wouldn't budge, Raizel decided to resolve this with force, because he couldn't sell the magic core at a loss of tens of thousands. However, before Raizel could act, the VIP room door suddenly opened, and a mocking voice sounded behind the two guards. The mighty Hoang-Chin Corporation bullying a level 3 kid. Truly embarrassing. Then a huge tall man appeared, pushing the two big guards aside like they were noodles. But this person is just a bodyguard for a petite and beautiful young lady walking behind him. I heard there are good items here, so this young lady came to join the fun. This is Mak Agriche, a level 20 martial artist and the eldest daughter of the Hanma Corporation. When Elder Lee saw her, he instinctively clenched his hand tightly, seemingly suppressing his anger. Who else could it be? Turns out it's Miss Mak, the eldest daughter. Why would she come to this chaotic place and even snatch the business deal from this old man? Mak Agriche didn't like the word snatch at all. The rule of fair trade, whoever offers the higher price owns it, has existed for a long time in this black market. Elder Lee was clearly both robbing and silent about it. Then she turned to Raizel and directly offered 300,000 yuan for the demon crystal in his hand. This figure made even Elder Lee jump up in shock. This kid just offered 200,000 and she's bidding 300,000? What's her intention? Oh, this young lady has money, so she can do as she pleases. I'm not like the Hoang-Chin Corporation, who even want to snatch the head of a level 3 kid. Spending an extra 100,000 to completely humiliate the Hoang-Chin Corporation is still worth it. Mak Agriche made Elder Lee furious to death. Knowing he couldn't win, Elder Lee stood up with his bodyguards and left. Raizel had been observing from the sidelines all along. You've probably heard that in Safe Zone 9, two major forces are opposing each other, the Hoang-Chin Corporation and the Hanma Corporation. Seeing it today, it seems that's not just a rumor. Since Mak Agriche has that much money, why not take advantage a bit? So Raizel took the opportunity to sell more. Thank you, beautiful lady. I have a few other items. Are you interested? Not interested, Mak Agriche immediately replied, then declared coldly in a different tone than before. You don't need to thank me. I'm just taking this chance to rob the Hoang-Chin Corporation. Your business has nothing to do with me, you just happened to appear in my sight. Saying that, Mak Agriche ordered her subordinates to pay Raizel. As for the demon crystal, they had full authority to handle it, even if they threw it away. She wouldn't care. Raizel watched the beautiful figure walk away, then silently clicked his tongue. Truly an arrogant young lady. However, she saved him from Elder Kim Dokcha and helped solve his financial problem. No matter what, Raizel would remember this favor. With money now, he immediately returned to the hospital. At this time, without medicine, his father's condition was not good, and the doctors were anxiously waiting for Raizel to come back. But the department head, who only cared about money, couldn't wait any longer. I heard those poor devils still haven't paid their fees. Why are they still here? He kicked open the ward door and rudely questioned. They have paid the emergency fee, but the treatment fee is a bit too high, the doctor explained. But the department head grabbed his collar and slammed him. What the hell are you doing? We run a hospital, not a charity. These bastards haven't even paid for their medicine, so get them out now. The doctor begged the fat-headed chief to give his family more time because their eldest son was supposedly out earning money. As a result, he was silenced by the department head with a painful slap. In this old man's eyes, Raizel was just a high school student, only a level 3 martial artist. How could he borrow 300,000? Then he approached the hospital bed, looking at Raizel's father still breathing with an OSI mask. This rare life support device wouldn't even fetch that price if sold, so how could they afford treatment? Then he reached out to pull off Raizel's father's OSI mask. Hanna desperately grabbed his hand, begging for more time because she believed Raizel was about to return with the money. But this heartless man had no mood to listen. Money? This is the only hospital in the safe zone, not a place for commoners like you to pay. No money, go home and die. After saying that, he roughly pushed Hanna Yu's hand away, nearly making her fall flat. At that moment, Raizel kicked open the ward door. The department head ground his teeth in anger and grabbed Raizel's collar. Damn it, who dares to break into the ward? Hurry up and pay him! Raizel also responded to him with a look like a messenger from hell. Did he just use this arm to harm my family? Raizel didn't just point out the spring, he also used the power of the Flame Emperor's chain to burn the opponent's hand. The department head tried to put out the fire but failed and was extremely panicked, rushing outside. The doctor saw this and became very worried, quickly asking Raizel, "What did you do to him? Why did his hand suddenly catch fire?" "He tried to keep us away, but he hurt my family, and I can't accept that. Consider this a small punishment. Don't worry, I'll give you an extra 10,000 as medicine money." Speaking of money, he praised the doctor for his good intentions. If everyone were like him, people would be truly fortunate. Hearing Raizel say that, the doctor felt a bit more at ease. In fact, he also thought the department head deserved it. He always acted like he was the nephew of director Matt Tho Lu. He only cared about benefits, and many colleagues were already annoyed with him. Meeting Raizel today was a lesson. From now on, he would be much more cautious. Then, Raizel handed over a container holding 310,000. The doctor accepted it, promising to provide the best treatment conditions for Raizel's family. Raizel didn't forget to thank him for trusting him and giving him time to gather the money. This time, Raizel owed that doctor a great favor. "No need to thank me. This is what a true doctor should do," he replied, silently evaluating Raizel from head to toe. Besides removing the adverse effects himself, he was able to gather 300,000 inches such a short time, leading the doctor to conclude Raizel must have some secret. He was definitely not an ordinary person. When the doctor left, only 4 members of the Dieppe family remained in the ward. Raizel finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears, his whole body trembling, repeatedly apologizing for not protecting his parents when he wasn't there. Raizel naturally didn't check on his sister. She was also injured, weak, and it was normal for the fat department head to bully her. Another thing that made Raizel feel very sorry was that due to the adverse effects, she couldn't participate in the dungeon competition organized by the academy tomorrow. Dieppe Fan Phi had already registered and was determined to win to use the prize money to improve their family's life, but now that was impossible, and it also forced Raizel to go borrow money. Raizel temporarily didn't explain why he didn't borrow money, but instead asked about the competition his sister just mentioned. The dungeon competition is held every year by the school, and the prize money is very high. Dieppe Fan Phi nodded, saying she heard the prize money increased to 500,000 this year, so she had been preparing for a year, but unexpectedly got poisoned right before the competition. Hearing the 500,000 prize, Raizel's eyes lit up. He told Dieppe Fan Phi to rest and recover, and he would take care of the money. This 500,000 is already in his hands. The next morning, the Academy's annual dungeon competition was held. The principal announced the prize was exactly 500,000, and there would be additional rewards based on how well contestants completed the dungeon. He also explained that the prize was higher this year because they received sponsorship from the Hanna Corporation. So, before the excitement of thousands of students, Mac Agrishi and his 2 bodyguards appeared in dazzling glory. Then, the principal announced another thing. The winner of this competition could directly join the Hanma Corporation's combat team. That team ranks 10th on the dungeon leaderboard, and joining it means getting one step closer to the peak of life, which is worth much more than the prize money. While the classmates were excited to the point of losing control, Raizel remained very calm. He had already heard that there was fierce competition among the combat teams of various corporations. The spoiled rich girl was rushing to the academy to recruit talents, but this didn't concern Raizel because his only goal was the prize money. After introducing the location at Chanche Market, the principal got to the main point and announced this year's test, the successful completion of the Deep Haunting Dungeon, a level 5 to 10 dungeon. This is a high-level academy dungeon, and no one has ever successfully cleared it before. The lowest level inside is level 5, and the final boss is a level 10 elite beast demon, while the average level of students in the school is only level 5, which is basically heading straight to death. In fact, the final boss of the dungeon was also announced, a level 10 elite shadow beast, truly an elite-level monster. Seeing this, many students gave up hope. They immediately knew the academy wouldn't just hand out good rewards for free. Only Raizel was extremely happy. A level 10 shadow beast, and the bond level between him and the Flame Emperor was already 12, which was very advantageous for him. Because this dungeon is extremely difficult, the Academy decided to allow team competitions with a maximum of 5 members. After this information was announced, the students quickly regained their spirits. If they could form teams, then just teaming up with a top player would guarantee success. However, the national competition also included a PvP mode, meaning teams would have to compete against each other and always be wary of ambushes. Raizel felt the Academy seemed to want to train students' real combat and survival skills. Head of department, if a team wins, how is the reward calculated? A student raised his hand to ask. Haha, surely many others had the same question. The head of department seemed to be waiting for this question and explained that the national competition was an individual event, but the power points of the Shadow Beast would be divided among the team, and the higher the Shadow Beast's power points, the more likely the team would win. Additionally, to let students truly feel the battlefield atmosphere, the Academy introduced an even harsher rule. In the PvP zone, if a team defeats another team, they can transfer that team's power points to themselves. This mechanism was no different from a mutual slaughter. The new students felt like the principal was chasing them away like a high-speed train. Many of them wanted to quit the competition, but it had already officially started. The students began searching for their own teams. Usually, they would look for various classes to divide attack, defense, healing, support, and so on. But no matter the team, none wanted to accept a level 3 waste like Raizel. Mocked by these blind fools, Raizel was not angry at all. After all, he never intended to form a team with anyone from the start. Acting alone was the most convenient, and he wouldn't have to share rewards with anyone. So Raizel went to the teacher in charge of registration to sign up. The teacher turned around, saw only him, and immediately wondered, "Hey, where are your teammates? It's just you. Let me help you register." Raizel replied confidently. The teacher still tried to persuade him to reconsider. A single level 3 fighter entering a dungeon where the lowest monster is level 5 is extremely dangerous. Before Raizel could respond, he heard Kim Dokja's teasing voice right behind him. A useless guy who can't level up, just wasting air. Just tell him to go sell salt. Again with the luck? Raizel turned around and spoke with disdain. Kim Dokja never missed a chance to humiliate him. In front of many people, Han loudly said that if Raizel crawled on the ground for 2 hours, he would lead him into the dungeon. Han's 2 underlings behind him laughed so hard they could barely breathe. Oh really? Then how about it? Raizel asked again. Kim Dokja was excited, but ended up doing the demonstration for him. After barking for 3 hours straight, Han and his 2 underlings were frozen in place. Realizing they had been tricked by Raizel, Kim Dokja's teasing mood flared up again. This guy was truly a foolish development, so Han's solution was always to use 5 punches. But before they could punch Raizel, Kim Dokja was stopped by the teacher in charge of registration. If you want to fight, do it inside the dungeon. Fighting here won't earn points. Kim Dokja couldn't do anything, but his teasing mood remained. Han clearly told Raizel that once inside the dungeon, he would be waiting to take his head. After Kim Dokja went first, Raizel urged the teacher to quickly help him register. Although she was uneasy about him going alone, she had no right to stop him. Your courage is commendable, but in the end, results depend on strength. I can only wish you luck. Saying this, she handed him the registration form. Raizel took it, politely thanked her, and then stepped through the teleport gate into the dungeon. The moment he started his first dungeon in life, the system at the king's account sent a reward of 2,000 experience points. At that moment, Agriche also just saw Raizel. It took about 3 seconds for her to realize that he was the kid she met at the black market yesterday. This kid is really interesting, only level 3 but dares to enter the black market, even dares to solo dungeons level 5 to 10. Let me see what kind of skills you have besides Toganja, Agriche muttered. Wanting to watch a good show, she memorized the name Raizel. Meanwhile, he officially entered the dungeon on the other side of the teleport. Each person's dungeon starting point is random to avoid teams appearing at the same spot and slaughtering each other right at the start. This was very convenient for Raizel's actions. First, he had to use his fastest speed to clear out the small monsters around before proceeding. Saying and doing, Raizel seriously started hunting monsters, but this, although not difficult, took more time than he expected. The dungeon scale was too large, and monsters were scattered everywhere. Looks like to win, he still had to find a high-level beast. Just then, he saw some small creatures crawling in one direction. Sensing a hunch, Raizel chased after them, following them deep into the forest. And here he discovered a giant red web with a girl trapped on it. Her name was Nguyen Diem Diem, a level 5 healer. Nguyen Diem Diem was really unlucky. Just as she started, she was caught by a demon beast. Makes sense, since healers usually have no combat ability, making them easy prey. After waking up, she began screaming for help, and then Raizel caught Nguyen Diem Diem's eye. If you want to live, be quiet and use this, he said while gently tapping the tree branch right above Nguyen Diem Diem's head. If you keep screaming like that, even if I turn around, I won't risk saving you anymore. It was a bit dark, but Nguyen Diem Diem still recognized Raizel as Diep Fanfi's brother, the player who couldn't level up. She wondered who came to save her, and if it was Raizel, she felt despair again. Why is it you? Why did you enter the dungeon? You're only level 3, don't you want to live? Or are you just going to leave me and run? If we don't wait for the beast to come back, you'll die with me. Raizel shrugged. It was Nguyen Diem Diem herself who was Diep Fanfi. If she knew he saw her die and didn't save her, she'd definitely kill him. So what Raizel needed was for Nguyen Diem Diem to shut up and obediently wait. But she didn't know Raizel's true ability and kept urging him to run away, saying how could a level 3 like him cut through an elite beast's level 8 web? Really? It's just an elite beast level 8 after all, Raizel replied calmly, a flame appearing in his hand. The entire web quickly burned to ashes in a flash. Nguyen Diem Diem was saved but couldn't believe it, because the one who saved her was a useless player stuck at level 3 who couldn't level up. After saving her, Raizel told her to quickly leave and find his team. Staying alone here was very unsafe. But before he finished, he suddenly felt some sticky substance fall on his shoulder. Raizel looked up and saw the red beast had appeared. Not good, it seemed the flame he burned earlier had alerted it. Moreover, the substance it secreted was poisonous. Instinctively, Raizel grabbed Nguyen Diem Diem and tried to jump down from the tree, but they fell into another web trap. Raizel didn't know when the monster had set the trap. Maybe this was the innate nature of elite beasts in this dungeon. And because he brought a girl who couldn't fight, he fell into a very disadvantageous situation. Then the red web tightened, binding the two of them together. Besides the feeling of chest being squeezed, Nguyen Diem Diem saw the red beast slowly approaching. She felt she was done for. Even if she didn't suffocate, the spider would eat her. Don't struggle, or the web will tighten even more. Raizel got up. Your luck is really terrible. Lately it seems like you owe something to the spiders. Even though you have the royal account system backing you, you still lack enough real combat experience. And that's enough to get yourself into a critical situation. If you escape this time, you have to train harder in the future. As for the demon beast in front of you, the priority is how to get out of this situation first. Nguyen Diem Diem kept crying beside him, making Raizel even more annoyed. However, the demon beast didn't kill the two of them immediately but slowly left. Nguyen Diem thought maybe they didn't get along because of it. But Raizel knew this was not a good sign, because according to the behavior of this demon beast, after successfully injecting its essence, it will implant larvae inside the trapped person's body, using that body as a nursery for its next generation. It left just now probably because it wasn't full yet. Once it's full, it will come back again. Just wait and see. No, I don't want to give it to that thing. Nguyen Diem started struggling again, making the webbing tighten even more. Even if Raizel got angry, it wouldn't help. Teenage girls are really hard to handle. Being tightly bound like this with a teenage girl, their chests pressed together, made Raizel both embarrassed and uncomfortable. Nguyen Diem completely ignored what he said, crying and struggling non-stop. Raizel felt extremely annoyed. If this continued, his little life might be lost in this dungeon. But now that the two were tightly bound, if he forcibly used the power of the Flame Emperor chain, it would injure the other party. So there was only one way left. Raizel lowered his head and bit into a strand of the spider web. Nguyen Diem thought he was trying to do something bad to her and struggled even more. What are you doing? What time is it for you to be doing such a rogue thing? Stop imagining things. I'm telling you one last time. If you want to live, don't struggle. Don't make weird noises anymore. Bite the web with me. Once it hardens later, there will be no chance to get out, Raizel said patiently. Luckily, this spider web isn't poisonous, and since it was just spit out, it hasn't hardened yet. Using the mouth to bite it can slowly break it, though it's a bit slow. The only problem was his teammate was too high, only making noises like and having strange thoughts in her head. Nguyen Diem started helping him bite the web, but she was so high that she couldn't bite properly and several times bit him instead. After struggling for a while, the two finally broke free. Nguyen Diem sat on the ground and started crying again. Finally saved. Hoo-hoo. Now is not the time to let your guard down. Get up and run for me, Raizel said irritably. He really didn't understand how this person could become a good friend of the leaf demon in his family. Even so, Nguyen Diem had no intention of standing up because she said her legs had no strength left. To make things worse, the demon beast had already returned. Raizel pushed Nguyen Diem aside, telling her to quickly go find their team, and he would handle this place. Yet the girl still refused to leave and even grabbed the hem of his shirt to help. Hey, if you want to act tough, pick the right time. You're only level 3. Facing a level 8 demon beast, there's no way to survive. Run with me. Run? Raizel sneered. I didn't enter the dungeon to be chased around like prey. My goal is to kill. So that debt from earlier, I have to find it and collect. Just a few more seconds passed, and the demon beast appeared right in front of them. Nguyen Diem still refused to go down. Now Raizel no longer cared whether she stayed or left. He just loudly warned the opponent not to interfere with him. Raizel's gaze emitted a very strong pressure that made Nguyen Diem tremble. Kolap Bop said she was at least a level 5 healer, so she would stay here to prevent the demon beast from getting hurt. His glance was very quick, but made Nguyen Diem tremble continuously, because she didn't understand how a level 3 could have such a threatening pressure. Nguyen Diem even guessed that Raizel had some way to hide his true strength, but quickly dismissed the thought because it didn't seem difficult to understand. Alone, Raizel advanced toward the demon beast. Whether black spider or red spider, Trung Quy was still a spider, so he would use this spider as a way to vent his anger since his family was still in the hospital injured by spiders. Then Raizel drew the Shadow Leaf Sword, seeing a level 3 human daring to provoke him. That monster hissed angrily a few times. His master couldn't even speak human language like the Demon Eye Beast, so Raizel looked down on it even more. Sen Sa was far weaker than that spider, and indeed much weaker than the Demon Eye Beast, because it was cut in half by Shadow Leaf's sword in just one move. Watching the huge body of the spider split in two, Nguyen Diem could only gape in amazement. This attack power doesn't look like a useless being that can't level up at all. With one move killing an elite level 8 monster, Sen Sa guessed Raizel was hiding his true power. Raizel successfully killed the weak monster, earning 1,000 points in the contest, 100 times higher than the red monsters he farmed earlier. The system immediately sent him a reward of 5,000 experience points. Even Nguyen Diem got 500 points, although she clearly didn't help and even got in Raizel's way. Realizing she benefited just by lying around, Nguyen Diem immediately activated the Cling to the Great One strategy, so she put aside looking for her team and followed him. Great One, tell me, how do you hide your level like that? I mean, entering school as a level 3 genius, how could you stay at level 1 forever? You must have your own plan, right? Can you tell me? Nguyen Diem even clung on to him, truly a slave to points. Raizel began to regret saving her, but luckily, besides the 1,000 dungeon reward points, the royal system also gave him 5,000 experience points, so Raizel was very happy and didn't calculate with Nguyen Diem. But the secret about the system must never be revealed to others. She can get points, but the loot is all mine. I'll take everything. Any objections? Raizel asked, and of course Nguyen Diem had none. She just needed to follow him to earn points. Then Raizel accidentally discovered a few things. The system called it the Venom Fang of the Weak Monster, a one-time use combat item. Raizel felt lucky it didn't drop damaged, because such combat items have huge demand on the black market. He could sell it for a good price, but the luck didn't stop there, because suddenly, the Venom Fang upgraded itself to the critical Venom Fang of the Weak Monster. It added effects like blood loss, poison, weakening, and the usage count tripled. Raizel was amazed that an item dropped from a demon beast could upgrade itself. This seemed unnatural. Then he remembered the ring dropped from the Demon Eye beast earlier and immediately checked his inventory. He hadn't examined it before. Now he realized it was a lucky ring that granted random item upgrades. Truly miraculous. With this ring, his future equipment would be like a tiger with wings. Raizel was very happy, and he'd be even happier if Nu and DM didn't cling to him so much. Hey, I advise you to keep some dignity. Don't cling to me every time I move. I'm not a lecher. Raizel waved her off, but Nu and DM stubbornly held on. Who said you're lecherous? I'm just scared. Only near the Great One do I feel safe. Great One, everyone at school says you're useless, but it's all Nu and Trang, right? What item are you using to hide your level? I'm very curious about your real level. The more Nu and DM talked, the more Raizel disliked her, finally losing patience and shaking her off, warning her not to ask too much. He wanted to go alone and keep his plans private. If Nu and DM insisted on following, she had to be quiet and keep secrets. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to act even if she was his sister's good friend. Nu and DM was clearly scared by Raizel's tone and immediately shut up to show her sincerity. They walked a few more steps when a mocking voice came from behind. Oh, hello, isn't this Nu and DM? You're still alive, and you weren't eaten by the weak monster? You must have a strong life. These people were Nu and DM's old team, led by Li Deng. Letting her fall into the weak monster's hands was their plan to kick her out of the team. A fool who spends all day just chasing after magic like her has no place in our guild. If we weren't friends from the same class, I wouldn't have bothered to bring her into the dungeon with us. Li Deng currently has 3,000 points. No wonder he's so arrogant. Nu and is furious. That coward clearly used her as bait for the red boss, then didn't bother to fight it, so the brat ran away. Now that it's safe, he's back to mocking others truly not worthy of being called a man. Li Deng still wants to poke fun at Nu and a bit more, but suddenly his underlings discover that the red boss is already dead. Moreover, its body is still burning with a fire that won't go out, leaving Li Deng stunned. The red boss is dead? I finally gathered enough people to come back and settle the score with it. Nu and don't say this is your doing. So what? Nu and smugly retorts, then tries to grab Hao's hand but is coldly brushed off. The great god and I took down that red boss. Now let's see if you all acknowledge that. The group of weaklings you brought are no match for the great god Ma. Raizel, caught up in your personal vendettas, finds Nu and even more annoying. As for Li Deng's group, they immediately recognize you as a worthless loser who can't level up, so they start mocking both of you. Nu and is this the great god you're talking about? Has your brain been burned by magic? Haha, a team of magic addicts and worthless losers who can't level up, what a perfect match. Haha, mocked by them, Nu and eyes redden. You can insult me, but don't insult the great god. Otherwise. She keeps saying otherwise, but can't finish the sentence even half a day later. Li Deng looks at the burning red boss and says, forget it, just 1,000 points. We can find them elsewhere. But he's sure Nu and got lucky killing the red boss and refuses to believe it was the worthless Raizel. So, suddenly, a notification pops up in DM's eyes. Han raises both hands and says, looks like you still have some use. So, want to rejoin the team? The screen displays. Li Deng invites you to join the team. Agree or not? Yes? No? She immediately shouts. Do you think I still trust you? Li Deng's teammates loudly mock. This is your chance to win without effort. Don't be ungrateful. Being a bullet sponge for us is your biggest contribution. Plus, if you follow this brat, you won't even know how you'll die later. DM can't hold back and yells, enough! Don't insult the great god. Suddenly, from the resting area, a scream rises. She cries, clings to Raizel, shouting, what's that terrifying sound? Li Deng's team turns to look and laughs loudly. That's the roar of the Ma Bao Dragon Star, a rare elite monster worth 5,000 points. Didn't expect it to appear so close to us. Let's go, this is worth more points than the red boss. Raizel speaks solemnly to dissuade them. Wait, just relying on you guys to fight the Ma Bao Dragon Star is a suicide mission. Li Deng's face darkens as he shouts, what the hell did you just say? Unfazed, he smiles brightly and says, I'm telling you, with your current strength, going after it is just asking for death. I advise you to know your limits. Han, furious, tries to rush over. Then I'll kill you first and deal with it later, but his teammate immediately grabs Li Deng to stop him. Brother Lai, don't bother with this worthless guy. If the monster gets stolen later, we'll lose out. Before leaving, Han turns back to threaten. Lucky you, Raizel. This isn't over yet. DM glares at them as they leave and curses. It's hard to reason with the doomed. If the great god wants me to deal with you, don't come crying back for help later. She turns, eyes shining, and asks, "Great God, then shall we clear out the small monsters nearby? It'll be easier with me here." Raizel's voice denies. "Clear small monsters? No, no." He walks forward with hands in pockets. "The boss is too big, and the small monsters are too scattered. Clearing them won't get us much. To win, just clearing small monsters isn't enough." DM quickly follows and asks, "Then what's your plan?" Raizel looks back, smirks, and replies, "Of course, we switch to the boss and become the real winners." Inside the mountain peak, the roaring sounds continued without pause. The demon violent dragon raised its red eyes and bit toward its prey, lifting its head to look around and roar. Li Dong's nearby team spoke up. "Brother Li, it seems the demon violent dragon just fought another beast, and it lost 15% of its health. Looks like we're pretty lucky." A team member stood up hesitantly and said, "Also, it lost 15% health. Looks like we're lucky. Brother Li, maybe we should just..." Li Dong clenched his teeth. "Start calculating. We have 4 level 5 people. Can't we take down 1 level 8 elite? It's the rare elite of this dungeon, carrying many treasures. Are you telling me to give up just like that?" Han Der clenched his fist and shouted, "Don't be afraid, Derma. I'm scared too, but what are you guys afraid of? Kill it. Even if we can't beat the final boss, we'll still make the top 10. Li Dong began to imagine freely, then went to find little Tu Raizel to settle accounts, letting the girl Nguyen DM climb into his lap, where she would sit and cuddle. "Brother Li, you're really brave. Li Dong's strength is overwhelming, you useless thing. I have to let you know, not everyone can act tough in front of me." Raizel will kneel down and admit her mistakes. "Big brother, I was wrong." Thinking this, Han laughed loudly and decided, "Let's just go with that." Li Dong led the charge forward, shouting to rally spirits. "Today I have to win wildly." Li Dong's team followed closely, shouting, "You think you can intimidate us?" Of course, one guy stopped abruptly, exclaiming, "No, you're wrong. Look at the demon violent dragon's color," he pointed out. "I remember from the strategy guide, this demon violent dragon was clearly dark green, so why has it turned dark red now?" Li Dong shouted, "What are you talking about?" That guy looked at its color and said, "Dark red. It seems to be in a berserk state. Could it have been enraged by a demon beast earlier?" He heard a loud scolding. "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" He immediately yelled, "If it's berserk, then hit its head. It won't have any color left." Li Dong turned and ran, shouting, "Run!" The demon violent dragon also raised its tail high. Li Dong's team was hit by the tail and thrown into the air, clutching their heads and screaming for help. The team members were terrified, clutching their heads and shouting loudly. Immediately after, the demon violent dragon opened its mouth and roared, spitting a sea of flames that burned that guy. Li Dong's whole body trembled, trembling with fear, thinking, "Is this the rare elite's berserk state?" So terrifying. He quickly turned and fled, looking at the demon violent dragon still changing colors with worry. After all this, the demon violent dragon's berserk state is fully on it, but I still have faith in my speed. After all, I'm agile by nature, which means even if I can't win a fight one day, I can still run. But the demon beast's berserk state in the dungeon won't just disappear. Li Dong gritted his teeth and decided, I have to lure it to where there are people, to transfer its berserk state off me. So, the closest person to me is... Raizel, just right, you have to accept this big favor from me, Raizel. Li Dong looked at their silhouettes in front of him and thought silently, "Found them. I'm running out of breath, but you guys are just strolling around like nothing's wrong." She pointed at him and shouted, "Li Dong, you really ran back. What did I tell you?" Li Dong smiled brightly and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense like that. This time I'm not coming back empty-handed." DM heard this and asked suspiciously, "Ah, what do you mean by helping the mission?" He rushed toward the two and shouted, "I'm telling you, I brought you a very special gift." Raizel smiled faintly, then raised her hand to refuse. "No need for such formalities. Your presence is the best gift already." Silently calculating, his speed is very fast. Is he going to attack head-on? What about his teammates? Seems like this situation is tricky. Li Jung passed behind DM and smiled. "We'll talk about the mission later." Then he decisively pushed her backward and said, "Go see what gift I brought you to." DM rolled on the ground, making a painful sound. "Ouch, it hurts." She sat up, startled. "Li Dong, what do you want to do? Why suddenly look at me like that?" In an instant, a shadow appeared beside DM. She happily watched as the demon violent dragon opened its mouth wide and snapped in front of her, making a gulping sound. Demon violent dragon. DM closed her eyes, casting magic from her hand with great force. "Don't come here." Raizel saw this and angrily scolded, "Idiot, don't attack proactively. Its berserk state isn't on her." As the energy from her hand struck its snout, its energy was only reduced by 1. DM cried and stood up, running quickly toward him to admit her mistake. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Great God save me." Li Dong saw her like that, loudly mocking the door. A person who has never cleared a dungeon, changing her current self really doesn't disappoint me. Nguyen DM. "What's up, Raizel? Being teammates with such an idiot." Stimulated to the point of speechlessness, "Aren't you good at fighting and crying? Then I'll bring a big gift for you too. You should be grateful and accept it." His figure quickly disappeared. "My ultimate move is coming. Next, take this here. Don't worry." After you guys get torn apart by the demon violent dragon, I will definitely kindly pick up your remains. Li Deng vanished invisibly, only a mocking laugh was heard. Immediately after, Raizel stretched out his hand and struck to one side, asking, "Did I let you go or not?" He startled Li Deng. He grabbed Li Deng's collar and said, "Nguyen Diem. Diem is a simple-minded person, but she is still useful to me, and you, compared to her, aren't even worth a scratch." His body gradually appeared, shouting in disbelief, "What's going on? I was completely invisible, so how can you still see me?" Raizel's voice teased, "It seems your ultimate skill level isn't high, you only became invisible but haven't completely disappeared." He squeezed his neck tightly and shouted, "So don't be surprised, in my eyes, you are just a mere heartbeat." Li Deng grabbed his hand and shouted loudly, "What? You say you can sense me through rhythm? How is that possible?" He shouted excitedly, "Raizel, in your dreams, let go of me. That demon-violent dragon has already gone berserk. At this rate, we will all die." Raizel closed his eyes and smiled, asking back, "So what?" Then, he stomped hard on the ground, causing it to crack into many pieces. Li Deng's eyes widened as he shouted, "Such immense power." The movie Hell's Light inside the demon-violent dragon, DM jumped up loudly. He opened his mouth wide in shock and shouted, "Oh my god, you are a useless person who can't level up, so how do you have this kind of power?" Li Deng knelt on the ground begging for life. "I only need resonance points, I don't need props. How about that?" Raizel smiled coldly hearing that. "Joint attack, you exceeded my expectations," but he saw DM hugging herself and asked her if she agreed. He bowed his head, pleading, "Try Nguyen, to keep us as classmates. Please take me into the dungeon." She looked up at Raizel and thought silently, "Great God, he is so domineering, making my heart pound." Li Deng grabbed DM's leg and asked, "Great lady, do you agree?" He kept bowing, begging for mercy. "Even if you don't team up with me, just spare me. Please help me beg Raizel for mercy." She turned to look at Li Deng with great intensity. "Let go quickly. Such a petty person is unbearable." He admitted his mistake. "I used to see you as a burden. I was wrong. Give me a chance." Immediately after, the demon-violent dragon inside the ring of fire opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. DM saw this and shouted worriedly, "It's not good, great God. The demon-violent dragon has broken free from the trap. What should we do?" Raizel thought to himself that the roar could break the firewall, and the berserk form indeed cannot be underestimated. Li Deng smiled wickedly, grabbing his sword with intention. "Now is the time." Then, he raised the sword and charged at him. "This sword strike is my ultimate killing move. Useless, Raizel. Go die." As Li Deng stabbed down, immediately a sword appeared to block it. He was startled and shouted in surprise, "Since when did this guy have a sword on his back?" Raizel spoke, still daring to attack sneakily now. "The person's head was only meant to lure monsters to me, intending to spare him." Then, he turned and stabbed Li Deng hard in the stomach with his sword, saying, "Now it seems unnecessary." He smiled slightly and said, "A lucky gift. I accept it all." The golden system bar announced, Raizel received 5,000 personal points and Li Deng's team points. The golden system bar announced, starting PvP protection mode. Player Li Deng failed the dungeon, preparing to be kicked out of the dungeon. Li Deng raised his hand to his stomach and shouted loudly, "Raizel, you bastard, I won't forgive you. This isn't over yet." Immediately after, the golden system sound announced, "Congratulations to player Raizel for acquiring the stealth skill. I am the lone assassin." PvP mode activated, with a chance to loot opponents' items and equipment. Tradable. He reached out and touched it, feeling secretly impressed. Li Deng is truly a rich second generation. Level 5 already has high-quality equipment. The screen reminded, stealth skill book used. This skill book grants stealth skill lasting 30 seconds. Recovery time, 1 hour, can be upgraded. I possess the unique ability to unleash a critical strike on humanoid creatures. Remaining use is 1. He wondered suspiciously, but twice the items dropped at once, a situation never before encountered. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. The elder cautiously watching. She looked at the demon-violent dragon rushing toward Raizel, a warning that the demon-violent dragon was charging at him. He turned his head back, thinking, this thing really comes fast. Then, Raizel raised his sword and slashed fiercely at it, shouting, "Demon-violent dragon, a specialty of the Dark Abyss, a rare elite, with fire attribute. Its characteristic is easily entering berserk mode, and once berserk, all its attributes multiply, making it extremely difficult to deal with." The demon-violent dragon struck him with force, sending him flying far away. Raizel silently calculated that in the textbook about berserk, there was a passage like this. If in the wild or in a dungeon, when encountering a berserk beast, if you cannot run, you must adjust your posture and lie still on the ground. Only then can you leave without losing face. He swung his sword, releasing streams of yellow-orange light, dazzling the little eyes. But now, Raizel looked thoughtfully at the fiery illusions of dragons around him. These were no longer a problem for him. The only annoyance was, he watched the demon-violent dragon continuously attacked and thought silently, if the demon-violent dragon is in berserk mode, even if defeated, it won't drop any equipment or items. meaning the player who just defeated it must also be careful not to use excessive force to trigger its rage. This mechanism is truly difficult to handle. Raizel squatted down and looked toward that direction, saying, "But luckily I'm smart enough to leave a finishing move behind. Even if the demon violent dragon has gone berserk, I have a way to keep it intact." He dashed forward with all his strength, thinking the key point of this method was. Raizel transformed into a beam of yellow light and said, "Nuen diem diem." He appeared before Diem Diem and briefly said, "Listen to my command. Quickly prepare a pacification spell for the demon violent dragon." She confirmed. Pacification. Raizel looked at the demon violent dragon, carefully observing it. He raised a spear to block the fiery breath it spat and firmly said, "No mistake, this is a special skill of the healer sisters. Magic can remove berserk mode. Quickly prepare." Diem raised her hand and pointed to herself, hesitatingly replying, "Pacification can indeed remove berserk mode, but I and it are different levels. Not sure if it will succeed, and it can only be used once in a short time." Raizel jumped straight toward its head and shouted, "I'm not telling you now, so listen to my command." He raised his leg high, then kicked down hard, shouting loudly to increase the success rate. "I'll reduce its HP below 20%. Her voice echoed back, "Yes." Diem looked intently at him, silently admiring. Such strength is unbelievable. The Elder can suppress a berserk beast crazily just with a normal body. This combat power could even compare to members of a large corporation's battle team. Raizel lightly dodged the demon violent dragon's tail strike and began calculating in his mind. With his current strength, defeating a level 8 berserk beast is easy, but he raised his hand to block the tail strike, thinking he must restrain his power to avoid accidentally killing it and not getting a single drop. This kind of fight is truly maddening. Raizel grabbed the demon violent dragon's tail, laughing loudly. "But who told you you're a rare beast with a body full of treasures?" He held its tail and began shouting, "Come on." Raizel forcefully slammed the demon violent dragon's tail onto the ground and said, "Let me see what surprises you can bring me." Raizel released his grip and looked toward Diem, urging her, "Now." She clenched her fist tightly and replied, "Yes." Diem raised her pink staff and began chanting, a combination of beauty and wisdom. She waved her hand, creating a heart shape, saying, "The embodiment of love and magic." Diem winked and blew a kiss, saying, "Take out the love charm. It's only for this person." Raizel froze in place, thinking, is she really overdoing it? As the pink heart-shaped charm was placed on the demon violent dragon, it immediately emitted a strange cry. He jerked and shouted, "What's this weird sound? Is the spell pacification or something else?" Raizel stared at Diem to confirm, "Are you sure you didn't use the wrong skill?" She smiled teasingly, scratched her head, and replied, "Definitely didn't use the wrong one." Diem watched the demon violent dragon shrink smaller, her eyes shining brightly, praising, "So cute." "Could this be the true form of the demon violent dragon?" he muttered angrily. "Only the devil knows. She's done everything perfectly." Diem looked at the tiny demon violent dragon in front of her and exclaimed, "My pacification magic actually works like this?" Raizel replied, "All right, let me give it one last strike. Then we'll take the points and equipment and leave." She lunged forward and hugged it tightly. "Wait a moment." Diem stopped and looked at him pleadingly. "Great God, can you not kill it? Look, it's still in love, and it's a rare elite. Keeping it as a pet is fine too." Raizel's voice rang out. "Having it as a pet seems like a good idea, so you're responsible for my loss." He raised his hand threateningly. "I'll kill you first and take your points, then capture this elite as a pet. Killing two birds with one stone. Sounds good. What do you think?" Diem hugged the demonic treasure dragon shell and said, "This one." Then she immediately raised it high and agreed, "I've reconsidered. Points and equipment are still better." The demonic treasure dragon lowered its head and shouted toward Raizel. He gathered energy to form a sword and raised it high, saying, "Looking at me with those innocent eyes is useless. Surely you understand the rules of this big and small world better than I do." Raizel's face was cold as ice. Humans and beasts are the same. Neither wants to become prey. There's only one way, to keep getting stronger. On the other side, Diem's face was covered in mud, tears streaming non-stop. Immediately after, a golden notification sounded. Player Raizel killed the elite demonic treasure dragon and earned 5,000 points. Player Nguyen Diem assisted the kill and earned 2,500 points. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at the player screen and shouted, "Oh my God, 2,500 points. I didn't expect the dragon's points to be this high." "Thank you, dragon," Raizel thought silently. Girls really are creatures of change. The system screen appeared before them. Killing the rare elite demonic treasure dragon grants 50,000 FB, which can be distributed as 750,000. Distribute now? Raizel was startled. 50,000 FB. FB is even higher than the level 18 demon eye. Looks like the dungeon really helps increase FB. She closed her eyes, entrusting her heart and the system account space. Raizel looked around the system account space and said, "Let me see what else FB can be used for besides upgrading link levels." The system promptly responded, "You can check the player's FB to use it in the most optimal way. A set of armor appeared, its voice suggesting, players can increase the link level of the Pet Emperor to level 20, which will unlock other accounts. You can also choose to unlock other special skills of the Pet Emperor to enhance the account's overall capability, Raizel thought. Only at level 20 can you unlock an account star. The Pet Emperor is already strong. I wonder what surprises the next account will bring. He hugged himself and wondered, but now he couldn't blindly unlock accounts. Greed is bad. He must use FB to upgrade the Pet Emperor's account. Because no matter how strong the attack power is, there will always be opponents you can't defeat. You need the support of special skills. Combined with strategy, there will be more variations. After careful consideration, Raizel immediately ordered to open the special skill panel. The system screen kept appearing. Pet Emperor Link level 12 can unlock the following special skills. Disguise simulates the aura of a creature 1 level higher than yourself for 2 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Unlock requires 50,000 FB. Speed of heat releases flames. Increases speed by 50% for 1 minute. Cooldown 6 hours. Unlock requires 30,000 FB. True Eyes emit True Eyes to scout all creatures within a certain range. Cooldown 1 hour. Unlock requires 70,000 FB. He looked at those skills in amazement. Wow, special skills are so expensive. Raizel smiled wryly. But True Eyes are a bit overpowered, right? It's basically exposing the map within a certain range. Although it only reveals creatures, that's enough, just right for finding the final S-boss hiding deep in the shadow. 70,000 it is. He raised his hand toward the phantom eyes and decided, unlock True Eyes. The system immediately notified that 70,000 FB had been spent and True Eyes skill unlocked. Raizel clenched his fists and exclaimed, the final S-boss Shadow Guardian is extremely stealthy, still undetected until now. I was even thinking about giving up, but with this monster scanner, if it still can't be found, the Shadow Guardian's corpse is surely mine. DM's voice rang out. Great God, look! He turned his head and asked, look at what? She pointed to one side and shouted, look closely at this. Raizel looked at the beam of light coming from the ground and shouted loudly, oh my God, Nguyen DM, who let you open equipment? Have you washed your hands yet? The horse's laughter point. I couldn't resist. But this doesn't matter. What matters is this egg, you asked in amazement. Egg? Could this be the legendary egg? With an extremely low chance? Immediately after, the system screen appeared, introducing unidentified egg. This is a normal egg with strange patterns on the outside. You can try using FB to hatch it, or use it as material on the egg. Raizel's mouth twitched as he said, what does using it as material on the egg mean? She stared intently at the point, guessing that if spoken aloud, it might unlock an extremely rare path. Could it be that this point is a very lucky person? Her eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at the egg and exclaimed, great! This rare elite egg, I've heard it can be nurtured into a battle pet or mount, with extremely high destructive and combat abilities. In the point's mind appeared the scene of Raizel adding, just thinking about the great god's mount with fierce power already makes one's heart race faster. You laughed and replied, sounds pretty funny too. The system sound rang out. Raizel obtained an unidentified egg. The point approached Raizel, softly expressing thanks. That's great, great God. Finally I can contribute a little, always keeping up with you. I'm really sorry. Thank you for not abandoning me. He turned and said firmly, as I said, I'm not tricked. This egg won't be given to you. She blushed hearing this, trying to explain, no, what I said is sincere. Great God, please don't misunderstand. Point quickly ran after Raizel. I don't need your egg, great God, wait for me. Outside the dungeon, Agrishi sat on chair number 4 watching the monitoring screen and said, I guessed right, this kid really has some skill. The fierce power after the violent one is no match for him. Not like a normal guy stuck at level 3. She turned her head and ordered, invite the headmaster here for me. A golden voice responded, yes, miss. Agriche raised her hand to turn off the monitoring screen thoughtfully. The dungeon surveillance system newly developed by the Lam Law Group is effective, but can only monitor low-level dungeons. When it can monitor mid- and high-level dungeons and improve the ranking of the corporation's battle teams, then it can have a bigger impact. The headmaster entered, asked without turning back, Miss, did you call me for something? She crossed her arms and asked, Headmaster, what is Raizel's ranking in the dungeon? He was startled and asked again, isn't that student unable to level up? Agriche was shocked and demanded, unable to level up? That's nonsense. The headmaster raised his hand and explained, it's like this. Raizel was already level 3 when he entered the school. Back then, he was called the Academy's genius, but after 3 years, his level still hasn't increased. No one knows what the problem is. She crossed her arms, puzzled. Level 3? You're really good at disguising. What's your purpose, Raizel? I'm getting more curious about you. Then he looked at the ranking board, startled and exclaimed, what? Raizel's score is 3rd. How did he do that? Agriche clasped her hands together, turned and shouted, Headmaster, it's time to announce the dungeon rankings. Let's publicly reveal everyone's positions. The headmaster covered his eyes, mouth agape. What? Each miss fixed the dungeon difficulty level. But this dungeon's mechanism is already tough enough. If all positions are revealed, students will definitely fight among themselves, especially Raizel. He might be besieged. She replied without hesitation, the real world is even tougher than this level 10 dungeon, the corporation we want to join. We want to select the most talented and beautiful, including Raizel. He's not as simple as you think. He crossed his arms and thought silently. Didn't expect the Great Mist to value Raizel so highly. Could it be he really has something outstanding? Looks like Raizel needs more attention. Deep inside the dungeon, the entire place was shrouded in darkness. Squad leader Tranfong. Tranfong's score was 2,000 on the surface. Arms crossed heavily. I didn't expect you guys to team up to kill other players. Really despicable. Squad leader Kim Doksha. Kim Doksha held a weapon, looked down from above and replied, despicable? This dungeon has no rule against teaming up. He laughed arrogantly. I'm just using the rules wisely if you don't want to team with me. Then he fiercely pushed Tranfong away. If you want to quit the dungeon, go find the headmaster to complain. The system sound rang out. Kim Dokja defeated squad leader Tran Fong, gaining 2,000 points. Squad leader Trung Jia smiled broadly and praised. No wonder Kim Dokja. Under his leadership, our two squads are truly unbeatable. Getting points is really easy. Kim Dokja's face. The arrogance is too great. I will become a member of the corporation's combat team in the future. If you can't even handle this little matter, how will you survive later? It's boring. Defeating these useless people brings little joy, if not for the points. Immediately after, the system scoreboard appeared in front of the group. 4 people shouted in unison. The display the system projected was someone excitedly shouted. The Academy publicly ranked dungeon scores and player positions, helping to clarify the situation. Brother Fong, Kim Dokja laughed and replied, isn't this obvious? The Academy thinks our competition isn't intense enough. They are encouraging and urging us. Exactly what I want. Now we can legitimately steal points from others. He looked at the name Raizel, ranked 3rd, furious. What, that useless Raizel is still alive and even ranked 3rd? Kim Doksha reached out to touch, smiled thoughtfully. How did you do it? Was it luck? If just luck could get you 3rd place. That's still commendable, but luckily it's over now. All your points belong to me. He raised his weapon and declared with a smile, follow me. Let's go clean up the battle leader. In Kim Doksha's mind, the map appeared, conveniently stepping on that useless Raizel. The others responded in unison, yes. On the other side, a figure kept panting but still desperately ran forward. Squad leader Hua Dian, squad score 6,500, turned to look back, thinking deeply, how did it come to this? How did it become like this? He dodged the flames like a shadow. That person is truly a demon. Hua Dian ran quickly, got up, looked back and thought, my squad clearly surrounded him, but in the end, he alone defeated us. How could this be? Just a level 3 useless guy with such power. Hua Dian looked at the flames surrounding him and silently lamented, I'm trapped, no way out. Raizel's voice echoed, running? He approached with points in hand, holding a net of flames, asking, I don't eat people, and besides, didn't you want my points? Raizel put one hand in his pocket and laughed loudly. I'll wait here for you to kill me. Don't be polite, Hua Dian shouted excitedly. Are you kidding me? You've already taken down my teammates, you must be lying. Hua Dian's face remained stern, now clenching his fists and attacking, cursing, anyway, I'm going to die, so I'll take a risk with you. Raizel retorted, teasing, clearly you guys attacked first, why are you acting like I'm the villain? Raizel caught Hua Dian's fist with one hand and said, it's okay. He smiled and replied, as long as I get points, being a demon's envoy or the incarnation of justice makes no difference, he shouted furiously. You. Raizel raised his hand and used a flame kick to break Hua Dian's wrist, saying, next time bring more people, the system sound rang out. Raizel killed Hua Dian, took 6,500 points from his squad, and received a master-level recovery potion. The system continued to announce, activating PvP protection mode, forcibly removing Hua Dian. Points brightened eyes and ran over, smiling and praising. No wonder he's a great god. All 4 enemy groups were counter-killed by him, truly too powerful. Frustrating that these 4 groups had nothing valuable besides points. Hearing this, he reached out to touch and thought, but the Academy publicly ranking points and player positions fits perfectly with that young lady's style. She originally intended for everyone to fight more fiercely, but in the end, she let me sit back and enjoy. Truly NIS Asus, then the system notification appeared. Congratulations to Squad Ziapang. Current score high, numchum points, ranked most. She jumped up and hugged Ziapang. Great God. We're first place now too, good, he shouted. All right, got it. Now's not the time to celebrate. Don't let your guard down. In Points' mind appeared the scene of the school principal awarding himself. Let's congratulate the genius healer Suing Mian Diem for achieving first place in this dungeon competition. Here is her medal and prize. Raizel's mouth twitched, silently thinking, cut it out. Points. Someone like her wants to be a goddess. With this attitude, surely many have started to dislike her. He looked at the map in front and wondered, it seems only 3 squads remain in the dungeon. Is the final moment approaching? Points looked around, searching, why do Kim Doksha and this group always follow us but never attack? Raizel crossed his arms and replied, I understand Kim Doksha's personality well, rough on the outside, but actually very cautious. Raizel put both hands in his pockets, gave a cold smile and added, he was hiding far away observing because my reaction was beyond his expectations. That's why he didn't dare to rush in recklessly, waiting until he finished calculating, completely confident. Then he would jump out to attack me and steal all the points. She stomped her foot angrily upon hearing that, really pissed off. She had already heard Hanna Yu say that Kim Dokcha was targeting her everywhere, so this was the reason. Great God, Raizel felt extremely angry upon hearing that. He was only concerned about the fact that he used to be my subordinate, no need to pay attention to him. What we have to do is increase focus and find the final boss of the dungeon. She glanced back anxiously and said, but I heard the final boss, the obsessed beast, has merged with the abyssal trap. No one has ever found it. The Academy uses the abyssal trap for battles. I fear that from the start they intended for us to use PvP to decide the winner. Raizel was startled and exclaimed she could draw such a conclusion, which surprised me a bit. DM crossed her arms and declared, please don't underestimate my IQ just because of my looks, okay? He ran his hand through his hair and nodded. She was right. This dungeon battle is indeed a test of our PvP skills. But I don't intend to give up on the obsessed beast boss. After all, there's a bunch of loot and FP to be gained, so... Then, Raizel raised his hand and shouted, activating True Eyes, True Eyes. He felt like he could see everywhere, amazed, thinking, it can even resonate visually. The entire abyssal trap is crystal clear. No wonder it's a special skill that costs tens of thousands of FP. With True Eyes wide open, Raizel's voice rang out. Found the person, the final boss, obsessed beast. Raizel looked at the streams of golden light surrounding him and thought, the special skill True Eyes really didn't disappoint me. Finally found the final boss hiding, whether in real life or in the dungeon. A powerful attack combined with a unique skill is the Royal Road. This is exactly what I need. He looked at the prolonged fire display and said, the fire display leads to the boss? Raizel crossed his arms and laughed. Surprised there's even a navigation function. So thoughtful, I have to give it a 5-star review. Suddenly I had a thought. Then, he ran quickly forward, urging, let's go DM. I found the final boss. Let's hurry. Don't let others steal it. DM shouted excitedly. The final boss. Great God. She quickly chased after him. But great God, can you be a little more humble? Shouting so loud, what if others hear? Kim Dokcha is hiding in the bushes like that. Unbelievable, shouted. That brat Raizel found the final boss by himself. What a race. Chung Ra hesitated and replied, but what if he's setting us up? He frowned, then shouted angrily, is that Raizel playing me? Usually he's so weak. I've beaten him twice. Then suddenly he turns into someone else. How is that possible? Chung Ran heard that and said, but Fong Ka, you saw it too. The 4 squads earlier were almost all wiped out by him without a chance to fight back. What should we do? Keep following him, Fong Ka. Fong clenched his teeth angrily. No need to say more. I have to join the combat team. Their points must be taken. No matter what he wants to do now, I will make him understand. He quickly changed direction and declared arrogantly, I'm not like those trash. Follow me all the way. Those two agreed. Understood. Yes. Fong gripped his weapon tightly and shouted, I have to cut down both him and the boss. Suddenly, that young man looked at the screen in front and shouted, not good Fong Ka. Raizel's position disappeared. Fong looked at the system screen and cursed angrily. Damn it, what's going on? How can a living person disappear? When did he learn this skill? Does he want to play us? A teammate's voice asked, Fong Ka, what do we do now? He frowned and shouted loudly, doesn't his team still have a DM class 1 to 3 there? Surround her for me. I don't believe he can just stand by and watch like a coward. You want to play? I'll play with you, Raizel. On the other side, in the abyssal trap, DM looked around and shouted, Great God, stop joking. Where are you? Now is not the time to be invisible. She hugged her chest and worriedly thought, the Great God just left one sentence asking me to be bait, then disappeared. What does that mean? DM looked around thoughtfully. Does he want me to be bait to lure out the Kim Dokcha incarnations? But they're not that stupid. Would they be so easily fooled? But she didn't know Kim Dokcha had already appeared right beside her. She looked down from above, questioning, where is Raizel? DM was agitated, her eyes pleading. She looked worried and anxious. What are you all doing? Suddenly appearing like this is making people want to die. Kim Dokcha frowned, his face stern as he shouted, don't pretend with me. Tell me, where did that useless Raizel run off to? DM's eyes welled with tears, her whole body trembling as she begged, I really don't know. He suddenly disappeared from the map, and I haven't seen him either. You must have noticed this through the map too, right? She pointed her weapon directly at her and shouted, don't pretend with me. Do you think I'm bluffing? DM panicked and shouted loudly, I really don't know. Inside, she kept calling out, please come out quickly, Great Lord, I've tried my best, but I'm about to collapse. Immediately after, the ground beneath Kim Dokcha's group began to shake violently. They looked up at the huge shadow appearing beneath their feet, wondering what was happening. Was the ground shifting? Kim Dokcha turned his head to see the terrifying monster using its claws to slam down on a teammate, and he shouted suspiciously, what's going on? She stopped and stared at it, then shouted loudly, "This is the final boss of the dungeon, the terrifying monster, level 10. The two remaining teammates of Kim Dokja panicked and shouted, "No way. Why are we so unlucky? We triggered the boss no one has found yet. We thought with our PvP points, we were sure to win by the end. But now, how are we supposed to fight this?" She immediately raised her shield and charged forward, ordering, "What are you panicking for? The terrifying monster is just a level 10 elite. We have enough people. Quickly form a blockade. I'll hold its attention." They all responded in unison. "Yes, Kim Dokja," she thought silently. "Is this why you lured us here?" "Raizel, forget it. I'll accept the grand gift you gave me. When I become the first person to clear the terrifying dungeon, I'll come back and kill you to show my thanks." She raised the staff in her hand and decisively swung it down, temporarily following the usual boss fighting strategy, aiming for attribute weak points. Immediately after, the terrifying monster roared and raised its hand high. Seeing this, Kim Dokja ordered, "All fire magic users cast everything on me." They answered in unison, "Understood." Kim Dokja raised his shield to block the monster's claw strike, warning loudly, "Watch my health carefully, don't stop." Suddenly, a voice responded, "Yes!" Fireballs continuously shot from behind him. Fireballs struck the terrifying monster simultaneously as the command echoed, "Get hyped, go all out, with me here, no fear of defeat." Another voice replied, "Yes!" DMDM stood nearby, silently amazed at the perfect coordination. She thought in surprise, "This doesn't look like a newly formed team at all. Seems Kim Dokja's arrogance isn't just talk, he really has a solid squad." Fireballs kept hitting the terrifying monster, steadily draining its energy. DMDM saw this and worriedly shouted, "Where are you? Great Lord, come out! If you don't, this terrifying monster will be defeated by Kim Dokja's group." A teammate raised his hand, gathering magic energy, and shouted, "Interesting. At this rate, we really might defeat this terrifying monster." Kim Dokja said from behind, "Togen, honey, I didn't say might." He raised his staff and swung it at the terrifying monster, shouting confidently, "With our numbers and my command, a level 10 boss is nothing." Kim Dokja looked at the 0 damage and was shocked. "What? Another stone skin? It's immune to all damage now?" This is obvious. He looked up at the terrifying monster, whose eyes glowed red, its body turning to stone, and loudly reminded, "Everyone, be careful, the boss has entered Phase 2. Kim Dokja's group saw the terrifying monster emitting a green light and anxiously asked, "What's happening? What's going on? Don't ask me, I don't know anything." They panicked and shouted, "No one has ever experienced Phase 2 of the terrifying monster before. What do we do next?" "Freeze." A teammate saw a tree rising from the ground and shouted, "Why is this tree moving?" Kim Dokja's group saw the monsters surrounding them and exclaimed, "Oh my god, could it be the terrifying monster is releasing its small minions? Activating these small monsters. With our numbers, these small monsters are at least level 7. Run!" He turned to the surrounding monsters and loudly reassured, "Run, everyone. Keep formation. Once enraged, lure it to me. Don't scatter." Kim Dokja saw the group panic and run away, angrily shouting, "Damn it, you all!" Near that iron, DMDM was hung upside down in the air by a tree branch wielded by a beast, screaming in panic. "What do you want to do? Put me down quickly!" If it weren't for me, no one could help. She screamed in terror, "Great God, save me!" Raizel quickly ran over from nearby to DMDM's side. He kicked the beast hard, causing the tree branch holding her to loosen. DMDM's face was full of panic, clutching herself with both hands, shouting excitedly as she fell from above. Immediately after, Raizel's hands appeared, catching her. He stepped on the beast, smiling at DMDM, praising her. "Your mission is complete. Well done." She cried out in panic, "Great God!" Raizel's voice warned, "Next time you watch a show, remember to run far away." Tears welled up in DMDM's eyes as she joyfully said, "Really? You really saved me, great God. Did you hear that? Definitely." She hugged Raizel tightly, crying excitedly. "That was great. I was so scared, but in the end, I was useful." Hearing this, he comforted her. "Oh, it's okay now. Sorry for using you as bait. Don't worry, I'll compensate you after this." Nearby, Kim Dokja swung his axe, chopping at the surrounding beasts. Furious, "Damn it, now's not the time to fight each other." As expected from a useless guy, "Raizel, you planned to lure us to the boss, then reap the benefits. Damn, you really got lucky." Raizel laughed and asked back, "Lucky? Reap benefits?" "No, I was just watching the show. This kind of sub-boss doesn't need your help. But your behavior surprised me. Your command ability and mature mindset are impressive." He clenched his teeth and shouted, "I don't want to hear your flattery. If you know my power, then let's team up." Kim Dokja raised his weapon to block an attack from a large beast. Even though they were useless, they could serve as meat shields. "Quick, lure the monsters here for me." Raizel smiled slightly and said, "Just a few words and you're already so arrogant, don't get too cocky." Tringjia ran over angrily, shouting, "Get lost, you useless old man. Don't block my way or I'll kill you." Raizel pushed him back into the waking world, saying, "Team up? What do you think I need? Then the system sound rang out. Defeated Tringjia, gained 8,500 points from Tringjia. Kim Dokja clenched his fists, shouting angrily, Fate, Raizel! In such danger, you killed your own ally! Raizel smiled brightly, raising his hand. Ally? No, in my eyes you are just scattered points, easy to get, he shouted furiously. You! Kim Dokja raised his weapon high, shouting, Dare to act up in front of me? Fate, I'll kill you. Raizel crossed his arms, laughing mockingly. Already can't hold back? Raizel slapped him hard on the head. Thanks. If you get all mixed up in blood, that's good, but without strength, you'll be the first to die on the battlefield. Kim Dokja was knocked down, cursing loudly. Damn it. He held his face, sat on his knees, shouting, Do you think I need you? Don't act up. Raizel said, No matter how good you are at PvP, you can't fight the boss alone. Even if you steal all our points, it's useless. If you die to the boss, you get no points. Raizel crossed his arms, laughing arrogantly. Is that so? Then I'll spare your life so you die last, so you can see it with your own eyes. Then Raizel gathered streams of energy, forming an illusion of a flower in the sky. He looked confident and arrogantly declared, I'll take all the points, then retreat intact. Kim Dokja was shocked. What do you want to do? Streams of fiery flames fell from the illusion above, quickly destroying the beasts. The remaining players were shocked. Why are we also getting hit? They were hurt badly. You're a bastard, Raizel. The beasts pierced through also screamed in pain continuously. A teammate was shot, clutching Kim Dokja's leg, begging, Fong Ka, save me. He immediately shouted, Get your hands off, get off me. Then, the haunted beast opened its mouth wide, continuously absorbing streams of green energy from other beasts. A voice asked, Has the haunted beast withdrawn all its power and split it up? DM watched it disappear. The pieces kept dripping water and screaming, their bodies turning to stone and dripping water. This meant the haunted beast exploded, emitting faint green light from inside. She looked at its haunted form and asked suspiciously, This new form is much smaller than before, isn't it? Each line of introduction about it kept appearing, the shadow beast's final form, dark wood attribute, ominous excitement of big leaves. Could this really be the shadow beast's final form? DM clasped her hands together anxiously, calling out, Is this really the shadow beast's final form? Although it has become smaller, it seems stronger than before. The main body must be careful. Raizel also startled as he looked at the shadow beast's final form in front of him. In an instant, its figure appeared behind him. Raizel turned his head to glance back, thinking silently, Too fast. Its speed has increased a lot. He raised his sword and immediately negated its attack. This is not the speed of a level 10 boss. Raizel held his sword and jumped high, constantly calculating in his mind. Moreover, even though its body became smaller and faster, its strength did not decrease at all. For a normal player without a very special fighting method, it would be really hard to limit it. A continuous green light emitted from the shadow beast's body, shooting straight up. They kept pulling the ropes, rushing towards Raizel. Kim Dokja nearby laughed proudly. This is over. Raizel, if you want to fight the boss alone later, this boss is trying to lure you to jump up. Then it will keep attacking and kill you. Wait until you fall down. You will be nothing but a puddle of mud. Above, red sword energy slashed continuously, intertwining with each other. He looked at the burning leaves and laughed. The prediction was right, but so what if the leaves pierce through behind? It's just a level 10 boss after all. A real assassin doesn't need to be so complicated. Just aim for the weak spot. The shadow beast stopped and screamed in pain. Raizel landed on the ground, walked past it gently and said, Just add a little fire and it's done. The shadow beast gave a suspicious cry, turning its head to look at the sword energy attacking. Flames flared up, its whole body engulfed in a sea of fire. The pain was immense. The system sound rang out. Congratulations to player Raizel's team for defeating the Shadow Beast dungeon boss. Awarded 10,000 points and an additional 10,000 points for kill bonus. Congratulations to player Raizel for achieving the Fire Group achievement. He looked at the teleport door opening before him. The notification also appeared. Dungeon Shadow Abysses cleared. Number of survivors, 3. The teleport door has opened. Please quickly exit the dungeon. Kim Dokja knelt on the ground, shouting in disbelief. How could you kill so many bosses? How is this possible? Surely you are Raizel. He heard this and turned coldly to reply, As long as you're strong enough, anything is possible. Raizel glanced at Kim Dokja and declared, All right, the show is over, now it's your turn. Kim Dokja angrily bowed his head and admitted fault. How, brother? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't disrespect you anymore. From now on, I'll be your subordinate like before, okay? Raizel crossed his arms, looking down from above and questioned, Do you still have the face to say these words? Want to be my subordinate? Too bad you no longer have that option. Kim Dokja shouted angrily, Damn it, don't nag, Diep. Before he finished, Raizel slashed off the arm holding the wine. DM saw this and scolded angrily. It's come to this, and you still want to fight? Kim Dokja, but this old trick doesn't work on the great god. Kim Dokja's face darkened. He whispered back, so what? Then a black smoke appeared from him and enveloped him. She screamed, seeing his body cut in half. This is a decoy form. Kim Dokja appeared at the door, arrogantly. Fly away, Raizel. No matter how strong you are, your combat experience is too little. DM shouted. He's trying to run. He entered the door, laughing loudly. Your points won't be saved. Raizel turned and slashed a sword, then said to Kim Dokja, absolute strength matters, experience doesn't. His figure gradually disappeared. The system sound rang out. Raizel defeated Kim Dokja and gained all of Kim Dokja's squad points. As Kim Dokja fell, a sound rang out picking up a decoy item. After activation, the user can create a decoy clone to use freely. The original and decoy are invisible, lasting 30 seconds. With 2 uses left, number of survivors in the dungeon, 2, Raizel 62,000 points. Nguyen DM 21, 000 points. DM laughed, hearing this, jumped up shouting, I earned 21,000 points in this dungeon. With a 1 to 10 exchange rate, I can get 21 fortunes now. Raizel looked ahead and said, I already said before, the party will disband after the dungeon, so the 500,000 dungeon reward is mine alone. You have no objections, right? She replied, why would I have any objections? DM hugged his hand and smiled, adding, I'm already very satisfied to have these things. Thank you, great god, for helping me win. Raizel thought silently. This girl is quite sensible. Although she is new, her intentions are basically loyal. Immediately after, the system sound turned golden. Defeating the Dark Obsession Tree Demon granted 50,000 FB, 20,000 bonus money, and items, dry branches of the Tree Demon multiplied by 20. Tree Demon bark multiplied by 10. Martin level 10 to 2 achieved natural heart rule. After use, it can increase the healing weapon's effectiveness by 30%. At the same time, there is a chance to exchange for a sapling for healing. He held the stone and pondered silently, achieving a rule to increase healing effect, equivalent to a rare item, but holding it doesn't help me. Reading the description and looking at the quality image, it's worth quite a bit, but too many things will raise suspicion, making it difficult for me to act later. Then, Raizel threw it and said to DM, I give this to you. She reached out and asked, what? Giving me such a valuable item? DM lifted the stone with both hands and smiled gratefully. I can't do much. Giving me this stone. Why? The great god An's cold voice rang out. Stop! Stop these unrealistic delusions of yours! Raizel closed his eyes and opened the system screen, saying, this is just a reward for what you did as bait earlier. I already agreed with you. All right, I want to disband the squad. She bowed her head and agreed. Yes. Naturally, the ground began to shake. The system kept issuing reminders and warnings. Abnormal dungeon space detected. The 10 people in the dungeon quickly evacuated. The teleportation door closed after 19 seconds. Everyone was scared and kept looking back, wondering what was happening. Raizel saw the ground beginning to collapse and shouted, the dungeon is abnormal. This situation can only mean something serious has happened outside. Raizel ran toward the teleportation door, urging, hurry, enter the teleportation door to leave the dungeon. If trapped in this space, you'll never get out. Everyone immediately responded, yes. The system started counting down. 16. She slipped her foot. She fell hard to the ground and cried out in pain. His voice asked, are you okay? She cried and hugged her leg, crying out, it hurts so much, my leg, it seems broken. Raizel shuddered and shouted, no way! At such a critical moment. The night voice sounded, 13, she cried and admitted fault. I'm sorry, I tripped again. I really am a useless newbie. I shouldn't have entered such a difficult dungeon. Please go ahead, great god, just leave me. I can't drag you down anymore. Seeing this, Raizel reached out and hugged her, saying seriously, you're right. In this era, doing things beyond your ability is basically seeking death. He lifted DM up and said, I'm very tied down by you. She shuddered and shouted, great god, you! On Raizel's face was a serious expression, but after all, you are a teammate I chose. I can't abandon teammates and run away alone. The system sounded, 10. He took a long sideways step and shouted, that's why. Then, Raizel forcefully threw DM toward the big leaf door. Go! The countdown voice sounded. 9. She shuddered and screamed, great god, what are you doing? DM's body hit the door, repeatedly shouting, why are you doing this? Sacrificing yourself for me? No, I don't want to survive alone. The system called out, 5. Count down to 3. She cried and reached out toward Raizel. You said you wouldn't leave your teammates, Raizel. Immediately after, the system displayed a reminder. 1 dungeon teleportation door has closed. He took out a resurrection token and said, why does it have to be like a farewell? Might as well be an actor. The system sound rang. You are using a resurrection token. Raizel scratched his head in confusion. wondering, sacrificing himself for her? How could that be? He thought too much and threw her into the teleportation door, as a newbie like her forgot to bring a resurrection token. The explanation voice sounded. The resurrection token can return you from inside the dungeon to a pre-selected location outside reality, but it is locked or in PvP state and forbidden to use. The system displayed a reminder, startup complete, beginning teleportation. Raizel turned into blue light and disappeared. Inside the Academy's student dormitory, the system sound rang, teleported to the selected location, and he was teleported there as well. Raizel looked at the path in front, destroyed, and exclaimed in shock, "What's going on? Why is the dungeon exit destroyed like this? Where are the teachers and students? Could it be an earthquake? No, the teleportation door wouldn't be so fragile. It must be for another reason." Then he glanced over and saw DM sitting and crying nearby. She kept bursting into tears. "Raizel, why are you so stupid?" You walked up with one hand against the wall and asked again, "Hey, who's the fool here? Besides, is now the time to think about this?" DM startled and turned around, getting all excited. "Raizel." She looked at you with tears streaming down. "It's too much. You're still alive. The teleport gate is closed. I thought you were trapped in the dungeon." Raizel gently smiled and patted DM's head. "Oh, don't cry anymore. I'm fine now. Even if the teleport gate is closed, I still have the right to recall." She hugged you tightly, saying, "Next time, don't trick me again. Agree with me," Raizel thought to himself in surprise. "Hey, I'm telling you, your head is full of nonsense all day. Using the recall right isn't common knowledge." Right after that, DM blushed and turned away. "Sorry, I was rude. You naturally ponder about recall. And when DM is free in the dungeon but timid outside?" At that moment, a team of mercenaries came over, scolding, "Damn it, why are there still 2 students?" They looked at the two of you in shock and shouted, "Doing recall stuff? Didn't they say all students were locked in the gym? Catch them quickly. If the boss finds out, it's over." DM immediately grabbed your back and shouted loudly, "The symbol on their bodies. Could it be the Desir Armand mercenary group?" Raizel heard that and asked, "Isn't that the group that killed people in the safe zone 5 years ago and was eradicated?" He frowned slightly, denying, "No, mercenary groups prioritize profit. Why would they sneak into the safe zone? And even come to the school, what's their purpose? The school wouldn't bring them any profit." In Raizel's mind, he immediately thought of her. Agriche, a creepy mercenary, laughed lewdly. "Damn, a level 3 student having a girlfriend like this. Hard to believe." DM heard that. Tears welled up in her eyes behind you. Raizel put one hand in his pocket reassuringly. "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." The mercenary team heard this and angrily cursed. "Damn, a level 3 loser dares to come out here." They all drew their swords and shouted, "Break this kid's legs! I want him to see us playing with his girlfriend, a student's little sister who's never been played with. You must break all 3 of his legs." Raizel quickly rushed forward and said, "All right, come here." Gathering swords lightly sliced through the mercenary team, a yellow notification sound rang out. "Reward for defeating 2000 FB. A mercenary shouted in disbelief, "No way, you're clearly only level 3. How can you show the power of a level 15 like me?" Raizel placed the sword on his shoulder, looking down from above, said, "I'm tired of hearing these words. If I'm not mistaken, people like you who were expelled shouldn't be living in the safe zone. Whether alive or dead, capturing you will earn a reward. You didn't come here just to give me the reward money, right?" He collapsed to the ground, begging for life. "Don't kill me." The mercenary threw all the items on him out, desperately begging for life. "I can give you anything, money, intelligence, information, just please spare me." The system alerted. Siege VMD activated passive skill before burning. Maximum damage per chain is 12. He was stabbed in the shoulder by Raizel's sword and painfully responded, "Damn it, we came to kill you, damn it." You smiled slightly and said, "Such obvious answers have no value." A terrified voice rang out. "It's the Hoang Chin Corporation," he excitedly said. "It was the Hoang Chin Corporation that hired us to kill you. They not only released us into the safe zone, but also lent the captain rare tools to control her 2 close bodyguards." Raizel heard that, reached out to calculate, had heard that the Hoang Chin Corporation and Han Mak Corporation fought over the dungeon Zanban. Lives lost, but this time daring to have designs on Han Mak, proving internal conflict in the Hoang Chin Corporation. He sheathed his sword and smiled. "This intelligence is somewhat valuable." The mercenaries immediately bowed their heads in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." He poured a bottle of demon medicine, thinking, "Hurry up, need to recover health." Raizel looked up outside the schoolyard, wondering, is the whole school sealed by a barrier? No chance to go out and report to Han Mak Corporation to change the reward. The mercenary suddenly panicked. "Why? Why am I still losing blood? This wound is..." He was burned by the fire, screaming in pain. "You fire me." Raizel didn't turn back and replied, "Fire. From start to finish, I never said I would spare you. Take your head for fire." The system sound rang out. Reward for kill 1000 FB. Received 500 gold coins. Level 10 human 1x. Low-level human 1x. Adult intellect 1x. Raizel exclaimed, confused. Why are all these weird items so bat-like? Then reminded, the school is sealed by a barrier and can't get out. She looked for a safe place to hide, careful not to be discovered. DM immediately responded, "Yes. But what do you plan to do? This time, the school is swarming with mercenary soldiers from the Black Clan. He glanced back cautiously. Now only I have the chance to save everyone, even if it's dangerous. I have to go. I emphasize again, you must find a place to hide. Don't make any mistakes. Mistakes in reality will cost you your life. She smiled softly in agreement. Yes, I know. I will definitely find a place to hide, feeling happy inside. Raizel is really concerned about me. That's so kind. Even though I'm clueless, he never looks down on me. DM watched his retreating figure and reminded, Raizel, you must be careful too. Stay safe. He didn't turn back but replied, don't worry. Raizel declared, with slight determination, I've already thought of a plan, silently pondering. The most important goal is to preserve the life of Miss Agrichet. My noble lady cannot die here, otherwise who will I collect the bounty from? Elsewhere, a mercenary team shouted angrily, damn it, didn't we already capture all the students? Why do we still have to waste effort patrolling? The two of them sighed in disgust. Isn't the captain saying there are still students not out of the dungeon? Our squad was ordered by the captain to guard the dungeon entrance after all. What nonsense. The dungeon entrance has already been broken by us. Even if there are still students inside, they're all dead in the dungeon. No one's left alive. Raizel hid behind a wall as a low-level soldier said, what good is telling me? All right, shift change time. Go back to the team and report. He frowned thoughtfully toward them. All patrol soldiers are level 15. He admired the system's number. Normal teachers are only level 10 to 20. Really can't compete. Raizel looked at the system screen in front of him, thinking, the true eye's cooldown is still 20 minutes. Miss Agrichet must hold on until I understand the school's manpower distribution. He turned to look at the backs of the two and decided to follow them. The captain they mentioned might provide more information. Inside the hall, a soldier shouted, Boss, the students caught at the dungeon entrance are all here, praised by the mercenary captain. Very good, don't move. If you want to live, behave obediently for me, a voice asked. What do you want to do with these people? Teacher Lei, tied and sitting on a chair, shouted loudly, let me go, and my students too. The level 25 mercenary captain licked his lips and said, who tied her up like this? What a talent. She's so arrogant, daring to cause trouble in the academy's safe zone. He grabbed Teacher Lei's face and said, this isn't something you need to think about. You should think about how to serve me to make me happy, in exchange for your life. Teacher Lei turned her head away and shouted, struggling. The captain laughed and said, really fighting back, huh? He grinned and said, look, girls in this safe zone are really different. Good food, good sleep, even puberty is great. I like it. The squad's low-level soldiers approached and joked, this girl is my sister. Captain's satisfaction is what matters. But after you eat, don't forget to bring back some food for the brothers. The captain laughed approvingly. This kid is interesting. Next will be your turn, the kid replied respectfully. Thanks, Captain. His laughter echoed here as Fong turned to look at the students behind, silently cursing, a bunch of fools. If we risk fighting these guys, at least the teachers can escape to send a distress signal. The captain approached and grabbed Teacher Lei's collar. He forcefully tore her clothes and laughed loudly. No time to delay. Let's settle this now. Teacher Lei blushed and struggled, tears flowing. Kim Dokja stood up and shouted at the captain, get away from her, you scum. She thought to herself, Teacher Lei is my goddess. How can I let anyone lay a hand on her? He punched Kim Dokja's stomach hard and laughed. Interesting, Fong called out worriedly. The captain grabbed him and laughed. A level 5 brat dares to be a hero and save a beauty. I get it now. Hey, you have designs on this girl, huh? But it's hard to blame you. Who wouldn't want a prize like her? Guys like you who don't care about your own life like me are my favorite. He threw a dagger to the ground and said, you have potential to be a real man. Pick it up. The captain lifted Kim Dokja and pointed at the student, saying, this generation's nature is just like this. Don't let the peace in the safe zone blind you. This useless kid has no survival skills. Kill them, and you can live on. At the same time, you get to join our mercenary band. They panic and beg for mercy. What? No, Feng Ka, don't kill us. Then, he used the spear to cut off the glowing wire on his hand. Kim Dokja, full of darkness, said, Kim Dokja, I really am a bad person. The students below screamed in panic. What? No, Feng Ka, don't kill us. His voice echoed, not only seniors at school, but also enjoying the thrill of killing in PvP dungeons. The teacher Lei cried out, Kim Dokja. He tightly gripped the sword and shouted, but I can distinguish reality from the dungeon. Kim Dokja jumped forward, shouting at the little captain. What does the mercenary band give? Mr. Duke is greedy. Go die. Kanba. He raised his hand, grabbed his hand and cursed. I thought you had some brains. The little captain raised the sword with his other hand. I didn't expect you to still disappoint me. Want to be a hero, huh? Kim Dokja looked at the sword coming toward his face, hearing his shout, this is the end. He widened his eyes, thinking, damn it, finally did something good in this life, and it ends like this. Kim Dokja closed his eyes and sighed. This familiar world. The little captain spat fresh blood in pain. Raizel's voice rang out. Looks like you're not as Kanba as I thought, Kim Dokja. The mercenaries panicked and asked, Captain, what's wrong with you? Kim Dokja bit his lip and shouted, this sound is. He looked at the little captain falling in front of him in shock. What's wrong with this guy all of a sudden? His back was poisoned. The system appeared with a reminder. Deadly poison from the red phantom causes great damage to the target, plus contact poison causing bleeding. Weak. Uses left. 2 times. Raizel slowly appeared, smiling sarcastically. Normally you do a lot of bad things, but when facing danger, you act like a man. A reminder sounded. Stealth skill grants invisibility for 30 seconds after use. Cooldown 1 hour, can be detected by high-level creatures. Raizel looked at the group laughing and said, Shen, following those 2 mercenaries was the right call. Everyone okay? He thought to himself. Thanks to the Red Flame Emperor's help, stealth and attack items can have extraordinary effects. So what's the limit? Need to find a chance to test it. The mercenary team quickly wiped off and shouted, How did this kid suddenly appear and ambush the captain? The captain is level 25. He must have used some kind of item, kill him. The second in command warned, If you want to live, duck down. Kim Dokja was startled and repeated, Duck. Kim Dokja bent down and asked suspiciously, Down? A yellow light slashed from behind. Raizel swung his sword, releasing a yellow light toward the mercenaries. A reminder sounded, Congratulations, player received 5,000 FB reward. From the captain lying on the ground looking at the falling flames before him, he widened his eyes and stammered, You, bastard. An unbelievable voice rang out, Raizel, you killed someone. Kim Dokja angrily shouted, You all are doomed to shut up. Why didn't anyone stand up earlier? And now you dare open your mouths. If not for Raizel, we'd all be dead here. These Kanba guys dying is no loss. Another voice echoed in agreement. Feng Ka is right. Raizel is amazing, thank you. Raizel put his hands in his pockets and looked down. When facing real life and death, your figure gives me a different feeling. You deserve to be my little brother. Do you still want to join me? Kim Dokja immediately raised his hand and shouted, Yes, please let me join, Raizel. No, How Ka, no, not Tien Ka. He bowed his head and shouted, I don't want to be the little brother bullied by the big brothers anymore. I want to be stronger. For this goal, I'll do anything you say. He kicked the spear hard, sending it flying into the air. Raizel grabbed the flying spear and said, Not bad. Only those who truly face life and death can understand the nature of this world. Raizel raised the sword forward and said, Take it. Their FB is my gift to you. You know what to do, right? Kim Dokja replied eagerly. Yes. The captain stopped cursing loudly. You damn rotten students dare to lay hands on the mercenary band? I advise you to behave. Release me quickly, or not only you but your whole family will die. He raised the spear high, calmly replying, Of course I know what your mercenary band has done, so I didn't hesitate. The Han clan panicked and stopped him. Hey! Wait, stop. Kim Dokja sighed with emotion. Never thought that Kim Dokja himself would one day act as Heaven's executor. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The captain's voice rang out. Ah! He looked at the colored light beams and the notification appearing, getting all excited. This is Kim Dokja surrounded by streams of golden light. He immediately bowed his head and shouted excitedly, What? Increased 5 levels at once. Unbelievable. Thank you, Hao brother, for helping me. From now on, Kim Dokja's life is yours, Hao said, raising his hand with a smile. All right, no need to overdo it. The other students immediately clasped their hands and prayed repeatedly. Hao brother, please let me join. I will definitely work hard and obey only you. Yes, Hao brother, take me with you. He turned towards them, coldly asking, Are you guys worthy? Kim Dokja approached and loudly said to Teacher Lei, The boss is right, you reckless fools. You don't even have bags. Being able to save you is already good. Shut up, all of you. Their voices rang out. Yes. She scratched her head and smiled. Thank you, Kim Dokja. In my eyes, you have always been a bad student, but at the crucial moment, you still managed to rise up for me. Thank you. He blushed and replied, No need to thank me. The advantage of a bad student is not caring about anyone, being bold and loud, seeing you being bullied by bad guys. I can't allow it. Raizel used his power to free others who shouted, All right, quickly help me free the others. We can't stay here long, Kim Dokja said. Yes. Teacher Lei turned to him and asked, Raizel, what do we do next? There are still many students locked up. Moreover, the school is sealed, so there is no way to escape and call for reinforcements. Raizel heard this and replied, Don't worry, ma'am. I will think of a way. The system notification appeared. The True Eye skill has finished cooldown, can be used any time. He looked at the screen and thought silently. Just in time, system, use True Eye on the school. A giant eye appeared in the school sky. The notification sound rang out, System, use True Eye on the school. True Eye activated, simulating the school and creature distribution. 10 main players detected. Raizel looked at the detailed map before him and calculated, From this map, most teachers are locked in the gym, although the guards' levels are not high. But the number is large. The warehouse has no guards, so Teacher Lei and the students can hide there, but this Black Fox squad is no joke. There are even 2 masters above level 40. He glanced at 2 red dots thoughtfully. Level 45 inches. The resting room must be the squad leader, so the level 20 must be Agriche's bodyguards. Where are they? Why don't they show on the map? Another level 40 guard is at the main gate, probably the deputy leader. Raizel raised his hand to everyone and explained, On my way here, I saw the school warehouse unguarded. It's a room. He led Teacher Lei and everyone there to hide. Someone objected, but I want to follow the boss and help him clear out those spirits. Raizel threw a red poison dart back and replied, right now you're just a burden to me. You have more important things, which is protecting Teacher Lei and everyone. Take this. He grabbed it and shouted, this is the combat tool the boss used earlier to kill level 25 mercenaries. Such a high-level item, it's a waste to give it to you. Raizel went to the door and said, take it. With your current strength, if you meet squad members, you'll surely die. Remember to avoid fighting. If you really can't avoid it, avoid the front enemy. Use a stab in the back to maximize its effect. It can still be used twice. Remember to calculate the timing carefully. He laughed and patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Kim Dokja the Great. Stabbing from behind is my specialty. His voice rang out. That's good. Don't disappoint me. Elsewhere, Raizel sat behind a wall thinking, although the top priority is to save the young miss, the squad leader is level 45. The level gap between us is too big, even with the support of the Flame Emperor. Facing a 33 level difference, I'm not confident I can win. He thought as he looked out from behind the wall, the biggest problem now is that I can't fight beyond my level. Raizel looked at the level increase outside and calculated, with my level 12 Linkit, I can fight enemies below level 25. So what about the level 40 Gatekeeper? A 28 level gap is also not easy. To be safe, I should quickly level up my Linkit. He stood up and shouted loudly into the system space. The system sound rang out. The player accumulated 50,000 FB. You can choose to upgrade the account's Linkit level or unlock special skills. Raizel looked at the armor in front of him and exclaimed, upgrading the Linkit level. Then a notification appeared. Main level plus. Current Linkit level 21. His whole body was engulfed in flames, trembling all over, feeling full of power again. Finally, his own level increased by 1, meaning he now had a system. The ratio of Linkit level to personal level is 10 to 9. The system displayed a reminder. Linkit account reached level 20, successfully activated the talent of the player. There was 1 talent point left. 10 people chose their talent direction. Raizel looked at the screen and asked, talent, looking at this display, does it want me to choose DPS or tank? He reached out to calculate. The Linkit level had increased, but was still about 20 levels behind. Choosing defensive talent was the most reasonable. After all, survival is the most important. Immediately after the system sound rang out, defensive talent chosen, defense specialization reached 1-star rank. Seeing this, Raizel decided to check later what a 1-star defense could do. It began to notify him that the active skill associated with the defensive talent was unlocked. A description appeared on the screen. The active melee skill of the defensive talent uses fire to burn the target, reducing the opponent's defense for 1 minute, cooldown 1 hour. He stared at it in amazement, thinking, unexpectedly, there's a new skill, Active Burst. Raizel smiled slightly, thinking it seemed like a pretty interesting skill, suddenly having a close-range method. At Zitang, the mercenary team gathered and chatted. This safe zone is good, always peaceful and safe. Completely different from the scene outside the safe zone. Yeah, even our Black Fox squad, no matter how strong, dares not completely leave the safe zone to explore unknown areas of the continent. A mercenary voice rang out, saying the continent is an ancient relic of Earth before the apocalypse, everywhere filled with powerful and royal beasts. Until now, no one dares to explore. That's right. Even large corporation squads must be very cautious exploring outside. Other squads handle newly discovered dungeons. He whispered, adding, heard that 2 corporations, Hoang Chin and Han Mak, have disputed ownership of a dungeon. So this mission... The mercenary nearby was startled, loudly stopping him. Suet, don't say any more. The captain doesn't allow us to discuss this recklessly. As he finished speaking, a sudden flash of light slashed towards the 2 of them. They were engulfed in flames, screaming in pain. The system sound rang out, congratulating the player on receiving 2,000 FB. Raizel passed through them, silently deciding, this area has 6 people level 15, 3 people level 20, 1 person level 40. Quickly kill the lower levels first, leave the level 40 for last. The remaining mercenaries saw him, quickly raised weapons to attack, shouting, not good, there's an enemy. Damn, who let this brat run out here? Don't talk nonsense, kill him. Raizel raised his sword to block the attack, thinking, there are several armored tanks around that have been modified, if I'm not mistaken. This squad has no fixed base. All valuable assets are carried with them, maybe even stored in those tanks. Suddenly, he was startled, suspiciously looking at 3 strange devices thrown nearby. Then a strong explosion occurred. Raizel was engulfed in flames, hearing a loud laugh. Bitch Uan, holding a gun, a cigarette in his mouth, casually said, just an ant, no need to panic. Just blow it up. Mercenaries are nothing, Deputy Captain Waivu. They approached the fire, arrogantly shouting, when the deputy captain acts, that brat is blown up for sure. Of course, just a brat daring to cause trouble here. The flames gradually faded. Raizel smiled calmly and asked, is that so? Trying to burn me? He swung his sword to sweep the approaching mercenaries, shouting, this little fire won't stop me. They got beaten. Unbelievable. How could it be? Bitch Un from above shouted, this kid, he grits his teeth, won't believe it. Impossible. My high-explosive violent spear can't blow up a level 40 brat? Raizel looked at the 4 shields surrounding him and laughed. Your explosives are far from enough. Bring out all the firepower you're hiding, inwardly amazed. No wonder the special defensive talent of the old king, even at 1 star, has such high defense. If it reaches 5 stars, soloing high-level dungeons won't be a dream. Beach-un raised his gun, ready to fire, laughing loudly. This brat is really arrogant, no matter how lucky he is. Facing off against the Black Fox army means certain death. I'll let you try throwing. The firepower of this hell roar won't run out of bullets. Raizel raised his sword, but inside he dodged all the incoming bullets, approaching him and saying, Can't run out of bullets, huh? Truly a moment of good luck. This pressure is the level 40 skill standard, right? Then, he slightly smiled and dashed forward, shouting that challenging my level zone only makes sense. Beach-un looked at Raizel, dodging continuously, and said, Challenging the level zone based only on your level 4? Are you kidding me? Is your weapon broken? I admit you're tougher than I thought, but so what? When he saw you charging, he raised his gun to block and shouted, Relying on your weak attack like a flower to try killing me. You really underestimate my level 40. Raizel thought silently. Indeed, the level gap makes my physical attacks unable to cause him much damage. Next, Beach-un slammed down hard on him, shouting, I don't get it. I'm in the safe zone and already level 40. Why am I being underestimated by a level 4 brat like you? Raizel jumped high, revealed himself, and slashed, shouting, If you already know the level isn't easy. Beach-un was startled, silently thinking, This is bad, I'm done for, no time to use items. This brat has trapped me. He looked at his own hand, wondering, besides a strange debuff, his HP still hasn't dropped at all. Here. Beach-un grabbed his gun and kept firing bullets at Raizel loudly. Damn you. This is a real fight, not a joke. Go die. I have no mood to play with you anymore. He raised his shield to block, silently pondering. His power is stronger than before. Can his HP last for a minute? The system screen popped up with a warning. Detected player HP below 10%, activating the ultimate kill skill of the gifted defense Blood Seal. Only 20 seconds, Raizel thought. Blood Seal, huh? Perfect timing. In 20 seconds, the outcome will be decided. Beach unclenched his gun and cursed, Damn it. A level 1 brat dares to challenge me. Either he's crazy or stupid. Suddenly, his gun blade lit up, then stopped. His eyes widened in surprise, shouting, Oh my god, what's wrong with my hell roar? Then Beach-un was shocked, looking at his clothes and weapons all disintegrating and falling off. What happened to my gear? Raizel looked down from above and said, I guessed right. Your gear quality isn't very high. Because it's not the final moment, you definitely wouldn't spend money on equipment. A green emerald light shone on him. I admit I was a bit reckless, but in the end, I was absolutely right. The system showed that a basic healing potion was used. HP recovered 30%. Beach-un looked up stunned. What? He jumped up, grabbed a grenade in his hand, angrily shouting, Damn you, even if my gear is all broken. Losing all stats, so what? Don't underestimate the items I've accumulated for years. I'll smash you to death. Raizel calmly raised his sword, pointing at him, and said, If using items could kill me, I'd be dead long ago. Nothing changes, but you do, he calmly declared, easier than before. Beach-un panicked, knelt on the ground, shouting, Wait, I know now. I won't resist anymore. Please don't kill me. I'm just a hired hand. Everything is by the command of the team leader, Raizel exclaimed. Then I'll give you a chance. He looked at the level 40 vehicle and said, Open all the locks on the vehicle. Beach-un immediately agreed. Yes. He raised both hands and said, I'll tell you the password. The code is #NOB666. Raizel looked down from above and replied, Did you tell me the code? I said, Open the old lock. Beach unclenched his teeth, shouting, Yes, I'm going now, secretly sighing. Didn't expect to fail to burn it. This kid is a student? How come he's like this? He put his hand on the keyboard and quickly entered the password. Beach-un retreated silently, calculating, Must pretend to submit to buy time. The team leader will definitely send people here, then I'll make him wish he was dead. Beach-un's voice echoed. The lock opened, revealing golden light inside. He immediately turned and asked, Can you spare me now? Raizel smiled brightly, firmly refused. No. He calmly said, There's no mercy, you idiot. Beach-un was engulfed in flames. You better not say anything. His foot stepped on the ground and he kept rushing forward. Beach-un kept shouting, Save me, squad leader, save me! As he fell, the system sound rang out, congratulating the player for receiving a reward of 30,000 FB. A line appeared on the screen. You have received 2,000 gold coins, 1 Hell Roar weapon, and a special level 40 dungeon key not yet used. Seeing this, Raizel couldn't help but think, only 2,000 coins? This deputy squad leader is struggling so badly, surely he has no money to buy equipment. He looked at the key in his hand and thought silently, but this dungeon key was an unexpected gain. It seemed this deputy squad leader was hoarding items. On the screen appeared a description, level 40 dungeon key, recommended level 40 to 45. Located in Area C, 87 outside the safe zone. Appearance unknown. Description unknown. Raizel looked at the pile of gold in front of him, continuously emitting a golden glow, excitedly shouting, temporarily ignoring the dungeon key. The gold coins were more important. Opening gold for the first time in life was a bit exciting, but if this was the Black Fox Legion's treasury, wasn't it a bit small? The notification sound rang out, congratulating the player for achieving the first gold coin milestone. The player's journey of opening gold began here. He looked at the gold in front of him, ringing out. Opening gold could also bring achievements. Truly surprising. Well, let's see what's inside. Next, lines of reminders kept appearing. 150 secondary fire medicine, 230 explosive types of medicine, 150 recovery medicine, 150 mana medicine, 10 ancient demon crystals, and 500 demon recovery medicine. Medusa's Tears X1, Raizel muttered, holding the demon crystal in his hand, unexpectedly an epic grade item, but it didn't state the item's effect. What was this for? And also this one. He stared intently at it, getting more excited. The ancient demon crystal. He remembered this was a rare demon crystal that could be absorbed and converted into FB. This type of FB was absolutely worthless for level 40, but for him, it was a big deal. From the multifaceted crystal came a golden light. The system displayed a message, successfully converted 10 ancient demon crystals. Player has gained a total of 100,000 FB. Raizel was startled. 100,000, wow. The reminder sound continued. The player has currently accumulated 130,000 FB. The system suggested the player unlock other accounts to gain greater power, but he just quietly looked at the armor set in front of him and said, "This amount of FB is quite a lot for now." But he would not unlock other accounts yet. The first priority must be to turn this Red Flame Emperor account into a fully developed offensive and defensive account before considering anything else. Raizel's face calmed down and he wiped his tears. System, open the Red Flame Emperor talent board. The screen displayed the talent board with notes. Your current talent is Defense 1 star. You can spend 100,000 FB to increase 10 levels of Spirit Bond to obtain 1-star talent points for free distribution. Hearing this, he couldn't believe it and shouted, "What? It costs 100,000 FB just to get 1-star talent points? That's too expensive." He stared at the Red Flame Emperor and asked, "So how much FB is needed to unlock other accounts?" It replied, "The FB required to unlock a new account with initial Spirit Bond level is 200,000. Raizel rubbed his chin, calculating. It seemed he couldn't keep this 100,000 FB. Overall, it was better to open a new account. He still felt a bit down, hoping to get lucky and choose a stronger account. Then he raised his hand and said, "System, unlock a new royal account." It responded immediately, request received. Raizel raised his hand toward the black hole, emitting light in front of him. The reminder sound rang out, unlocking new royal account. Please wait. The dust gradually cleared, and a line appeared. Successfully unlocked new royal account. The account of the crazy scientist, Arthur Lewin, a mad scientist from another world, whose talent and inventions ultimately led to the destruction of his own world, hiding all the world's secrets in his mind. Raizel scratched his head, pursed his lips, and said, "I'm quite lucky, it's not a combat royal account this time." He touched the system screen and said, "Crazy scientist? But in some way he's a man standing at the top of the world. Let me see what skills he has." Raizel looked at the titles and exclaimed, "These titles are Master of Engineering," the system introduced. Arthur Lewin has no fixed skills. His skills change depending on the chosen title. The currently unlocked title is Master Engineer, and the subject can also upgrade the link by 10 levels to unlock other titles. Hearing this, he chuckled softly in amazement, somewhat intrigued. Among titles, this one definitely leans more towards support type, with broad compatibility and high playability. Next, Raizel smiled and gave the order, "System, transfer the account to Arthur Lewin," and the system sound glowed gold. The main account has been transferred to Arthur Lewin. The current account title is Master Engineer, and its ability is Lewin with short, small legs quickly flies to a big leaf to explain to the owner. It laughed softly and exclaimed, "It's been many years." Finally activated again. Raizel asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Lewin excitedly replied, reporting to the new owner, "I was created by the original owner Arthur Lewin, an artificial AI Lewin. You can just call me Lewin." It laughed softly and said, "I can help you conquer this world." He closed his eyes and immediately waved his hand to refuse. "Stop. The matter of conquering the world is too common. I will not do that." Lewin grinned wickedly and pointed out, "Master, you are not wild enough yet. The secret of this powerful account is dark madness. It gently guided, whether in action or just imagination. The darker your madness, the stronger you will become." Seeing Raizel's eyes turn red as he pointed at himself, he panicked and denied, "No, I don't dare." He closed his eyes, blinked once, and requested, "Then tell me the truth, the mechanism of how it works in detail." Going to the bathroom of this account clearly explained to me within 74. Lewin heard that, his eyes welling up with tears, agreed, "Yes, the core national system of the account is decomposition and synthesis by creation. With the current function being a technical specialist, technical-related objects can be decomposed and then synthesized to create new, stronger objects. Raizel raised his hand to his chin, softly said, "Interesting. This account is more interesting than I thought. The harder the material, the stronger it becomes. This ability doesn't work on black ideas, truly unplayable." Hearing this, it laughed and came forward to explain, but the current owner has limitations on objects that can be freely decomposed and synthesized. He suspiciously asked, "What limitations?" "It is somewhat powerful," it said seriously. "With your current link level, you cannot decompose objects larger than twice your level. Moreover, we must collect as many technical blueprints as possible to quickly and accurately craft the desired tools and weapons." Raizel crossed his arms and replied, "Understood. So the final issue is the mechanism for switching between accounts. Are there any specific limitations?" Leywin anxiously shouted. "I only know this," the system voice rang out. Finished speaking? I think who is so small yet knows everything. System accounts can be switched continuously, whether in combat or non-combat state. The system continued to add, however, it suggests the owner determine the best way to switch accounts. To avoid causing unrecoverable danger, he stopped and looked at the two accounts in front of him and shouted, "Understood. So, then..." Raizel turned and left, saying, "I should get going to do official business. Can't keep the women waiting too long." Leywin sadly asked, "Master, what about me?" He still didn't turn back and replied, "Go ahead." Inside a large room, no name tag visible, Agriche crossed her arms. The person on the phone said, "Désir Arman, your crazy brother isn't small either." She crossed her arms, slightly angry, and questioned, barging into the safe zone without permission, and even dared to kill me. "What kind of person hired you to kill me, do you know?" Agriche frowned and said, "It might be the Hoan Chin Corporation." Désir Arman's voice praised, "Impossible. It's the Hoan Chin Corporation. If not them, how could they provide level-grade tools for the American Death Squad?" He approached her and added, "Our Tiger Squad cannot handle the two masters under your proof." Agriche narrowed her eyes, not paying attention. The Hoan Chin Corporation has reached this desperate stage to take the regional ownership copy of C-23 from the Han Mac Corporation, even coming up with this foolish method. She turned her head back slightly, thinking killing me would break the Han Mac Corporation is too naive. Désir Arman sat down beside her, put his hand on Agriche's shoulder and laughed loudly. "I don't care about the truce between your corporations. A mercenary's only goal is money, Miss Mac. Since you're smart, I'll be clear with you." He lightly said, "The Hoan Chin Corporation gave me 50 million to kill you. If you can offer 100 million, I can set you free." Agriche let out a cold laugh. "So my life is worth 100 million. Désir Arman laughed and added, "If Miss Mac can offer more, I'd gladly accept." She smiled, raised her hand to push him away, and declared, "Dream on, for someone doing shady business like you, not even a cent." Désir Arman immediately stood up, shouting, "Miss Mac, you're smart. Why say things to provoke me? Do you want money or not? I'll give you one more chance to rearrange your words. Think carefully." Agriche laughed and refused, "No need." She looked at him arrogantly and declared, "The Han Mac Corporation will never be defeated, nor allow others to destroy its prestige even at the cost of my life. Not to mention, today's miscalculation was my mistake. They want to kill me, but killing me to destroy the Han Mac Corporation is nothing but a joke." Désir Arman grabbed the sword behind his back and asked again, "Right? Giving you a chance to live that you don't want, then I don't need to say meaningless things." He placed the sword across Agriche's neck and said, "Go die. Your head is worth money too." Immediately after, Désir Arman was shocked to see a purple energy shield appear, not his sword, and shouted, "This is an energy shield. Why suddenly appear?" Raizel's voice rang out, "This energy shield is my thanks to you. About last time at the black market, you chased me for asking, you are." He leaned against the doorframe, raised a finger and proposed, "But one thing leads to another. This time you have to pay extra. If I can save your life, I don't need more than 10 million. Agriche turned his head and looked over, suspiciously asking if it was you. "Raizel, what are you doing here?" Désir Arman immediately drew his sword, jumped down with full force. "Just a level 4 brat daring to block my good deed. Go die." He looked at the shield appearing in front of Raizel. Hard to believe it was so big. What, the defensive power of this brat could be that high? "I used all my strength to slash but only caused 20% damage." You stopped and looked at Désir Arman thoughtfully. "Hey, the one who should be surprised is me. Just now I faced a level 40 and still resisted for a long time. Now it only takes a few hits to kill me. The defense ratio is too low. If it were someone else less careful, they would have died already." Agriche saw this and shouted worriedly, "Raizel, even if you have some ability, you have to see the situation clearly. This has nothing to do with you. No need to be a hero and die." She turned to look at the mercenary team continuously shooting, urging repeatedly, "Get out quickly." And the energy shield, under their attack, it won't hold for long. Raizel heard this and turned toward them, smiling and said, "This isn't about other people, miss. If you die, who will I get the points and rewards that I've worked so hard to earn from? So don't worry, I won't let myself die." Agriche finally agreed, thinking to herself, This guy really is that greedy for money. Makes sense. Otherwise, how would he dare to rush in alone to help the black market? Hadho looked at the energy shield recovering to its original state, couldn't believe it, and shouted, "What? The energy shield has fully restored to 100%. How is that possible?" He rushed forward with his sword and questioned, "Your strength doesn't match. How do you have such a rare item?" Hadho pondered deeply. "It seems you're not really level 4. Where exactly do you come from, and why hide your power?" Raizel charged forward, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, saying, "Your rank is so high, but you're still quite cautious. Surviving means you could be a squad leader." Compared to his other major subordinates, his mind is a bit sharper, thinking silently, no wonder he's Arthur Lewin. "I combined 3 energy shields using the Kithuk Ket system, gaining triple the shield value. This effect is truly intimidating." He was startled and shouted, "Could it be that the explosion outside just now was caused by you? What did you do?" Hadho stopped and looked at the grenades being thrown, startled, and shouted loudly, "These are high-grade grenades!" He raised his hand and pressed a button on his wrist, coldly said, "I've been overestimating you, brat." Hadho created a transparent blue shield, disdainfully continued, "At first I was a bit worried you'd pull some unexpected trick on me, but now it seems, if you rely on these high-grade grenades, you might as well just lie down and die." Immediately after, a series of powerful explosions erupted behind. Hadho's entire group was wrapped in red webs, struggling and shouting, "Webs, these webs are draining my HP." No escape. Until now I haven't heard of any item like this. What am I? "Squad leader, save me." Raizel casually stuffed a grenade into his pocket and replied, "This isn't an ordinary high-explosive grenade. It's a binding grenade I just created. How about it? Sticky enough, tight enough." The description appeared, using demon eye spiderwebs combined with high-explosive grenades to form binding grenades that can control the target's actions for 10 minutes, causing continuous damage. Hadho gritted his teeth, using all his strength to break the webs, still said, "Don't think you can defeat me by relying on these childish toys." Lightning crackled around him as he shouted, "Real combat isn't for children, it's for grown-ups." Hadho clenched a sword with both hands, calmly continued, "Let experienced adults teach you what real fighting is." He raised the sword glowing with energy and said, "What is true combat?" Raizel saw this and silently calculated, low-grade material items can't deal with high-level fighters, so the only option is. Hadho's foot slightly lifted as he quickly lunged forward. He swung his sword down hard at Raizel's large shield. "Go die." Raizel squinted, silently sensing his energy, speed, and strength have fully improved. If this drags on, Latren will be broken. If he strikes 2 more times, I'll die, and I won't even have a chance to drink a healing potion. Raizel refused to back down and swung his sword fiercely, thinking he couldn't panic and had to follow the plan to defeat him. Hakho quickly retreated and said, "Too slow. I've already opened a wound. If you want to take the strike, you better have the skill to hold it back, or else." He raised his hand and forcefully broke Raizel's shield, shouting loudly in front of me, trying to pull off my violent armor, still letting me attack. The system sound rang out. The subject's health below 10% activated the innate bloodlock skill. Raizel gathered his hands and summoned the fire dragon to strike, thinking to himself, the bloodlock was activated. This was the decisive moment for victory or defeat. The violent flame dragon bullet, Hakho screamed, but magic. He raised his sword. The fire dragon roared loudly. "If your low-level magic hits us, even for a level 45 like me, it's useless." A Grisha nearby shouted, "Raizel, run quickly! If this drags on, you will really die." Raizel stabbed his sword hard into the ground and said, "Run, we've fought this far, there's no way out. Besides," Raizel calmly declared, "I haven't lost yet, the real fight is just beginning." Hakho looked at the ring of fire surrounding him and questioned rapidly, looking at him with passionate disdain, "Is this your ultimate move? Just this much pain? Kid, are you trying to make me laugh?" He broke through the circle and charged forward, shouting, "The recovery time is over. I don't have the patience to waste on you. One last strike to make sure you die without a chance to recover." Raizel's voice rang out, asking, "Right?" Immediately after, Bichgon's gun was raised, continuously firing at Hakho. He was startled, mouth wide open. This was Hakho. Those 2 guns firing nonstop are huge. The hell Bichgon? No, this has clearly been modified. Could it be? He created a shield to block the bullets and questioned, "You killed my Bichgon? This can't be." Raizel stood beside him calmly and replied, "No need to fear such obvious things, but now it's no longer called Hell Bitch Gone, it's called Segmented Head Rice Shooter." The system appeared and introduced, Segmented Head Rice Shooter C40 can use active support skills for turret guns. With automatic tracking, unlimited use, lasts 1 minute, cooldown 3 hours. He raised his hand and smiled, adding, "Aren't you afraid my attacks have low damage? Well, I'm using a turret gun created by the skill system. Isn't that a nice surprise for you?" Hakho looked at the shattered shield in front of him, thinking to himself, the energy shield held firm earlier, but in reality, the normal bitch gone hell was already enough to suppress me. He quickly jumped to dodge the incoming bullets, beginning to calculate fast firing rate, great force. The key was the special effect of the infinite bullets, and after being modified by that kid, it even had automatic firing capability. Hakko ignored the incoming bullets, decided to charge forward. Fine, let's settle this. Not regretting to spend more than half his health to finish this round, the remaining kid could be dealt with just one strike. He swung his sword forward, shouting angrily, "This move of yours really surprises me, but don't underestimate the flexibility of guns. Turning him into a fixed target is really a waste. You're wasting a skill-level weapon." Hakko swung his sword at the gun and shouted, "It doesn't matter anymore. If you die, it will finally be mine. Behave, go die." Raizel's indifferent voice rang out, "Doesn't matter. The turret gun is just bait to lure you into my strike, because the real move is right here." Then Raizel appeared behind him and continued, "The real move is right here," Hakko screamed. "What?" He turned his head to look back. "Damn, kid, you even have a backup plan." Fresh blood quickly sprayed out, accompanied by a piercing scream. An item immediately appeared, Poisoned Dagger, with a high chance to cause special effects with one hit against humanoid creatures within a certain level. The lower the target's HP, the higher the activation chance, with one special effect activation remaining. Hakko collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Bastard, how dare you sneak attack me from behind?" Agrisha's eyes widened in shock inside the bright screen. Even when he attacked the scoundrel, he couldn't cause such great damage. How could there be such a huge difference? No, that poisoned dagger definitely has a special effect. He looked at the ground, glowing white, and exclaimed, "This is my protective seal activated, which means your dagger's special strike took effect." The introduction sound rang out. The level 5 Guardian Seal has the ability to passively mutate with the special effect of an attack. When 30% HP is restored, the number of uses is unlimited. "Damn, I bought it at an insanely high price," the Guardian Seal. He gritted his teeth, growled in anger, and was again wasted by your little brother, damn it. Raizel swung his sword hard, but saw the Guardian Tiger drop a shield leaf to block it. He even checked me. My special effect wasn't wasted by him. The shield leaf's cooldown appeared so quickly, he thought. This is bad. He's still too strong. The system popped up a reminder. Please note that the bloodlock limit will end after 5 turns. He angrily cursed loudly, obsessed with it, believing that using the power of the Royal Corporation could easily complete this deal. Unexpectedly, the Guardian Tiger was ruined by that bastard kid, suffering huge losses. The Guardian Tiger swung his sword, knocking Raizel far away, shouting that after killing you and wearing a griche, Kim Doksha must make them pay more. As Raizel fell, a reminder sound rang out. "The bloodlock limit has ended. Please restore HP as soon as possible to avoid damage." He raised a vial of heart high and said, "I admit I didn't expect you to be as stubborn as a cockroach. I have to think of a way to suppress you to avoid unexpected trouble." The Guardian Tiger laughed and stabbed the vial into his neck, saying, "Hand everything over to me. Die, all of you." Next, he raised his head and let out a roar, his whole body covered in blue light, and the system sound rang out. The Thunder Beast's blood item can activate the Thunder Beast's electric armor incarnation, which will greatly increase various abilities and attributes for a short time. The duration is 5 minutes. Raizel was startled, thinking, is this the fighting state of a high-level dungeon runner? He knelt down on one knee, pondering that not only tactics can change, but the abilities and tools the opponent has are also unpredictable. A careless person will be pushed to despair, and all will lose. Agriche blinked, annoyed. This Dazir Arman has so many rare tools. Usually spends a lot of time running dungeons, unfortunately. Originally a talent. Dazir Arman stepped out of the shadows and said, "I passed through 56 dungeons to get this level of blood item. I didn't expect to use it against people." He looked down from above and said, "What other tricks do you have? Bring them all out so we can end this fight quickly." Raizel stood up, spreading his hands to declare, "No more. No more ultimate skills. I've used all my moves just now. It's not that you blocked them all." Dazir Arman angrily raised his sword and shouted, "Damn it, you useless brat, I swear. You wasted my precious tools again." Then, he raised 2 swords and shouted loudly, "Brat kills people," then looked up and said, "You can eat messily, but words can't be nonsense. I won't force you," and more. Raizel calmly asked back, "Are you sure you can kill me?" Then, a golden light flashed in the air. Dazir Arman saw Kani's 2 guards unable to resist his attack. Couldn't believe it. This can't be. "What's wrong with you guys? The petrification removal time hasn't expired yet. Clearly the time isn't up." He smiled slightly and replied, "This is also a stroke of luck for you. When you explained the petrification method, I just happened to be outside listening." In his mind appeared the scene of Kani asking if it was the Royal Corporation. Dazir Arman calmly replied, "Not bad, it is indeed the Royal Corporation. If it weren't for them giving the petrification removal tool," Raizel thought silently. "Petrification removal tool? Then I'll use this on myself." He looked embarrassed and kept denying, "It can't be. If you want to remove petrification, only the petrification removal tool can do it, but you opened my protective shield." Hearing this, he replied, "Of course, just didn't expect that the Dazir Arman army's wealth was so meager." Dazir Arman roared, "Damn it, those were all things we earned with hardship. Raizel calmly watched Ka Ni's two guards attack and reminded himself not to care about your wealth right now. Désir Armand opened his mouth wide, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, crying out in pain. He calmly watched the two attack him and said, "Even if I don't die, you will lose your life." He was beaten, continuously flying backward, breaking through the wall and flying outside. Raizel stopped and looked at the two of them thoughtfully, wondering if this was the power of a level 60 double. Feeling a chill down his spine, a sound called out, "Raizel, if you already have a method." Ka Ni looked at the purple light in her hand and questioned, "Why didn't you Diechu Shihua remove petrification for my bodyguard from the start and had to fight to the end, making others go crazy while putting yourself in danger?" He turned to her and replied, "Although I thought so, now I am sure of victory." Raizel smiled, now raising his hand to answer, "Why not use full power against a high-level enemy? To me, this is a precious combat experience that money can't buy." Kani heard this and said fiercely, "I have met countless people, but people like you, this is the first time." Raizel raised one finger and suggested, "Now your experience can be renewed once again. Don't thank me. Same here. They say 10 million points is the minimum. I have to add 500,000 for my clone. After all, I am also the leader in the competition." She crossed her arms and promised happily, "Don't worry, with this small amount of money, I won't be lacking," thinking to herself with a big smile. Petrification is just an ordinary person. The difference is whether they need money or not life. This suits my taste very well. Two bodyguards caught the fainted Hat Ho and asked, "Young lady, how should we handle this person?" Agriche replied, "This person has no value to me." She crossed her arms and requested, "Raizel, give him one last blow. His props and experience are yours." Raizel thanked, "Thank you, young lady, for fulfilling this." You took back the sword and added, "Then I won't be polite either." Hatho stopped and shouted. Ding Quan yelled loudly, "Don't get too arrogant too soon. The beasts outside the security zone have secretly gathered forces." A bright, golden light emitted from the sword and stabbed strongly downward. System sound golden tone. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward. 100,000 experience points for elimination, 80,000 money, and a thunderstorm armor set 1. The weapon was identified, and the armor set 1 was fully restored to advanced level 5. Raizel looked out the window and asked, "The beasts gathered. The safe zone has fallen. What does he mean?" Agriche explained, "This is just a conspiracy rumor circulating in the safe zone for a long time. Don't worry about it." She raised her hand toward him and asked, "Raizel, do you want to join the frontline combat team? With your ability and having saved my life, you qualify to join the frontline combat team." Raizel adjusted his collar and asked, "If it's with the young lady, no problem. Can you tell me some benefits so I can decide whether to join?" Agriche crossed her arms and asked back, "Benefits? That still needs to be explored. Are you asking me if the Han Mo group can bring benefits to you?" Raizel waved his hand repeatedly to deny, "No, I'm just being cautious, thinking a lot before making a decision." The next day, two bodyguards appeared, placing their hands on Raizel's shoulders. "Young lady, this is your happiness." When Raizel asked, "Pay attention to who you are," her voice rose and stopped him. "All right." She raised her hand and added, "Raizel has saved my life anyway. He doesn't have these rules. First, you go check if there's anything wrong with the other students. Don't leave any mercenaries behind." They answered in unison, "Yes, young lady." Raizel smiled brightly and raised his hand to stop them. "Two big brothers. Can the remaining mercenaries be handed over to me? They are good and can still be exchanged for money." Agriche sat cross-legged on the sofa and laughed. "You really like money? Very good, very good." You sat down opposite her and said, "That's a good way. I thought you would despise me for being greedy for money." Agriche chuckled and asked back, "In this harsh era, thinking to be strong enough, beauty, money, and power within reach, this is natural selection. Why despise it?" She reached out to touch her face and said, "Moreover, people with desires all have one thing in common, excellent character." Raizel heard this and questioned again, "Character? Something in common?" Agriche leaned closer, stroked his face, and smiled. "That's all you can be driven by desire and me. The system fulfills every desire and need." Raizel hesitated, looking at her, thinking to himself, "This woman is more dangerous than I thought." Raizel tilted his head and whispered to himself, "I can't let her poke her nose in. It's very disadvantageous for me." Agriche looked at him and said, "Although your strength is far from enough to stand at the top of the pyramid." She stepped back, leaning on the chair as the fan said more, but Raizel had already shown the qualities and strength of a powerful elder. "I don't consider you a qualified reserve talent," Raizel calmly asked. "If you want me to join the Mach Kong battle team, what exactly is the benefit?" Agriche looked at the robot beside him and replied, "Now, I will immediately tell you." She looked at the projection screen and explained, "After the position shift, although it brought destruction to the old world, it also brought a future to the new world. This future contains countless large and small dungeons. In this era, each corporation's talent pool has its own battle team, fully trained and supported with all resources, with only one goal: to seize the hidden prison in the China dungeon." Raizel silently cursed. "Seize the hidden prison? What kind of nonsense is that? And seizing the future too?" Can't they speak proper human language? Kai Ni's voice explained that we are the Muk Kong battle team with our own strength and the strong financial support of the Han Muk Corporation, which always leads in the competition chain. She calmly added, joining us, you won't just get access to the highest level dungeon talents currently available, but also the highest priority access rights. Choosing less is simply not an option. Kaine's voice slightly changed, enticingly saying, you will also receive a salary previously unimaginable, plus a share of the dungeon income that everyone in the team gets. The Hanma Corporation allocates a 50% share of dungeon income exclusively, guaranteeing no less than 1 million RMB in income from dungeon raids. Hearing this, Raizel was moved and asked, wait a minute, is this for real? Her expression turned serious as she exclaimed, I haven't finished yet, don't interrupt. Kaini softly introduced, this city has a total of 9 main safe zones, mainly outside the urban area, ranked from low to high, marked by magical beast presence, invasion rates, and security levels. Outside the safe zones is the unexplored dangerous area. The city is mainly controlled directly by companies linked to the wealthy and powerful living in Central Districts 1 to 3. Those enjoying higher safety rights than Central District 3, Districts 4 to 6, are reserved for all kinds of technical talents, enterprise employees, and support warriors. Ordinary people and those unable to fight remain in the lower 3 districts, 7 to 9, seemingly living comfortably, but in reality, forgotten and abandoned. She thought of that cruel scene and continued. Once a lower safe zone is attacked by magical beasts, there is only one consequence: massacre. Agriche crossed her arms and said, this time I originally came to visit 9 trainees in the safe zone to select reserve talents for the battle team. This academy is the first stop, enough to see the management of the 3 lower-level districts. She looked intently at him and said, this 9th safe zone previously had a magical beast invasion incident. You must have heard about it. Joining the Mok Kong battle team means escaping this dangerous place, because battle team members can bring all their family members and enjoy residency rights in the upper 3 districts. Immediately after, Raizel's expression darkened, her eyes flashing fiercely. Seeing this, Agriche reached out and thought silently, truly a family-oriented person. When it comes to family, everyone becomes more serious. Thinking this, she began to explain further. After perfectly resolving the members' doubts, we increasingly support personal equipment and medical aid for team members, reaching the highest level. Agriche looked at the weapon image appearing before her and said, the Hanmok Corporation will manufacture exclusive weapons and equipment tailored to the level and attributes of battle team members to maximize their strength. Additionally, her voice turned golden and serious. Our top medical rescue team is always on standby, ready to provide the best and most advanced medical support to ensure the survival rate of battle team members. Agriche stood up, supporting herself with her hands, and said, maybe you still have doubts. I've praised the Hanmok Corporation and Mok Kong battle team so much, yet why couldn't even a small threat be handled this time? She tucked her hair behind her ear and thoughtfully continued. There are 2 reasons. First, I didn't expect someone to dare to attack directly like that. That was my mistake. Agree shouted loudly, for the Han Mok Corporation, the lives of battle team members are more precious than mine. Priority rescue is actually much lower for me than for battle team members. In the battle team, everything depends on strength. Facing such advantages, what do you intend to do? Raizel's face remained unchanged on the outside, but inside she was raging and screaming, damn it, the Hanmok Corporation is too arrogant and powerful. With this amount of information, all I can say is 666. Look at me wiping my bloodshot eyes. Miss Agriche is really fair, completely targeting my weakness. Your expression darkened, starting to calculate, not for your own benefit, even for your sister and parents. I have to agree. I can only say you really know how to size people up. But now I am completely sober. I lost the ability to think and judge. I can't easily agree to that in this state. Hold firm on that idea first. Raizel smiled slightly, raised his hand to propose. This choice is too important for me and my family. Can you give me some time to think, Miss Agriche? Agriche paid no attention, grabbed a black card and threw it to Raizel, saying, you have 3 days. You can use this card to contact me. Raizel picked up the card, smiled brightly and reminded, no problem, it's just that I saved that girl 10 characters ago. She turned to look at him and asked, there are 20 million on this card. Is that enough? Raizel quickly slipped the card into his coat pocket and replied, it's enough, then I won't be polite. At that moment, both he and Agriche were startled by a loud shout, Miss Agriche, hold back, I'm coming to help. The school principal slid in from outside, knelt down and bowed deeply, apologizing. The academy could not protect Miss Agriche well. Letting her be scared today, if you want to punish only me, the students and teachers are innocent. He was sweating profusely, not daring to raise his head, and then let those mercenaries break into the academy. If Miss Agriche had made even a slight mistake, wouldn't Mak Dong have burned down this academy? Agriche sat down, helped him up, and smiled reassuringly. Principal, please stand up. This matter is my fault, but it also involved the academy and many students and teachers. I should be the one to apologize, don't worry. No matter how many casualties and property damages this attack causes, our Hanma Corporation will fully compensate you. The principal immediately bowed deeply again. Miss Agrichet, on behalf of all teachers and students, we will never forget this great kindness. She stood up with hands on hips and replied, "All right, get out of here, don't block my way." Raizel smiled slightly in praise. Although the spirit energy is not small, it's not clearly marked. The move is generous, truly worthy of the Hanma Corporation's Miss Agrichet. I know you are even better. Agrichet walked toward the door, turned back, and raised her hand to remind, "The flattery ends here. In 3 days, I will leave this safe zone 9. Before that, give me a satisfactory answer." He smiled and raised his hand to reply, "No problem. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Thinking silently, the abundant benefits seem a bit unreal. I have to sober up and carefully consider, can't be blinded by immediate gains. Raizel turned his head when he heard a voice calling, "Classmate Raizel." The principal tightly grasped his hand, getting excited. "I still can't believe you saved Miss Agrichet, and also saved our entire academy." Raizel responded in agreement. "That's right, principal. How could I allow bad people to do whatever they want in our academy?" He winked once, patted his chest loudly. "The usual teachings of the teacher are always in my heart. Don't lose a strong heart just because your opponent is weak. Inside, you are always strong. Strange things will always happen. You never know." "Oh wait, I lied." Hearing this, the principal clenched his fists tightly. "No wonder you were once the academy's teenage genius. It seems your rank hasn't increased in 3 years. But you never stopped trying, Raizel. This time you contributed greatly to the academy. The school will definitely give you a special award." Then he turned to the guy beside him and instructed, "Secretary Vung, quickly gather the teachers and students. I want to explain this sudden attack. More importantly, I want to specially commend Raizel's courage." Secretary Vung immediately agreed. "Yes, sir." Raizel heard this and politely declined. "Another day, principal. Everyone is still shocked. More importantly, they need peace and rest. Besides that," he scratched his head and laughed, "no need for any special award. As long as the bonus points on the transcript and the first prize money are paid on time." The principal shook his hand to deny. "No." His face was full of determination. "Money is important. You have over 60,000 points on the transcript, plus an extra 500,000 bonus. In total, just over 1 million. This small amount cannot compare to your contribution. The special awards cannot be fewer." Raizel breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "All right, you startled me. Principal, could you please not breathe so heavily when you speak?" He bowed his head and smiled goodbye. "Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll head home first." The principal nodded in agreement. "Good. The academy will be closed for 3 days, starting tomorrow, so please take this opportunity to rest well." Hearing this, Raizel responded and bid farewell to the principal. He stood with his hands on his hips, watching Raizel's figure disappear, thinking, truly a young hero. Often the most ordinary person can perform such astonishingly great deeds. Then, the principal turned and ordered, "Secretary Wang, notify the purification department to prepare 2 million and that item. In 3 days at the conference, I will personally award Raizel," he said respectfully. "Yes." Raizel walked away, cupping his ear to eavesdrop and silently wondered, what exactly is that item? He looked at the sunset outside the courtyard, thinking, could it be the legendary artifact? Inside the hospital, a voice asked, "He's here." Raizel anxiously asked, "Hanna, how is Dad at noon?" His father immediately sat up, coughing and replying, "Xiao Hao, Dad is fine." Raizel's mother beside him quickly stopped him. "Don't sit up abruptly, lie down, you still need to rest." Hanna also spoke up to support. "That's right, Dad's condition, although suppressed, hasn't fully healed yet. It will take time to recover gradually." Hearing this, he silently calculated. Gradual recovery means Dad has to endure pain for a long time. Is there no faster cure? She placed her hand on Raizel's shoulder and asked, "How did the dungeon competition go today? You ranked well, right?" Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "Definitely, brother." A doctor came in from outside, smiling. "Everyone is here. Good. Let me introduce you all." He pointed to the person beside him and introduced, "This is Director Chung of our hospital. He just returned today, and after hearing about the last incident, he wanted to meet you personally." The director nodded, smiling warmly. "I heard last time there was a conflict with Chief Pham. I want to apologize to everyone here. After all, doctors prioritize humanity, and his approach somewhat violated medical principles." Raizel smiled and replied, "Thank you, Director, for coming to apologize. It's okay. I should apologize too. I was a bit impulsive, and I will compensate Chief Pham for the medicine." Inwardly, he admired that although the superior was strict, he had the conscience to come personally to apologize. The director immediately turned and said, "There are few young people like you who dare to act and take responsibility. Rest well, I'm leaving now." Seeing this, Raizel raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a moment, director." He chased after him and asked, "For my father's current condition, is there any immediate cure at your hospital?" The director was startled but asked again, "An immediate cure?" Calmly, he explained, "I have studied your father's condition. To cure it immediately, high-grade detoxification medicine is needed." Although our hospital has this medicine, it is very expensive because it is an epic-grade drug. Raizel's father sat up and interrupted. Diao Hao, Dad is fine. Dad just needs more rest to recover. No need to waste money, Raizel replied firmly. The hospital has it. Price doesn't matter. Raizel raised the black card. His spirit lifted for his father. The director looked at the card in his hand, stammering, "This is the supreme black card of the eldest lady." His eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you have this?" Raizel was startled, scratching his head and asked, "This was given to me by the young master of the Hanmo group. What's wrong? It's usable." The director's voice rang out. "Good." He smiled broadly and flattered. "Sir, how could the supreme black card of the eldest lady be unusable? This card can be used to spend lavishly on any property of the Hanmo group." Then the director turned and pointed to the doctor behind him, ordering, "Doctor, quickly go to the vault and get 3 high-grade detoxification pills for me. Then, transfer this noble patient to our most expensive private ward." The doctor quickly replied, "Yes, sir." The 3 Raizel family members shouted in unison, "Director, this is like a smile," clenched fists said. "Because our hospital is also a branch of the Hanmak Corporation. Seeing this supreme black body is like seeing the eldest lady. Sorry, everyone. I was too careless earlier. These 3 high-grade antidote pills will be given to everyone as a gift." Raizel looked at the black body in his hand, narrowed his eyes. "Damn it, I didn't expect this body to be so powerful, suspicious yet more generous than I thought." Hanna Yu blushed and pointed at the body, asking, "Brother, how did you get the black body of the eldest lady of Hanmak Corporation? Did something happen?" He placed the black body to his lips, smiling, and said, "This is a long story. I'll tell you in detail when there's a chance." Dr. Quick ran over. "Don't stop shouting. Director, it's not good." He rushed into the ward to report the high-grade antidotes in the warehouse. Not only the high-grade antidotes, but all kinds of rare forces are missing. Like a smile, and Raizel were shocked. "What?" His face turned serious. He raised his hand to think, "Damn it, why is it so black? Everything is about to change. Why is this happening? The stolen drugs might be the work of an insider. Wait, the culprit can't be." Like a smile clenched his teeth, extremely angry. "So have you investigated who took those high-grade drugs?" The doctor bowed and replied, "Director, I just checked the camera. It was the department head fam who took them." He frowned, feeling very uncomfortable. That sneaky fam. I absolutely won't let him go. A deep hatred in his heart. "I shouldn't have brought him here. He's the rot of the hospital. But now the most important thing is to solve the immediate problem." Then, like a smile, bowed to the 4 Raizel members, admitted fault, apologized to everyone. "We were too scared. I really apologize, but rest assured, I will proceed with a special treatment method. Although it can't cure immediately, it can speed up recovery," he thought silently. "Looks like I guessed right. It really was that guy." Raizel smiled brightly and asked, "No relation to the director, so do you know if there's anywhere else in the hospital to buy high-grade antidotes?" Like a smile, clasped his hands behind his back and replied, "High-grade antidotes are special items, always priceless. You can try your luck at the auction." He smiled slightly and suggested, "You're a friend of the eldest lady. You can directly find her. She definitely has some." Because the high-grade drugs in our hospital are all supplied by Hanmak Corporation, Raizel touched his chin thoughtfully and quickly refused. "This matter, forget it. I'll find another way." Raizel told himself silently, "I shouldn't get too involved with her. If anything happens, it will be very difficult to solve." He looked straight at, like a smile, and said, "Forget it. I'll find another way." He bowed, not stopping to echo, "If I can't help, I'm truly ashamed." Like a smile turned to the doctor behind and said firmly, "Wait a moment, then transfer this patient to the writing room. Add the best equipment and assistance." He bowed and replied, "Yes, director," Raizel's voice sounded. "By the way, there's one more thing." He pointed at Dr. Hat and said, "Thanks to Dr. Hat, my family was saved in time this time." "I think doctors like him should be valued," he exclaimed in surprise. "Raizel, you." He heard that and came over, patted his shoulder and praised, "Right. I've always had my eye on Dr. Hat's professionalism and character. Just right. Because our hospital's department head is busy, Hat, you take over." The doctor was excited and shouted, "Yes, thank you for the recommendation, director." Then he turned and raised his hand loudly, "Thank you, Diep." Diep Hao turned around and said, "No need, this is what I should have." The door closed. His voice sounded, "All right, you go quickly and come back to arrange a place for my father." The doctor immediately agreed. "Okay." Diep Hao looked at his father lying on the bed and said, "Dad, rest well in the hospital. The antidote is for you." He smiled slightly and said, "Xiao Hao, don't force it if you can't. I'm worried you'll suffer." He frowned and asked back, "Suffer what?" Diep Hao's mother beside him also smiled and added, "That's right, Xiao Hao. Although our family isn't rich, we never rely on money. We earn it." Hanna Yu's eyes sparkled, raised her fist excitedly and shouted, "Doing things to be supported by a rich lady, you're really amazing. Quickly tell me, how did you manage to win over such a high-class rich lady in such a short time?" Raizel frowned, opened his mouth wide and shouted, saying, "Everyone, please don't jump to conclusions. What kind of person is your son? Don't you two know?" The 3 of us looked at him and asked again, "Right?" Hanna Yu raised her hand to cover her mouth, smiling and thinking, looking at his unclear expression, there must be something going on here. She smiled, raised her hand and declared, I've decided. I want to find a high-level antidote with you. He was startled and exclaimed, this matter is better if I go alone. Luckily, you're healthy now. You should stay in the hospital and rest. Hanna Yu clasped her hands and pleaded, please agree. I heard there will be an examination at the hospital soon. Besides, I also want to hear about the situation in your high-ranking battle instance. Raizel sighed deeply, reluctantly agreeing, all right, but you must listen to me and not run around. She looked toward the road and said, got it, really. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Raizel smiled and continued, in your father's heart. As long as you're not married, you're still a 3-year-old child, Hanna Yu protested loudly. Dad, and both he and her mother laughed simultaneously. She walked on Kin Ho Street, saying that he was not only the leader in the battle instance, but also saved Mac Agriche. My brother is the most powerful, Raizel said emotionally, but is 20 million not too little? After all, Mac Agriche's life is priceless. Hanna Yu heard that and continuously agreed. That's right, but why do we have to go to this dangerous black market? Wouldn't going to the auction be safer? She responded with a serious face. The black market may be unsafe, but it has everything. With you here, I won't be in danger. She looked straight ahead and said, all right. Raizel reached out and touched it, smiling softly and thinking, that's right. Although this is my second time here, this time is completely different. Besides increasing strength, the more important thing is, we have money, a loud voice shouted. Come to live. Immediately after, 3 thugs emerged from the shadows laughing. If you want to go, you have to leave something at the crosswalk. That's right, pay up quickly. You can't run away. Brat. Hanna Yu thought, robbers. She immediately shouted loudly. You go ahead, I'll stay to deal with them. A loud voice shouted in Kin Ho. Quite vicious, like it. Den A turned his head, causing a shout. Look at you, a level 4 rookie. A big man needs a woman to protect him. Are you a little white knight mooching off others? Den C beside him also laughed and added, better let me remind you a bit, then I won't have to use all my strength. Raizel closed his eyes, laid down his hand. Hanna Yu pulled him back and said, because of this, you need to change this habit a bit. Don't rush forward whenever something happens. You're still quite weak. He already said, from now on, all the fighting and killing is for him. He seriously declared, I won't let you suffer any harm anymore. Dene came over, placed his hand on his shoulder. Raizel smiled. Stop pretending. Consider the kid still has spirit. Today my brothers only rob money, not your honor. Kid want to go or not? Then hand over the money or valuables on you, otherwise don't expect to leave here alive. He calmly replied, having spirit is what you guys should have. Raizel stared fiercely and said, I don't want to kill in front of my family. If you want to live, better get out of the way. They immediately shouted. What? Dene angrily raised his fist and shouted, your family is about to die and you're still stubborn. Kim Dokja will smash your head with one punch. Let's see how you endure. Immediately after, a white light struck his head hard. A voice reminded, you're just a level 4 kid. Seeing Den A fall, the other 2 got excited and shouted, Boss, what kind of bastard dares to ambush the boss? A figure passed through and said, ambush? Don't say such ugly things. Raizel was startled and thought, what the hell is this? Jihan quickly passed through the thugs and shouted, you guys still need to ambush? Hanna Yu was startled and asked loudly, who is that? He turned his back to the 2 and asked, me? Jihan turned his head, smiled slightly and replied, I'm just a nobody passing by who helps when seeing injustice. Raizel laughed and asked, nobody? Considering how you just robbed the arena earlier and still say you're a passerby? Slightly shy, who is your friend? Hanna Yu excitedly thought, so cool. Jihan, with a sword on his shoulder, smiled and said, don't care about that detail. Whether I'm handsome or not doesn't matter. For men, the key is to show off. Raizel smiled and teased. Honestly, so this is the reason you stole my experience points. Her eyes sparkled with thought. This guy is really handsome. But why does he look somewhat familiar? Then, Hanna Yu pulled her face with her hand, silently scolding herself. Idiot, now is not the time to be infatuated. The current situation is extremely dangerous. No time to think nonsense. What kind of calmness is this? Raizel looked over suspiciously and wondered, Hanna Yu, this guy, what help does he offer in this situation? He looked towards you and said, the black market here is not a place to play. You guys at this level dare to come here. Otherwise, come to Li Son, Raizel heard and continued. Of course, no one is stupid enough to risk their life for fun. And shouted, if that's the case. He blinked once, stretched out his hand with a smile and suggested, you 2 come with me. I just happen to have some business at the black market. I know this place very well. With me here, you 2 will be absolutely safe. Hanna Yu immediately became alert, grabbed his hand and said, brother, I have something to tell you. Raizel asked suspiciously, what is it? She leaned in and whispered. She whispered, it must be a trick, otherwise why would he be so flattering? Even if he helps us, it doesn't prove he's a good person. Besides, we are carrying weapons. Stay calm, he replied. I know. My brother isn't that stupid. He laughed and raised his hands to explain, being cautious is good, but I really have no other purpose. You 2 are students of the academy. I am a former student of the academy. It's normal to want to help younger students. Hanna Yu was startled, turned around and shouted, "A former student?" She smiled, raised a finger and continued, "I remember now. Are you the person from the Academy's legend? Head student An Thon." No wonder he looks somewhat familiar. Raizel behind heard this and touched his chin thoughtfully. Head student, An Thon. The name sounded familiar. He smiled brightly and admitted, "That's right, I am An Thon. Although I didn't expect that even after graduating for several years, the Academy still passes down my legend." Hearing this, you suddenly realized, you remembered, An Thon was praised by the Academy as the greatest genius ever. Just after 1 year at the Academy, he was directly appointed to the combat team. Raizel touched his chin and pondered. When Han graduated, he was already level 20. If not for Han's worry, he would rely solely on his own strength. Han's true strength would shock the heavens, but in the end, this person might be more famous among the female students group, maybe because of his handsome appearance. An Thon turned his head to look back, smiled and urged, "This time you two can go safely. Hurry up, with me here you two will be very safe." You raised your hand to thank. Then thank you, head student An Thon, for your kindness. Hanna Yu looked worried and asked, "Brother, even if he is our head student, do you really want to trust him?" Raizel calmly replied, "It's okay, let's observe him first. We'll act according to the situation." He looked ahead, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted as he thought to himself, "In this era, you can't fully trust anyone. Except for your family. Han is level 30. If you really want to actively gain experience points, I have no reason to refuse." Thinking of this, Raizel immediately asked, "Head student An, I heard when you entered, you were assigned to a professional team, so which combat team are you currently serving?" An Thon smiled and replied, "The Huangqin Corporation's Daehuang Combat Team." Daehuang Combat Team. Hanna Yu heard this excitedly raised her voice. "That's the combat team just behind the Makkong Combat Team. Head student, you are really impressive." He scratched his head and said reluctantly, "Actually, it's not that impressive, because with my current level and ability, I'm only in the reserve team of the Daehuang Combat Team, not an official member." Raizel watched his back and thought, "The Huangqin Corporation is really efficient system. Transfer account to Arthur Leywin." The system sound rang out. "The main account has been transferred to Arthur Leywin." Leywin immediately appeared and asked, "Master, you called Leywin. What are your orders?" You looked at him and asked, "Leywin, where can I get an item that can investigate targets?" He frowned and pointed out, "Master, specifically what kind of investigation do you mean? Checking physical condition or penetration vision?" Raizel was startled. Amazing, penetration vision. He thought of the scene of seeing through clothes, nosebleed, thinking, is there really such an unrestrained item? Leywin immediately praised. "Of course, there is nothing you can't do, only things you haven't thought of yet. But this truth-detecting device cannot be crafted with your current level." Raizel put his hand behind his back and handed it over. "No way." You put your hand to your mouth and said, "I mean, is there any device that can tell if someone is lying through their breathing and heartbeat?" It responded as if it understood. "So that's it. Such a simple matter, something I can easily do." Leywin slightly raised his voice. "It's just a type that judges lying through heartbeat and breathing, because many people can hide it through training, but it's by scanning the spectrum to observe the target and the magnetic field generated by living beings to judge." Absolutely accurate. The sound turned golden. "No need to delay. Let's do some experiments first." Raizel put his hand to his mouth and quietly said, "Hanna Yu, who do you think is more handsome, you or the senior?" She asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly asking me such ticklish questions? You're serious, right? Just answer me." Hanna Yu slightly furrowed her brows and seriously replied, "Well, that's obvious. In my heart, you are the most handsome." "No doubt about it," Leywin's device pointed out. "She's lying." He silently cursed. "Women are untrustworthy." Raizel put both hands in his pockets and said, "Senior, have you heard about any recent incidents at the Academy? It seems to be somewhat related to the Royal Corporation." The footsteps moving forward of An Thon stopped. He turned his head back and replied, "I've never heard of this. What's going on? Has something happened between the Academy and the Royal Corporation?" Leywin glanced at the report. Although this guy is suspicious, he's not lying. Raizel saw this and smiled, thinking, he's not lying. This shows he poses no threat to us at the moment. He repeatedly denied it verbally. "No, it's just that some classmates mentioned the Royal Corporation's team." And Thon scratched his head and asked, "Is that so? How come I don't know about this? Isn't the recruitment being handled by our reserve team?" You laughed and asked, "So you really don't know?" At that moment, a voice called out, "Isn't this An Thon?" Two guards laughed and asked, "Long time no see. How have you been lately?" They greeted the two big brothers recently. "I've been busy training with the team. Today I was specially approved a day off, so I finally have free time to come here." One person laughed and pointed inside. "Really? Then you have to work harder. Competition for official team positions is fierce," said An Thon, hearing this with a frown. "Right, the elimination rate is quite high. Every day is exhausting." The other person smiled brightly and said, "But with your talent, little brother, you'll definitely make it in the end." He raised his hand high and laughed in gratitude. Thank you for the good wishes from the two big brothers. I will definitely work hard to become an official member as soon as possible, not letting you down. Suddenly, the two voices stopped. The two guards looked at Raizel and said, "It's you again." And Thon saw this and anxiously said, "Wait a moment, two big brothers, they are my friends, give me some face." Those two got excited and lit their cigarettes, calling out, "How Bro is here. Hey, smoke up, How Bro. This is top-grade demon eye tobacco bait." He saw this, dumbfounded, standing there thinking, "What's going on? This kid is even wilder than me." Raizel remained calm, raised his hand to refuse. "I'm a student who doesn't smoke. Besides, you're just flattering me, which makes me a bit puzzled." The two guards laughed and continued, "But sir, your legend is being spread in the black market. And you even refused the bait from Mac Agriche to join the Mac Gong battle team. Really embarrassing." You heard that and laughed. "I've long forgotten those lies. All right, I'm in a hurry. Let me in." Hanna Yu beside him asked suspiciously, "Mac Gong battle team?" Raizel smiled silently and thought, "News spreads fast. Truly, the black market." They both pointed inside and said, "Yes, How Bro, you're really generous. Come in. This place is a bit rough. Be careful." Raizel passed Thon and called out, "Senior, let's go." Hanna Yu quickly chased after and called out, "Wait for me. What's this about Mac Agriche inviting you to join the Mac Gong battle team?" He replied softly, "This is a long story." He put both hands in his pockets, suspiciously thinking, "This isn't a joke. Mac Ka is so high up, yet he's recruiting a 4th grade elementary student to join the Mac Gong battle team. Just like that, there might be some relationship behind this. Looks like this elementary place is worth paying attention to. A really good fan." Inside the black market hall, Hanna Yu looked at the crowded people here and muttered, "This black market is exactly as the informant described. The atmosphere is completely different from what I imagined. It's lively like a bar." She turned around and exclaimed, "I thought the people here were very evil and it was a dangerous place." And Thon reached out and introduced the surroundings. "Although it's a black market, it has its own rules that everyone must follow, but what I see now is only the surface." Raizel walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, wondering, according to the senior's words, could there be another dark side to the black market? He put his hand to his lips, chewed his words, and warned, "Shh, don't talk about topics that don't fit the level here. Just spend as much as you like." The sound echoed, "Understood." Raizel waved goodbye, then thanked the senior for bringing the two of us here, and there's no need to bother you further. He went about his business, and Than heard this and smiled in response. A slight hand wave. "No need to thank me. I also have matters to handle." He suddenly exclaimed, "Right." A system screen popped up with the message, "And Than wants to add you as a good friend. Do you agree or not? Agree, disagree." And Than's voice continued, "Since we have fate and study at the same academy, why not become friends? If you have any problems, you can contact me." Raizel pressed the screen and smiled, then thanked Senior Than for his concern. The system announced, friend added successfully, "You two are now good friends. You can start chatting." He waved goodbye. No need for formalities. Once you finish your business, it's best to leave quickly. This place is not safe for you two. He smiled in agreement. "Okay," silently thinking. "It seems I have successfully attracted the attention of Senior Than." Raizel smiled slightly, calculating. His intuition told him that although he hadn't lied before, it's still suspicious. Must be careful. Van Fee suddenly called out, "Brother." She looked around and sighed. "This place is too big, but where do we go to buy medicine?" Hearing this, he replied, "I don't know either." Thinking back to last time, when we came here, we were directly taken to a private room, didn't even have a chance to ask anything. Looks like we have to ask more people. Suddenly, Raizel stiffened, sensing a gaze turning back to look at him, thinking silently, "This feeling is, I'm being followed." He looked at Tuvu, sitting nearby drinking, and thought, "She's staring at me intently." She raised her glass and smiled teasingly. "Handsome young man, are you staring at me? Do you want to buy me a drink?" Van Fai closed her eyes and raised her hand to stop him. "Sorry, my brother refuses to talk. He's still young." Raizel was startled and thought, "Me?" Tuvu leaned on her hand and laughed loudly. "You guys are really interesting, little sister. I was just joking with your brother. Don't look so tense." She slightly leaned back and asked, "Are you Hao Xiansheng?" Raizel was shocked and asked, "How do you know my name?" Tuvu propped herself up with one hand, smiled slightly, and introduced, "No need to doubt. Your story has been widely spread in our Hanmak Corporation. My name is Tu Vu. I am the representative of Hanmak Corporation here." Raizel called out. Lewin, it immediately responded, received, "Master," although she's not lying, but her whole body radiated a pink aura of a celestial being. Lewin smiled and said, "She really wants to seduce." You raised your hand, startled. "All right, no need for unnecessary words. Let's go." Tu Vu ran up and grabbed Raizel's arm, pressing it to her chest, and shouted, "Come." She approached, leaned close, and whispered, "Let me take you to Hanmak Corporation's private room. After that, whatever you want to do, it's guaranteed." Raizel was extremely annoyed. "Hey, we just came to buy." Tuvu smiled and urged, "Hurry up and get to the main business." The people around saw this and shouted angrily, "Damn it, what's this brat's background? Yet he could be linked with the beautiful Tu Vu. Kim Dokja normally wouldn't dare approach her, but this brat actually does. Hanna Yu clenched her fists tightly. This rotten little brat. I must protect him well. Can't let him be seduced by this heartless immortal dancer. Then, Tu Vu led Raizel and the others into a room and introduced, "This is the private room of Hanma Corporation." She looked around the room and added, "Here, you can enjoy the highest level of VIP treatment. Any service you want." Hanna Yu next to them couldn't help growling, "Hey, can we talk business now? Stop clinging to my brother, hurry up." Raizel looked up at the cube-shaped device in the middle of the room and asked, "Is this the transaction terminal on the black market? It's really convenient." Tu Vu replied, "All transaction terminals are available on the black market and are the main method of trading, but most trading rights are at a basic level." She crossed her arms and said, "And this transaction terminal from the Hanma Corporation has the highest trading authority level, meaning, as long as you have money, you can use it to buy top-tier, rare, and mysterious hard goods not available on the market." Raizel touched the cube-shaped screen and said, "I'm not interested in top-tier hard goods, and I don't have money to buy them anyway. The purpose of my visit here is..." A reminder appeared on the screen. Seller Pham Ka, the most handsome in history, advanced antidote, high-level item stack of 3 bottles. Price, 600,000 per bottle. Raizel thought to himself, "Found it. It really is for sale, but that's the price the seller is asking." Raizel thought deeply about that person. It must be head of department Fame who didn't run away, but from start to finish, something about this feels suspicious. Logically, the head of a hospital department is a high-salary position, so why would he be desperate enough to steal and sell antidotes for money? Something must have happened. Hanna Yu looked at the screen and exclaimed, "Brother, this antidote is too expensive. 1 bottle costs an astronomical price." Tu Vu next to her also chimed in. "This type of antidote is rare, but 100,000 per bottle is already very high. Selling it for 600,000 must mean." Raizel remained calm and smiled, replying, "But only he is selling this antidote on the entire trading platform, so the high price is reasonable. I definitely want to buy this antidote but need to change the method." He turned and asked, "Miss Tu Vu, I want to make a transaction. What do I need to do?" She replied softly, "Face-to-face. Trading or direct trading on the terminal is possible, but the seller must agree in the end." Raizel's voice rang out, "Please explain a bit more clearly." Tu Vu knelt and spoke to the system screen. "All right, wait a moment, Chief Controller. Please contact the seller who just sold the advanced antidote. I want to trade with him face-to-face." The system screen responded, "I will contact immediately. Seller, please wait a moment." After a while, she softly answered, "Unfortunately, the seller refused to carry out the transaction." Raizel looked at the system and said softly, "Please contact the seller again. As long as he agrees to trade in person, I am willing to increase the price by 100,000. Upon hearing this, the system immediately agreed. "Okay, please wait." Hanna Yu frowned and shouted, "Brother, this antidote is already priced at 600,000, which is sky high. Why do you want to raise it by 100,000 more?" He smiled brightly and said, "Calm down, Fifai. Your brother is not stupid. I'm deliberately raising the price to lure the other party's greed." Raizel turned and added, "As long as the other side agrees to meet for a direct transaction, I can guarantee to get 3 bottles of this antidote without spending a single cent more." She was startled and asked, "Really?" A notification sound rang out. "The seller has agreed to a direct transaction and is rushing over. Please wait." Immediately after, an excited voice shouted, I need to go to the bathroom. Let me go first." Inside the room, an impatient voice shouted, "Hurry up! Stop dawdling! Do you think this is a market?" The door was pushed open from the outside just a crack. The hospital director was pushed into the room by 2 bodyguards, struggling angrily. "You bastards! How dare you push me like this?" Raizel's face darkened. He clasped his hands and said, "Finally, you've arrived." The man's excited voice rang out, "You are." The director's head felt cold, unable to believe it. How could this kid get into Hanmok's private room? "Stay calm. We can't let this kid discover everything." Hanna Yu pointed at him and shouted, "Brother, this old man looks familiar, isn't he?" The director immediately interrupted, stammering, "Who are you people? How did you get in here? Don't talk nonsense. Who bought the antidote? Come out quickly. I don't have time for this." Raizel smiled slightly and concluded, "You really are the culprit. The wound on your hand hasn't healed yet, but you're already selling antidotes." The director was startled and shouted, "Damn, this kid knew beforehand? How is that possible? Damn it, I have to think of a way to escape quickly. This kid is too dangerous." He turned and ran toward the big door. "Don't you know who I am? This kid must be Kim Dokja. How could he have 3 million? Vu, end this trade. Let me go." A voice shouted, "Don't be angry, director." Raizel raised his black card and smiled. "I have 3 million. Shall we finalize the deal?" Tu Vu next to him was shocked and shouted, "How is it possible that you have that? That is the body of the eldest lady." She raised her hand to her forehead, closed her eyes, and said, "As far as I know, no matter how much money is in the body, that body, the noble black body, is worth 50 million. The director was startled, greatly surprised. 50 million. He rushed towards the old man, unable to believe it, thinking to himself, how could this kid still have connections with Mak Agriche, the one she supports? Raizel smiled brightly, winked, and exclaimed, "Looks like I mistook you for someone else. I thought you were the one the director hurt. I think we should raise the price of this deal. But since you already said that, then fine, maybe we should wait for the director's voice to stop us," he said. He grabbed his own hair with one hand, raised the other, and shouted, "The past is the past, no need to bring it up again, and your words moved me already." The director's eyes shone brightly. He took off his wig and glasses and shouted, "So what we just discussed and agreed on, I approve. So let's proceed with the transaction immediately." Hanna heard that and stared wide-eyed, pointing over there. "So this old man is actually him." Raizel smiled and patted her shoulder to stop her. "All right, but before that, I want to inspect the goods." The director smiled and handed over a small box, laughing in agreement. "Ah, yes, of course." He opened the box to reveal 3 vials inside and said, "Look, this is a high-level antidote. It can cure any poison. I had to spend a lot of time to get it. Selling it to you at 1 million per vial is already very cheap." Raizel looked at the box and smiled, asking, "Such a precious medicine? The director also has it? But there's some writing on the vial. It even says Maktu Hospital." The director immediately closed the box, tucked it into his chest, and said, "You must be mistaken. I didn't see anything like that," thinking to himself, "That's impossible. I already have the pharmacy license. How could there be such writing on it? Does this kid know something?" He reached out to grab it, smiling and asking, "I remember now. I heard that the hospital had 3 top-grade medicines stolen. Surely it wasn't the director who took them," he stammered in denial. "Of course it couldn't be me. Are you trying to frame me?" The director turned and ran away, fully alert. "I'm not going to proceed with the deal. This sale ends here," cursing loudly in his heart. "Damn it, this kid knows everything. Run fast." 2 bodyguards stood guarding the door to stop him. "Stand still." He looked up and shouted, "Do you want to break the rules of selling here? Get out quickly." Tuvu's face darkened. He became serious and ordered, "This is the property of the Hanma Corporation. It has nothing to do with the black market. As for you, we will investigate and give you an accurate explanation. Someone, come here." The director was dragged away, struggling and shouting, "Let me go. This isn't over yet. If you frame me, I will definitely make you compensate." She slightly frowned and thought silently. "Compensate, huh? If he really isn't the culprit," Raizel's voice rang out. "Calm down." He smiled brightly, raising both hands in surrender. "If you're really innocent, I will compensate you fully, director," his voice echoed. "That's because you said so." The director handed the box to a bodyguard and urged, "Don't run away. Hurry up and check it. Investigate so you can clear my name quickly." He muttered quietly, eyes sharp and calculating. "If you want, I'll play with you. I've been prepared for this. Even if you investigate, you won't find anything." Tuvu picked up the vial to examine and said, This vial doesn't look like it's from Han Mok Corporation. If it really was from our corporation, then." Raizel's eyes widened as she looked at her tongue flickering with a blue light. Her eyes seemed to have been modified and upgraded. Tuvu turned his back to the director and ordered, "Quickly drag him away." He was startled. "What the hell?" The director raised his head, shouting loudly, "Let me go. What are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? Let me go. Do you have any evidence to arrest me?" She stomped hard on his face and asked again, "Evidence?" "Ah." Tuvu looked down from above, coldly explaining, "Do you think a little change can fool us? Do you think our corporation is just a simple name to rent? Let me tell you something you don't know. When medicine is newly created," she held up the vial and said, "the medicine contains many different substances and uses secret ingredients to avoid being forged, and only special methods can identify them. For example, my eyes." The director was startled and immediately begged, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I'll return them. Please let me go." Tuvu's gaze became sharp and cold as he replied, "Only now admitting your mistake? If you want to be sure, then you're unlucky to meet me. Spying, stealing company property, those who don't work but want to eat will only get this." Raizel widened his eyes, thinking silently, but a big company easily bypassing security in the safe zone. Then immediately shouted, "Are you really going to kill him?" Tuvu slightly smiled, lifted his foot high and replied, "Kill? I don't want to dirty my hands." The director was stepped on the face by a high heel, painfully echoing, "That's right, I'm just trash, a worthless scoundrel, not worth dirtying your hands. Just one step and spare me." Then, he thought startled, looking at Tuvu lifting his foot and said, "Thank you." She turned around, but gave an order. "Where are the people? Quickly throw him into the danger zone for the beasts to eat." The director stopped, unable to believe, shouted, "What?" He was restrained by 2 bodyguards, continuously begging, "I know I was wrong. Kill me. Quickly kill me. Even in death, I don't want to be eaten by beasts." The director was dragged away forcefully, loudly shouting, "Let go, let me go, you scum. Do you think you can live long? Not long from now, this entire area will be besieged by beasts. The lucky ones will all die. Only the Salvation Army can save humanity." His eyes widened, tears continuously streaming, shouting, "Salvation Army, long live." Raizel heard this, put his hand to his chin thoughtfully. "Salvation Army, what faction is this? It seems like classified information. Since the world entered this era, there have been countless factions, but he has never heard of this name before." His face darkened in thought. "Surely this is not a coincidence. Something is about to happen. I must prepare quickly." Hanna Yu put her hand on the wind and asked, Amma, the director Pham is also a company employee, right? Wouldn't he fear the consequences of stealing? Could it be that he said the truth, that beasts are about to attack, so he stole to sell for money to escape? Hearing this, Raizel turned his head and whispered, Makes sense. Good thinking. That's really my sister. If what she says is true, then the safe zone is. Tuvu put his hand on her shoulder to comfort. Don't worry, these rumors have existed for a long time, so don't worry too much. Hanna Yu shouted loudly. What? Her voice recounted. In the past several years since Safe Zone Number 9 was built, this place has experienced countless battles with beasts. Yet this place still won without danger. First, although it's not a highly secure place, it doesn't mean it lacks the power to fight back. Second, the location of the safe zone was chosen where the density and strength of beasts are lower, so there's no need to worry. Raizel heard this and felt relieved. I see. You looked at Tuvu throwing a medicine box to yourself, suspiciously asked, Is it that easy to give me medicine? She calmly explained. According to regulations, whoever finds lost company property owns it. And again, Tuvu approached, pointed his finger at Raizel's chest and asked, How do you plan to thank me? I helped you save 3 million. Raizel was startled and asked back, What do you want, if it's within my ability? She smiled slightly and said, Heartbeat racing, are you worried? If you don't have much experience, don't worry, I will teach you everything. Because of his fiery eyes, Tuvu pulled Raizel aside, loudly refused. No, thanks to her, she's teasing you, angrily shouted. My brother is still young and can't handle this kind of stimulation. Tuvu raised both hands in surrender, smiling. Oh, sister, don't worry, just drinking medicine, Hanna Yu teased. Really? She turned her head and ordered, Quick, bring the 2 one-year-old fire fruit here. The bodyguard behind bowed and replied, Yes. Raizel smiled and asked, Since you helped me save 3 million, I will invite you. If possible, I want to hear more about the previous issue. Can you explain it more clearly? Tuvu handed him a glass of medicine, smiling seductively. Why waste time on pointless things? If you want, I'll give you my address. We can talk all night. Hanna Yu angrily pulled Raizel outside, shouting, Sorry, but we have to go now. Take the medicine home quickly for Dad. Don't let everyone worry. He was startled. Wait, is there still something else? Raizel turned to her and smiled. Besides the medicine money, I plan to buy equipment for you. But now I've saved the medicine money too, so our current budget is over 3 million. Hanna Yu gasped in shock. What? Her eyes widened. I can't believe it. Repeat that, 3 million? Did I hear wrong? He smiled slightly and said, Calm down, I always think about you. The top priority now is to upgrade your equipment. Later, if anything happens, you can protect Mom instead of me, then I can fight with peace of mind. Hanna Yu looked at the rectangular box and exclaimed, Of course, what should I buy now? There are so many choices, Raizel silently scolded. This girl really is something. Just then, a bodyguard carrying a red box came in and shouted, It's time, Tuvu calmly replied. All right. She approached, and I smiled and asked, There will be a secret auction later. Do you want to join? Raizel asked suspiciously. Another one? I've never heard of it. Raizel reached out and opened the red box under the counter. This is the local top-tier event, but to participate, you need 20 million in cash to ensure you can pay. The minimum rank for black market transactions is VIP Kin Kyung or higher. The items sold there are precious treasures obtained from conquests in dungeons. Raizel touched the box and asked, This sounds interesting, but do I qualify to join? She replied softly, Don't worry. As a representative of the Hanma Corporation, I can get you in because each corporation has 2 participation rights. Raizel turned and looked back. Then I'll stay here, don't wander off. Hanna Yu still didn't turn around and said, I know, but why is this weapon so powerful yet sold at such an exorbitant price? Seeing this, I laughed and remarked, Indeed, witches are most serious when shopping. Tuvu raised his hand and said, All right, let's go. Raizel looked at the gate ahead and exclaimed in surprise, A teleportation gate. I turned and asked, Is this auction held somewhere else? She raised a finger and answered, Of course, it's an important place. It can't happen here. Tuvu's voice echoed. The event location is absolutely secure, with all official entrances. Raizel shouted in amazement. It even has official entrances? This is the first time I've heard that, she calmly explained. Although not as powerful as Hanma Corporation, they are still in the top 10, not only in this safe zone but also in other zones with black market support. Tuvu laughed and urged, All right, let's hurry up, Raizel calmly replied. Okay. I silently calculated. I still have money, but it seems unnecessary now. I need to prepare quickly. I have 17 million left to buy. Not sure if it's enough. Raizel smiled slightly, looking ahead and thinking, I don't know how it will be, but this place seems promising. Inside the space, a door opened to a prepared path. Tuvu stepped out, smiling softly, and said, We're here. Raizel appeared beside him, looking at the round shirt he wore and asked, What is this round shirt? She stepped forward and calmly explained, Here, identities are secret, so wearing this round shirt helps conceal our identities. I heard and replied, That makes sense. It helps maintain caution among everyone. Raizel looked up in awe. The auction area here is vast, requiring a lot of money and effort to build. Indeed, it's a mysterious place, Tuvu agreed. Tuvu sat down and urged, "All right, sit down quickly. It's about to start." I responded, "Okay." A red light shone above the nearby stage. The host appeared, smiling and greeting. "Glad to meet everyone. Welcome to the auction. I am the host. Pleased to meet you all." Raizel's eyes widened in amazement. "What kind of style is this? Looks so weird." I turned to Lewin beside me and asked, "System, can you assist me in this auction?" It happily agreed, understood. Lewin laughed and explained, "Based on the item, I will give an accurate rating from 1 to 5 stars based on its attributes to help the owner avoid wasting money and assist in buying suitable items." Raizel smiled and praised, "Great, this skill is useful. Do you have any other skills?" It widened its eyes and replied, "Not at the moment. If the owner wants more skills, please upgrade the bond level with the system as high as possible." I leaned on my hand and said, "All right, I'll find a way to upgrade later." Lewin looked up at the stage and exclaimed, "Owner, something's happening." It pointed to the upper right side of the stage. "The person standing there is someone you've met before." "That's Jihan." Raizel shivered and shouted, "What? Senior Jihan? How is he here?" Looking closely at him, considering he's a reserve member and his resources, he shouldn't be here. Seems like this guy has quite a few secrets. The host raised his hand and asked, "Is everyone ready for this first auction? There will be 10 extremely valuable items. Who will be the lucky ones to get them? Let's not waste your time." He raised his hand and pointed to the stone, announcing, "Let's move on to the first item." The crowd around got all excited. A level 70 ancient demon love. What, a high-level item? And it's level 70. The host smiled slightly and exclaimed, "This item was obtained by a group of mercenaries in an extremely difficult dungeon. This item also helps the user level up, so the starting price is 1 million with each bid increasing by no less than 500,000. Level 70, ancient demon love. Don't miss this chance to level up." The crowd immediately raised their hands to bid. 1.5 million. I offer 2 million. Tuvu smiled slightly and asked, "This is a good item. Do you want to consider buying it? I know you're trying to hide your real level. But maybe not yet level 70, so this is very suitable," the voice of Raizel responded. "Indeed, you can't fool me." Lewin immediately spoke up to remind, "The value of this item is 2 stars because it means nothing to the owner. No need to buy it. Stay calm." I agree. Right after, someone in front raised their hand to bid 3 million. The host saw this and shouted, "3 million? Anyone willing to bid higher? 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million thrice?" The firecracker exploded and fell. His voice rang out, "Congratulations, the level 70 ancient demon love belongs to you." Seeing that, Raizel raised his hand to hold and think, 3 million starting price for one item, is this really worth that much, or is something manipulating everything here? The host's voice rang in the ear, "So we will continue to the next item." Just then, a bottle of hemostatic potion appeared, along with its detailed information. Hemostatic potion. When used, your blood will not clot for 30 seconds. The host enthusiastically said, "We all know this is an extremely rare potion." He used his top-notch persuasion skills to say, along with its absolute quality, "It will prevent your blood from clotting for up to 30 seconds. Starting price is 2 million, each bid increasing by no less than 500,000. Start the bidding." Lewin here heard those exaggerated words and made a judging face. "This item is at most 1 star. The owner has unlocked the Master of Alchemy account. Once leveling up, these things are nothing special." Hearing that, Raizel's eyes immediately sparkled with anticipation. "So it's that powerful? So no need to worry about running out of potions and can make extra money. Great." At the same time, the host's voice rang out, "Congratulations to bidder number 11 for successfully bidding at 4.5 million. We will move on to the next item." Immediately after, an orange cloak appeared on the stage. He continued to introduce, "This is a rare item that allows the user to fly in the sky. It is the sacred cloak, detailed information about it. After use, the wearer can fly in the air for 5 minutes, at a height no more than 20 meters. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Seeing the atmosphere getting lively, the host launched the bid, loudly announcing, "Starting price 3 million, each bid increasing by no less than 1 million. Lewin couldn't help but make a face. Really, the world already has airplanes, why need this? Planning to be a superhero? 1 star? But Raizel seemed to see something unique and declared, "I want this," Lewin advised. "Master, don't buy it, this really isn't worth it." He thought for a few seconds, then replied, "You're right, I shouldn't waste money recklessly." At that moment, the host's voice rang out again. "Bidder number 30 offers 6 million, anyone willing to bid higher?" Raizel looked at the girl raising her hand beside him and confirmed, "Boss." Very quickly a decision was made. The host happily announced, "Congratulations, bidder number 30 has obtained this item. It seems this guest really likes this item," immediately after the cloak was allocated. From that moment, Tuvu turned to continue Raizel's words. "I'll tell you, life is unpredictable. Being too rational isn't always good." Seeing Raizel silent, she held up a fruit containing the sacred cloak function and said, "This is my gift to you." Lewin heard this and hurriedly warned, "Be careful, this person has a purple thunder aura. She's planning something tricky." Hearing this, Raizel politely pushed the fruit away and said, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Tuvu, but I can't accept it. You've helped me a lot today. I don't want to owe you too much." At this point, his gaze became more serious. "If you want, just keep it. Later, when I have money, I'll buy it for 8 million. Seeing that he couldn't convince Raizel, Tuvu reluctantly replied, "All right, fine." She forced a smile to ease the awkwardness, not expecting that I would gain an extra 2 million, though she said that. Tuvu was secretly thinking. She was truly not simple. She had planned to gift it so that he would owe her and then force him to join the Mak Kong squad. Really not simple. As the host's voice echoed through their conversation, the next item was announced as something extremely valuable. Moreover, it would definitely be an indispensable personal item for many people, an epic-grade steel heart item. Just hearing that, Raizel could no longer keep calm. His face was full of anticipation for the epic item next. Very quickly, a blueprint appeared before him, and information about it was displayed instantly, the blueprint for the Steel Heart Engineering project. Its attribute allows the user to create a permanent warrior who obeys your commands. Can evolve and upgrade, starting at level 10, with base attributes common to all. The host, knowing how to read the crowd, seeing everyone excited, said, "The starting price for the Steel Heart Engineering blueprint is 2 million. Hearing that, voices of doubt immediately rose around. 2 million? Did I hear that right? A rare master-level engineering blueprint already costs 8 million. Someone hesitantly replied, "Maybe because the usage level requirement is too high, it might not sell." Another person countered, "No way. Becoming a master engineer is extremely difficult. Only the top leading corporations are willing to spend resources and money to obtain it, but small companies find it very hard to use," that person insisted. Moreover, in the world, there are fewer than 10 people who have become master engineers. Hearing that, Raizel felt a bit greedy inside. He thought, fewer than 10 people? I didn't expect master engineers to be that rare. Greed quickly grasped its owner's thoughts and immediately put on a calm expression. Of course, not only does it require financial resources, but also talent beyond ordinary people. Even the previous owner of this account struggled to earn the master engineer title. Hearing that, Raizel's determination grew. He replied, "That difficult, huh? Then I must explore my potential and abilities." At that moment, Tuvu coldly said, "I don't think anyone will buy this." Raizel asked in surprise, "Why?" "It's so cheap." As if waiting for that question, she replied without hesitation. "Although this blueprint can be upgraded and has huge potential, it's very difficult to use. Moreover, even if you are a master engineer, crafting this blueprint consumes a huge amount of intelligence and mental attributes, so it's hard to find buyers." Hearing that, Raizel's enthusiasm did not diminish at all. His eyes were still full of hope as he silently thought. "The difficulty, and more importantly, no one else is buying it, which makes it easier for me to get it, especially since I have the system to help." After a while, without any response from the guests, the host sighed and said, 2 million, no one is buying? All right, if no one buys it then. As he said this, he suddenly froze, unable to believe his eyes, shouting, "Wait a minute!" The host looked toward Raizel, who was raising his hand, and said, "VIP guest #30 bids 2 million. I thought no one would buy it." Those around immediately turned their eyes to him and began to wonder. Some asked, "Did he really buy it?" While others mocked, "Does he think he's a master engineer? What a fool." Tuvu helplessly asked Raizel, "Hey, why are you buying this? Only master engineers can use it. Even if you want to resell it, you won't be able to." But Raizel vaguely replied, "Don't worry, I have my reasons for buying it." Yet inside, Raizel was silently laughing with great satisfaction, thinking, how could these people here know its true value? His eyes gleamed with cunning as he thought, "For me, this item is definitely a 5-star. Very quickly, the host's voice rang out again. "Congratulations to VIP guest #30 for purchasing the item at the base price of 2 million. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. 2 million has been deducted. You have obtained the steel heart item. Raizel happily held the item he just won at auction, thinking, this came at the perfect time. Besides enhancing my vitality, it can also help protect my parents and sister. At that moment, the inn emitted a faint light, accompanied by a system notification. The Lucky Chi Realm special effect has been activated. The blueprint for the Steel Heart Engineering will be randomly upgraded. Hearing this, Raizel couldn't help but be so happy that tears streamed down his face. He handed it over, delicious, double the joy. A detailed notification then appeared, stating that the Steel Heart belongs to the blueprint used to create an eternal humanoid warrior, always loyal to its owner. It can be modified and upgraded, requiring a master engineer, from level 10 to level 20, with adjustable attributes that can be self-tuned. After reading, he became even more excited to upgrade it from level 10 to level 20. This way, dealing with monsters like demon-eyed fiends wouldn't be a problem. Hearing Raizel say this, Lewin cautiously reminded him, "Master, have you forgotten? Level isn't the most important thing." Seeing Raizel silent and not understanding, Lewin emphasized, "Its attributes can change," along with its words. The image of a seductive female warrior appeared and said, "Master, what do you want me to do for you?" At this point, Leywin's face grew even more cautious. You know what you need to do, right? Raizel really wanted to punch him. Wanting is doing. Very quickly, several curses appeared above Leywin's head, while Raizel turned back full of vitality and said, "This trip has exceeded my expectations. I wonder if the remaining 6 items are even more special." The other items appeared one by one. First was the War God's Feather, with information about the War God's Feather. This item has defensive attributes, reducing 30% of damage received by the user, starting price 7 million. Next was the Dragonfang Blood Core, whose info stated, Dragonfang Blood Core, offensive attribute. When dealing damage to enemies, 20% of the damage dealt converts to the user's own health. Transaction price 10 million. After a while, the excited voice of the host rang out again. The 7th item will be revealed now. As these words were spoken, a majestic demon beast appeared, its whole body radiating fierce battle energy, and the host introduced it without hesitation. This is a super rare elite-level summoned demon beast, starting price 10 million, each bid increasing by no less than 1 million. Its detailed info also appeared, summoned demon beast. After use, the magical power stored in the crystal can activate the summoned magical creature to fight until the magic power is depleted. Many people immediately started bidding. "I'll pay 11 million. Others didn't back down. "I'll pay 15 million. Raizel was still staring blankly at the creature before finally saying, "This is the first time I've heard of this item." Tuvu spoke up to explain, "After defeating bosses, there's a low chance they drop magic crystals, and this summoned demon beast is a rare type. It's understandable you don't know it." Then she gently lifted Raizel's chin and said, "This means there are countless things in this world you don't know, and you can't reach them at your current level. Like if you want to explore these secrets, just join a guild." Raizel sighed in response. "Is that so?" Saying that, but in his heart, Raizel easily saw through Tuvu's intention to persuade him to join. She must have struggled, and perhaps in her eyes, he was just a clueless frog. Thinking this, Raizel couldn't help but smile silently, not knowing that he wasn't trapped by fate. With his own strength, he could break free from the act and see the vast blue sky beyond. The host's voice rang out. "Finally, the item sold for 50 million. Congratulations to the buyer." Leywin took the opportunity to tease Raizel. "Even if you wanted to, you don't have enough money to buy these items, right?" He flicked him and said, "Shut up, don't make me pinch you." Meanwhile, the host was swapping items and said, "Next, I might have to make way for this one because the item was huge." Then he jumped out of his original position. A powerful force immediately crashed down onto the stage, accompanied by the host's voice saying, "Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce." He loudly announced toward the gigantic object standing before everyone, the 2000mm siege cannon, the Earth Particle Siege Tank. The detailed info of this item quickly appeared, stating, Earth Particle Siege Tank uses Earth Particle magic energy to fire a wave of Earth particles with enormous destructive power. Around, murmurs of surprise rose. Unexpectedly, this auction even has a siege tank. This one surely belongs to a big corporation. Others nodded in agreement. Probably, siege dungeon raids require 50 to 100 people. Only top-tier corporations are suitable. Raizel thought with delight, the siege dungeon today really opened my eyes to a lot of interesting information. It's only the 8th item, and it's already like this. What surprises will the rest hold? I'm really looking forward to going home. Immediately after, the siege war chariot demonstrated its capabilities to everyone. Rocks easily shattered under its fire, and the host kept hyping it up. A level 4 siege war chariot. This war chariot can destroy everything. Although it's level 40 to 60, its core is very stable, making it a good choice for exploration and siege teams. He stood in front of the war chariot and boldly declared, "The starting price is 20 million. Each bid must increase by at least 2 million. Now show me your hands." Instantly, everyone jumped into the bidding frenzy. Someone said 22 million, another immediately bid 28 million, and some refused to lose, bidding 30 million. Raizel looked at the massive item and regretted, "It's too big but only useful for siege dungeons and exploration. This really isn't necessary, but the siege dungeon sounds impressive." "The siege dungeon is one of the battle groups," said Tuvu. "Besides, it also has biochemical warfare, and only top teams can participate in attacking and defending." Shortly after, the host enthusiastically announced, "Congratulations to the VIP customer who won the bid at 88 million. Next, before the words finished, a sealed dungeon key appeared. He introduced it as the 9th item. A level 100 high-level dungeon key. Starting price 30 million. Its detailed information quickly appeared. A level 100 high-level dungeon key, unidentified, leading to hidden places, legendary dungeons. Everyone around seemed to see something unreal, doubting their own eyes. "This is a level 100 high-level dungeon key. Since arriving here, I've never seen such a dungeon key." Someone confidently said, "Based on the resources this dungeon offers, it's worth at least 5 million. Raizel was puzzled. Its value is up to 5 million. So why are so few people interested in buying it? Tuvu quickly explained, "Because dungeon keys have limited uses. Once you use it, the count decreases. If its uses reach 0, you can't enter anymore. Using it multiple times reduces the number of uses. So almost only top teams buy it together. because they can complete the dungeon quickly. Hearing this, Raizel was startled. Is there really such a thing? Then he quickly ordered, System, analyze the level 40 dungeon key. Very quickly, the system notification appeared. Successfully analyzed level 40 dungeon key. Item attributes changed. Please check again. Attribute information also displayed. It stated, level 40 dungeon key, recommended for use at level 40 to 50. Coordinates area C87 outside the safe zone. Unidentified type, unknown description, durability 80%. After reading it through, Raizel became even more certain of his guess. Indeed, durability was added. The dungeon key now has a decay feature. You need the key to enter the dungeon, but where exactly is Area C87? At that moment, a voice suddenly shouted 1.5 million. The crowd immediately buzzed nonstop. 1.5 million? That's huge, the host asked. Since the VIP bid 1.5 million, does anyone want to bid higher? No one responded. So he quickly declared, deal closed. Meanwhile, Raizel silently evaluated 1.5 million for a dungeon key. Indeed, money can buy anything. Below, the host began acting mysterious again. Please don't leave your seats. Next, please keep your eyes on the screen. Then he pointed to the item being brought out and introduced, this is the final and most valuable item. As the box lid opened, a vial of potion quickly appeared before everyone. The host confidently said, Legendary Resurrection Potion, starting price 1 million. Its attributes quickly appeared. Resurrection Potion, legendary item containing hidden power, can revive humans. The audience immediately erupted. Hawaii's voice rang out repeatedly, Resurrection Potion? How could this be a joke? How can such a potion exist? Someone determinedly said, even if I have to sell my whole house, I must get this potion. The warrior beside him was also extremely agitated, cursing, damn it, I didn't expect this item. I don't have enough to buy it, damn it. Raizel turned to ask Lewin, System, can I craft this resurrection potion? It immediately replied, no, resurrection potions are forbidden items, making one would violate the laws of this world. Along with the image of a furious monster, the host added, but everyone knows when the world enters the Great OI era. All resurrection skills are forbidden arts. Even the highest level priests cannot fully understand or control them. It's over. If someone uses this potion, they can come back to life, but it has a huge side effect of turning the user into a monster and killing the Knight's Peak. Someone quickly reacted and spoke up. Turning into a monster means basically being dead, the host continued to explain. Everyone, please listen on. This fury only lasts for 1 month, after which the user returns to normal. Many people nodded in agreement upon hearing this, so that's how it is. Then it's worth having. I'll pay 1.5 million, Raizel thought silently. Indeed, life is important. After all, having money but not being able to use it is like throwing it away. But what exactly is this fury? This is the first time I've heard of it. In his mind, he imagined countless different forms of the insect tribe and pondered whether there were many other insect tribes in this world. Almost all information about them was a black hole. At this moment, someone raised their hand. 3 million. The host received the information and asked, this guest bids 3 million. Does anyone want to bid higher? Raizel whispered suspiciously. 3 million? How does this senior have so much money? Very suspicious. Is there something hidden here? Thinking so, he decided to at least keep his distance from him to avoid uncertainty and handle things well once that senior received the item. The host's voice rang out. Congratulations to the guest who won the item at 3 million. Immediately after, his whole body was illuminated, and he politely bowed and said, thus, today's auction ends here. See you all next time. Following that, the host gradually disappeared, leaving only one sentence, wishing everyone a good day. Raizel silently calculated, this place is really great. Next time I must bring more money. Not long after, he and the warrior returned home. As soon as they entered, Raizel asked, Hanna, have you finished buying? Don't make me wait too long. Hanna, a bit flustered, replied, why did you come back so early? Wait a bit, I'm still choosing. He was a bit speechless with this younger sister. Then Raizel turned to the warrior and said, thank you. This trip really helped me gain a lot. But she said, don't thank me yet. What you saw today is just the tip of the iceberg. If you join the combat team, you'll learn even more. Raizel nodded slowly and replied, thanks, I'll think about it. Then he turned to urge Hanna, hurry up, I'll give you half an hour more. I'm going to buy some things. You must be done when I get back. Understand? She hurriedly replied, got it. He said, you've stood before 2 royal accounts full of spirit and pondered. Exploring this world is really difficult, and more importantly, I have to protect my family. Thinking so, he made a decision. I can't entrust such important matters to outsiders, even big corporations. It's best to rely on myself. Therefore, Raizel looked at the blueprint appearing before him and said, this master architect is really reasonable. He confidently added, the necessary items are also very easy to find, only costs 4 million to buy at the black market. Like that. Saying that, Raizel unconsciously clenched his fists with determination and declared it's time to start crafting. 3 days later at the Academy's hall, the principal's voice echoed throughout the space. After 3 days, the students should be less frightened now. As we know, 3 days ago, our school was attacked by terrorists targeting the eldest daughter of the Han Mac Corporation, Mac Kan Yun. He firmly declared, this was a high-level terrorist attack carefully planned. The academy's security level was insufficient to defend against it. At this point, the principal's expression was very resolute. Everyone knows if something really happened to the eldest daughter, Mak Ka-nan, inside the academy, then our academy would be finished. As principal, I felt very desperate at that moment. But at this crucial time, understanding headmaster, Australia said, the appearance of one person not only saved the young lady, but also pulled our academy back from the brink of despair. Hearing that, a student standing in the front row asked, one person, the opponent is a level 15 commoner, the secret leader level close to 50, how did that person do it? Someone quickly responded, that must be a member of the masked squad, only someone of that caliber could do such a thing. Suddenly someone stepped forward to deny, I heard it was done by a student. Hearing that, everyone around immediately exploded with doubt. Student, what race is that? Our students all bow their heads and stomp on the ground. Who dares to stand up and resist? Seeing everyone below arguing fiercely, the headmaster then stepped forward to explain, over the past few days you must have heard some rumors, right? It is true that we have been saved by a certain student, so next, at this point, the spotlight shone on Diet Hao alone, along with the proud voice of the principal. Let us give the warmest applause to welcome the savior of our academy, fellow student Diet Hao. Please come on stage to receive your award. The atmosphere quickly exploded. Most did not agree with this result. Some shouted, what, really Diet Hao? The Diet Hao who cannot upgrade? What nonsense is this? If it really is him, I will bend into in shape. Some happily followed the words just now. Me too, but I don't know how to bend like that. Quite a few people felt indignant and shouted, Principal, the identity of the savior is a secret, but why use Diet Hao to fool us? Among them, one very confident person spoke mockingly to expose the real savior. The principal pushed all the credit to Diet Hao. If one day a replacement is really needed, why not choose me? I am superior to that low-level guy in every aspect. The words were interrupted by a strong voice. Damn it, try saying that again. Immediately after, the collar of the mocking person was easily grabbed by someone. It was Fong Tuk who led him to the ground. How could the great elder be doubted by this annoying ant? While the elder was fighting a strong enemy, your troops are still small fry. Facing this attitude from him, the mocking person was so scared he could not speak and could only stammer. Oh, him! At this moment, everyone's eyes once again focused on Raizel. Everyone began to doubt. Could it really be Raizel? Although the principal said so. But it was hard to believe. Some tried to keep peace, saying whoever saves the academy is fine, just happy with the name and the reward, just a few words praised on stage. Diem saw everyone's reaction and felt very heartbroken, thinking, it was Raizel who saved everyone. Why don't they believe it? He is so strong and handsome. Tuiet Hak looked at him thoughtfully. Finally, she silently remembered in her heart, Raizel, huh? At this time, the principal's voice rang out. Cutting through the disputes and thoughts of the students below, he shouted, silence, my words. Do you not believe them? Raizel then stepped onto the stage, very calm, whispered, no need to pay attention to the principal. Then he looked at him with understanding eyes and said, after all, people only believe what they see with their own eyes. For things they don't understand, that is a normal reaction. Whether they believe it or not is not important. Please don't let this small matter affect the awarding of your prize. Hearing that, the principal no longer insisted. Facing the students below, he declared, in front of all teachers and students, I will give you 101 points, another 2 points as encouragement for you to keep trying. As soon as these words were spoken, some below began to believe. At this point, it's almost certain it wasn't a joke just now. Some students admired loudly. Yes, we believe Raizel is the savior, but only verbally rewarded. I really want to learn from the principal. Feeling empowered, the principal excitedly continued. Verbal rewards, although our secondary academy does not have money like other districts, for those who have outstanding contributions to the academy. At this point, he hurriedly pulled off the red cloth beside him and declared, of course I will not be stingy. Immediately, a high-value cash prize appeared. The crowd admired and shouted, damn, so much cash. All of it is a reward for Raizel? Some students could not believe their eyes and asked doubtfully, Principal, are you really doing this? Not stopping there, he continued to reach into his coat pocket and added, this 2 million in cash is just a small part. The real reward is... At this point, he took out a detailed map and introduced it, the distribution map of ancient world ruins, on which there was also a specially crafted compass. Some classmates couldn't control their emotions and exclaimed, what, there's even such a big reward? Raizel was equally surprised, silently worried in his heart. Hey, principal, this is the academy's treasure. Normally we aren't even allowed to glance at it. Are you really giving it to me? But he ignored the surrounding chatter and simply snapped his fingers gently, successfully regaining the attention of the students. After that, the principal began to speak. Although the students already know about it, Today I will explain it more clearly, he recalled and narrated. This detailed map originates from the greatest former students in the history of our Ninth Academy, the legendary explorers. As the principal spoke, an image of the ruins appeared, and he continued, it symbolizes the spirit of courage to move forward and explore the unknown. Recalling the moment of discovering the old world ruins, the principal was deeply moved. The Explorer Group, you must have heard about them. They were a powerful group unafraid of death, especially skilled at exploring wild dungeons and old world ruins. Later, they sold coordinates to large groups at high prices, and the Explorer was one of the greatest adventurers of the era on Earth. Thinking of the Explorer and the distribution map, the principal immediately spoke proudly. His goal was to restore order to the world. Through his own efforts, he drew a distribution map of ruins and wild dungeons within a 2,000 kilometers radius centered around the safe zone. Hearing this, Raizel couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. He had heard about this, but ultimately it was too risky. He ventured into an area no one had explored before but couldn't verify the map's authenticity, so it was considered a great legend. The principal recalled that day. The explorer was mocked and ridiculed by officials and the world, but the explorer just smiled softly. But as an old classmate and someone who once studied under him, I always believed in his courage and spirit of exploration. The image of him standing heroically before the sun appeared as the principal firmly continued. I will never forget the day he handed me the map and then disappeared into the wildlands beyond the safe zone. Therefore, at this point, the principal handed the Ancient World Ruins distribution map to Raizel and boldly declared, whether the contents of this map are true or false, the one who receives it is you, Raizel. You may see it as just a reward, but I see it as a legacy. He spoke more resolutely. Oh, I feel your courage, and for that reason, I will pass this true treasure on to you. I hope you can live up to everyone's expectations and become someone even greater than the explorer. Raizel quickly took the map and replied confidently, Principal, don't worry. I will not disappoint your expectations. Just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Stones began to fall from the foundation, and everyone panicked, shouting, what's happening? An earthquake. At that moment, a golden yellow hole appeared at the foundation, twisting the surrounding space. Someone noticed and pointed up, saying, hey, look at the foundation. Everyone was stunned, a spatial rift. In this critical moment, the principal hurriedly shouted, why are you standing there? All students, evacuate immediately. The hidden underground chambers were sealed off at once. Hurry up, all wind mages above level 15 stay behind, form up and prepare to attack the enemy. Raizel was also very worried, questioning himself. Why is this happening? Could it really be what those two said? Why now, in such a crowded place like the main campus? Damn it. The hole at the foundation grew larger, now turning a sinister purple color, and the principal shouted again, attention, beasts are appearing. Wind mages, hold your formation and buy time for the students to evacuate. The wind mages fought while responding, yes sir. But before the students could fully react, a gigantic figure appeared, astonishing everyone, and it shouted, hurry and evacuate! This beastly creature easily took down a group of people as soon as it appeared, roaring fiercely, with me here, where do you think you can run? A terrified classmate asked, why is a level 15 beast so strong? Hearing this, the beast became even more defiant. Level 15, our beast tribe survives by killing in the wild to ascend. Those who have survived until now are elite level. The level 15 of my clan is a waste compared to you all. Saying that, it fiercely attacked a classmate, who immediately warned in fear, don't come near. My father is a very strong martial artist. If you dare touch a single hair on me, he will never forgive you. But the beast was not afraid. It reached out toward the classmate, proudly saying, is that so? Then you'll be my first meal. You have a flavor I like very much. The classmate panicked and shouted, Father, help me! The beast's health dropped to almost zero, and the classmate, unaware of what had just happened, silently cried. Very quickly, the fierce beast cried out in pain and fell down. The rescue attack didn't go as planned. The classmate turned around, saw the scene, and cried out, Father, is that you? Raizel stepped out from the fire and asked again, Father? Then he coldly declared, I don't have a son like you. If you want to live, get to the shelter now. The classmate stammered, unable to believe his eyes. Raizel? It turned out this classmate was the one who earlier arrogantly claimed he could easily defeat Raizel. Now he was crying and clinging to Raizel's legs. Raizel, thank you for saving me. I shouldn't have doubted you before. Please protect me. But Raizel only grew colder, his voice sharp. Didn't you hear me? Get out. The classmate quickly responded, yes, then scrambled away, silently crying and thinking, this is no joke. In a while, he will definitely kill me. Raizel scanned the surroundings and thought about whether this beast invasion was to seize Safe Zone 9. He concluded, then the scale must be bigger. The beast's starting level is 15, like the demon beasts last time. This shows the spatial rift can withstand up to level 15. The question is, how high can it go? At that moment, DM and Kim Dokja suddenly appeared. Kim Dokja confidently said, Kim Dokja here, I'm here to help you. DM added, Raizel, I'm here to help too. Raizel was surprised by their arrival, hesitating before saying only two words, you guys. But he quickly pushed aside his confusion, pointed to the large hole in the ceiling, and said, the spatial rift has appeared again. It looks like it won't stop. If I'm right, this wave of beasts will still be level 15, but with your current level. Hearing this, the two shouted in unison. What? Still level 15, Kim Dokja grasped the situation and said, got it, Kim Dokja, let's go. DM, we just have to wait for Kim Dokja now. All we can do is help the teachers evacuate the students to the shelter. DM agreed reluctantly. Suddenly, from the spatial rift, a sharp claw began to emerge. Immediately after, a red-blooded beast with chain wings appeared, fiercely shouting, die, and charged at the three. Raizel remained unfazed and told the others, I haven't told you to go down yet. Then Raizel charged forward in a fighting stance, telling them, follow me, this is the perfect chance for you to level up, don't waste it, I'll slash until they're almost dead. Raizel bravely led the charge, saying, you guys will land the finishing blow and earn experience points. DM stepped forward, quickly readying his weapon. All right, Kim Dokja hurried after them but still shouted, the Sun Lord is truly a formidable warrior. Damn it, let's show them humans aren't easy to bully. The chain-winged beast saw their spirit and sneered, don't know life or death. Before it finished speaking, Raizel's sword cut it in half. DM seized the opportunity and unleashed a finishing move, draining the beast's health completely. Raizel remained calm, saying as he landed, follow me, don't stop. They moved from the hall straight into the schoolyard. If they encountered beasts, the two would take turns killing them. The others nodded in understanding. The three quickly moved outside, where the scene was chaotic. Many small creatures were everywhere, and beasts were roaming all over the place at night. Everyone just die, the group sprayed with fire panicked and shouted, help me! Someone calmer remembered, don't run around, follow the professor to the shelter, hurry up. Raizel looked at the devastated scene before him and couldn't help but say, damn it, the situation is worse than I thought. It seems the entire Safe Zone 9 has been attacked. The conspiracy theory has become reality. But before he could go far, a horned demon suddenly appeared blocking the way. It confidently said, want to run? You can't escape? Calm down the others. It spoke as if granting mercy. Becoming my experience value is the best choice. I will let you die without pain. While speaking, it rushed to attack him. Raizel impatiently raised his sword and cut across. Shut up. I don't have time to talk with subhuman creatures like you. In his mind, he thought, although this morning I told Van Phi to stay home with parents and Nana, no need to go to school. Then Raizel jumped up and continued thinking, but I'm still a bit worried. These thoughts did not affect his killing efficiency. Raizel quickly slashed and killed two demons, then moved on. Lafong, finish it, he hurriedly replied. Okay, Kim Dokja, sir. I'll help you immediately, system. Contact Van Phi. The system immediately responded. Contacting now. Please wait, Lafong. Please help finish off that horned demon. Don't forget to erase its face. Die, beef, or braised pork, who cares? The experience value belongs to me. Raizel had just landed, thinking, even if worried, I can't abandon the professors and students. I must contact Van Phi first to check the situation there before deciding the next step. But the reply to his repeated attempts was bad news from the system. The other side is busy or signal is weak, cannot connect to Diep Van Phi. Raizel immediately worried. Why can't I contact Van Phi? Could she be in danger? Suddenly a shout attracted his attention. In the direction of the sound, a wild wolf demon with 80% health stood before the old professor and arrogantly said, humans are weak. Even at level 15, you are no match for me. Do you know how many of my kind I had to kill to reach level 15? Humans are trash. Old Professor Tran, level 15 with only 20% health left, gritted his teeth and replied, don't lump humanity together with beasts that kill each other like you. He used all his remaining strength to shield the students, then shouted at it, if you want to touch my students, you must first step over my dead body. The students called out emotionally and worried. Old Professor Tran. The wild wolf demon raised its claws to deliver a deadly blow, showing false nobility as it said, I will grant you this. Come and slowly enjoy the delicious taste of human blood and flesh. Old Professor Tran, try your best. Everyone run. Hurry. But immediately, a sword beam shot out. The wolf demon's raised arm was cut off before it could strike. It screamed wildly, who is this? It just appeared and already killed me with one sword from Raizel. Surprised and in pain, it let out a cry. Raizel then said in a mocking tone, no crying allowed. Level 15 wild wolf demon now only has a bit of blood left. Old Professor Tran was being calmly treated. He stopped and asked, who are you? Before he could finish, the students nearby spoke up. Classmate Raizel. He didn't answer but gestured. Old Professor Tran, quickly move the other students out of here. I will help cover you. Hearing this, the group cheered. It really is Raizel. No wonder you're the savior of our academy. Thank you, Raizel. Old Professor Tran also said, those beasts are not fully renewed yet. We need to quickly run to the underground shelter. Raizel's heart burned like fire, but he reassured himself, worrying about parents at home is useless now. I can only trust Nana to protect them safely, even if I have to use all my strength to deal with the beasts at the academy, then quickly return home. Not long after, in a quiet corner of the schoolyard, a crack suddenly appeared. A one-eyed demon quickly poked its head out, looked around, then happily said, "So this is the human school." Then the one-eyed demon quickly stepped outside, extremely excited. "I must have a really full meal today." Just as it held a sword, a slash came at it, immediately putting it into a state of alert. "Stay there, body go." At this moment, Raizel's voice also rang out. It was his turn to say, "The one-eyed demon is unwilling and raging. This is impossible. Tiny humans dare to kill me." Kim Dokja then raised his umbrella, ready to strike down, not forgetting to respond to its previous plea. "Kill people? I understand this best." Seeing this, the one-eyed demon used the fire on its body to crawl forward, continuously pleading, "Please, I haven't killed a single human yet. I just returned from the water realm. Please don't." Kim Dokja didn't hear a word from it, decisively slashing while saying, "Come if you want, leave if you want." The person thought this was a dangerous place. "Go die. Trash." The demon beast let out a painful cry and stubbornly resisted. Thanks to this, Kim Dokja's spirit level increased by 1. He laughed happily, helping the group also level up to 15. Following the boss to kill monsters, leveling up is really fast. At this moment, DM had arrived from somewhere, excitedly continuing, "That's right, even I've reached level 12. All thanks to Raizel taking us to grind levels." Hearing this, Kim Dokja reminded, "Hey, Nguyen DM, you're not allowed to call the boss's full name directly." Raizel interrupted their argument. "Raise your guard, don't pay attention to trivial matters like this, and especially don't get trapped in a sensory lock after leveling up." Then he seriously analyzed the situation, counting the just now, we have killed 20 demon beasts, all of them level 15. This is definitely abnormal. The invading demon beasts' levels definitely don't stop at 15. Just as he finished speaking, behind them appeared a level 16 bone sword tiger, full of menace. Raizel's mind raced, thinking, the demon beast's levels have indeed increased, so there are two possibilities. Before they could prepare, the bone sword tiger closed in on them. Seeing its movement speed, they all sighed. Too fast. Hearing this, it arrogantly said, "Of course, but you absolutely cannot keep up with my speed." Saying this as it leapt toward DM. Raizel immediately reacted, "Be careful, Nguyen DM, it's targeting you." But she could only respond passively. "What?" But very quickly she regained the initiative. Just as its claw was about to touch DM, she cast a magic shield, firmly saying, "Don't underestimate me. I'm no longer a novice at fighting. Raizel here is tough. Reaction speed not bad. Nguyen DM, you've finally learned to protect yourself." Then he added, "Let me attack first." And after his attack, DM replied, "Okay, just like that, little by little." The demon beast was quickly pierced through by power. It let out a painful cry. After finishing it, Raizel thought, invading demon beasts have levels from low to high, and Nana is level 20, so parents and Hanna can hold out for a while. While retracting his sword, he thought with relief, this also gives enough time for me to help all the teachers and students escape to the refuge area. Raizel imagined the image of a huge and fierce monster and wondered, what is the highest monster level limit? Level 50? Level 60? He pondered, recalling the intense battle with the Dacier Armin squad last time. I can handle level differences within 20 levels, but if the gap this time is too big, how can I cope? Raizel swung his sword and continued thinking, "For now, don't think about these things. Focus on the task at hand. The invading demon beasts have become notorious. Most of the teachers probably have already fled to the refuge area, but we can't ignore the possibility of some classmates being separated." Thinking this, Raizel's sense of justice flared up. He resolutely promised himself, "I cannot abandon anyone still alive." After clearing his mind, Raizel issued an order. The system activated the skill, True Sense of the Eye. The system quickly responded. Using skill, True Sense of the Eye, creatures within the academy have been scanned completely. Please review. A huge circle appeared in the sky with an eye symbol in the center. Looking at the school grounds and the distribution of white and red dots, Raizel thought, indeed, some classmates and teachers are still separated. Then he turned to the other two and said, "Now we split into two paths. I'll go to the farthest place in the academy, the storage room, to rescue people." Wait a moment. Raizel added that Nguyen DM's room was in the same place, and in the dining hall across the way, 3 classmates were hiding there. After rescuing them, they immediately headed down to the underground shelter, and the room reacted instantly. "Boss, I don't want to go with her. I want to go alone," DM said with a sour face. "What do you mean? I don't want to go with you either." "I don't want to go with you either." Raizel, with a face like they were hiding something, immediately took action and asked again, "What did you two just say?" "My ears aren't good." "Repeat it once more," the two stammered. "Nothing. We'll leave immediately." He didn't forget to add that although their levels had been upgraded, they always had to be careful and coordinate closely to maximize their true strength. "It's a command from the boss, entrusted to me. I'm confident in my leadership skills." Hearing the satisfactory answer, Raizel shouted, "Move!" then dashed toward the designated direction. DM called after him, "Raizel, remember to stay safe. Don't worry about us," Kim Dokja calmly said after hearing her. "These level monsters haven't even posed a threat to the boss yet." Then he urged with a tone full of sacrifice, "Let's go. Nguyen DM." I never thought one day the four greats would have to cooperate with you. Diem refused to lose and replied empathetically, your life is in my hands now. I'm no longer the novice I used to be. Here, Kim Dokja pondered and said, I've changed too. During those unconscious moments, the boss changed us all. With absolute admiration, he declared, I believe the boss can still lead us toward a better future. Meanwhile, Raizel was running toward the spot, while the others thought, still unaware of the limits of the monsters. Unable to fight a 9-on-1 without preparation, he decided to activate the system space. Very quickly, a pale golden space appeared surrounding Raizel, and he asked, System, how many experience points do I have? The system immediately replied, according to calculations, the current experience value of the host is. Here it calculated a bit and said, 210,000. The host can unlock the new royal account. The host can also choose to upgrade the bond level to unlock new talents. Hearing this answer, Raizel was very pleased, saying it exceeded his expectations. Because Dazir Arman led the army before, and also because I just killed the monster alone, at this moment, Arthur Lewin and Seech VM Day were flying behind him. Raizel thought for a moment and said, but given the current situation, there's no time to slowly study a new profession. Then he looked at Seech VM Day beside him and activated the system. System, use all experience points to upgrade Seech VM Day's level. The system quickly responded, order received. Currently, it takes 20,000 experience points to increase one level. Then it continued, congratulations. The host's bond level with the Seech VM Day account is now 30. The next bond level is 31. Immediately, Raizel felt the power flowing throughout his body and couldn't help but exclaim, so strong it feels like this power is coursing through my entire body. Amazing. This is the effect of increasing 10 levels at once. Raizel looked at his control panel showing level 5 bond set. His own level had increased by one more tier. The external control panel type wasn't important because many people in this world could change the external control panel level. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Host has 1-star talent point to allocate. Please choose a talent to upgrade. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and wondered, talent? Then he thought, although the current defense talent is at level 20 and can withstand attacks from level 40, it still gets damaged by the attack. So this time, Raizel smiled confidently and ordered, upgrade attack talent. The system responded, order received, attack talent upgraded. Immediately after, images of skills surrounding the Seech VM form appeared, and the system announced, additional special skills of the attack talent have been unlocked. Seech VM Form 1. After gaining energy, transform into Seech VM Form 1. Each attack is a critical hit, and the duration lasts 180 seconds. Raizel remembered his first transformation form and curiously asked the system, Seech VM Form? Isn't this the first transformation form when I first got the system at Royal Account Star level? The system confirmed, correct. But at that time, the host connection level was too low. The host's own attributes couldn't withstand the inflammation form, so the system automatically locked this skill. He looked at the inflammation beside him and then asked with satisfaction, now that my rank has increased, has this skill been unlocked? That's great. System, switch to attack talent. Immediately, Raizel's movement speed increased several times. He ran while saying, I want to get there as fast as possible. Over here in a music room, Teacher Ko is level 16 but only has 65% health left, and a group of students are hiding inside. They even carefully use tables and chairs to block the door. Teacher Ko spoke to reassure, hiding here will be safe, damn beasts. Compared to my rank, even more so. Saying this, he coughed several times before continuing. Everyone, don't worry, just stay behind me. A pink-haired girl hugged Teacher Lei while crying. I'm so scared, she said. And Teacher Lei comforted her. Don't be afraid. Teacher Ko is here. He will protect us. Hearing that, he immediately agreed. That's right. With me here, everyone will be safe. But before he could finish, a beast broke through the barricade of tables and chairs and entered. The pink-haired girl cried even louder. The other students were also terrified. Teacher Ko threw the tables and chairs and cursed, damn it, such bad luck. I just mentioned the beasts. But looking again, in front of everyone, was a level 18 suffering horse beast with its health bar completely drained, its body covered with many wounds, big and small. Teacher Ko realized this and exclaimed in surprise, no, this beast is already dead, beaten to death. Who did this? So cruel, this is a level 18 beast. From within the flames, Raizel confidently stepped out, silently thinking, after switching to attack talent, it's really different. Even close combat is very strong, amazing. Teacher Lei saw him and was astonished, her voice full of emotion. Classmate Raizel, is that really you? You saved us again, thank you. Raizel scratched his head arrogantly and said, no need to be polite, I've cleared all the beasts outside, so everyone please head to the shelter. Everyone was stunned by this. Really? That means we're safe now, he added. Just stop by the office building on the way, there are still some classmates there. Before he finished, Teacher Ko rushed up to Raizel's face. If you're so good, why don't you go yourself? Want us to go die? And how dare a student like you order us? Teacher Lei couldn't help but angrily shout, how can Teacher Ko say that? It's a teacher's duty to protect their students. How can you just watch them die without helping? Moreover, Raizel's abilities are known to everyone. We should follow his instructions. Hearing this, Teacher Ko softened and finally said one word, sad. His face darkened, filled with resentment, originally planning to be a hero and win the girl's heart, but in the end, that brat Raizel stole the spotlight. So regretful to death, now you want me to follow and die? No way. Kim Doksha won't hand over his life to a kid who's not even fully grown. Thinking this, Teacher Ko stepped back, grumbling, fine, if you want to go die, go ahead. I'm not playing. I came to the academy just for food and clothing. Otherwise, who would want to stay with these kids? I definitely won't go die with you, he said while deliberately slapping Raizel's hand. But with just that slap, Teacher Ko's arm was severed. His health dropped to 20%. His face immediately turned pitch black as he asked himself, my hand. What happened? Teacher Lei, unaware of what Teacher Ko had just experienced, gently said to Raizel, classmate Raizel, don't mind him. Leave the students in the entire office building to me. I will never abandon them, he replied happily. Okay. Teacher Le said, then I can rest assured to rescue the others. Maybe no more beasts will appear around here for a short time, but everyone should hurry as fast as possible. Hearing that, she couldn't help but admire and replied, I understand, classmate Raizel. The other girls also looked at him with hearts full of admiration. Cheers erupted. It turned out everything new and DMDM said was true. Raizel was both strong and handsome. Not long after, in the archive room, the door was closing. He stood before the large door, thinking, this is the legendary archive room of the school. It is said that all the treasures in the secret realm were collected by previous generations of the school, exclusively for special characters. Ordinary students cannot enter. Raizel shifted his gaze down to the two door handles in the center and began to unlock them. Moreover, a special seal had been set on the door. It cannot be forced open. Only by combining the principal's and secretary's keys can it be unlocked. That's how it is. He casually placed his hand on one handle and pushed, all the while wondering to himself, but why did I really want to see who was inside, who would come here at such a dangerous time? Surprisingly, the door actually opened. Raizel thought happily. The door was truly sealed. Would the principal make such a mistake? Impossible. Immediately, he moved inside, his steps becoming hurried because of the situation. Before Raizel's eyes were countless treasures of various colors carefully stored. He thought to himself, this is indeed a treasure vault that makes others' eyes widen. I must control my hands tightly. Suddenly, a faint sound came over, and Raizel quickly pinpointed its exact location, telling himself it was over there. Over here, Tuyet Hak was concentrating on inspecting a mysterious chest. Suddenly, a few coughs came from behind, startling and panicking her. Raizel stood firmly at the door, speaking cautiously. Unexpectedly, this classmate was really calm while everyone else was rushing to escape for their lives. Yet this classmate still had time to come here searching for treasures, having found a satisfactory treasure to wait for. Tuyet Hak, upon being discovered, showed no fear. She gathered energy and warned, what's it to you? It's none of your business. If you want to live, leave quickly. Raizel was not someone easily intimidated. He responded without hesitation. No wonder you're the famous cold-hearted female classmate, Tuyet Hak. Everyone says she's not interested in anything, but I don't think so. It's just that this archive room isn't a place ordinary students should come to. Tuyet Hak had finished creating a protective barrier around herself. Several swords and shards of ice hovered, ready to strike toward Raizel. She asked angrily, are you stalking me? Raizel raised his hand to signal not to move and explained, stalking? That's a misunderstanding. I just noticed you were alone here and came to rescue you. Looks like that's unnecessary now. Tuyet Hak didn't believe him. Suspicious, she asked. My movements are very secretive. How did you find me? Tuyet Hak then took the offensive. Just as those swords were about to reach Raizel, they were stopped by an invisible force. He coldly replied, of course I have my own methods. Then Raizel looked at Tuyet Hak and continued, everyone has secrets. Why pry so much? It's like you're embarrassed your secret was discovered by me, but that's my fault. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving only one sentence behind. Then I won't bother you anymore. Carry on. I remind you that the levels of the beasts outside are rising. Don't let your guard down. Tuyet Hak couldn't help but shout, stop you. But at that moment, large water stains suddenly appeared on the wall. Immediately after, a level 30 fierce beast full of blood appeared, easily tearing the huge wall into pieces. Raizel dodged the flying debris while thinking, a newly born beast already at level 30, damn it, even faster than I expected. The fierce beast looked at Tuyet Hak and said, I smell the scent of a human female, unexpectedly, a rare delicacy. How long has it been since I last tasted a human female? Today I must enjoy it fully. Hearing this, she angrily unleashed a barrage of swords at it, not forgetting to curse in a strange language, die. But the fierce beast easily deflected the attack, its face showing disdain as it said, why the rush to kill yourself? Is your attack really meant to strangle me? It said regretfully. It's a pity my time is limited, otherwise I'd really want to play with you more. Then it reached out to grab Tuyet Hak, but she quickly created a protective barrier and jumped up. Its hand caught nothing and could only angrily slam down. The fierce beast didn't stop there. It grew more excited and reached out again, not forgetting to taunt, don't run. Very quickly, the fierce beast caught Tuet Hack inside her protective barrier and sneered, "You think just because you have beauty I won't eat the inside?" Before Tuyet Hack could respond, it answered itself, "Beauty is my specialty." Saying that, it crushed her protective barrier. Tuyet Hack, at level 6, was now down to only 35% health. The fierce beast opened its mouth and judged, "However, the taste is exquisite but too skinny." Then it opened its terrifying mouth toward Snow Crane and said, "Only suitable as an appetizer." Its tongue lunged out as if wanting to engulf her. At this moment, Diet Hao's voice rang out again. "You can't fight this ape. My seniors are all skilled warriors." It seemed like it wanted to kill her, but immediately a sword slash appeared, cutting off the arm of the beast holding Snow Crane. He quickly caught Snow Crane as she was falling down. She looked at him in surprise and asked, "Diet Hao, why are you still here? Was that attack just now you?" Diet Hao replied calmly, "Just routine operation, no need to panic. Facing a strong enemy, running away is not my style. Besides, I came here to save people, not to get beaten." Snow Crane shyly said, "Like it's level 30, you, Diet Hao," put a finger over her mouth and said, "Save your energy, don't worry about me." He added with a very trustworthy look, "This guy isn't scary enough to bother me, just go quickly." Over here, the enraged beast was painfully blocking the blood flowing from its mouth. It angrily growled, "My tongue is just a male-level monster. How can a useless thing have such power? How is this possible?" Snow Crane heard that and curiously turned to ask Diet Hao, "Could it be you despise rank?" He raised his hand, signaling silence, and replied, "It's not important. Didn't I say everyone has secrets? You go, just leave me here." The beast here seemed to have reached its limit. It roared and charged at Diet Hao. The others kept wiping off. "Go die. Kim Daksha is suffering here, and you all just stand there with longing eyes." When it got close, he quickly made a move, focusing attacks on the body. Diet Hao smiled slightly and said, "For a beast to say longing eyes, it must understand human society. Is it a mutated IQ, or did someone teach it?" Diet Hao retracted his energy and said, "Isn't it the so-called heavenly beast lord who taught it?" The enraged beast only managed to ask in surprise, "What?" Then it died. The system sound quickly rang out, "Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 FP points and a level 30 magic grade item." Hearing that, he was stunned and thought, only 5,000 FBU points, even less than imagined. It seems to increase link level. Only by leveling up and killing can you gain rich FBU experience points. Snow Crane also fell into thought. She couldn't help but doubt. Killing a level 30 beast in 2 moves, he must be hiding a lot of real strength. After a while, Diet Hao warned, "You should quickly go down to avoid danger. The beast levels keep rising. Maybe next time it will be even higher level. Outside is too dangerous." Snow Crane replied, "No need. I have an escape method. It's just that." Saying this, she was surrounded by snow winds and gradually disappeared. Snow Crane regretfully added, "It's a bit regrettable. Couldn't notice you earlier. Otherwise, these past 3 years might have been very different." Just as everything faded, she emotionally said, "If fate allows, see you again, Diet Hao." He couldn't help but wonder, regrettable? What is regrettable? Diet Hao scratched his head in confusion. What does she mean? Couldn't understand, then quickly decided, "Forget it, just leave her. There's something more important to deal with. That is." Diet Hao glanced around and said, "How should we handle these items? I really can't stand them being scattered like this." His face became cunning, pretending to be a good kid making decisions. "Better let me keep them for the principal so they won't be lost. I'll return them later." His idea was great, Diet Hao concluded. "Let's do that." The system quickly announced. Obtained. Truth's Mirror Quantity 1. Two-Handed Sword, Quantity 1. Faceless Demon Type Quantity 1. Studded Armor Quantity 1. Heartbreak Monster Trap Quantity 1. Royal Insignia Quantity 1. After a while, he happily reported, "Completed." Now, he looked at everyone's positions on the map and thought, "All classmates and teachers are in the shelter, then I should head back too." Of course, the system sounded a warning. A high-level elite beast is rapidly approaching the shelter. Diet Hao was startled. Another elite beast level 45. Could the bot have appeared already? The so-called safe zone is an underground shelter with a safety level of 40. The entry condition is no special privileges. At that moment, the principal was reassuring everyone, "Don't worry, listen to me." Then he boldly declared that this hidden bunker is very sturdy, enough to withstand attacks from level 40 elite beast demons. We just need to hold out until reinforcements arrive. But the students were still very uneasy. Someone spoke up, asking why the safety level of this hidden bunker was only 40. Those nearby agreed. Exactly, it couldn't be higher in case monsters above level 40 attacked. Principal Long frowned slightly and began to explain, "Of course there is a reason. The beast demons that attacked our secondary safe zone in the past only reached level 30. Then, combined with the Academy's financial strength, the construction level of the hidden bunker was finally upgraded to level 40. The principal firmly added, "Even with a safety level of 40. But at that time, it consumed all the Academy's funds and 40 magic crystals to successfully create it." The person who spoke earlier was also convinced by these words. He said, So, that's how it is. Level 40 is safe enough, someone nearby added. Finally, we can breathe a sigh of relief. Juhaeon sat in a corner, extremely uneasy, asking why Raizel hadn't arrived yet. Fong quickly interrupted to block her pessimistic words. Be quiet. How could the boss possibly have anything happen to him? You should worry about whether those beast demons will be blasted away by the boss instead. Juhyun replied sadly. I know Raizel is very strong, but I still can't help worrying about him. Suddenly, outside the bunker door, a series of sounds and impacts were heard. Everyone looked up in alarm and asked, What's that sound? Someone panicked, asking if it was beast demons chasing after them. Others firmly reminded, What's there to panic about? As long as it's not a level 40 beast demon, there's no need to be afraid. But Kim Dokja humorously ran toward the door, saying as he ran, Could it be the boss arriving? Hey, open the door quickly. The principal asked in surprise, Kim Dokja, what do you want to do? Teacher Lei also hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Wait a moment, classmate Kim Dokja. But very quickly, the scene before their eyes made him tremble. The bunker door was easily pierced by a sharp claw of a beast demon. Kim Dokja began to panic, fearfully asking himself, Hey, what the hell is this? Immediately after the door was torn apart, the impact was so great it knocked down the nearby students. Everyone panicked, running and shouting, The door's been broken. How could this be? Kim Dokja still couldn't accept this horrifying truth, stammering as he repeated, The safe zone, breached. A level 45 Lee Han Yop appeared before everyone, speaking with disdain. I thought only our insect tribe liked digging tunnels. I didn't expect humans to like it too. Kim Dokja was so scared by him he couldn't move. Lee Han Yop looked at them excitedly. This place, all the effort spent catching people everywhere, it's best to wipe them all out at once. I really hate deceit. Kim Dokja silently checked himself. Why is there a level 45 beast demon? Didn't they say there wouldn't be any above level 36? But no, he frowned. Damn it, in this underground space no one can escape, what should I do? The large beast demon then focused on Kim Dokja. Seeing him still standing there speaking, it loudly asked, facing my pressure but not backing down, Do you want to die like that? People behind had long since fled in all directions. They ran while shouting for help. Some despairingly said, Who will save me? A level 45 beast demon broke in here. We're definitely dead. Kim Dokja still stood silently, thinking to himself, Boss, it seems I'm increasingly influenced by you. Even when facing a strong enemy, I still have the courage to step forward, even if this courage might cost me my life. Quickly, Kim Dokja drew his sword, took a battle-ready stance, and said, But who cares? The mission you gave me, I will definitely carry out to the end. With those words, he leapt to directly attack Lee Han Yop, determined to save lives. Even if I can save just one person, I will do my best. Seeing Kim Dokja charge, the beast demon immediately sneered in disdain. With just a light swipe of its paw, he was flung out. It looked at Kim Dokja with contempt and ordered, Get lost, don't delay my meal. Kim Dokja hated being disturbed by humans the most. At level 15, his health was down to 8%. Teacher La hurriedly rushed up to support him, classmate Kim Dokja. Lee Han Yop, still full of energy, arrogantly said, I don't even like eating live humans like you. So deceitful. Wait until your organs are all crushed, then the feast will begin. At that moment, a dark power source enveloped many people in the hidden bunker. Their blood slowly began to flow out. They screamed in pain. My head felt like it was about to burst. I couldn't take it anymore. Someone please kill me. I beg you all. At that moment, the principal suddenly rushed towards the demon beast, thinking silently in his heart, Farewell, students. Everyone dispersed with scattered voices. Principal, please don't. As its claw just touched the principal, a golden sword aura appeared and snatched him away from its grasp. The demon beast growled fiercely. Who dares to cause trouble for me? Raizel placed the unconscious principal down amid everyone's worried gazes. He spoke with a heavy heart. I sincerely apologize. Principal, I have arrived. The teacher stopped speaking. Gasp. Classmate Raizel. Some classmates anxiously ran over. Raizel, you finally came. Quickly. The principal. He is... Raizel's expression turned fierce, then said, Leave this to me. I will definitely defeat this demon. At this moment, he was in his most enraged state. A blazing hatred declared. The system announced in golden letters, Special attack, talent skill, most enraged state activated, 3 minutes until reverse start. Lee Han Yop saw Raizel's state and sneered. You're strong, but if you want to fight me, come on. It would be a waste not to get some demon pets, so, he asked slyly, Can you handle this? If you're an old classmate, can you finish it? His words encouraged the classmates who had just lost hope to jump up with renewed vigor. Like puppets, they moved towards Raizel, muttering, I'm not ready to die yet, I still want to live one more year. Their eyes were pitch black, whispering their secrets as they walked, like, I have to break free, or, I like you. Medical school classmates, even my secret password is not missing. As soon as they approached, Raizel slammed his hand on the ground, creating a shockwave to stop them while thinking to himself. Before confirming the condition of the classmates, I can't rashly attack. At that moment, the system notification rang loudly. The cooldown time of the True Eye skill has ended, the inflammatory form skill has been enhanced, allowing observation of all target states to open immediately. Raizel quickly seized the opportunity, silently ordering to activate the True Eye. His eyes instantly flashed with a spirit light, and a special symbol appeared. Looking at the boy rushing over, Raizel easily saw all his information: name, Leloy, rank 5, status, deceased, height 170 centimeters, money, 100, lower body points, likes beauties, secret, singing study materials, experience value 250, then shifted his gaze to the girl beside him. Her info board showed name Han Mi Mai, rank 10, status, deceased, height 159 centimeters, money 150, hair points, likes singing, secret, talked with classmates before the exam but didn't review, reads books all day, experience value 240. After reading, he sensed, this is the enhanced True Eye skill. The information is huge. After confirming they were all dead, Raizel immediately used a move to burn the entire grave. They screamed once, then quickly disappeared. He silently thought, rest well, I will definitely avenge you all. Lee Han-yop was surprised and said, that person is truly ruthless, cruel to his own kind without mercy. If he can't stop, then kill his own kind. Following his words, the remaining fake humans immediately charged toward the normal classmates. They quickly turned and ran while shouting, don't come here. But the fake humans quickly caught up, rushing to guard the survivors. At this moment, beside Raizel, the living and the dead appeared mixed together. It's impossible to distinguish. Damn it, the living and dead classmates are mixed together. No solution. The beast saw his hesitation, then laughed loudly and gently said, aren't you the one who wants to save people? Then save them all. But can you save everyone? Kim Dokja, having just fixed a fake human, shouted, leave this to us, boss. You focus on dealing with that fake one. DM Dem also attacked with all her strength, she agreed. That's right, we can still handle this Fire Master level. Immediately after, a shield-shaped space appeared surrounding everyone. Someone said in surprise, is this the special effect of the truth glass? But it only functions to separate space. Now it has become a shield-shaped space. Raizel didn't answer, he just warned. Note that among the transformed students, some are still alive. Don't hurt them. Attack following my signal. Don't mistakenly harm others, the two replied in unison. Raizel thought, the fusion of truth glass and grenade shield effect is not bad at all. Then he seriously calculated, but only defending is very passive. He must deal with that guy before the transformation time ends. Now Raizel only has half the transformation time left. On this side, the original beast was quickly cooling down. It thought while flying, taking advantage of that guy's distraction, run quickly, I'm not his prey. It just didn't want to fight him. At that moment, a sound cut through its thoughts. Reload. Very quickly, it was surrounded by a barrage of bullets. The beast muttered, what the hell is this? Before it could react, it was attacked by continuous fire. The notification for violent attacks kept ringing. It painfully wondered when this gun tower was placed and why the firepower was so strong. Suddenly, it noticed something was wrong on its back. Turning around, Lee Han-yop saw Raizel already on its back. He grabbed its two wings and said, thinking you can escape easily? Come on, it panicked. Let go of me. Raizel did let go, and also helped remove the two wings from its body. He said, these obstructive wings should have been cut off long ago. The beast could only scream in pain. Raizel easily saw its attribute info. Species, insect tribe, rank 48 elite, wing points, armor break, fire flame, experience value 200,000, skill, violent mutation. All attributes increased after mutation, // kills all with high damage. The third slash is a critical hit, causing fatal acid damage. Each new attack applies a poison status, reducing health continuously. It painfully begged, I was wrong. Spare me. I'll never dare again. Its violent mutation status was now 1/4 complete. But Raizel decisively gave it a powerful strike, the attack causing Lee Han-yop's whole body to stagger, and he spoke with disdain. Only a demon would be so naive. Lee Han-yop at level 45 had his health drop to 35%, and at that moment the system notified, interrupting the target's violent mutation skill. Hearing this, the demon beast immediately felt inwardly alarmed. This brat interrupted my mutation. Impossible. This must be just a coincidence. Thinking so, Lee Han-yop shouted, don't provoke me. At worst, I'll drag you down like a fish caught in a net. Raizel countered its move, saying, come on, its mid-level violent mutation state had now reached over 1/3. He said, let me see who's the fish and who's the net, then immediately used the violent flame dragon bullet, thousands of firepower rushing towards the demon beast. The system again notified, interrupting the target's violent mutation skill. The demon beast aimed at the dragon bullet from him. It was bitterly angry, damn it, this is definitely not a coincidence. This brat deliberately interrupted my mutation skill. It began to doubt, but no way. How could he know what I'm thinking? This type of bullet is only suitable for large-scale massacres. Only mutation and violent strikes are suitable for one-on-one combat. But there was no time to calculate. It hurriedly spat a poisonous substance toward the turret. No matter, first try to escape to a safe place to buy time, then wait for the chance to disappear. But the poison hadn't even reached before being blocked by Raizel's flame. The demon beast cursed. Damn it, Raizel calmly advised. Don't rush. At this moment, the system repeatedly notified. The time for the Scarlet Flame transformation was insufficient. Only 10 seconds left. Raizel stepped out from the flames, like a warrior declaring, "This is the final move. We'll kill quickly. Won't waste much time." With these words, he tightly gripped his sword and powerfully used the move. The red star soaked. Immediately after, Raizel stabbed the sword into the ground. A powerful energy instantly spread out. The ground suddenly emitted light. Fragments of space-time fell as if opening another dimension. Lee Han-yop witnessed this scene and panicked, wondering if this was a mental attack, then suddenly recalled something and shouted, No, I remember now." At this moment, the surrounding space had changed. Only Raizel and the demon beast remained. It suspiciously asked, "Is this the dimensional fragment?" Legend says only the strongest royal moves can cause such spatial chaos in the dimension. How could a small human like him use this move? Who helped him? But Raizel calmly replied, "I'm just an ordinary human student." Then he raised his hand, gathering energy generously, and said to the demon beast, "You better worry about yourself." A leaf lying on the ground like a person who probably never saw the stars in their life, now given a chance to look up. Pausing a moment, Raizel added, "Your Death Star." And as he spoke, a giant circle appeared with a black hole inside, continuously sucking energy. "This is what's called the Deep Energy Star," Lee Han-yop panicked. "A Death Star, clearly a black hole of the solar system." Raizel didn't bother responding, because immediately from that black hole, a massive energy burst shot straight at Lee Han-yop, killing him before he could utter a sound. Lee Han-yop's level 46 health instantly depleted. The notification quickly popped up. Achievement unlocked. Violent God Mark. First time means many more to come. Wishing peace to the world, the system also announced. Having eliminated the demon beast Lee Han-yop, the host received 20 experience points and 3 units of currency. At this time, the Scarlet Flame transformation had ended. Raizel read the notification, feeling full of excitement. 100 mutations, Scarlet Flame. Just the name sounded powerful. Could this be the top demon beast leading this invasion? Maybe at least a level 70 to 80 boss. I must quickly increase my strength or it will be hard to deal with. Quickly he pushed these thoughts aside, no longer thinking about it, to see if the elite demon beast dropped anything good. Just then, inside the space appeared a level 50 elite, acid dissolving thickly, the legs of the demon beast, golden wing and internal resonance. As for the legs of the demon beast, those fleshy legs under the hard shell of the tribe are very tender. When cooked, they are very delicious. Speaking of golden wing, the wings of the tribe, although damaged, still the best living material for crafting. Finally, resonance storage, a level 50 control skill book, can use language or sound sources to charm and control enemy personnel. Raizel was not very excited about these items, he sighed. Except for the skill book, there was nothing good left, and his aura cultivation was not much better either. At this moment, a strange notification suddenly sounded. Paying attention to the position of the instrument, there seemed to be an interest in the leg of the Depp creature near the Mii pavilion. Hearing this, Raizel immediately brought the leg closer to the instrument's position and asked if it was the mark of the violent demon dragon from before. After such a long time with no reaction, it surprisingly showed interest in the leg of this Depp creature. Combining these two things, what could come of it? Before the experiment, the egg excitedly stretched its long tongue toward the leg of the Depp creature. Seeing it easily wrap around the other leg, Raizel was somewhat startled and shouted, "What are you doing, instrument?" As if it had lost its mind and no longer listened to him, it focused on gnawing the leg fiercely. Seeing this, Raizel couldn't help but be shocked. Damn it. Still doing that. As soon as the egg finished eating, the system sounded, "Instrument position feels very satisfied. Preference value +1, hopes the host continues to feed it." At this point, he seemed to understand the problem. It needed to be fed, like raising a pet. Later, whenever he got living materials, he would give them to it. Suddenly, a male voice came over. "Boss, are you okay?" Followed by a female voice. "Raizel, are you hurt?" DM ran over from afar and hugged Raizel tightly, her face full of worry as she said, "Just now, I didn't see you or the elite beast anywhere. You scared me to death." Raizel, still in zealots, replied, "I'm fine, no need to worry." Lai Fong then spoke up. "I already told Nguyen DM earlier, with the boss here, there absolutely won't be any problems." After everything returned to normal, Raizel happily encouraged, "Both of you worked hard this time." Lai Fong scratched his head awkwardly. "It's nothing. If the boss hadn't pulled me up to level 15, I would have been killed by an elite beast long ago." Contrary to everyone's cheerful mood, DM spoke solemnly, but tears welled up in her eyes, her voice thick with emotion. "Many classmates still face uncertainty. We are still too weak and can't do anything." Raizel turned to comfort. DM, this is unavoidable. We were outnumbered. You kept casualties. Within a reasonable range. You did your best. Don't be sad." She softly responded with a hum, but her aura still didn't brighten. At this moment, teachers and other students also approached to comfort them. A teacher said, "Without you two, there would have been many more casualties. None of us could have survived. Another student added, but more importantly, Raizel, sorry for the harsh things I said before. I was wrong. From today on, you are my god. Many agreed with this statement. That's right, Raizel. From now on, my body and spirit belong to you. Just don't harm me. Nearby, a girl spoke sadly, but the academy was attacked. I don't even know how my family is doing. The girl next to her was no better. I can't contact my parents either. I don't know if they were attacked by beasts. Before she finished, Teacher Lei quickly reassured them. Don't worry too much. She turned back with a confident look and encouraged the students. The safety level of Zone 9 is not high, but large enterprises are taking turns doing the work of the security army. They will definitely stop the beasts. Everyone must hold on and wait for reinforcements. Don't give up hope. Raizel also stepped forward to boost everyone's morale. I've cleared the beasts from the academy. Everyone staying here is very safe. And the canteen supplies are enough for everyone for 1 week. Hearing this, the students immediately cheered. Okay, we'll listen to you, classmate Raizel. Then he sat down beside the principal, anxiously asking, Principal, are you okay? Teacher Lei looked at the still unconscious man in front of her and shyly replied, He's alive, but his muscles were bitten by a beast. He's still weak and unconscious now, but we must treat him quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't last long. Hearing this, Raizel decisively said, Teacher Lei, don't worry, I'll figure something out. After speaking, he began calculating the next steps, silently thinking, the next 4 steps. 1. Use the power of Mach 2 to repair and upgrade the main gate. 2. Have Kim Dokja and the others clean up the battlefield, collect loot, and most importantly, go to the canteen to get supplies. 3. Must quickly return home to reunite with Van Fee and their parents, find an opportunity to go to the night market to get medicine for the principal, and the 4 situations outside the academy must contact the rescue team. After forming the plan in his mind, Raizel turned to brief the other 2, Kim Dokja and Nguyen Diem Diem. What I'm about to say, you 2 must listen carefully. They both replied in unison. Understood. Not long after, near the community field, amid the ruined scene, a person who had long been dead appeared. It turned out to be Thay Ko. His blood was now at 0%. Seeing this, Raizel did not feel sorrow but thought, he was killed before he could escape, truly bringing disaster upon himself. Then he crossed the community field, heading toward the city engulfed in flames, feeling uneasy inside, thinking, in this era, without power, one is like a fish out of water. If I want to be a wise person, my strength is still insufficient. At that moment, the system communication sound rang again. Raizel hurriedly opened it, and a familiar voice came through. Brother, you must be surprised, Van Fai. That emotion quickly turned into worry. Raizel anxiously said, Van Fai, it's me. Where is everyone? How are mom and dad? Are they in danger? But the reply was broken and fragmented. Brother, me and parents now. Help. Then Van Fee's voice disappeared, replaced by a notification sound. Signal interference. Information interrupted. Raizel's anxiety grew rapidly. He ran home as fast as he could, silently urging, Dad, Mom, Van Fai, Nana, everyone must hold on. Wait for me. Very quickly, Raizel arrived. His high speed caused him to skid a bit before stopping. Looking at the scene before him, Raizel's face quickly turned pale. This cannot be. The once lively apartment building had now become a pile of ruins, smoke and fire everywhere, making it look like the end of the world. Raizel painfully exclaimed, My nightmare has become reality. Family. Could it be that Van Fee and the others really ended up like this? He immediately denied it. No, impossible. Raizel clenched his fist tightly, the hatred and worry overwhelming him, forcing himself to stay calm. If the apartment was truly attacked by monsters, Van Fai and the others definitely wouldn't just wait to die. They would have fled, surely. At that moment, a desperate scream caught Raizel's attention. Help me! In the direction of the sound, a giant monster was extending its long tongue toward Tan Lo, level 18 but only 15% health left. It snarled arrogantly. The person screamed, but no matter how much she called, no one would come to save her. Just obediently become my experience points, the monster said. She became even more terrified. No, please. The monster laughed cruelly, but its smile was cut short as a sword slash appeared and cut it in half. Raizel approached Tan Lo and asked, But your clothes, are you part of the protection team responsible for this area? She replied with difficulty. Yes, brother, can you help me with something? My leg is trapped under a rock. Before Tan Lo finished, Raizel kicked the rock into pieces. Worry and unease made him quickly ask Tan Lo, Do you know what happened to this apartment complex? And what about the residents inside? Where did they go? Are they alive? Please tell me, she tried to calm Raizel's panic. Don't be so anxious, brother. Realizing his outburst, Raizel quickly apologized. Sorry, I was a bit too anxious just now. Because my family is also among the evacuated crowd, do you know where the surviving residents were taken? Tan Lo, now able to stand, thought for a moment and replied, They were taken to the nearest underground bunker number 5, guarded by 2 teams, but due to her condition, Tan Lo spoke while using a healing potion. This area was previously attacked by a level 20 monster. Fortunately, my team fought with all their might. In the end, most residents were rescued and evacuated. I was followed by this monster because I stayed behind at the station, she said, using a healing item, her health now restored to 70%. Hearing this, Raizel breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, luckily it was only a level 20 monster. Hanna, you and the others should be fine. But Tanlo's next words made him return to a worried expression. She said, it's useless anyway. The highest level captain is only 32, completely incapable of dealing with high-level monsters. Raizel found it hard to believe and asked again, the security captain's level is only 32? Tanlo thought of the Thien Sang Corporation and said emotionally, our group belongs to the Thien Sang Corporation. You've probably heard the name because it's mostly small residential apartments, so the entire safe zone was built by Thien Sang Corporation. Mak was already teary-eyed, her voice choked with emotion. This month just happened to be Thien Sang Corporation's turn to enter the 9th safe zone. But the corporation didn't send high-ranking members to participate in the security rotation, only us, thinking a few low-level people would suffice to handle it, not expecting something like this to happen. Then Tun Lo stepped closer to the pitiful Raizel and said, brother, please let me go. Staying in the 9th zone means sooner or later we'll be devoured by the beasts. I have a map of the 9th zone. There's a secret path leading to the 8th zone. My family is in the 8th zone. As long as I return there, I'll be safe. You saved my life. I can't just watch you rush to your death. But Raizel turned away coldly. No need. Thank you for your kindness, but my family is still here. I can't leave them behind. Though he said that, in his heart he thought, wanting to defect? But that's normal. At that moment, a level 30 dust panther suddenly appeared blocking their path. Raizel was turning back to talk to Tun Lo and didn't notice its arrival. Only when he saw the drastic change in her expression and her stammering did he realize the anomaly level 30 beasts are rare. The beast also spoke, I didn't expect 2 humans to still be here, lucky. Raizel hurriedly turned to face the dust panther, wondering silently when it appeared. It was too fast, he hadn't even noticed. But before he could react, Tun Lo was thrown in front of the beast. She panicked inside, thinking she definitely couldn't defeat a level 30 beast. After using Tun Lo as a shield to take the hit, she didn't hesitate to run for her life, her mind filled with the thought, I can't die yet. My mother is still waiting at home. How can I die here? I'm sorry, brother. Making you a decoy was cruel, but I'm really sorry. But fate is no match for beast instinct. The dust panther ignored Raizel and lunged at Tun Lo, saying, you humans really aren't good. Using others as bait to escape, from today on, I'll eat humans first. She was in a panic, tears streaming as she begged Raizel, please, brother, save me. When the dust panther caught Tun Lo, Raizel didn't move at all. The beast laughed cruelly. Save? Ridiculous. Wait until I get the humans first, they won't escape. Then a painful scream echoed. Mother! Raizel finally showed emotion. With a single critical strike, he easily knocked the beast down. It let out a painful cry and died. The system then announced the reward, 5,000 experience points for the kill. Tun Lo was seriously injured, blood covering her entire body. She reached out to Raizel, struggling to say her last words. Sorry. Before she could finish, Raizel interrupted. I didn't check you. Raizel looked at her with eyes that had seen all the darkness of humanity and said, in this era, living for yourself is not wrong, but you must pay the price for your choice. Don't check me. I can't predict your blood loss. You will die. Tun Lo used her last bit of strength to hand him a map. I didn't check. I must apologize. This map might be useful to you. That's all. Her voice grew weaker until she could only say one sentence. Please forgive me, then go. Tun Lo's hand still tightly held the map as she extended it toward Raizel. He gently wiped his eyes, heavy-hearted, thinking she didn't need his forgiveness. She wasn't guilty for her selfishness, but for her weakness, because in these days, weakness itself is a sin. Raizel took the map from Tun Lo's hand and thought further. This applies to both humans and beasts. Only the strong can stand at the top. So, he unconsciously clenched the map tightly, filled with determination that he must continue to grow stronger. To protect his family and friends, Raizel swore with unyielding will, Father, Mother, Hanna, you, Nana, wait for me. I will come to save everyone immediately. At that moment, the system's voice also rang out. The host has picked up the map of the 9th safe zone with blood. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of people was moving to a hideout, the voice of Kian Kwok echoing through the air. Headquarters, this is Sword Team Alpha. We are escorting civilians to Zone 5. Everything is still fine. But after the condom broke, he couldn't hold it. Damn those beast letters. Kian Kwok has a curse stuck in his mouth that he can't get rid of, truly like vinegar needing to be separated from manure, just in time to encounter a monster attacking the city. At this moment, I should have been resting, drinking, and playing cards, but Chan Bin heard him complain like that and smiled. Although Captain Hung was strict, he was always the most energetic when receiving missions. He used his sharp eyes to glance at Kian Kwok and then spoke. I heard some teams have fled to Zone 8, but our team is still seriously completing the mission. Seeing Chan Bin speak boldly, Kian Kwok immediately grabbed him tightly and fiercely warned, Did you hear anything today? Tell me, please, Chan Bin smiled bitterly. Nothing happened, Captain. Is this even my captain? Captain, please don't. While the two were joking, an urgent voice came from the radio. Tan Lo has lost contact. He previously stayed voluntarily, but now we can't reach him. Both of them panicked simultaneously. What? Chan Bin anxiously looked toward Kian Kwok. Captain, did something happen to Tan Lo? Could it be that he was attacked by beasts? Hearing this, he quickly interrupted. We have eliminated all the beasts there. That place will be safe for a while. Tan Lo probably left already. Hearing this, he was even more surprised and asked again. Left? Kian Kwok clenched his fists tightly, his face ready to punish from afar. She is usually very timid and fearful. I should have realized this since she applied to join the team. Damn it. Staying behind only adds meaningless worry, Chan Bin requested instructions. Captain, let me go find her. Even if Tan Lo did something wrong, it's too dangerous to leave her alone. It's not that Kian Kwok didn't consider this, but what Chan Bin said made him ponder for a moment. Finally, Kian Kwok silently turned away, as if making a firm decision. Just let her go. Right and wrong no longer exist in this era. Living for oneself is not wrong. Since she chose to leave the team voluntarily, she must take responsibility for her actions. We don't need to interfere. Chan Bin didn't easily accept this. He took out a photo of himself and Tan Lo. After a while, he reluctantly replied, I understand. Kian Kwok then shifted his attention to Hanna Yu's family. He couldn't help but wonder, how strange, among these civilians, there's a family with a girl at level 20. What's going on? Meanwhile, Hanna Yu was still trying to contact Raizel, but every time she responded, it was just broken machine noises. She felt utterly helpless. No, I still can't reach my brother. Why is it always like this? At this moment, Nana appeared carrying a huge bag on her shoulder. She didn't seem burdened and quickly ran over to Hanna Yu Tran An. Sister Hanna Yu, don't worry, the master will definitely be fine. Raizel's mother saw the girl's disappointment and felt a pang of pain. Sorry, Nana, I guess I've been handling too many things. If you feel tired, you can put it down, Nana cheerfully replied. Don't worry, this little weight is nothing at all. In her heart, the girl was still angrily thinking, what the hell is this planet doing? Is it broken? A bunch of low-level creatures suddenly started a big chaotic battle. If I'm not careful, I'll die. It's not easy to reincarnate, and I still have to conquer this planet, to make everyone kneel before me, to make those who can't die here submit. Not long after, their group reached a safe zone, which was Refuge Zone 5 inches Sector 9. Entry required special clearance. The gate robot saw them and immediately shouted, Stop! Which team are you from? Chan Bin promptly reported. We are Sword Team Alpha, safety code XP36D, escorting civilians to the refuge. After a strict inspection process, finally a guard confirmed, the safety code is correct. Open the main gate. The other side quickly responded to the order. Okay, opening now. But suddenly the ground shook violently. Everything around trembled non-stop. Someone shouted, Earthquake, what's happening? Immediately after, a level 30 heavenly beast demon appeared, roaring fiercely and suppressing everything around. The people below panicked, aiming their guns at it and shouted, Enemy tribe. The order was quickly issued. Enemy ambush. Prepare to fight. As if that wasn't enough, large silhouettes kept appearing in the sky, signaling a bloody event was about to unfold. Immediately after, a series of demon beasts appeared, including many level Hai Mui Lam Ta Ap Man, level Mui Tam Ngan Jak Lang Yun, and even level Hai Mui Chin Lit Ma Chua. They howled excitedly. A large amount of food had come to them on its own. No wonder they ambushed here for so long. A commanding voice rang out. The rear was under a massive demon beast assault, begin suppressing with firepower, followed by sounds of collapse. The demon beasts, like finding a feast of their favorite prey, immediately charged to tear humans apart, eating while exclaiming, So thrilling, it's been a long time since such a massacre. Today I want to feast hard. The sounds of collapse and fleeing echoed. Run fast, don't come here, don't eat me, my meat isn't tasty. But everywhere the demon beasts were answered, Don't worry, I'm not picky. Kian Kwok knocked a level 1 Chien Lich Ma Chua flying with one punch, then shouted fiercely, Go die, Stinky! It screamed in pain and fell down. While thinking above his head, they continued to cooperate with the demon beasts. This was not normal. Then Kian Kwok turned to the person behind him, Shan Bin. Go hold off the level 30 Chung Tuk with me. These demon beasts will be handed over to the other brothers, he replied. Gyo, Gzep, then quickly ran beside Kian Kwok. Looking at the Thien Tuk Ma Kong Chuk's eyes, he couldn't help but suspect this wasn't random. There must be someone commanding behind. What is their goal? But the situation didn't allow Kian Kwok to figure that out. He hurriedly divided, I'll pull its hatred, you watch my bloodline. Shan Bin quickly grasped the idea and replied, Understood. On this side, everyone was fleeing in chaos, footsteps and calls ringing everywhere, including Raizel's mother's voice, Ongsha, Fai Fai. While running, she tried to call out, her voice growing more panicked. Nana, where is everyone? Ngan Yak Lang Yun was relentlessly chasing them, now salivating with hunger. Like food like this, I'm dazzled. The cries for help drowned out the footsteps. At this moment, Raizel's mother suddenly stumbled. The demon beast, as if finding gold, stared at her and confirmed, It's the person. Then it raised its claws, preparing to pounce, saying, Start eating from the ones who can't run like humans. At that moment, Hanna Yu's voice rang out, "Don't hurt my mother," and immediately the demon beast's raised paw was pierced by several arrows. She raised her bow towards it and spread her legs. "Mom, everyone run fast, I'll hold it off," her mother called out unwillingly, Hanna Yu. But she was still focused on fighting, feeling uneasy inside. "The black market gear is finally being used. I wonder if I can hold on." The Ngan Jiak Langyan pulled out several arrows, crying in pain, not expecting a level 7 human to hurt me. Selling humans hurts too. "But this little skill won't beat me?" Hanna Yu asked fearlessly. "Is that so? 3 arrows aren't enough?" Then she raised her bow again, then add a few more, pulling out a volley of arrows shooting towards the demon beast. But it dodged all of them arrogantly. Don't think having good weapons means you can be arrogant. If your level isn't enough, good weapons are useless. We have studied humans very carefully. Losing patience, the demon beast charged at the 3, shouting, "Your family should all die." Hanna Yu still tried to protect her family. She stood in front of the 2 and shouted, "Mom and Dad, run fast." But they didn't move and replied, "No, Hanna Yu. Without you, what meaning does life have for us?" Feeling this ending was inevitable, Hanna Yu accepted her fate, closing her eyes to await death. In her heart, she thought her last words, "Sorry, brother, I couldn't protect Mom and Dad well, I'm too weak, sorry." Before the demon beast's 2 arms could reach Hanna Yu, they were cut by a sword slash. Then not only the 2 arms, but all slashing points on its body were cut. It screamed in pain. Nana heroically appeared, surprising everyone. The one who just acted was the little girl. Hanna Yu was curious. "Nana, you know how to fight? I thought you were just a housekeeper." Hearing that, Nana annoyedly thought to herself, "You think I want to? It's just that you can't control me. Really troublesome." The system notification rang out, gained 5,000 experience points and +1 level. The little girl felt the change inside her body and happily thought, "This feeling is, it seems I have managed to control this body a little more. So this is the law of this world. As long as I don't recklessly kill monsters, I can control this body." Realizing this, Nana gave a wicked smile. Truly wonderful. Nothing beats this simple and easy to understand rule. So then, the aura quickly surrounded the girl, her eyes flashing with ferocity as she charged toward the beast, deciding to start the slaughter. Meanwhile, Achman was chasing after the boy in the red cloak, cursing as he ran. "Red, I hate Red the most. Crazy boy, run away. Save your life. Someone save me!" At that moment, the beast was split into many pieces. It hadn't even understood what happened before it was gone, and the system announced. Receiving a valuable experience reward of +5,000, Nana was very satisfied, the new experience value arriving, but soon she had to wonder why she hadn't leveled up. After some thought, Nana seemed to realize something. After leveling up, her experience value had also increased. So this is the mechanism. The boy in red was still staring at her in bewilderment. Such a powerful system. The Demon 9 schedule, seeing Nana's merciless killing aura, was terrified. It ran away while apologizing. "Brother, I'm sorry." It vowed that when it reached level 30, it would return to tear this girl apart, though it said that it was actually quite cowardly. "This girl can kill 2 of my brothers in a moment, stronger than humans. I don't want to die. Life is more important." The beast fled desperately, unaware that a sword spirit was chasing it through the wind. Just as it sensed something wrong, it looked back. What sound is chasing me?" At this moment, the system announced a reward of +4,500 experience points. Hearing this, Nana put on a face as if tasting forbidden fruit for the first time and said, "Level 30, although fattening it up and then eating it is a great option, I don't have the patience to wait that long." On the other side, Tran Bin was focusing on the heavenly curse demon skill, while reminding Qian Kwok, "Stop looking east and west, Captain." He replied, "Sorry, I'm watching the battle situation over there." The heavenly curse demon skill, at level 30, now had only 45% health left. Although not dead, its aura had weakened considerably. Qian Kwok, with 65% health remaining, obediently allowed Tran Bin to heal him. But he couldn't hide his joyful expression, saying, unexpectedly, "The little lolly already handled all the beasts over there." Truly surprising, Qian Kwok, Captain level 32, Tran Bin hurriedly reminded. "Now is not the time to rejoice. The life value of this bug has been halved. We must beware of its mutations. These bug tribes all have the ability to mutate their forms." Just as he spoke, the beast completed its transformation, its whole body merging into a giant flatworm. Hearing Tran Bin's words, it sneered, "You're quite skilled, but humans will die horribly when they see this form, and you're no exception." Qian Kwok assumed a battle stance in response. "Damn it, you're just tempting fate with your mouth. But it's only transformed into a sphere. I can still resist that." Hearing this, the heavenly cursed demon skill grew angry. "Sphere? Damn it, you don't understand the sphere. This is my true mutated form, you fools. Rise up, suck them dry." Following its command, numerous larval servants appeared, levels 15, 18, 20, 25, all present. Qian Kwok was overwhelmed by the scene. Regaining his composure, he said, "This fire has been shattered into pieces, yet there are still so many." Soon, the larval servants crawled onto Qian Kwok. Seeing his health drop to 30%, he was furious. "Damn it, they're sucking my blood." Tran Bin dodged the larval servants trying to latch onto him and ran toward Qian Kwok, urging, Hang in there, Captain. I'm coming to save you. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel frustrated and resentful. Damn it. My tools and mana are all blocked. I can only go and drag the enemy down, hoping the captain can seize the chance to escape. Kian Kwok used all his strength to shout, "Don't come here to die. It's useless. I'll hold them off here. You run now." Though he said that, he was unwilling to die and could only stop and ask himself, is this really the end? Ah, Tui, Xiao Mei. In the moments nearing death, Kian Kwok recalled the scene from that farewell day, a place outside the safe zone of the desolate village of the wandering people, where little Me happily encouraged him. Ah, keep going, Kian Kwok gave a thumbs up to the girl. Don't worry, little Me, Dad will definitely be chosen. Once I join the security team of the Tiansang Corporation, our family can enter the safe zone. But the last sentence about living a carefree life could no longer be fulfilled because not long after, under the drizzling rain, a little girl had fallen. That day, Kian Kwok wailed in despair over the bodies of his wife and child, recalling bitterly that he blamed himself. Clearly they had made an appointment, but Dad couldn't keep his word. That rainy night, all the sorrow resurfaced in Kian Kwok's mind, causing him to start thinking about the beasts, but these were the deadly beasts. The more he thought, the more resentment grew in Kian Kwok's heart. He suddenly realized that the beasts in this world had not been completely exterminated. Then, as if using all his strength, Kian Kwok shook off all the larval parasites on his body. Though only 5% blood remained, he still refused to give up and stood up, thinking, how can I die here? At that moment, a series of bright red beams appeared, killing all the larvae. Kian Kwok was astonished by this sight, but Nana's voice quickly pulled him back to reality. You're still alive? The little girl walked while wiping out the remaining larvae, showing no sign of hiding her mission. What a pity! If only you had one more second, even your experience value could have been wiped out at once. The larval parasites all died, forcing the beast to reveal itself. Seeing Nana, it became suspicious. Who are you? Before the girl could answer, the beast erupted in rage. With your eyes, you can destroy half of my body. It hurts, you bastard. I will tear you apart until nothing remains for you to feel this pain, it said, then immediately used a fusion attack combined with violence. Kian Kwok was caught by a sturdy arm, and seeing the beast's form, he hurriedly said, damn, these parasites have entered a violent fusion state. You can't fight like that, Nana coldly interrupted. You weak low-level magic users are truly an insult to us. Then the girl moved toward the beast and began performing a fusion transformation, not forgetting to speak to the two others. Open your two chaotic, mindless eyes and watch. Nana's hands summoned weapon components one by one. Very quickly, a divine cannon appeared. She pushed it forward and declared, this is the ultimate super-level primal form. This is also the inherited skill of the machine-type primal, the metal control form of the female primal. The beast began to panic. How can this be? How can a normal person? Nana paid no attention to its words, shouted die, and unleashed all her firepower at the beast. It screamed in pain. You're not human. A thunderous explosion erupted, the blaze of firepower engulfing the beast. Looking at the burnt corpse of the beast, Nana happily answered its earlier question, human? How could I be a low-level life form? At that moment, the system also announced, received experience reward 10,000, level up, current level 22, silver 1,000, item obtained, leg of the beast parasite, required level 30. The girl suddenly lost balance and collapsed. Her heart immediately panicked. What's wrong? No strength left, can't even make a sound. Nana collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Captain Nana, is everyone okay? Hanna Yu and her mother quickly ran over. Her mother lifted Nana up, deeply moved, calling out, Nana, are you all right? Why aren't you moving? Her father was calmer. Perhaps the previous attack exhausted her energy. Nana lay motionless, but her mind was silently uneasy. Despite that, her consciousness remained clear. Damn it, even though I don't want to deal with low-level life forms, I'll let you hold me for a while. Meanwhile, Hanna Yu gently spoke to two men. Captain, here are 2 healing potions. Everyone hurry and recover. Kian Kwok sincerely replied, thank you, young lady. Before the treatment finished, he hurriedly said, except for your refuge zone 5, I guess the other refuge zones aren't safe anymore. This time, the monsters ambushed in a very strange way. They seem to understand humans very well. I suggest we immediately go to safe zone 8 and move there right away. Hearing that, Hanna Yu fell silent. But if we do that, we'll be far from my brother. What if he can't find us? How can I contact him again? Without hesitation, she quickly contacted Raizel, her brother. Did you hear anything? On the other side, the sound was transmitted, Hanna Yu happily reported. The connection is established, but the signal. There's not much time left. Hanna Yu went straight to the point. Are you still okay? Everyone is at Refuge Zone 5. Nana and the rescue team have saved everyone. Move immediately to Safe Zone 8, but all she got in response was a single sound. Then Hanna Yu fell silent. She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, the signal was lost. I don't know if my brother received my last message. Understanding the situation, Kian Kwok calmly said, Don't rush. If you want to send a message to your brother, I have a way. Hearing this, Hanna Yu turned around emotionally and asked, Really? He calmly said, It's very simple. Just hand it over to me, then leave here. Not long after, Raizel stood in front of Refuge Zone 5, looking closely at the monsters scattered everywhere. An unease rose in his heart. Having just gone through a fierce battle, he didn't know if Hanna Yu and the others were safe. Suddenly, Raizel noticed something strange, couldn't help but be suspicious, something odd on the wall. He hurried over, where there was a line written, Brother, meet at Safe Zone 8. SNR MG47 1N9110511030. He quickly recognized the code. It was the message Hanna Yu left. Then he looked down at the characters below and wondered, what does this number mean? Raizel studied the strange code carefully, recalling his memories, then thought, this code method seems familiar. I remember it's. Then he happily snapped his fingers, remembered, this is the code of the internal security team. Previously, the security team came to the school to hold a seminar on scientific updates. Of course, I wouldn't miss this detail. With this information, Raizel began searching through the belongings left on the bodies of the fallen soldiers. After all, they are precious people, so he felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Sorry, big brothers, he resolved. I must see if there's any communication device left. After a while, Raizel looked at the communication device he found and said, Although I found many, even with the Master Secretary's repair skills, none can be used. The system also announced that because the host's link level is insufficient, the communication device cannot be repaired, so it cannot be used normally. Then he began analyzing the situation to consider the best option. His true sight still hasn't cooled down. Its range is limited, so he can't run to Safe Zone 8. Using the time to contact Hanna Yu and the others is the most important thing. Moreover, it's still unknown if Safe Zone 8 will accept civilians from Zone 9. The black market isn't far from here. There must be walkie-talkies in the Skylight Corporation. I have to get there quickly. A while later, at the black market in Safe Zone 9, surrounded by many monsters, Raizel observed carefully and thought to himself, the black market in Safe Zone 9 seems to have just gone through a fierce battle. Maybe I won't pass through here unnoticed. Suddenly, from the opposite side, a volley of gunfire shot at him, accompanied by a commanding voice. Who dares to enter the black market now? Do you want to die? Raizel lightly used his shield to block all the attacks, feeling a little pleased inside. As long as you all still have life, I'm relieved, a female voice said. Stop, Raizel is one of us. Immediately after, Tuvu opened the door and stepped out, apologizing to Raizel. There was a big battle earlier, some crazed people still following. He replied cheerfully, No worries, I'm fine. She approached and asked curiously, Why did you come to the black market at this time? Raizel answered honestly, I really have something I want Tuvu to help with, she quickly agreed. No problem, tell me later. Inside, everyone was happily drinking, all with levels above 30. Raizel was surprised. It's already chaotic outside. We can still sit here drinking calmly, Tuvu explained. Now more than half the people drinking here are relic hunters. Their purpose for coming here is money, good booze, and beautiful women. They basically don't care about the lives of civilians or monsters. Looking at their way of life, Raizel felt a bit uncomfortable thinking, clearly they have great strength and level, yet they just sit here grinding in drunkenness. But I don't have the authority to criticize their choices. Not long after, the two entered a bright and luxurious room, and only then did he get to the main point, Miss Tuvu. Can you contact Mac Agriche from here? Tuvu said indignantly, Miss, why do you ask about the eldest miss right after arriving? Then she gently hugged Raizel's arm coquettishly. Can't you pay a little attention to me? I was scared to death. You're the most hard to fix, right? At this point, don't joke around. I really have urgent business. Then silently added in his mind, Besides, I don't think she's scared at all. Tuvu quickly regained her arrogant composure, calmly sat down and said, Logically speaking, perhaps the eldest miss hasn't left Area 9 yet. I've been trying to contact her through the internal secure network, but all the radios are just static noise. Raizel was surprised to hear that. Static noise? What if she can't contact either? He stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, Then it proves my suspicion. The radio problem is not accidental but precisely interfered with. It seems they communicate through special radio waves. Tuvu never thought of this possibility, so she was surprised. Interfered? By whom? Demons? They can't do that. Raizel thought for a moment, then replied, In short, something is off here. We still can't draw a conclusion. I have 3 things I want to ask Miss Tuvu to help with. Tuvu's eyes brightened eagerly. Just say it. Seeing her willing, he began listing, First is to help me find the security team's radios from the Dawn Corporation, or the medical supplies. Before the auction, did you get the royal cloak? If so, can you give me the money up front? At this point, Tuvu interrupted, dissatisfied. Why are you so unfamiliar to me? Money easily hurts feelings. That cloak originally belongs to you. As for the radios and medical supplies, I'll arrange people to find them immediately. Raizel could only awkwardly reply, thank you. Right after, the system announced, Tuvu wants to trade with you. Do you accept? He glanced and confirmed with some reluctance. Talking about money hurts feelings, but talking about feelings wastes more money. Sometimes debts of affection simply can't be measured by money. Then a new notification appeared. Accepted. The owner of the royal cloak. Suddenly a voice came through. Big sister, everything needed has been found. Tuvu didn't think much and said, just give it directly to Raizel. He took the radio and replied, thank you. Let me see how it works. After a while of fiddling, Raizel finally understood how it operated. Got it. He directly entered SNRMG 4715-910-51030, and immediately a voice came through. Hello, are you Diep Fan Fee's brother? He couldn't hide his joy and confirmed, yes, that's me. Finally got through, the other side replied. Wait a moment, calling Diep Fan Fee to talk. Very quickly a familiar voice sounded. Brother, this is Hanna Yu. Raizel couldn't wait and quickly asked, Hanna Yu, is everyone okay? Where are mom and dad? Are they safe? She looked around at everyone then replied, everyone is fine. Earlier the house was ambushed by demons. Everyone is preparing to move to Refuge Area 5. They were ambushed by demons and insect tribes again, like Nana and Captain Vuong from the security team. The ones who just talked to you saved us. Looking at Nana on her shoulder, Hanna Yu added, but Nana's energy is depleted. She can't act. Finally, she summarized the current situation. Everyone is now heading to Area 8, currently safe. On the way, be careful of demons. After hearing this, Raizel seemed to have pictured everything and replied, so that's it, the situation has been resolved. In his mind, he thought deeply, Nana really didn't disappoint me, but the problem now is she can't act. So how to solve this? At this moment, Lewin appeared and said he had received that the master has many ways to replenish the mech's energy, but considering the current situation, the simplest and most crude is to use magic crystals higher than her level to directly replenish energy. Hearing this, Raizel immediately conveyed to his sister, Hanna Yu, you directly use magic crystals above level 20 to replenish Nana's energy. Remember, Nana must recover her ability to act. Her fighting strength is indispensable. Hanna Yu quickly replied, right, I just killed a level 30 Z monster earlier. Let me go check. I have to return the walkie-talkie to Captain Vuong first. Seeing that she understood my intention, Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, all right. Raizel opened the map of Safe Zone Number 9's plan and pointed, Captain Vuong, according to my prediction. If everyone tries to go directly through the linking bridge to Zone 8, they won't make it, because there must be a large number of civilians taking refuge there. It's extremely unsafe. I'm sending you the coordinates. Seeing the coordinates sent, Kin Kwa couldn't help but flinch. Inside him, it was a pile of doubts. How could they know the secret coordinates of this passage? Isn't this the coordinate that Tan Lo mentioned? After wandering around the black market for a while, Raizel had to cry silently. Insurance was meant to buy quite a lot of recovery items. It's just that the prices are a bit steep. These profiteers really know how to exploit. I'm completely bankrupt. At that moment, a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. From the direction of the sound, a group of soldiers was surrounding a girl. Please, I beg you, my parents are still outside. Can you take me to meet them? I will pay you a generous reward. Tathien sneered. Reward? How could someone like her have money? The leader's lecherous face appeared as he stepped forward and said, but if you pay with your body, I might reconsider. Tathien quickly chimed in. That's right. If you serve the 4 big bosses, maybe we'll agree. Duanya desperately dodged their filthy hands rushing toward her. She was utterly hopeless. Please, don't. The rude hand was stopped by another arm before it could touch her. Dia Bao, without much effort, caused the leader to cry out in pain. He shouted, let go, damn it. But you acted as if you didn't hear and turned to ask Duanya. Beauty, just answer me 2 questions and I'll consider taking you along for a while. 1. Where is your home? 2. The most important. At this point, Dia Bao had a few coins stamped on his face and asked, how much money did you spend? Duanya opened her map, pointed to a previously identified spot and said, my home is right here. What do you think? Hearing that, Dia Bao thought to himself, if it's that location, it's on the way to the coordinate point. Taking her along shouldn't be a problem. After thinking, he spoke to negotiate. The location is no problem, but can you afford this amount? Before he finished, Duanya interrupted, 100,000. She looked at Deep Hao with pleading eyes and said, I will pay 100,000 now. If you find my family, I'll give you another 100,000. This is all my inheritance. The group laughed out loud. The biggest guy spoke up mockingly. No way. Is that much money real or fake? The blind guy joined in. A servant girl like her having that much money? Isn't this a joke? One guy holding Duanya's hand said in shock, if I knew she had that much money, why would I bother being a relic hunter? I want to test it for real. At that moment, Tu Vu appeared and whispered into Raizel's ear. Her name is Duanya. Although she's only level 10, she has a special sensing ability. She can sense energy waves around, including human emotions, so she's always favored by clients. Her record of introducing various servants always ranks first. Having some savings is no surprise. After hearing this, Raizel understood everything clearly. So that's it. Truly, a unique ability. The lesson earlier still didn't scare those hunters. Taetian sneered and stepped toward Dua Na. If you have money like that, why didn't you say so earlier? It was all a misunderstanding before. If you agree to pay, the two of us will risk our lives to protect you. The leader, with a perverted face no less than the other, chimed in. That's right, we usually move freely in the wasteland outside the safe zone. No beasts can stop us. She looked at Dua Hao fearfully, but I've already agreed with that gentleman. The leader was provoked, shouting, that stinky level 5 brat, I just let my guard down earlier. Now watch as Kim Dokja's punch blows that dog's head off, he said, rushing toward Dua Hao to attack. Taetian confidently advised, little sister, don't let people like this deceive you. In this era, being handsome means nothing. Without strength, you'll just get eaten by beasts outside. As soon as the thug approached, Du Hao gave him a flying kick straight to the tangled foot, pinning him there so he couldn't get down. His health immediately dropped to 15%, making him angrily curse. Damn, this is unreal, Dai Hao said with intense aura. I can handle a few minor threats, but the thing I can't handle is... While gaining momentum, he continued speaking, saying someone is blocking my path to fortune. Immediately after, a precise kick from Di Hao struck the face of the Western Heaven, causing his health to also drop to just 15%. If you don't beg now, there won't be another chance. Western Heaven is in a hurry. Big brother, I was wrong. I was greedy. Witnessing this scene, Duna seemed to notice something different about Di Hao, her eyes shining with admiration. Oh my god, he's not only handsome but also strong. On this side, Tuvu also felt dizzy, and thought, just a few days apart, he can easily suppress a level 30 guy. Dahao, you really are a hidden monster. I'm getting more and more attracted to you. Finished here, you're not staying longer, he said while turning around to Dunya. Let's go, I'm in a hurry, but listen up first. On the way, you must obey me, don't cause trouble, Dunya responded determinedly. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Before leaving, he asked with concern, Miss Tuvu, do you have any plans? From what I see, if you stay here any longer, sooner or later you'll become like a bird in a cage. How about coming with me? The nearby hunters overheard and got excited. What? A thug blocking Dihao's path shouted, Brothers, did you hear that? This brat called us bastards. Isn't he looking for death? A senior with gray hair egged them on. If you have guts, say that again. At that moment, Tuvu's voice rang out, Stop, who dares touch him, not caring about the Hanmo Corporation. Then she turned and grabbed Dihao's arm. All right, I'll go with you, she said firmly. Staying here isn't the way. Moreover, we have to find a way to contact the eldest miss. Du Na took the opportunity to hold his other hand and said, Sister Tuvu coming along would be great. After thinking, the three headed straight out the door. The hunters behind were displeased. One sneered, That brat's a bit too bold, and he's got two beauties with him. Worth dying for, and there's no shortage of scornful people. So what's there to admire? Just looking for death, then crying to be saved after a few steps outside. Not long after, in an area that looked almost completely ruined, Tuvu's voice came through. We've been waiting a long time, Raizel. She struck a seductive pose and said, Changed clothes already? So, did my cool stance make you feel dazzled? Duna had also changed into battle clothes and shouted with all her strength, I will follow everyone's lead. Raizel sighed. All right, let's hurry to catch up. Anyway, the military drama won't let me work with those girls. Suddenly, strange beams appeared in the sky, linking and spreading everywhere. Tuvu noticed and shouted, Everyone, look up at the sky. What is that? Diepenya observed and said, Looks like it's not an ordinary beam. From those beams, a giant claw gradually emerged. They panicked and shouted, Not good, the space is being torn. But what exactly is that huge claw? Just as the words were spoken, the claw struck a fatal blow to an area not far away. Duna was terrified, unable to believe her eyes. The attack was a black assist. Tuvu also panicked and shouted, Get out of here. It was indeed accurate. But what do we do next, if everything comes out from that space? Her voice thickened. We won't have anywhere left to run. Raizel calmly looked at the giant creature with sharp claws appearing in the sky and said, A beast of this rank, no. It's completely beyond the scope of a beast. A former god? Tuvu was surprised to hear this. Former god? You mean a former god who descended to Earth when the world began to change? How is that possible? Raizel pondered and replied, This is just my speculation. The folklore records from that time are really mixed up. At that moment, Diepna suddenly grabbed her head and cried out in pain. She collapsed, and seeing this, Tuvu rushed over anxiously. Diepna, what's wrong? She replied thickly. I feel a cold, cruel energy spreading beneath the ground, and moreover, then Diepna pointed to the place where the quantum energy flow was rising, converging in that direction. Raizel followed her hand and immediately felt confused. In that direction behind, completely opposite to where Han and Hanna Yu were, what should he do? His face darkened, yet he reminded himself this was a critical moment, even though he had to quickly regroup with Hanna Yu and the others. But his instincts told him the source of that oppressive power must be related to that ancient god, and he absolutely could not ignore it. After a moment of weighing his thoughts, Raizel finally made a decision. Tuvu, Diepna. Now I have to go to the source of that oppressive power to see what's really going on, so you two have two choices. Either come with me, or I will give you the coordinates of safe zone number 9. Before he could finish, the two of them shouted in unison that they didn't need the first option. Tu Vu spoke with determination, I will follow you. If there really is an ancient god in the sky, don't say just Zone 9, even Zone 3's upper realm won't be safe. Diep Na also responded with fierce spirit. That's right, I will follow you too. If we can't stop that great fire in the sky, my parents won't be safe either. Seeing their resolute attitudes, Raizel said with satisfaction, That's good, although with our current strength we probably can't stop it. Without hesitation, he shouted to Tu Vu, You must speed up and follow me, but we must clarify everything related to this bizarre matter. The two immediately responded, Got it. The three of them then dashed forward like the wind. Not long after, they approached the place where the energy was converging. Diepna rubbed her painful head and said, It's right ahead. The concentration of that oppressive power has reached its peak. On this side, Raizel cautiously approached the position. Hearing footsteps ahead, he immediately stopped. Wait, everyone hide behind me. It seems there are other sounds coming from that direction, Raizel carefully observed, but what struck his eyes then made him shudder. He thought straight away, those people. Before Raizel was a strange scene, a red crystal floating and flickering in the air, with energy from all directions pouring into it. Surrounding it were mages with solemn faces whispering strange words. Clearly, this was a formation. Below the crystal, a towering skull was burning fiercely. The flame seemed never-ending. The more Raizel looked, the more terrified he became, constantly wondering what on earth they were doing. After thinking for a while, Raizel finally understood the problem. Unable to contain his anger, he cursed under his breath, Damn it. It was the formation channeling energy to the sealed space. Raizel looked at the 3 level 10 mages controlling the weather inside with suspicion. What are we waiting for? Their levels aren't high. If we destroy the formation, we can stop the descent of the ancient god. Without hesitation, she immediately charged up and used the chaotic flame vial, releasing energy straight at the formation. Diep Na also cooperated, using light speed to assist. Seeing this, Raizel could only helplessly say, Wait, it's not that simple. Very soon, his words were proven true. The attacks were completely blocked by a shield surrounding the formation. Damn it, these two couldn't help but get angry, covered by energy and with moves like that, annoying. Raizel said repeatedly, I knew this beforehand. Normally, such an important formation wouldn't be left without defenses. As he spoke, he still controlled the flame dragon bullets. The first bullets immediately appeared. They wildly rushed toward the formation but couldn't penetrate it. Realizing the problem was harder than he thought, Raizel began analyzing. The issue now is the level of the protective energy. After I change my attack talent, can I break through it? Just as he finished, he raised his sword high and swung it straight at the group of mages in front. The result once again disappointed Raizel. As expected, he couldn't cut through. The protective energy was at least level 60. Although he had gained considerable experience before, the situation had changed now. After upgrading his attack power, it would probably be very difficult to handle the upcoming situation. Inside the formation, the mages continued chanting spells, which made Raizel even more anxious, thinking he had to accumulate experience points to open a new account. Only then would they have a chance to win. Moreover, things were too bizarre now. Despite having a large-scale formation attack, these tools showed no reaction at all. At this moment, Tu Vu and Diep Na also arrived. Tu Vu spoke anxiously. Even Raizel's attacks were ineffective. What should we do this time? Diep Na was equally confused. Could it be that we just have to stand by and watch? She tried to see if the one in the sky would come out. Raizel heard this and reassured, Don't rush. I will think of a way to solve this. Then he assigned the task to Diep. Diep, analyze this protective energy a bit, see if there's any weakness we can exploit. It immediately appeared, responding with bright determination. No problem, master. Analyzing. Analysis complete. This is a small matter. No problem handling it externally. Very quickly, an information panel about the protective energy appeared with lines of text. Protection energy level, field layer, vertical position, level 65. Manufacturing IQ unknown. Seems all related data has been erased. Only the base and drawings remain on the surface. Just the original symbol was modified. Upon seeing the original symbol, Raizel was surprised. This logo, Hoang Chin Corporation, why is it them? That feeling passed, he held a crystal in his hand and silently calculated in his heart. This is similar to the small protective energy I obtained from the Hat Ho Dung army. Both come from Hoang Chin Corporation. If so, I have a bold idea. Thinking this, Raizel shouted loudly, then launched the crystal toward the formation. Watching it easily penetrate the outer protective layer, he happily thought, as expected, same type of product from the same company must have some compatibility. Having grasped the key point, Raizel turned to assign a task to Lewin. Lewin, check my item storage. See if there's any item that can modify and integrate with this type of protective energy. It responded softly, Okay, checking now. Soon after, it pulled out a tuning device and proudly said, It only took 39 units to find this. It's a tuning amplifier, using this item to turn it into real material. An upgrade protective ability, info on tuning amplifier, level 65, is a modification part for car and airplane engines. Can greatly increase power output. Principle collected separately. The last sentence made Raizel's heart heavy, as if seeing his own death sentence in the future and wondering, principle collected separately? If used directly like this, won't the principle die? Must say it's for preservation use, Lewin teased. Master, don't hesitate, preserve it for him. What's in your bag is yours now. Just as the words helped, it got a few punches to the head, while Raizel solemnly said, sorry, principal, I'm only doing this out of necessity. You'll understand me, right? He quickly pushed that aside, placed the Phalison and tuning amplifier close together, then increased the power and fused them. Immediately, a new artifact was born. The system also announced, fusion complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level officer item, tuning amplifier power generator. Information about the tuning amplifier power generator, level 65. After modification, it gains a stronger power field, longer duration, and the item's value upgrades rapidly. Raizel excitedly looked at the new amplifier ahead. This is Hope Rising Go Power Field Amplifier. His voice echoed through the space. Amplifier growth rate at max power. Destroy from within the det system for me. Tu Vu heard this and was surprised. Is he trying to use his own power field energy to eliminate the original power field? Raizel, Diepna, witnessing the scene just now, felt admiration arise. Oh my god, how could he think of such a method? Amazing. Raizel also heard all their words, quickly explained, no, power fields of similar level cannot cancel each other out. My plan is to use the reverse power field briefly to lock the demonic energy inside and form a short path. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks appeared on the protective layer. Seeing this, he happily exclaimed, success. Then those energies struck inside one after another, causing the group of mages' clothes to tear and blood to flow all over their bodies. They were in pain. Oh god, this is too tragic. The energy control has been broken by them. At this moment, fragments of the power field began to appear. Raizel lightly sensed, not good, the power field is about to collapse. Didn't expect it could only last a short while. He quickly turned to the two girls and instructed, both of you come close to me, stay behind me, quickly. Not fully understanding the current situation, they looked at each other in confusion. Very quickly, a thunderous explosion erupted. The energy that had been compressed until now burst out and spread powerfully everywhere. As the echo of the explosion gradually faded, a huge crater appeared on the ground, and most of the mages were almost completely burned. Raizel silently scolded himself at this moment. Damn it, I completely underestimated the explosive power of the demon star. Recalling what he had done, he couldn't help but be suspicious. But he clearly knew he had changed his innate defense skill. So why was it still hard to breathe? So uncomfortable. At this moment, Raizel looked up and was shocked to realize that Dutna had been sitting on his chest all along. She was also embarrassed when she realized this. Dutna anxiously spoke. Raizel, are you okay? You struggled a lot just to make a sound. Quickly get off Jiang An's lap. Tu Vu was no better. She collapsed, sprawled on Raizel's legs, and said, Fan Nan, this explosive power is really too strong. Suddenly, Dunya shouted, Everyone, look up at the sky! She happily announced. The spatial breach is shrinking again, and Tu Vu cheerfully added, That's right, great, it's not wasting our efforts. Raizel, on the other hand, felt no sense of achievement and said, I said, all of you get off me right now, stop sitting on me and talking. After a while, he approached the mages and, seeing them writhing in pain, was a bit surprised. After such an explosion, they were still alive just in time. He placed his hand on one mage's shoulder and began to ask, Who are you? State your purpose. I can spare your lives. But the mage only sobbed and uttered one word, child. But very quickly, the mage changed his attitude, laughing like a madman and saying, Long live the Kuthe Kwan Lam Association. Suddenly, energy surged continuously from his body, and strange symbols began to appear on his skin. Seeing his condition, Raizel wanted to curse. Damn, this means. Immediately after, an explosion rang out, a fiery blaze engulfing the surrounding space. The two girls witnessing this panicked. Raizel, no. He thoughtfully looked at the desolate scene before him and thought, not a word spoken, and he just exploded. Unbelievable. Is this a self-destruction technique that leaves no trace? Fortunately, his innate defense skill wasn't ordinary. Seeing him safe, the two girls felt relieved. Raizel, it's good that you're okay. He glanced at the remaining mage, silently calculating that this fire user must be kept alive to question thoroughly, but the mage began to laugh mockingly. Like the previous one, he raised both hands to the sky and loudly praised, Long live the Kuthe Kwan Lam Association, long live the Kuthe Kwan Lam Association, and Raizel quickly realized, not good. Dunya hurriedly warned, this one is about to self-destruct again. Raizel, be careful. And Tu Vu angrily gritted her teeth. Damn, to keep the secret, they don't even care about their lives. It's completely madness. Hearing this, Raizel immediately grasped the core. Madness? The mage, laughing crazily, suddenly stopped. After finishing, Raizel confidently said, I know. And at that moment, the system announced, Mental control skill activated. Physical resonance in the brain. The effect lasts 60 seconds. Seeing the mage nervously approach him, the two girls were surprised. What's going on? The mage quickly kowtowed to him and respectfully said, Great High God, your humble servant sincerely obeys your command. Hearing this, Raizel was puzzled. Great God? What the hell is that? I only controlled the mage's mind, but I didn't make him worship me. Tuvu, doubtful, stepped forward and asked, Mental control? Since when did you learn this skill? Raizel humbly replied, You're overthinking, Miss Tuvu. This new skill I just learned and haven't used yet. I'm just using him to practice a bit. He coldly looked at the mage in front of him and ordered, You have 1 minute to clearly explain the Kud Thay Kwan Lam Association and your purpose. The mage began recalling his church's image and respectfully answered, Yes, great God. The Kud Thay Kwan Lam Association is a secret church of many disciples. The disciples come from various professions and social classes, including notable scholars and nobles, though their statuses differ. But they all share the same goal, to summon the ancient god's return. Only when the ancient god descends can this world end and humanity be led to a new glorious world. Hearing this, Deep Hao Lin laughed sarcastically. The ancient god can end this world? How can anyone believe such nonsense? It's even less believable to expect me to end the world. Speaking of this, he began to doubt in his heart, but why did the transformation of the ancient god and the beast attack on the city happen at the same time? Are they related in any way? Tu Vu, upon hearing this legend, also did not fully believe it. She skeptically said, In the mortal world, there are actually many sects that worship ancient gods, but it's only superficial. After all, no one has ever seen what the ancient gods really look like, let alone the transformation. Dunya also spoke up to question, but can this ancient military alliance really be called ancient gods? Raizel still kept his commanding attitude as he looked at the mage. So how did you manage to summon the ancient gods? And what about this magic formation, the huge red demon spirit, and the tattoo on your body, what is their origin? Hanta carefully looked at him, then whispered an explanation. This pattern is a divine demon script. Only the chosen people of the gods can have it tattooed on them. As for the magic formation and the demon spirit, and the method of summoning the ancient gods, because my rank is insufficient, I really don't know the details. Hearing this, Raizel's face suddenly changed dramatically, his anger rising. Who dares to mock the seal? The mage Hoang Lone said, No, no, no. The fear in his mind was so strong that Hanta kept bowing repeatedly to apologize. Even though he was exhausted, his blood still showed no sign of stopping. Hanta hurriedly expressed his loyalty. How could I dare to mock the seal? The existence of the seal is even greater than the ancient gods. And I am the most devout and loyal subject. For the seal, I can give my life. I absolutely dare not offend the seal. This action of Hanta successfully terrified Raizel, who silently thought, Damn, this loyalty is too much. No, it's more like madness. When the blood on the mage's forehead had already turned a large patch of red, Raizel finally spoke again. All right, one last question. Does the ancient military alliance have anything to do with the beast invasion this time? Hanta still dared not look up at him, only respectfully bowed his head and replied, Of course it's related, because the beast attack on the city was entirely orchestrated by the ancient military alliance. Because, as he spoke, the mage suddenly went into a frenzy, energy continuously radiating from Hanta's body. Along with that came a sinister laugh and the words, The ancient gods require countless fresh blood sacrifices. You are all offerings. As expected, the mage then began to explode. Raizel shouted, Careful! Quickly wrapping his arms around the two girls and creating a protective shield. Immediately after, an explosion shook heaven and earth. The surrounding rocks shattered instantly, and the intense fire engulfed the space. Looking back at the scene, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn it, clearly not even a minute had passed. How did this madman suddenly lose control? Could it be that when he bowed and went mad, he broke free from his control? When Raizel released his grip, Duna shouted, Raizel, your strength is really something. You hurt me. Tu Vu also showed an embarrassed expression and gently said, Why is your strength so strong? I don't mind, you can be a little stronger. Hearing that, Raizel was flustered and said, Sorry, are you two okay? Dunya quickly replied, We're fine, thank you. Tu Vu then moved closer to him and acted coquettishly. Hey, why let go? I still want to be held a little longer. After a while, Raizel went to observe the shards of the broken falais, his mind filled with tangled thoughts. Tired all day but finally gained something. The ancient military alliance is indeed not simple. Not only plotting the beast attack on the city but also able to summon ancient gods. Their soldiers and resources are even stronger than the corporations that only care about making money. If I ruin their plans, will I be targeted? Why bother worrying about it? Thinking this, Raizel carefully picked up a shard of falais, and the system immediately popped up information. Martin unknown, the attributes of this item are hidden, requiring a divination tool beyond the standard level to unlock the attributes. Hearing this, Raizel was surprised and questioned, What? The attributes are hidden and still need a divination tool? Damn, they really keep a strict security protocol for Martin. Leywin, can you divine it? Lewin appeared happily, accepting the order. Of course, master. Such a small matter is no challenge for me. Very quickly, he responded with results. This is ancient marten blood fused together, composed mostly of human blood and a small amount of beast blood. Damn, that's quite a few people, truly cruel. At this moment, the system also announced, you have obtained Martin's blood essence. Looking at it floating in front of him, Raizel began to ponder and wondered to himself, this is using fresh blood to sacrifice to the ancient god afterward. But besides humans, there is also the blood of magical beasts, which is strange. Senda has encountered a very big trouble. As if discovering something, he glanced suspiciously at the walkie-talkie at his feet. The walkie-talkie was emitting strange static noise. Could it be that the walkie-talkie was affected by this type of demon spirit? At this moment, Dunya pointed upward and shouted, quickly look at the sky. The sky was already stained red by magical power. Lightning bolts still appeared continuously. Duina shared her discovery, although the spatial breach had stopped expanding. But it still hadn't disappeared. Hearing this, Raizel sighed deeply and said, Senda only destroyed one magical barrier and couldn't completely stop the summoning ritual. Watching the lightning in the sky grow larger and more intense, he couldn't help but hesitate and think, so should they continue or not? If they continue, how much danger would his people face? If they gave up, they couldn't guarantee the spatial breach wouldn't expand further and the ancient god wouldn't descend. Thinking this, Raizel sighed. Why does it always want to oppose me like this? Is there really no other way? While he was lost in thought, a cat demon silently approached from behind. When it successfully got close, Raizel finally noticed it, which made him annoyed. Damn it, the cat demon couldn't sense his aura. As soon as the beast saw Raizel's face, it happily let out a surprised cry. Quickly regaining composure, it began to tease. Didn't expect to meet you here, Raizel. Standing still like that isn't a good habit, you know. Before he could react, several sword beams suddenly slashed and shattered the cat demon. Witnessing this, Raizel was suspicious. What was that sound? While he was guessing, Jihan appeared and said with a sly wink, hit a little harder, don't scare them. The group immediately shouted in surprise, Senior Jihan! Duina hurried over to Jihan, her voice filled with emotion. Jihan Kaka, is it really you? He showed a gentle and caring expression, asking, is everyone okay? Being ambushed by a beast from behind is very dangerous, Raizel thought to himself with a smirk. Real danger? Not necessarily. Showing up now? Wouldn't he be suspected? Thinking that, he stepped forward to start a conversation. Looks like you saved my life. Thank you, Senior. At this, Tuvu spoke up indignantly. No need to be so modest, Raizel. It was just a cat demon. What can it do to me? If it were me, Jihan. At this point, her voice was filled with sharpness. She was a loyalist of the Hoang Chin Corporation, not staying quiet in the team and often wandering around Zone 9. Besides, we just broke the magical barrier, and then you appeared, Tuvu said lightly. Raizel silently admired from the side. Tuvu is truly a veteran in the underworld, already knowing things. Suddenly, she pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Jihan's head, starting to interrogate him, making it hard not to arouse suspicion. What exactly do you want to do? Seeing this, Duyana shouted, Sister Tuvu, what are you doing? Jihan has no ill intentions, I can feel it. Jihan remained unfazed. He just smiled wryly. Sister Tuvu, still gentle as before. Although my superiors have some conflicts, it doesn't mean we are enemies. Let's put that aside for now and talk slowly. Raizel also stood up to ease the tense situation. That's right, the real enemy is right in front of us. Let's put aside our past grudges for now. Let's deal with the immediate trouble first. Besides, with Senior Jihan joining us, our fighting strength will definitely increase. Saying that, he began to plan how to gather information and smiled confidently, thinking that he had to actively befriend the senior. He must be a worker, so I have to treat him well first. I don't believe he won't reveal his secrets. After confiscating the gun, without giving Jihan a good look, she glanced coldly at him and said, I'll give you face because of Raizel, but that doesn't mean I don't suspect you. Be honest with me. Jihan didn't take these words to heart and pleaded earnestly, Please spare me, Sister Tuvu. Raizel looked at his earnest effort and said, No need to take it too seriously, Senior. Miss Tuvu is just cautious by nature. She's not targeting you. It's just a misunderstanding. Jihan scratched his head awkwardly. It really is a misunderstanding. She's not targeting you, Bon the no-taking. I originally stayed in Zone 9 for some missions. Just now, I helped civilians disperse nearby and then heard an explosion, so I came over to check. This statement successfully made Raizel pause to think. The explanation was very reasonable. Then he looked up at the sky and explained to Jihan. It was about how we just destroyed a substitution barrier formation, but there are still other formations existing in this situation. He immediately grasped the issue after hearing it, so that's it. I had also noticed the abnormality in the sky before, so what are we waiting for? At this point, Raizel showed a surprised expression and said, as if truly, this is not an easy matter. The senior also wants to participate? Jihan hesitated a bit and replied, Of course, this is the main district of my hometown, filled with my beautiful memories. I can't just stand by and watch it be destroyed like this. He familiarly put his arm around Raizel's shoulder to share knowledge. His way of speaking sounded very intelligent, though the tone was somewhat low IQ. Being part of the combat team, accomplishing such a big task might earn some bonus points. That would be a great help for my level up, you also chimed in. Really? But inside, I was closely watching every move of Jihan, and for now, I can only conclude that he currently has no place to stay at all. Du-na then spoke up, full of self-doubt. Should we continue? I'm not afraid, just feel like I can't help, only causing trouble for everyone. Raizel quickly comforted her. That's not true. Earlier, it was thanks to your Kai sensing ability. We were able to find this hidden barrier formation because of your power. Your ability is very important. Tuvu also stepped forward to hug her and sincerely said, exactly, your power is much more effective than mine. Focusing mental energy, dealing with the remaining barrier formations, then going to find your parents. Hearing this, Duanya's self-doubt lessened somewhat. She responded energetically, yes, as long as everyone doesn't exclude me, I will do my best to help everyone. Raizel heard this and immediately objected. How could we leave you out? We can't afford to lose even one person. Let's go. Moving at the fastest speed to deal with the remaining barrier formations, the two girls quickly agreed. Okay, Jihan called from behind. Raizel, share some of the previous intelligence. Let me know so I can prepare in advance. You quickly agreed. Okay, let's talk as we go. Keeping our promise, the four of them immediately tore forward. Not long after, they arrived at another formation, where only 2 mages were casting spells. Raizel spoke first, found the second barrier formation. Next is how to destroy this protective shield. Then he humbly asked, I haven't used the previous spell twice yet. Senior, do you have any ideas? Let's go. At this point, his eyes became sharp, making sure to closely observe every expression on Nthan's face before speaking. This barrier formation uses a layered protective setup. It's a product of the Huang Qin Corporation's new person. He then showed surprise. Is that so? So the person suspects that Huang Qin Corporation and the cult are colluding? Tuvu saw Nthan's serious attitude and couldn't help but tease, who knows? You're a trusted person of Huang Qin, you know more than us. Explain it, or else we'll come up with a story. He still wore a troubled face and pleaded, please spare me, Sister Tuvu. What trusted person? I'm just a runner, but your suspicion is reasonable after all. The current situation is hard to explain clearly. Seeing Tuvu still looking at him with bullet-like eyes, he quickly added, I can only say that Huang Qin Corporation has never been picky about who they do business with. It doesn't matter who they sell weapons to, as long as they make money, so with the current situation, there's really nothing clear to say. Raizel then spoke in a conciliatory tone. That's right, I trust the senior 100%, but I advise you to act practically to prove yourself. You don't want Sister Tuvu always targeting you, right? Nthan scratched his head thoughtfully and replied, got it. Destroying the barrier formation can prove innocence. Who told me to always care about injustice? It's not really my nature. And he pulled out a secret type overload generator and said, luckily I brought this. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain clearly. And Than aimed the device at the protective shield. Go. Destroy this energy cover for me. As soon as the overload generator touched the shield, its surface immediately shattered. Raizel saw this and couldn't help but praise. That gadget of yours is awesome. Destroying that energy cover is really easy. And Than humbly replied, of course, because the trust in the small boat isn't something that can be overturned just by words, as he said while wiping off the beauty of the 2 mages. Did Nthan kill them all during the ceremony? Tuvu observed for a moment before replying, just knocked them unconscious. Really, why hold back at this point? After Nthan finished his move, he returned with a calm demeanor and explained, although Huang Qin didn't choose a monopoly because the Peak wanted to use weapons for attack that were self-produced, they would sell weapon props through back doors, and the prop I just used was to sabotage the defense. Then he looked around the city wall and asked, I've revealed all the secret matters like this. Do you all believe me now? Raizel swung his sword to strike the red-winged Fally floating in midair. Senior, you forgot the most important Blood Chi Demon Core. He stepped closer and said with a probing gaze, if the Blood Chi Demon Core isn't destroyed, the spatial breach can't be completely sealed. And Than was stunned upon hearing this, his expression a mix of surprise and slight regret. Is that so? So, that's why didn't you say earlier? But Raizel patted his shoulder meaningfully. It's okay, with the senior here, what's there to worry about? The efficiency is very high. This time it's just about the weapon, nothing more to say. Known as the Legend of the Academy, the best indeed. Despite the praise, Nthan's face remained serious as he humbly replied, too much praise. After saying this in his heart, he happily moved forward. Let's go, it's time to head to the next point. Nthan still showed no sign of moving. I frowned silently as I observed him. The sword speed just now was really fast. I couldn't even react in time. Thinking of that, Nthan looked blankly toward where Raizel had just gone and wondered, what if that sword was aimed at me? So, what are you trying to convey, Raizel? Seems like this senior isn't as harmless as he looks. Not long after, in another formation, the entire defense team and several mages were defeated. Nthan eagerly charged forward. This is the last demon core. Everyone step back a little so I can cut it. Duanya couldn't hide his joy as he said, great, once this is destroyed, the big guy in the sky won't be able to get out anymore. Feeling confused inside, Raizel opened his mouth in disbelief, filled with suspicion. Everything feels a bit strange. He focused his thoughts, Everything was too smooth. Except for the defense network, there wasn't even a second measure. The Kunlam Association wouldn't be that naive, right? Suddenly, the mages who had been lying on the ground were lifted up by an invisible force. Meanwhile, the energy from the blood chi demon core grew increasingly fierce. Everyone panicked at once. Their faces changed. What's happening? At this moment, the mages were gradually being burned by the demon core. They seemed programmed to laugh weirdly and shout loudly together. The divine spirit is calling me. I will merge into one with the divine. The divine is magnificent. Their bodies were gradually transforming, endlessly joyful, powerful. I feel infinite strength. Seeing this bizarre scene, Raizel couldn't help but wonder they have been fused with the demon core. He quickly pointed his sword in that direction, then turned to those behind him. Regain your spirit and prepare to fight. This is probably the last trick of the Kunlam Association. Let's go. Before they could prepare, a level 60 giant blood chi demon core with full health appeared. Upon seeing them, it showed disdain. Just a bunch of small people daring to dream of stopping the divine's gunfire? Kill them all. Those who serve the divine must die. The fused mages still tried to say their last words. I am guilty. I cannot let the divine's form be harmed. Please have mercy on me. And Thon hurriedly shouted commands. Stay behind me. I'll pull the enemy's hatred. Duana, add my health. Raizel and Tuvu help out, but Raizel seemed to realize something and said, wait, the level difference is too big, this tactic. Before the words could finish, the giant dashed toward Anthon and struck a powerful blow. Small humans daring to plot against the divine substitute? Foolish words. Seeing his health drop to 60%, he was completely shocked. Just one hit. Is this the terrifying power of a rare level 60 elite? Very quickly, Anthon was knocked away by the blood chi demon core's strike. It sneered, too ordinary. Then it turned toward Tuvu, who was preparing to strike. Seeing the danger, Duanya shouted anxiously, Tuvu, be careful. The moment that strike was launched, Raizel quickly stepped up to embrace her and create a defensive shield. He both resisted with all his strength and led the step. The stance was still there, firmly holding the weapon to avoid the strike. This guy's attack speed wasn't very fast. As the martial artist just said, sorry, Raizel. He was troubled thinking again. Although the attack speed wasn't fast, the power was abnormal. Fundamentally not on the same level as the demon beasts encountered before. The energy shield's attack power continuously decreased, and the defensive layer gradually thinned. This made Raizel anxiously think, my 10 layers of energy shield were broken in the blink of an eye, damn it. Very quickly, the defensive layer completely vanished. He could only barely hold on with his shield. His health dropped to 85%. Raizel clenched his teeth and thought silently, breaking through 10 layers of energy shield and still attacking with such force. Next, both Raizel and the martial artist in his arms were pushed far away by that attack. He began to consider another path. I can't keep just defending against its attacks like this anymore. Otherwise, even my innate defense won't hold up for long. Raizel quickly regained his spirit, charging toward the blood demon beast with determination, thinking he must turn defense into offense to have a chance to win, based on his experience surpassing 20 levels. He swiftly delivered a critical slash to the beast, silently promising himself that as long as he wasn't hit, he'd have a chance to counterattack it to death. This shock attack only took 5% of the beast's health, Raizel thought in surprise. Too tough, a full-force innate attack only caused such light damage? The martial artist, seeing the low chance of victory, rushed forward to advise, let's retreat quickly, Raizel. This elite's defense is abnormal. We basically can't break it. The blood demon beast heard this and laughed wickedly, running, it won't receive the god's forgiveness, then swung a sword toward Raizel again. While blocking the strike, Raizel thought, surely the demon beast is concealing something on its body that gives it such high defense. At that moment, Anthon threw a blood demon beast crystal at it. The middle head saw the crystal and immediately showed an attitude. What the hell is this? The upper head then roared fiercely. All the tricks before the god are nothing. The right head then appeared to pray sincerely, God, please forgive these rich and weak people. Immediately after, a protective force field appeared. It was the level 55 domain of Ho Quan, currently at 100% shield value. He shouted, everyone run quickly. This level 55 force field can trap it for a while. Leave it to me here. The beast roared fiercely, growling stubbornly. It began attacking the protective layer. The middle head sneered repeatedly, trap me? Are you kidding me? The right head chimed in, God, please punish these weak and foolish people. At that moment, Raizel's voice rang out, all my weapons are broken, and I'm supposed to fight barehanded? Here, take this, handing the sword to Anthon, who looked surprised. This sword's information quickly appeared. Critical hit chance, innate attack effect, can switch from one-handed to two-handed sword, attack speed increased by 30%. Raizel explained, this sword was taken from the hands of Captain H.H. Dung Bin, just take it and use it. Then he looked at Anthon with trust and said, this time fleeing is the best choice. Importantly, the senior won't hold out much longer either. While it's trapped for a while, finding its weak point and devising a new strategy is the best plan, witnessing Raizel's series of actions and words. Anthon admired silently, thinking that even in such a life-or-death moment, he could still calmly think, His real combat experience is definitely richer than mine. Once again, endure the pain, Duanya said, struggling to bear the sharp pain. I think we've found its weak point. That's great, Raizel couldn't help but exclaim happily. Well done, Duanya, you always surprise me. What is its weak point? She regained her composure and replied, I feel like the power in its body is transporting demon energy in its back. The blood demon beast immediately denied, saying nonsense, it doesn't have a weak point. Raizel ignored its words and carefully observed. If that's true, there really is something like a beating heart, but the key problem is how to smash that blood demon beast. Remembering Leywin's ability, Raizel glanced at him and silently asked, regarding the resin points, Leywin, what do you think? It didn't take long for him to respond, Master. After analysis and synthesis, it's just about using the blood demon core from before to enhance the weapon. Using similar attributes to break hardness, hearing this, he seemed to have grasped part of it, paying close attention, immediately wanting to test it a bit. Think and do, Raizel said as he approached Tuvu. Miss Tuvu, can I borrow your gun for a moment? She handed over the gun but still curiously asked, what are you going to do with the gun? Take it. He seriously replied, I'll help you enhance and modify the weapon a bit. Tuvu was utterly surprised. What? You even know that skill? Raizel responded with action, quickly placing the gun close to the blood demon core and then using fusion enhancement, directly forging the wind phantom blood demon core. Very quickly, the blood demon core transformed, enveloped, and fused into the gun, an upgrade immediately appearing before everyone. It was called the Wind Phantom Blood Market, a ranged weapon specialized in attack with lifesteal effect and armor penetration, increasing attack speed by 30%. Its array of attributes made Tuvu even more admiring, exclaiming, so many special effects? Raizel, you're really amazing. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon Core soldier had shattered that protective layer. It declared with a locked tone, game over. This shield wasted so much of my time, he urged. Quickly test the effect now. Tuvu clenched the gun tightly and replied, leave it to me. Then she charged like a fierce warrior, continuously attacking all over the soldier's body, forcing it to block with its sword and roar. It hurts so much. Unbelievable. How can this be? It broke my shield again, it said, successfully activating an additional 5% buff. And Thane happily watched the scene and said, it's stiff now, it's effective. How did you do that, Raizel? Although the situation had calmed down temporarily, his face remained calm but worried as he replied, although the injury isn't severe, it can only be temporarily controlled at best. To defeat it, we need a weapon with power, but where can we find one now? And Than said without hesitation, I have some. Previously at the night market, I helped the team buy a few combat weapons. But what do you want to do? The system's voice announced. And Than wants to trade. Do you accept the kinetic gauntlets? Raizel couldn't hide his joy. Let's combine them. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon Core soldier was still struggling against Tuvu's relentless attacks, starting to get furious. I'm enraged now. This pain and itching are really annoying. Raizel realized this point. Not good. The control effect is weakening. Senior, think of a way to keep it for 20 seconds. And Than shouted, leave it to me, then dashed toward the soldier like the wind. The system announced. The host obtained the kinetic gauntlets. He seriously ordered Leywin. Leywin, find the item with the highest growth potential for the kinetic gauntlets in the shortest time. Leywin immediately responded, found it, master. The necessary information quickly appeared. The kinetic gauntlets are traditional melee weapons that cover the whole arm and can greatly increase attack power. As for the booster, it's a small enhancement and modification tool used to speed up upgrades for planes or cars, capable of greatly increasing rotational size. A special collection of the principal, Raizel exclaimed excitedly. Mom said it's a disguise tool, didn't expect the principal to like cars, and people can't judge by appearance. No time to waste, quickly fuse these 3 items for enhancement. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon Core soldier was going berserk, continuously slashing and counterattacking, and Than was annoyed on one side and struggling to enter on the other. No. My blood sweep speed can't keep up anymore. If this continues, He Pao isn't done yet, his health bar is down to 10%. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Sorry to keep you waiting, then Raizel dashed forward at jet engine speed. With a storm of fury, he would take down the entire Blood Demon Core soldier. Carrying both the demon core and half of the sword in its hand, it panicked. What the hell is this? My sword! Its face turned cold as it shouted, it's been a long time. Next, Raizel gritted his teeth and said word by word, it's time for me to counterattack. Concentrate all your energy. The right head of the soldier was now fiercely fused. God, please save me, I'm scared. God, please save me, I'm scared. The middle head still refuses to submit. Your attack suddenly became so strong that it could shatter my rigid blood chi ma ting. Raizel, full of fighting spirit, entered an offensive stance in response, suddenly growing stronger. Could it be that I'm supposed to explain the reason to you? Indeed. You activated your engine and charged with full force at the blood chi ma ting giant, yet you still didn't forget to counterattack, aside from gaining experience points. You are useless to me, and I have no intention of extracting any intelligence from your mouth. It stubbornly resists. Arrogant! I am the son of heaven, blessed by the ancient gods. How could I be looked down upon by someone as lowly as you? The more it spoke, the more confident it became in its abilities. As long as I focus on defense, no one can break through. But Raizel closed in and delivered a powerful critical punch, not forgetting to warn it to shut up. The strong force from that punch sent the blood chi ma ting flying backward, causing it to roar loudly. Only then did it begin to sense the imminent danger. Damn it, you're reckless. The ancient god's blessing means nothing to me, the new god. Enraged, the giant unleashed a rain of Ma Ting arrows toward Raizel, furious that someone dared to disrespect the ancient gods and arrogantly call themselves a new god. They must accept the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing their heart. Quickly counterattacking, everyone hurriedly shouted reminders. Don't lose focus, Raizel. You still have people who haven't reacted yet. But not a single Ma Ting arrow could touch him because Anthan and Tuvu rushed forward to block them. Anthan firmly declared, "Leave the rescue to us. Just send your mind to him." Raizel was deeply moved. Everyone. Before he finished speaking, Tuvu spoke up. "Now only you can break it. Don't waste your strength on trivial matters." Anthan nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Abandon defense and attack with all your might. We're all counting on you." Feeling empowered, Raizel said with great spirit, "Then let's do this." Once again, he stretched out his hand to gather energy, determined to end the fight as quickly as possible, fully activating DPS. Anthan and Tuvu stopped all movements, standing still to watch this magnificent scene. But as Raizel charged, what he punched was not the face of the blood Chi Ma Ting giant but a solid protective barrier. He immediately recoiled, unable to believe what had just happened, hesitantly uttering. A notification appeared. Divine Domain level 60, energy value 95%, currently recovering. Raizel was surprised to realize the magic shield. The right head of the blood Chi Ma Ting giant was continuously chanting spells, while the middle head was leisurely provoking. "You might try some tricks to break my Ma Ting giant's magic shield, but you will absolutely never break through my divine domain." The system immediately sounded a warning. Warning. Raizel tried to attack the barrier, but it didn't change even slightly. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, as long as those two heads keep chanting, this magic shield will keep recharging. Damn it, why didn't I target the left heart from the start? His strength was still insufficient. The system continued to warn. Warning, continuous overloaded attacks will cause overload status. Immediately after, the system displayed, Divine Domain level 60, energy value 50%, recovering. Seeing his effort, the blood Chi Ma Ting giant laughed coldly. "Useless. I have been blessed by the gods. No one can break my defense," it said as Raizel was repelled by the barrier and thrown out. He kept cursing inwardly. Damn it, why didn't I target the left heart from the beginning? The system notification sounded in his mind. Host's attack has exceeded the strength attribute limit, entering overload status, life value continuously decreasing, remaining time 30 seconds. Seeing him fall, the blood Chi Ma Ting giant laughed wickedly. "I love seeing others suffer the most. How amusing. My defense is praised, even by the divine official. You foolish mortals could never break it. I'm right here. Let's see who dies first." The system continued to warn that due to overload status, the host's blood volume was rapidly decreasing. Raizel, recovering while thinking, the divine official is my superior. This intelligence is no longer important. What matters is breaking its defense. Otherwise, forget stopping the ancient god's reign. I'm afraid we'll all die here. He quickly decided to use absolute power to suppress the magic shield and the opponent's recovery speed. Thinking quickly, "You give Leywin the order. Leywin, check if I have any other strength-enhancing items left. Hurry," he replied sadly. "Sorry, master. There really aren't any. Not even a basic strength booster potion." Hearing this, Raizel recalled, strength boosters. Right, there was still that option. He hurriedly turned back to the others and asked, "Did anyone bring any strength boosters? Can I borrow a potion?" Everyone was surprised and exclaimed, "Strength boosters? Sorry, I don't have any." And Thon replied, "I bought quite a lot of stuff before, just not strength boosters," Dunya said sadly. "I don't have any either. I only have willpower boosters. Do you need one?" Only Tuvu was deep in thought. Seeing her silent, Raizel brightly asked, "Tuvu, do you have one? Can you quickly give it to me? If it costs money, just put it on credit. I'll pay you back later." She hurriedly handed over the strength booster with a bit of irritation. "I already told you. No need to talk about money between us." Just as Raizel successfully caught it, Tuvu hesitated and added, "I don't want to give it to you because of its side effects." Surprised, he asked, "Side effects?" According to the item information, the strength booster increases strength attributes by 30% for 1 minute after use. After the effect ends, there is a 2-hour weakened state that cannot be removed by any means. Raizel read this and seemed to understand the reason. He couldn't help but be stunned. 2 hours in a weakened state is a side effect equivalent to a critical hit. Tuvu pondered for a moment and said, "Aren't you going to rescue your family? Once you're in a weakened state, how can you?" Before she could finish, Raizel drank the strength potion without hesitation. Tuvu's eyes widened in shock. "Hey, did you hear what I said? Why don't you consider anything?" He gritted his teeth and said with the spirit of a man, "We'll deal with the consequences later. If you can't get through the tough challenge ahead, how can you think about later? Besides, we still have everyone here, my family." As he said this, Raizel felt a fierce change in his body. His eyes widened in astonishment. he shouted, causing the blood chi demon candidate to be confused. What's going on? This kid suddenly... Before it could clarify its suspicion, it panicked as Raizel suddenly charged at it, preparing a full-force strike. He moved stealthily around it, continuously attacking its protective layer, leaving it no time to counterattack. At this time, Raizel's health had risen to 21% and was still healing. Tuvu looked at him attacking wildly with concern. The energy is too strong, but the way he's fighting shouldn't cause this, Anthan said softly. You must check Raizel's bloodline, Dunya replied anxiously. But his blood is draining too fast. I might not keep up. Meanwhile, the blood chi demon candidate was suffering from the continuous punches and unable to do anything, but it wasn't willing to lose and started calculating. The kid's attacks increased with the rapid recovery speed. The shield couldn't keep up, but its life value wasn't high either. If given the right chance, it could break through the defense with a critical strike. The one who would fall was. Before it could finish thinking, the outer shield was shattered by Raizel. It panicked and shouted, "The domain of the god!" Without waiting for the candidate to recover, he continued attacking, causing countless demon fragments to scatter. It screamed in pain. No, how can this be? My heart. Why? I clearly accepted the god's blessing. The intense energy from the candidate's body began to erupt. In its final moments, it smiled coldly. Don't think that defeating me will stop the god's wrath. The demon army will never be destroyed. We have been watching you. You, your family, and friends will all die horribly. Raizel controlled the energy in his hand and replied coldly, "Is that so?" Outside, everyone panicked. Not good. He's about to self-destruct again. Before it could execute its plan, he clenched his fist with full force, and the candidate shattered. He said bitterly, "Then I will destroy the entire demon army." It only managed to say one sentence before completely dying. When the candidate's body was completely destroyed, Raizel lay down, exhausted, and sighed. "I'm down." Everyone cheered. "Raizel, you won. Well done." The system announced, "Killed the blood chi demon candidate. Earned 200,000 experience points. 50,000 currency. You have obtained the Demon Enhancement Document, skill level 60, mission of the Demon Transformation Body Master. What will come will come." A sad notification appeared. The contract holder entered a weakened state. The countdown of 2 hours began. Raizel lay motionless thinking, "It's finally over, but what should I do next?" He used the last bit of his strength to try to sit up, silently deciding that he had to rely on those three. However, the feeling of entrusting his life to others was unsettling, especially as a sharp sword was advancing toward him. Just as Raizel sat up, his eyes caught the sight of Jihan holding a sword with malicious intent, surprising him. Jihan, from school. Tuvu and Dua Na quickly stood in front of Raizel. Tuvu angrily scolded, "Jihan, what do you want to do? Have you finally lost your mind?" Dua Na also firmly declared, "Jihan, what's wrong with you? Raizel is our friend. You are not allowed to harm him." His face darkened as he coldly said, "Raizel." But the next moment, the sharp sword was driven straight into the ground. Jihan awkwardly asked, "What are you guys doing?" He hurriedly raised his hands in surrender, pointing at Tuvu and Dua Na. "Don't point your weapons at me. It's a misunderstanding." Seeing the situation not improving, he quickly explained, "I was just distracted. You all don't need to react like this." Tuvu pointed his weapon directly at Jihan without mercy and questioned, "Do you think you're smart? Or do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Didn't we just go through life and death together?" Jihan scratched his head awkwardly, then asked sadly, "Why do you still doubt me? I was just shocked by Raizel's power earlier. I absolutely have no ill intentions. Besides," Jihan sarcastically retorted, warning Tuvu, "If I really wanted to kill, do you think two beauties could stop me?" Without waiting for her response, he moved to support Raizel, saying, "Let me help you. Being weak like this, you can't act recklessly." Raizel refused awkwardly. "No need, senior. I can still walk unwillingly. Just help me a little." Earlier, Dua Na spoke admiringly. "Raizel, you're amazing. Normally, when someone is this weak, just staying conscious lying down is already the limit. You can even stand and walk. Truly unbelievable." Meanwhile, Tuvu continued observing every movement carefully. Raizel leaned on him and modestly replied, "Just a normal move. No need to be amazed. Miss Tuvu, you don't have to be so serious. Senior Anthan and we are all survivors who have grown closer. We should trust each other a little more." Hearing this reassurance, Anthan also relaxed and agreed, "That's right, we should understand each other better." At this moment, Lewin suddenly appeared and whispered in Raizel's ear, "The aura on Anthan is indeed black, but it's unclear. So, it's impossible to determine whether this aura is from a previous boss or from the owner himself." Although saying this, Raizel didn't fully trust it and thought to himself, "No matter what, the suspicious points on Senior Anthan are real. So, on the surface, just stay close to him, but I still need him as protection." Then, as if seeing a future he could accept, he looked at Anthan meaningfully. No matter what secrets or goals he had, before being exposed, they could still cooperate happily. He gently helped Raizel sit down and suggested, "Let's rest for 5 minutes, then set off." Raizel easily agreed. "That's a good idea." At this time, the terrifying red rift in the sky was gone. The space was filled with a warm yellow light, and Diuna happily looked up. Look at the sky, the rift has completely closed, Tuvu looked up and said with satisfaction, indeed. Diuna smiled brightly, pointed to the sky, and said, Diuna smiled brightly, pointed to the sky, and said, Great. Finally, we have successfully stopped the descent of the ancient god. The biggest threat has been eliminated, Tuvu agreed. That's right. Although Raizel's worries hadn't eased, he solemnly reminded, Don't be careless. Even though the rift is closed, the risk of many beasts infiltrating still hasn't been eliminated. We must stay vigilant everywhere, because, saying this, he seemed exhausted, lying back on the stone and lamented, My little life is in your hands, you know. Diunya comforted, hang in there, Raizel. This phrase helped him jump up, as if remembering something to say, Right, all the blood demon emotions have been completely destroyed. Maybe the walkie-talkie has also been restored. Tuvu quickly understood the issue and replied, I will immediately try to contact the eldest lady. Suddenly, the system flashed a notification to Raizel, despite Kani's request to broadcast the information to friends. Struggling and frustrated, he seemed to gain strength and sat up. I think it's no longer necessary. Your eldest lady has already proactively contacted me. Hearing this, Tuvu was surprised. What? She started having countless questions in her heart. After the walkie-talkie was restored, the first person the eldest lady contacted was Raizel. Is he really that important to her? You began to tell the eldest lady, yes, it's him, the situation here on our side. Tuvu was uncomfortable. She also realized something strange about herself. This feeling inside was complicated. Was she jealous or just possessive? Over here, in a high-end apartment complex, hearing Agriche's safe voice, so that's how it is? I understand now. She seriously responded to the other end. The royal government and the military are gathering. Interesting. I am very safe now. I have contacted the corporation for reinforcements, but it will take some time. Everyone stay put. I will come over immediately. But Raizel quickly interrupted. You don't need to come here to improve efficiency. We are near the connection bridge. Let's meet at the secret passage in Zone 8. I will send you the coordinates right away. Agriche thought for a moment before accepting. Coordinates. All right, let's meet there, saying that, but she felt very satisfied inside. He even knows about this kind of secret passage, not simple. No wonder he's the person I thought he was. Then, remembering something, Agriche hurriedly asked about Raizel's condition. Is his weak state really okay? Remember, you are the talent admired by the 4 eldest ladies. Don't be thrown aside over a small matter, you replied awkwardly. Thanks for your concern. I'm fine. And Than overheard their conversation and also felt Agriche's concern for Raizel, quietly whispering into his ear. I heard before that you and the eldest lady of the Mac family have an unusual relationship. I thought it was a joke, but today I see it's true. The words are true, really admirable. Raizel responded with an outsider's expression. Is that so? And Than had lifted him up by now, Raizel cautiously added. But it's true, having such an eldest lady to protect me, I'm a bit reluctant to try hard. He was surprised by your frankness, really? You half-jokingly replied. Yeah, still seriously thinking about it. Tuvu laughed and teased. Men, just like that, the 4 of them walked forward while talking. Not long after, at Safe Zone 9 near the connection bridge, refugees crowded the bridge densely. The suffocating atmosphere made many unable to bear it and started shouting, Kim Dokja, hey, let us in, open the door. Why do you watch people die without saving them? The gatekeeper tried to reason. Please don't be angry. We are still waiting for orders from above. But no one listened. They just wanted to find a place to vent anger. Wait a minute. Your heads. The beasts have already come from behind. Hurry and open the door. Over here at the secret passage leading to Zone 8, Kien Kwok saw the chaotic scene on the bridge and rushed over. Indeed, the connection bridge over there is no longer accessible. The civilians' screams were so loud they could be heard here. Does that kid have the ability to predict? Raizel's mother keeps worrying about her son. Why hasn't Haoni arrived yet? I'm so worried about him. Hanna Yu quickly spoke to comfort her. Mom, don't rush. Just contacted him. He's coming right away. He's so capable. Surely nothing will happen. At that moment, Nana suddenly shouted, Master! Raizel and the 3 others quickly appeared. He couldn't hide his joy and called out, Mom, Hanna Yu. His mother was also very moved. Haoni. Hanna Yu rushed over and hugged Raizel tightly, speaking as if about to cry, Brother, it's so good that you're okay. I was so worried about you. He smiled to comfort her. Aren't I here now? Then you spoke up. Our family can still reunite. Truly a blessing in misfortune. Raizel's mother looked him over and sadly asked, Haoni, why do you look so weak? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Fearing she would worry, you quickly reassured, Mom, I'm fine. Just a bit weak. Just need to rest a little. Nana's eyes were already teary. It's so good that the family can reunite, Master, but inside she kept silently criticizing. The feelings of low-level creatures are really disgusting, almost making me nauseous. Raizel went to gently stroke the little girl's head. This time, Nana had also worked hard. Fortunately, with her, my whole family is safe and sound. The little girl gave a forced smile in response. For her master, Nana could do anything, but deep thoughts were rising in her heart. Now he was very weak. Killing him was as easy as turning one's hand. But she still couldn't act according to her true consciousness. She must find a way to break free from this binding. At that moment, a charming voice suddenly rang out, apologizing for the disturbance caused by the reunion of the whole family. Agriche appeared with 2 bodyguards in a dignified manner, continuing to speak as she walked. But now, there was no time to indulge in happiness, because the boss of the invading beasts had appeared. Bakdi Sichvi had manifested. Seeing everyone's attention turned to her, Agriche began analyzing the current situation. Due to the manifestation of Bakdi Sichvi, the beasts were very stable and showed no intention to continue invading Zone 8. Therefore, if things continued like this, Zone 9 would directly become a replica world, and humans would no longer be able to stay here. Everyone must leave immediately. Hearing this, Raizel couldn't help but clench her teeth in anger. Replica world meant they wanted to seize this place to make it a star base. Then it would grow stronger right before her eyes. Such unreasonable behavior. What exactly did the beasts want? Agriche thought for a moment and replied, they were just a group of beasts. Unreasonable behavior was normal. What we should all be concerned about is that the boss has reached level 90. Raizel was immediately shocked, unable to believe what she had just heard, and asked again, level 90? Are you sure? A boss at this level is no joke. Dua Na tightly hugged her mother, speaking with great worry. Facing a level 90 boss, even professional teams would find it very difficult to win, then cautiously asked again. I don't want to doubt your judgment, young lady, but is the source of this intelligence reliable? After all, this is hard to believe. Unexpectedly, Agriche confirmed without hesitation. It's reliable. After all, I saw it myself. Her answer was beyond imagination. Everyone who heard this was suspicious. What? She directly saw the boss? The teacher spoke up, agreeing with everyone's speculation, though only from a distance. Agriche recalled that scene from that day when she saw the huge boss sitting on the roof of a high-rise building. Without the 2 bodyguards supporting her on either side, she might have fainted. But just when she thought everything was safe, it suddenly turned its eyes toward them, its dark, sharp gaze seeming to crush everything it focused on. Remembering that image still made Agriche shudder as she said, I was almost killed by that gaze. At that moment, the 2 bodyguards quickly formed a shield to protect her. They shouted urgently, Miss, be careful, it has detected us, but it hasn't attacked yet. Let's retreat quickly. Escaping that moment, Agriche still said seriously, even from such a distance, just one glance almost took my life. Although I'm not afraid of death, the terror from deep within that gaze was a lasting nightmare. Seeing her condition was unstable, Raizel gently placed her hand on Agriche's shoulder to comfort her. Perhaps you were affected by its aura. No need to be afraid. Surviving its attack is already a miracle. Agriche fell silent, as if lost in thought, then emotionally said, Raizel. The 2 bodyguards saw this interaction and generously gave Raizel a chivalrous thumbs up. Raizel felt inwardly embarrassed. Hey, do you guys misunderstand something? Thinking so, but you still spoke up. All right then. Quickly regaining her proud young lady demeanor, Agriche said, I'm not a girl looking for comfort, so let's get to the point. First, I collaborated with a clothing corporation to study the structure to contact the beasts and confirm this boss belongs to one of the 28 constellations. Raizel immediately asked with curiosity, 28 constellations? What is that? It's the first time I've heard of it. Agriche thought of the image of the Dragon Pearl 5 and began explaining, since the Earth's great era began until now, the world and all living things have mutated. Beasts are no exception. Scholars have researched for many years and discovered that the beast's power levels follow a certain rule for classification. This rule coincides with the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, 4 symbols, 7 stars, and the combined 28 constellations, commonly known as the constellation types. There are a total of 28 boss monsters in that beast taming group. It's normal that you haven't heard about it because this information is not spread to the public. According to Agriche's story, the image of the great beast tamer gradually appeared. The great beast tamer is the tail beast, one of the 4 celestial dragons. Historically, the great beast tamer has massacred several low-level city districts. Although some organized squads tried to suppress it, they ultimately failed. Raizel understood part of the background from this, but still had some questions, asking why there was no interest from the major corporations before. Small-scale suppression squads are naturally one-life missions, but with the current situation, if left unchecked, it will also be affected sooner or later. Your major corporations cannot just sit still and ignore this, Agriche replied without hesitation, of course. She continued to tell the mystery of the corporations. The Hanmo Corporation has dispatched an intelligence team to establish a small-scale replica force, which will arrive soon. Moreover, according to reliable information, other major corporations are also gathering squad members to prepare to compete for the first kill. At this point, Agriche's voice particularly lowered, glancing subtly at Jihan's reaction as she spoke, including your royal family, to which he smiled coyly in response. Naturally, the big brothers and sisters up there regard the first kill as more important than life itself. They have already set off. After hearing all this, Raizel began to connect the dots, thinking this battle was truly beyond his expectations. For many corporate squads to risk their lives like this, could it be that this boss has dropped something valuable, like a low-level legendary item? Seeing that he quickly grasped the key of the story, Agriche happily replied, You guessed right. Like the level 28 tail beast bosses, each has their own territory. Whoever gets the first kill can obtain the key and open the main gate of the territory. Inside the territory are rare resources they have collected, and the amount of these resources is equivalent to 5 times the same level replica if converted to money. Her eyes became full of meaning as she declared, "At least 2 billion. Raizel's eyes lit up, imagining the coin clearly in his mind, thinking, 2 billion, although I am still weakened, but please carry me up from here. And Than saw the look of a novice on his face and stepped forward to pat his shoulder, asking, "So, have you thought of anything? That's a level 90 boss. What tricks would you still criticize?" Raizel turned his head with a face that said, "It's none of my business," and replied, "Ah, how could that be?" Saying that, but in his heart, he had already started planning. He seriously thought that a level 90 boss replica was far beyond his ability. Chu Fi, I'll use experience value directly to unlock a completely new account. What if I unlock a powerful account? Is it worth it or not? At least there's some chance of success. At this moment, Kan Yi spoke up, urging, "All right, let's temporarily clear out area number 8 and then figure out the rest of the civilians. After the squad kills the Chep boss, the others will naturally be rescued," Raizel replied happily. "Okay." Then the unexpected hard part whispered to him, "Raizel, I have a question. The coordinates of this passageway are a secret even within our security team. How do you know about it?" Hearing this question, his expression darkened slightly. A female security team member said to me, "It seemed she was also from the Celestial Dawn Corporation like you." Bin rushed over, grabbing his shoulder tightly. Raizel also asked, "Is her name Tan Lo? Where is she now? Do you know how she is?" Seeing his state, Qian Kuok quickly advised, "Calm down a bit, Bin." Facing Bin's anxious look, Raizel hesitated before saying, "She." At that moment, a photo silently fell out. It was a photo of Bin and Tan Lo together. He quickly noticed and touched it. "This is," Raizel vaguely guessed, thinking, "so they had that kind of relationship." Then he said with difficulty, "She sacrificed herself so I could escape, killed by the beast, and at the last moment gave me these coordinates. She was a good person." Hearing this, Bin went insane, unable to believe what he just heard, repeatedly saying, "How could this be? Tan Lo is dead, dead." Qian Kuok hurried over, trying to sober Bin up, "Kid. Control your emotions. At least she wasn't a deserter. Her sacrifice was meaningful," he said desperately. "But she's already dead, so it basically has no value anymore." Raizel heard everything clearly on one side, his face and unconsciousness chilling slightly. He was not wrong, in this era. The only criterion for claiming is survival. "Sorry, I can only help you this far. Hopefully, this heartfelt lie can comfort you a little." At this moment, Hanna Yu was in front, completely unaware of what was happening behind, casually focusing on the door ahead. Ahead was the light. The exit seemed near. But as she turned back, her eyes caught an empty space. Hanna Yu couldn't help but wonder, "Oh, why is the atmosphere behind so heavy?" At this moment, a malicious voice rang out, stopping. Right before the exit, where the sound echoed, a group of ruthless people stood blocking the way, each armed, the weakest at least level 50. Among them, Linden, level 65, arrogantly declared, "This mountain is mine, these trees are mine. If you want to pass, pay up." Raizel immediately stood in front of Hanna Yu and Nana, his eyes full of suspicion. "Who are you? And how do you know this secret passage?" He was extremely cautious now. His instincts told him these people were very dangerous. Hanna Yu anxiously spoke. "Their levels are high, definitely not normal people. Be careful." Linden puffed smoke from his mouth and spoke arrogantly. "A secret passage? Such a trivial matter can't trouble me. After all, I'm a relic hunter with 100 battles. I heard Area 9 was ambushed by monsters. We came here to wait for business, but after waiting so long, no deals came." Then he pointed at Agriche meaningfully, saying the result was a big catch. "Isn't that right?" The eldest lady, Agriche, hearing this, questioned sharply, "How do you know me?" But Agriche sneered and said to him disdainfully, "Yet you dare to rob on the road, you seem very confident." Wait, she suddenly remembered something. "Why do I feel like I've met you somewhere before? Which corporation's squad are you from?" Loy Nak laughed smugly, surprised to leave an impression on the eldest lady Agriche. "It's my honor. The squad is past. Now I'm a free relic hunter. This time entering the safe zone was to upgrade equipment, but ended up with this trouble, also looking for money, so you all know." Saying this, he acted magnanimous. "Just leave money and equipment, and you can pass. I'm a man of principle, only want money, no harm to life. Come on, cooperate nicely, and you'll survive." Seeing Loy Nak's reckless arrogance, Kai Ni was too lazy to argue, speaking decisively as always. "Many have wanted to fight me, but their endings were never good. You want to continue, right?" Loy Nak showed no hesitation. His words were full of mockery. "As always, from birth till now, I've never failed in what I want to do, so of course I will continue." Kai Ni said with a face like, "This is your choice. Then fine, keeping your word." Her 2 bodyguards suddenly appeared and punched straight at him. Loy Nak easily caught both punches with 2 hands, making him even more arrogant. "I've heard the eldest lady Agriche has 2 very strong twin bodyguards, but these 2 punches feel so weak. I don't even need to use tricks to block them. If this is all your strength." Then he suddenly lifted the 2 bodyguards up, speaking disdainfully, really disappointing me. Witnesses were stunned. How could this be? Two level 60 bodyguards were easily subdued by a level 65. Raizel's face darkened, grinding his teeth, thinking even a level 65 alone shouldn't withstand attacks from two level 60 seconds. In his eyes, this person was truly that strong? He knew the real strength of these two bodyguards well. There must be a reason inside. Indeed, their health bars showed only 45% left, but surrounded by a terrifying aura, Raizel quickly noticed this. He wondered, wait a minute, this aura, could it be left by a level 90 boss? A terrifying aura, with all attributes reduced by 40%. The effect lasted an hour, making their bodies much weaker than usual. This is a big problem now. On this side, Lyndon took the opportunity to place his hand on the heads of the two bodyguards. The healing aura gradually spreading, he spoke threateningly, ignoring the young lady. Next, I can crush their heads, and their lives and deaths are in my hands. A smart person would understand and weigh the pros and cons carefully. I still remind you, as a leader now, what is most precious is talent, especially talent born from people. The secretary could no longer tolerate it. She pointed her gun at him without hesitation, angry. Let them go! Agriche quickly intervened. Don't get agitated, secretary. But before the secretary could react to her words, a red dot appeared on her forehead, signaling she was targeted, accompanied by an arrogant voice saying, "Don't move." A level 55 sharpshooter appeared, aiming straight at the secretary's head and warned with a smile, "If you want to live, you'd better obey your master's orders, or I'll put a hole in that pretty face of yours." On this side, a level 50 guy was being restrained by a binding technique, his expression full of resentment. The big guy over there should be careful too, or else he might end up with his head turned to mist. The chubby level 55 guy was eating while speaking disdainfully. "You all should listen a bit, even if your levels are just low tier if nothing happens. What should I eat now?" The level 55 guy behind acted like a scholar, complaining, "Keep the noise down, don't disturb me from reading my training manual." At this point, Raizel realized the situation was even tenser than he had thought, since the quality and levels of these guys were completely different from the Sanjitique workers he met during the night shift. Not only were they very strong, but their coordination was also excellent. His own stamina was down to only 30 minutes left, and even if he recovered, without powerful allies, he couldn't win. Most importantly, he silently lamented, thinking about his empty wallet. It was heartbreaking. 2 million had just reached his hands, but he hadn't even had time to spend it before losing it. Damn it. At this moment, the suspicious man spoke up. "Money means nothing to me. I still have 80 million on me, which I can give away. Release my subordinates, and as for the others, don't even dream about it. Their combined worth isn't enough to cover my debt." Lonak was just waiting for this. He released the two bodyguards and laughed. "No wonder you're the heiress of the Hanmak Corporation. So generous, but how amusing." Saying this, he removed his hypocritical mask, like a tyrant declaring, "Flesh is flesh. It's not easy to come to a safe zone, so naturally, everything must be spotless. After all, in this wasteland, besides strength, money is useless. Clean everything on those people for me. Don't leave anyone behind." The surrounding subordinates immediately responded in unison, "Yes." Before they could act, Agriche intervened. "You don't need to waste your energy. I'll get it back." Before he finished, Raizel quickly placed his hand on Agriche's shoulder. Agriche looked confused and asked, "Raizel?" He replied with the demeanor of a young man, "Thank you for protecting us. With our current strength, we shouldn't provoke them. Otherwise, the outcome won't be something we can save for later." Though he said this, inside he was crying. Even though he was the stingiest with money, for the greater good, he had no choice but to endure. Lonak didn't miss the chance to flatter the beauty. "Never expected a high and mighty heiress like you to stand up for commoners." Some subordinate also teased, "That's surprising, but what's the use? Hand them over to me willingly. If not, and I have to act, you'll suffer a lot." The sharpshooter immediately chimed in, "Exactly." After a while, a subordinate happily handed over the goods. "Kim Dokja has decided. This time we're getting rich. Didn't expect these people to look weak, but actually very tough." Lonak laughed uncontrollably. "Thanks for your generosity this time. I will definitely keep my promise." "Let's go," a subordinate happily reported. Kim Dokja. The European scholar fell asleep while reading, still smiling as if it were harvest season. Kim Dokja really impresses me, always falls asleep when reading, and often reads female novels. On this side, Raizel fell into deep thought after losing all his money, and Than saw his expression and approached to comfort him. "Cheer up, Raizel. Money is just an external thing. The important thing is that you're still alive." Hearing this, his heart skipped a beat. "No need to comfort me. This is a physiological reaction, unrelated to reason." At this moment, the suspicious man's voice rang out again. "Wait a moment." Her face became more serious than ever, and her voice was close. It seemed she remembered who he was. He was a subordinate of the Hoang Chin Corporation, from the Emperor's team. Lyndon turned around, heard this sentence, then turned his head back and said, "If Miss Mok Dai has already remembered, I won't hide it anymore. That's right. I am Lyndon the Grey of the Imperial Army." Raizel and Anthan heard the 4 words, Lyndon the Grey, and both were startled at the same time. Anthan's gaze grew even colder. Linden appeared calm and slowly said, "All right." He turned around, placed Aothun on his shoulder, then saluted those behind him, saying, "I've already told you my name. From now on, if the Hanmak Corporation wants revenge, just come find me. I, Linden, am always here in this wasteland waiting for you any time." But before he could take half a step, a sound came, "Stop." At the same time, a blade slashed straight down at Fong Han, instantly causing him to bleed out and die. Anger flared up inside Lindan. He was with Gao Tep and Fong Han. Who the hell is it that dared to ambush my little brother? And Than, like a demon, slowly stepped toward him, his voice icy to the extreme. "You are Lindan the Grey. I've been looking for you for 5 years. Didn't expect to meet you here." Lindan shouted angrily and confused. "Who the hell are you? What's with the bone blade in your hand? You're neither human nor demon. Kim Dokja's disciple will send you to meet the devil." Raizel, witnessing the bizarre scene, was also surprised and thought, not only does the arm extend like the bone blade of the Zhong tribe, but also a strike that kills a level 50. "You really are hiding your true strength, school leader. But what exactly is this form of yours? Could it be what I think it is?" Not bothering to respond to Lindan's question, Anthon spoke with deep resentment. "Didn't expect to meet you in such a situation. Fate really mocks people. Lindan the Grey, I've been looking for you for 5 years because of one thing." He was startled by these words. "Who are you? Do I know you?" No matter what, the demons underground dared to kill my brothers. Lindan was furious now, not waiting for Anthon to answer. He ordered his subordinates, "Kill him, then kill the others. I will make you die together with my brothers." His subordinates didn't hesitate, firing continuously at Anthan, replying to him, "Okay, boss, I will definitely tear you apart into 100 pieces to avenge Fong Han." And Thane easily blocked all their attacks, then declared, "This is a contract between us. It has nothing to do with others. You all will die sooner or later. Don't use others to threaten me." As he spoke, the fat guy lunged forward to strike a fatal blow. "Damn it, don't be so smug. You alone want to kill the 4 of us? Are you lying in the rain?" And Thun was thrown far away. A small explosion followed. Linden urged, "Don't talk much to him. In my life, I've had contracts with many people, but I don't remember having any with him. Kill him." The fat guy obediently replied, "Understood." Kim Dokja, still bitter about the sneak attack earlier, couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. How dare you ambush me? Think I've lived too long?" After the explosion, Anthan calmly stepped out of the fire, without a single wound, and began to question, "Ani, do you still remember this name? She used to be his subordinate." Linden looked at him with regret. "Damn, this brat wasn't hurt at all. How is that possible?" Then he began to recall the name Anthon just mentioned. "Ani, of course I remember. She was the main force of the Grey Squad when I was still in the army. But later, once during a mission, she embezzled the squad's assets and disappeared without a trace. Yeah, I'm the traitorous bitch of the squad, causing me to be expelled from the Imperial Army and lose my bright future. Damn it, just saying it makes me angry." Linden's words successfully ignited Jihan's fury. He charged forward with a cold glare that made Linden's face pale, shouting, "Mouth shut, sister." The person chasing him wasn't like that. He stopped without hesitation and said, "Sister, then are you his younger brother? You look very familiar." Following Lindan's order, 3 people advanced together to kill him and avenge his sister. Othun had regained consciousness and hurriedly joined the formation. "Leave it to me," he said, now fully awake and spirited. "Don't be overconfident." The sharpshooter warned repeatedly. "This brat has some strength. Follow my orders." Soon after, a series of blades and attacks appeared continuously, and the 2 sides fought fiercely. As the dust gradually cleared, Jihan appeared in a different form, ready to respond. If there's repayment, it should be to the person. At Jihan's feet were now 3 sharp blades. He was extremely patient, speaking continuously, giving the person one last chance. Lo Nak, as if ignoring these words, couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes and blurted out, "What? Brothers who have gone through 100 battles with me can be killed so easily? Who is helping them? No, that form of yours is basically not human." Thinking for a moment, he suspiciously asked, "Is it another group of newly trained juniors?" Jihan had lost patience with him by now. He shouted fiercely, "Where exactly is she?" Lonak was not willing to give up easily either, immediately using his enhanced form and growled, "Damn it, don't think only humans can transform. Look, Lonak is no joke. Enhanced form. Do you think if we turn into beasts we are easy prey? Kim Dokja in this wilderness has killed more beasts than humans have drunk." As soon as he finished speaking, Jihan flew over wanting to slash him, still crazily demanding, "Where exactly is she? Speak or die." Lonak disdainfully replied, "Go ask hell yourself, freak." Immediately after, an explosion shaking heaven and earth appeared, its destructive force spreading to where Raizel's group stood. Everyone quickly formed a protective barrier. You spoke cautiously. "Be careful. We cannot let their fight affect us." Raizel felt very uneasy inside, biting his lip, thinking, "The impact is too strong. The level of this battle is much stronger than many fights where I used blood victory medicine. Hating it, senior. Why reveal yourself so early? This time, if it's an appearance, even friends won't be able to help." On this side, the explosion gradually subsided, the fire dissipated, Jihan still stood firm. Even after losing an arm, he still gritted his teeth and said word by word, "I'm asking you one last time, where exactly is she?" Lyndon was now lying flat on the ground, unwilling to give up. Why? Why did you suddenly gain this power? His whole body was almost completely disabled, limbs scattered, resentment rising accordingly. Why would an old Kim Dokja who has fought 100 battles like me die at the hands of a brat like you? Is there any justice? Seeing he didn't answer, Jihan seemed to have lost patience, kicked his head down and said one word. Die. Hearing that, Lyndon panicked and begged, I'm telling you, don't kill me. I know where she is. As if knowing that a delay would mean death, he immediately said, she must be inside the Ta Duong cave. I was possessed by a demon then. They wanted to take the resources and equipment from the black table, then blame her, but before I could act, she was already lost. It really has nothing to do with me. She alone couldn't leave the Ta Duong cave, so she must still be inside. After speaking, Lyndon was terrified, begging not to be killed, but before he finished, Jihan's foot had already crushed his head. Nana, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but think inwardly that a life of level 65 was losing to a lower level life. How embarrassing. Hanna Yu still found it hard to accept the reality. Senior Jihan had changed. Only Raizel hurried forward, calling, Senior. Jihan spoke with great self-confidence. Raizel, lately you're so smart, maybe I don't even need to explain. Raizel didn't answer, implying agreement, then asked, but why choose this path? No other choice, Jihan replied wearily. Please spare me, don't ask anymore, okay? He looked into the distance, then sadly said, this world is very complicated. Everyone has their own secrets and wounds. Aren't you the same? It's just that I don't have your secret power. I can only trade with them to gain strength. Raizel began to feel worried, quickly asking, then what's the price? Could it be related to this beast invasion? Jihan showed no hesitation, but his expression was extremely sad. Yes, it was me. I helped them open that spatial rift. It gave me power to take revenge, a fair trade. Sometimes beasts are more trustworthy than humans. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and exclaimed, what? At this moment, Jihan had activated his energy. His lost arm had regrown. Just as he was about to fly away, Hanna Yu's voice rang out. Stop! She angrily rushed toward Jihan. Why are you doing this? Jihan, do you know how many people have lost their lives because of you? Many happy families were broken because of him. Now it's like nothing happened, just brushing it off and leaving. Doesn't his conscience hurt? Jihan didn't dare to face everyone, just turned away and softly replied, sorry, I no longer have a conscience now. Then Jihan flew up, leaving behind a deeply sad sentence. In my eyes, in this whole world, only that person is important. Hanna Yu heard this and felt even more restrained. At this moment, Raizel reached out to stop her. Leave. Let him go. If he didn't kill all of us, we should be grateful to him. Hanna Yu hesitated. Brother. Then Raizel turned to Jihan and said, thank you, Senior, for not killing us. Before, when I was weak, you hesitated whether to kill me or not. If you count this time, it's the second time, right? But what's done is done. If you choose a different path, next time if we meet again, I absolutely won't lay a hand on you. Jihan was a bit surprised to hear that. Nothing can hide from you, Raizel. That's right, I really once wanted to kill you because I admired you for having a happy family and great power. Pausing a bit, Jihan added, as for why I didn't act, even I know clearly myself. Then I hope later I won't regret hesitating this time. Watching Jihan's figure fly away, Raizel thought silently, that's because you and I are the same kind of person, Senior. His eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade. He quietly pondered in his heart, if I didn't have the royal system. When my parents and Hanna Yu are in danger, to be stronger, I would choose the same as you. Agriche was about to leave while speaking. Let's go, no matter what. This matter must be resolved. The battle just now was too intense. It will continue. Suddenly, Raizel's voice rang out. Wait a moment. He seriously looked at her and said, there's one very important thing we haven't done yet, Agriche asked in surprise. A very important thing. What is it? Arriving here, Raizel's face became cunning, of course, to get back the money and equipment they stole. Saying that, he sat down and started searching the new guy, Hanna Yu, because I have to praise, truly worthy of being a brother. After everything, Raizel felt a bit worried, but thought, this time indeed there is some luck in misfortune. If it weren't for Senior and Thon's sudden outburst, I almost went bankrupt. Forget it, his matters can be dealt with later. The transfer of position is more important. The Desir Armand peacekeeping squad last time gave me a lot of gains. I don't know this time. At this moment, the system notification rang again. You have obtained money and equipment belonging to yourself, and also acquired items continuously appearing. 1,200 money, priceless wild artifact, class G shield, self-exploding robot, illusion fake corpse, illusion final fake, nano nama refined reward level 60 ancient relic. Raizel received the information and couldn't help but cry with joy. Damn worthy of being a level 60 relic craftsman. The levels of money and equipment are very rich. Another notification rang. Congratulations to the owner for receiving a valuable experience reward of 100,000. At this moment, Raizel's eyes glanced at his brother. In his heart, he thought, this time it's a big deal. Thank you, senior worker. Everyone around quickly received their rewards. Tuvu increased 3 levels. Nano increased 5 levels. No one could help but be surprised. Even I leveled up. Hanna Yu exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, I leveled up 10 levels just like that. Am I dreaming? Agriche leveled up 5 levels, then turned to Hanna Yu and said, the opponent is just an average expert at level 60. It's not strange to gain so much valuable experience. Suddenly, Hanna Yu's expression darkened, but thinking that it was all because of Senior Jihan, she couldn't be happy, feeling very complicated inside. Seeing his sister still worrying about this issue, Raizel gently stepped forward to comfort her. Hey, don't overthink it. Just focus on yourself. The most important thing is that we're still alive. If your heart still holds on to justice, then you must become stronger and not care about other things. Because the weak and the dead have no right to talk about justice. Hanna Yu's mood lightened after hearing this and replied, I understand. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, so brother, what do you hold on to in your heart? What belief makes you want to become stronger? At this innocent question, Raizel gently ruffled Hanna Yu's hair and affectionately scolded, you silly kid. He looked at her with his usual affection. Isn't this already clear? At this moment, Agriche's voice rang out, urging everyone, let's go. Not far from here is the coordinate of the rescue squad we arranged. Let's speed up, Raizel happily replied. Okay. Not long after, outside safe zone number 8, the voice of a team leader echoed through the space, guard the main gate tightly, do not let refugees from zone 9 enter. As soon as this order was given, a soldier questioned, but Captain, are we supposed to just close the gate and watch them die? There are many people outside. The team leader didn't hesitate, grabbed the soldier's collar and shouted, this is an order from above, no one is allowed to disobey. If they are righteous, then we'll throw them outside to help the refugees kill the monsters. The soldier could only reluctantly reply, yes. Without letting the soldier finish, the team leader ordered, hurry up and guard the city gate. If even one person gets in, we're done for. The soldier quickly obeyed. Yes, Captain. Raizel stood aside observing, fully taking in the previous scene, thinking to himself, it seems Zone 8 has no intention of opening the gate. Looking at the chaotic scene on the bridge, a question arose in Raizel's mind as always. Facing the monsters attacking the city, even shooting their own kind, is this humanity or just depravity? Seeing him deep in thought, Agriche gently spoke. I know what you're thinking, but many things are ingrained over many years. You can't just change them as you wish. Now you have to learn to adapt. Raizel nodded in response. I know. Nana also had her own thoughts. She put on an indifferent face while thinking. In life or death moments, the most important point of the tribe still didn't forget internal strife. Humans really are a foolish species. At this moment, the sound of jet engines began to be heard in the sky. Very quickly, 2 huge fighter jets appeared overhead. Raizel was suspicious. Agriche seemed to know what it was and said, finally, you guys have arrived. 2 aircraft quickly landed to the astonishment of most people there. This is exactly it. These are the aircraft belonging to the Han Corporation's Special Response Team. Dozens of soldiers equipped with weapons swiftly disembarked from the aircraft. The command sounded confirming the target's safety, beginning to execute the mission. The soldiers immediately responded with acknowledgement. They quickly formed a protective circle around Agriche and her entourage, not forgetting to warn Raizel's group. Unrelated personnel, please step back, otherwise we will immediately question you. Hearing this, Agriche spoke up. Wait a moment, she explained, with the gaze of someone in power. They are my guests. I am taking them with me. But the soldier responded very firmly. The mission we received is to ensure the safety of the young lady and protect the corporation's assets. All other personnel are outside the scope of the order and cannot obey commands. At this point, Agriche's anger flared up. My orders, and you don't even dare to obey. The soldier still showed no compromise, given the special circumstances. Please understand, young lady, you must be escorted onto the plane. Another soldier respectfully responded, yes, young lady, please follow us, then directed her toward the aircraft. Immediately after, that soldier was knocked down by the enemy pair, who gave an unyielding order, beat him off. That soldier is useless. What? How dare a person like him block us? Just as he was about to act, a strong voice rang out, do not interfere. An 85-level silver guard slowly appeared, then spoke with authority. Young lady, I've come to pick you up. Don't act arrogantly anymore. Come with us. Seeing the silver guard, Agriche's mood grew even more unpleasant. Silver guard, the first person to come pick me up is you? What do you plan to rough me up here? She chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and replied, Silver guard wouldn't dare. Certainly, young lady. You've misunderstood. We need to depart quickly. The chairman and young master are very worried about you. Agriche didn't take those words to heart. She remained firm. I already said, they are my guests. You have to come with me. But the silver guard quickly cut off her intention, coldly replying, sorry, you no longer have authority now. The silver guard began arrogantly announcing, not long ago the chairman passed a resolution to reduce the corporation's losses and protect company assets. Your authority has been downgraded to that of a normal director. Now you must follow all team arrangements. Hearing this, Agriche was stunned. What? Then, as if realizing something, she said solemnly, "Their actions are quite normal." Raizel, witnessing this, thought inwardly, "The chairman and young lady's authority is restricted. It reeks of internal grudges within Han Muon, if that's the case." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Agriche sadly said, "Sorry, Raizel." Oh, suddenly Raizel spoke up. "This young lady just said to protect company assets. Then let the young lady be, if now I agree to the previous proposal. Joining the Han Mac Corporation, would my family and I be considered company assets?" Agriche was stunned, exclaiming, "What?" Saying this because he had long been calculating in his heart. He thought deeply, "Although personally I don't want to do this, but for the long-term safety of my family, this is the only way." Hearing Raizel's decision, Hanna Yu couldn't help but worry. "Brother, have you thought it through?" He didn't hesitate to answer. "Of course, this is the result of careful consideration." Agriche was the happiest person here. She smiled and said, "Very good. It seems you have finally made up your mind," while he thought deeply. "Whether it's because of the previous city's provocation or for family, as long as he joins me, that is the best outcome." Hanna Yu heard Raizel's confirmation but felt uneasy inside, she sadly thought. "Although joining Han Mac Corporation is indeed the best choice given the current situation, with my brother's personality, he definitely didn't make this decision for himself." The more she thought, the heavier Hanna Yu's heart became. He did this for the safety of himself and our parents. In other words, our parents and I have become a burden to him, making him a pawn for others. At this moment, Agriche spoke to reassure and encourage Raizel. "Here I also promise, by joining the team, you are an important asset of Han Mac Corporation. You and your family will receive the corporation's protection. From now on, you won't have to worry about anything. Just focus on becoming stronger and effective for the corporation." That's right. At this point, her tone turned cold as she sharply looked toward the Silver Guard. "The board of directors will not revoke my team's talent recruitment rights," she replied. "Not at all. But," Ngan Hoan somewhat disdainfully said bluntly, "the eldest lady must have allowed this brat to join the team. Even though his level isn't really level 6 as written on the chart, just looking at his pitifully weak physique, how advanced could his skills really be?" At this point, her tone turned condescending as she said, "I advise you to think carefully, or else you're relying on the power of a single rogue to join the team. That will cause trouble for the team and the captain, and it will also affect your reputation in the corporation." Agriche felt extremely uncomfortable hearing her words and quickly spoke up to refute. "Raizel is not a rogue. He uses energy to communicate, not like your foul mouths. Besides, my reputation is none of your concern." In her heart, she smiled wickedly, calculating, "You couldn't even dream of how terrifying Raizel's growth speed really is. In such a short time, he almost lost his life to a level 18 beast, yet he has grown enough to handle a rare level 60 opponent. His potential is hard to predict, but that's good. The more you underestimate Raizel, the more it benefits me." Without waiting for Ngan Hoan's response, Agriche directly announced, "Then I hereby declare that from today, Raizel, you are officially a member of our Mach Kong team." Hearing this, Raizel was surprised and asked, "Mach Kong team?" Ngan Hoan also stepped forward to congratulate him with a teasing tone. "Congratulations, kid. In this world, no matter how many people have strength and stamina, they can't get into the Mach Kong team. But you managed to get in through the back door." Saying this, her tone darkened. "But don't celebrate too soon. Once inside, you'll find out." She lowered her voice to warn Raizel. "Everything here is based on real strength. Those without it in the Mach Kong team can only live a fate worse than death." Ignoring Gan Hoan's poisonous words, Raizel just asked, "Wait a moment, are you even listening to me?" Raizel calmly reminded everyone, "From start to finish, I never said I was joining the Mach Kong team. I said I'm joining the Han Mach Corporation." Both Ngan Hoan and Agriche were stunned simultaneously. "What did you say?" Raizel continued confidently, "Eldest lady, you know I'm someone who loves freedom and dislikes strict rules and management. If you trust me that much, why not let me join Han Mach Corporation and lead the formation of a new team?" Ngan Hoan was increasingly shocked, to the point of almost fainting in surprise. "What? Leaving the top Mach Kong team to start over from scratch?" Then she smiled as if it was a harvest season and began teasing Raizel. "I thought you were just a freeloader, but I was wrong. You're not only a freeloader but also foolish. Foolish in a sweet way." The more she spoke, the less tolerant she became, her words increasingly contemptuous. Could it be the eldest lady actually trusts this useless brat's abilities? "You really don't know anything then. The Hanmuk Corporation indeed has many small teams, but whether in rank or status, they can't compare to the Mach Kong team. Choosing this difficult path is like directly challenging the eldest lady." But Raizel remained calm, unaffected by those words, and continued, "Rank or status doesn't matter. As long as the strength is there, it's not an issue. The problem lies in if I can't work according to my own thoughts and style, even the Mach Kong team, I wouldn't bother with it." Park, hearing this, just felt he was overestimating himself and laughed teasingly at Agriche. "Eldest lady, honestly, I've never met anyone so outspoken in my life. I have to say congratulations. You've lost a strange talent. At least it'll be fun having him around later, right?" After joking for a while, she turned and walked toward the plane, not forgetting to slow down. "You're Raizel, right? If you're that confident, then I entrust your safety to you, eldest lady. I have to go to the front line to gather with my teammates now. I'm looking forward to your performance later, Raizel replied softly. Rest assured, he was very confident, promising absolutely not to disappoint his seniors. Only then did Agriche snap out of his thoughtful silence and ask, Raizel, what I just said was serious. No hesitation in your response, of course. And I've already thought of the name for my battle squad. It's called, thinking of the image of the OIPH standing 9 members, Raizel confidently declared, the Royal Battle Squad. Then he nodded to himself. This name isn't bad. It feels bold and arrogant. Agriche, hearing this, immediately felt troubled. She sighed deeply and said, I advise you to think carefully. Forming a battle squad is basically simple. Developing it is far more complicated than you imagine. Here, Agriche seriously analyzed for you to understand. First, the most basic thing when forming a battle squad is capital and members. These two directly determine the basic development of the squad. Speaking of this, she showed a worried expression, including the distribution system, mission assignments, squad points, and copy methods. Usually, newly formed squads cannot get distribution rights. They can only take leftovers from other squads. And finally, you will face oppression from other squads. Even within the same corporation, no squad will ignore the power of a rookie. Because of the bloodthirstiness of other squads, Agriche's worry grew as she said, they will definitely think of every way to cause trouble, using dirty tricks you basically can't guard against. She earnestly advised Raizel, moreover, the biggest problem is, once you enter the corporation's system, my internal authority can't help you. You'll have to rely on yourself. You forced a smile but felt no shame, saying, so that's how it is. Hearing that, the road ahead is a bit dangerous. Agriche had lost all patience and blurted out, so why did you refuse to join the Mok Kong battle squad? Raizel gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his eyes full of trust as he said, you still don't understand why I did that? Agriche was puzzled by this. Why? What purpose? You looked straight at her without hesitation and said, I did that partly because I don't want to be tied down, and partly because of you. Then Raizel turned to analyze. From the earlier situation, it seems your position in the Han Mok Corporation isn't very respected. Like the woman just now basically didn't regard you at all. Your rights are still very low. Clearly your brother, younger brother, and others have already started attacking you. With firm determination, Raizel declared, under such circumstances, even if she forced me into the Mok Kong E battle squad, it would be difficult for her. If that's the case, why don't we form a new battle squad where the Royal Battle Squad's power belongs exclusively to you, becoming your strongest backing? Agriche's cheeks quickly flushed red, deeply moved inside, thinking, so the exclusive power belongs to me? You've thought of that? Raizel, but your next words brought her back to reality, you happily said. Of course, there are conditions. Raizel showed a clear materialistic side as he discussed conditions. The distribution of squad benefits will be decided by me, belonging to my own interests, not missing a bit. At this moment, the system announced, the XY Geo status of the host has expired, removing the status. Raizel felt relieved, like catching gold. This annoying, life-draining status is finally gone. Then he turned his face away, tiredly saying, then my family will have to rely on the eldest lady to take care of things. I still have some matters to attend to. Agriche saw his expression and became very worried. It's not easy to get to Zone 8. Where else do you want to go? And what could be so important? Raizel, as if already decided, immediately replied, of course. I'm going to see how professional squads fight world bosses. This rare opportunity. How could I miss it? At this moment, Raizel's mother stepped forward and expressed her concern. That's too dangerous, Hao. Don't do anything reckless. His father also worriedly reminded him, although Dad supports any of your decisions, but that's a level 90 boss. Think carefully. Hanna Yu also approached anxiously and said to him, brother, I understand how you feel, but our family hasn't reunited easily. Raizel confidently said as if he had truly made up his mind. I know everyone worries about me, but don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to put myself in danger. Kai, seeing his calm demeanor, spoke up to remind him, I know what you're thinking, but I advise you one thing. The strength of the level 90 Bak D Seek V far exceeds your imagination, and you'll also have to face other squad members surrounding the boss outside. If they were to make a move on you, it would be even more dangerous than the boss. After all, human nature is scarier than any beast. Hearing that, Raizel quickly reassured everyone, don't worry, I know what to do. I'll stay outside and won't enter the frontline squad. Saying that, but in his heart he was secretly thinking, if given the chance, he definitely wouldn't let the leader go. Watching Raizel gently stroke Hanna Yu's head, Yanha couldn't help but feel admiration. Raizel was not only strong but also had a spirit of adventure. No wonder the heiress looked at them like that. It would be great if she could join the Han Mok Corporation. Compared to him, he felt useless. Even though he ran to Zone 8, what would he do afterward? Thinking of this, her heart tightened, her worries growing bigger, not forgetting that everyone here was starting to face death. What should I do to give my parents a stable life? Just as she was deeply troubled, Raizel's voice rang out, Yanha. She slowly approached, very respectfully asking, Will you agree to join my squad? Your parents will be protected by the Hanma Corporation. You are trustworthy, so I sincerely invite you to join. Do you agree? Yanha couldn't believe what she just heard, hesitatingly replying, Raizel, oh. Then, as if gathering all her courage, she gently held him and said, I agree, but can I really? Seeing this scene, Hanna Yu immediately got angry. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She frowned and tried to pull him away. Raizel also felt awkward about this situation, thinking, why does this tone feel a bit strange? But he quickly regained his composure and turned to ask Agriche, is there a problem, Eris? Seeing the previous scene, her expression darkened, but she still spoke coldly. The squad was formed by him, and the selection of members is entirely his responsibility. I have no opinion. Seeing Yanha still not letting go of Raizel, Hanna Yu beside her kept getting more agitated. Did you hear that? Hey. Yanha is pretending not to hear. With tears streaming down, she gratefully said to him, thank you, Raizel. I will definitely keep getting stronger to become a qualified member of your squad. In her heart, she had already made up her mind. From now on, she would only follow his orders. No matter what he asked her to do, she would agree. After talking with Yanha, he continued to ask Qian Kuok and Trun Bin, do you two have any plans for the future? Qian Kuok answered without hesitation, our home and company are in Zone 8. We'll just return to report. No need to worry. Hearing this, Raizel couldn't help but feel happy. That's good. So everyone has their arrangements settled. I can also focus on a major battle now. Level 90 world bosses really excite people. Seeing Raizel's expression, Qian Kuok had some thoughts. Facing such a level gap, he didn't feel fear but excitement. This wasn't simple, but it also created contradictions. Han said earlier that Tan Lo died saving Han. This statement was very credible. What was really going on? Raizel's mother was still very worried, cautiously advising, Hao Ni, remember not to force yourself. Raizel gave him absolute trust. You've grown stronger now. I trust your judgment, but remember, survival is the most important. He smiled and decisively said, Mom, Dad, I know. Then Raizel approached and stroked Nana's head. Nana, you have to be good. When I'm not here, Mom and Dad will rely on you to protect them. The little girl smiled gently and replied, yes, Master. But in her heart, she was thinking, hurry up and leave. Only when he's dead will I be free. After giving all the instructions, Raizel said, I'm going now. At that moment, Agriche suddenly shouted, wait, Raizel, let me send you the boss's coordinates so you can transfer some items to you. Handling it this way would reduce the risk a bit. Tu Vu also spoke up, I'll give you my items too. You must survive and come back. Very quickly, his system announced, Agriche sent a trade request to you. Tu Vu sent a trade request to you. Seeing these lines, Raizel was surprised and hesitant. This is, after a series of items appeared, a level 40 ancient spirit with a legendary effect causing blindness, ghost smoke to escape, a level 7 machine girl with 10 terrain skills. Medicine Kit 3, 2 dizzying bombs. Looking at these items, Raizel's eyes shone brightly. All were super practical PvP tools. Thanks to you two beauties, Agriche reminded him once more. Remember, survive and come back for me. Got it? He immediately replied, okay, and ran off. Not long after, in safe zone number 9, the scene remained the same but was somewhat desolate. Raizel stood on the roof of a carriage looking down. Even for observation, some preparation was necessary, as any impact would cause significant losses, so he entered the spatial system. Very quickly, his eyes became his 2 royal accounts. Only then did he ask if the system had any way to unlock 100% at the power account level. The system quickly replied that there was no way to unlock 100%, but there were 2 methods to increase the rate somewhat. It began to suggest different approaches. First, use 300,000 experience points to continuously unlock the basic royal account as long as the quantity was large. There would be a way to unlock at a higher power account level. Raizel listened but couldn't help but be suspicious, as it all sounded like traps everywhere. The system continued. Second, use 1 million experience points to directly unlock the special royal account. This type of royal account would 100% cause special restrictions on oneself. Hearing this, Raizel was extremely shocked. 1 million experience points, and there was such a type of special royal account? After thinking it over a bit, he spoke up, saying that with his personality, he would definitely choose the special royal account, though 1 million experience points sounded a bit excessive. After hesitating a while longer, Raizel finally decided not to worry about it and first refined the experience points from these ancient demon crystals before deciding what to do next. Immediately after, the system announced that the host had successfully converted a level 60 ancient demon crystal and a level 40 ancient demon crystal. In total, that was 180,000 experience points, plus the immediate experience points from previous battles, bringing the host's total experience points to 720,000. Seeing the stats continuously increase, Raizel felt extremely joyful already having as much as 720,000. It seemed the previous battles were not in vain. Moreover, just combining these ancient demon crystals yielded very promising gains. Later, he would have to scan them into the library. At that moment, a new notification appeared. Kim Dokja sent an information request to you. As soon as connected, Kim Dokja happily said, "Great, boss. The information has finally been restored." Then Raizel's voice came through. "Kim Dokja, are you all okay over there? How's the situation?" DM, sitting next to the principal, is still unconscious, she replied. "Raizel, we're fine. We've been following all your instructions here." Kim Dokja paused a moment, then continued, "That's right. We're temporarily safe here. Based on what you said before, DM and I went to gather food enough to last a week. But the principal is still in a weakened coma." Hearing this, Raizel reassured them. "Don't worry, I've made a medicinal potion to restore the weakened state. I'm coming over immediately." Then he began to remind them, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Safe Zone Number 9 was about to have a boss battle involving the corporation's combat teams. The scale might affect the entire area. Those underground might be safe but should not let their guard down. Hearing this, Kim Dokja immediately asked sharply, "A boss battle? Boss, are you going too?" "I hate to say it, I want to go as well, but my strength doesn't allow it." Raizel quickly dismissed that thought. He said, "Don't talk about these things yet. I'll be there right away." Then he continued. Kim Dokja didn't hesitate to agree and said, "Hanging up now." After the call, Raizel began planning what to do next. He thought deeply and decided to split into 3 paths. First, someone would bring medicine to the principal and then leave immediately. Second, fight small monsters quickly in Safe Zone 9 to accumulate experience points. He had to return in time for the boss battle to unlock the special royal account. Third, check the situation near the boss battle below. Suddenly, many fire fairies flew by. Seeing their scale, Raizel was surprised these were fire fairies from some corporate team, usually very rare in Safe Zone 9. Seeing them fly toward a set direction, Raizel seemed to understand the reason. It looked like the combat teams had already gathered there. But he guessed the boss battle hadn't started yet. After all, there was only one boss, and the teams wouldn't be fully cooperative. They would probably negotiate or cause internal chaos first. This was also a good time to accumulate experience points. At this point, his face showed determination as he said firmly, "My only wish now is that the remaining beasts in Safe Zone 9 are enough, so I can accumulate 1 million experience points. I'm coming, beasts. I hope you won't disappoint me." Running swiftly forward, Raizel speculated that if the professional combat teams acted, the danger this time is probably about to be eliminated, but the exact timing still depends on their performance. Thinking of this, he naturally felt somewhat reassured, so staying quietly in the academy was truly the best arrangement. "I have already brought the recovery medicine back to the academy, so all my worries have been completely relieved." Not long after, Raizel arrived at the school. He looked straight at the principal, who had just regained consciousness, and kindly asked, "Principal, are you feeling better today?" The principal tapped his forehead to regain alertness before replying, "It's nothing now. Luckily you brought the medicine. You saved my life, Raizel." He didn't feel excited by this thanks, but instead wore a troubled expression, hesitating before speaking. "Principal, there's something I want to discuss with you. Previously, because the incident was too sudden, all the props I had hidden in the academy's room were taken out, and I even used a few during the last battle. Among them was also your personal item. Please don't die, sir." Before he could finish, the principal's voice echoed powerfully through the space. "What did you say?" Just as Raizel thought he was about to endure a furious outburst from the principal, the man spoke proudly. "Die? Me? I'm the one who should be thanking you. As long as it's to deal with the beasts, don't mention my personal items. Even the Academy's original relics you can use freely. It's just a pity that an old man like me is useless now. Otherwise, I would accompany you and help kill the enemies." Before he finished speaking, he had to stop due to an unexpected coughing fit. Seeing this, the teacher hurriedly ran up to support him and reminded, "The principal just recovered. Don't excite him too much." Raizel heard the words from him and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the principal is old, his blood vitality is still like before. "Just don't speak so loudly. You scared me." There wasn't much time to chat because danger still lurked in many places. Raizel didn't linger long and hurriedly moved on, thinking as he sped away, "Having settled the Academy's matters, it's time for me to go clear out the beasts. But from the road leaving the school until now, I've only seen a few beasts. What's going on?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, a pack of beasts appeared before him. From level 30, bloodthirsty wolf soldiers, to level 35, hellish lone eyes. Even the battle-hunting bulls were there. The bloodthirsty wolf soldier sneered at Raizel and said, "Humans are still new here." Seeing him silent, it became bolder. "You'd think all the humans here ran away already, yet there's a fool who came right to our doorstep." Truly lucky, the hellish lone eye now started moving its limbs, looking at Raizel like a delicious morsel. "Exactly. The great Sishe told us to just stand here and not allow us to go out and kill beasts. So boring." The battle-hunting bull immediately spoke up to remind them. "Do you want to die? Are you humans really that stupid? If there's a toy delivered right to our door, we'll just have fun with it." Raizel seemed to ignore their words, looking around and said regretfully, "Is that all there is? Where are the rest of your comrades? It's not easy to meet a living human like me. Why don't you quickly call all your comrades out?" His words successfully provoked the battle-hunting bull, which angrily swung a paw at Raizel and kept snarling. Just a level 6 low-level beast, yet it dares to be so arrogant. No need for others. Just this human brat alone isn't enough to stuff me anymore. Seeing it attack. The two behind got excited. Damn, headbull, don't get worked up. One paw from you will smash the guy. What else can we play? But that paw couldn't reach Raizel. He skillfully used his shield to completely block the blow. Then he didn't forget to tease. That's right, why get so worked up? I'm not even wearing red. At this point, Raizel suddenly counterattacked, slashing across the beast's body and disdainfully said, "Besides, you're the same. This little bit of experience value isn't enough to stuff me anymore." The battle hunting bull only managed a pained shout before falling down. The system immediately displayed a notification. Experience value, 4,000. The beasts behind who witnessed the whole scene couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Impossible. The head bull is dead." The bloodthirsty wolf soldiers growled fiercely. This bastard must be hiding his true strength. Damn it. Attack all at once. Suddenly, Raizel turned his back and ran away, not forgetting to leave a taunting remark to the beasts, not fighting anymore. Flying away, the cursed prison beast screamed in purple, acting all tough and then trying to run away, chase it off. On the road, Raizel ran past. There was a cat demon leaning against a tree, resting. The others lamented, "I can't eat anymore. Humans really are delicious." But the speed at which he ran past made it twitch and panic. Then it shouted, "What just flew by? What happened?" The pack of demon beasts had also changed direction by now, and upon hearing the cat demon's words, they spoke up mockingly, "Why is the dumb cat standing alone?" Then the one-eyed green demon beast confidently spoke up, taunting, "Why run so fast? This brat belongs to me, don't take him." The cat demon quickly regained composure and asked, "Human, where?" Kim Dokja would even dream about humans. Very quickly it joined the group chasing Raizel. Their shouts echoed down the road they passed. "Don't run, damn it, he's mine. You really know how to provoke." Constantly shouting to rile them up, "Come on, catch me, catch me." The demon beasts grew more furious and rushed forward. "Brat, stop for me, come on. Why so fast?" Unable to chase, they began to act haughty and negotiate. "Stop and I promise it will be gentle. You'll be safe." Raizel ignored their words. After running a while, he calmly turned back and counted. 1, 2, 3, about 30 demon beasts from this area were here. Then Raizel suddenly stopped, thinking to himself, "It's time to make a move here." The demon beast saw him stop and hurriedly gasped. The one-eyed green demon beast, though panting, still taunted. Finally, the brat couldn't run anymore, and the blood wolf lord was no better, panting and reloading OC, he said, "Then just obediently accept death." As he spoke, a strong protective barrier appeared around them, each one excitedly scratching and asking, "What is this?" One smarter one quickly realized the situation. "We're trapped, can't get out anymore." And at the same time, the system displayed a notification. Device activated. Protective barrier formed, lasting 360 seconds. Countdown started. The one-eyed green demon beast looked at the scene and laughed uncontrollably, not forgetting to taunt Raizel. "Damn it. Did you run so fast your brain's oxygen starved? Using a protective barrier to trap us all together?" Raizel coldly replied, "Want to die with us? Maybe so." Then Raizel suddenly turned and said, but very quickly 2 large guns appeared before the demon beasts. Raizel said confidently, "Who dies is not certain yet." Item info appeared. Phantom shotgun, combined from fake phantom and final phantom, special effect, precise aiming, lasts 1 minute, cooldown 3 hours. Without letting the demon beasts understand the situation, the 2 guns continuously fired, making escape impossible. They could only painfully take each bullet. The blood wolf lord quickly turned and ran away. A spiky-headed demon beast got furious and shouted, "Chase that bastard." Then it gave orders, "He's alone. Use blood rearguard to cover the bullet holes. Others follow me." As he spoke, countless self-destructing robots appeared around them. Seeing these yellow creatures crawling on the ground, they wondered again, "What the hell is this?" The self-destructing robots are automatic machines that seek enemies, explode on contact, causing massive damage. As expected, a series of explosions followed. The demon beasts were blown to dust. The system continuously awarded experience points. Raizel stood inside the shield's protection and spoke calmly. "Indeed, explosion is an art. Who said that again?" After a while, the system announced the battle ended, awarding 120,000 experience points. The surroundings were full of big and small holes left by the explosions. The demon beasts scattered everywhere. Raizel looked over his battle achievements and spoke happily. "Killing 1 demon earns 120,000. If this pace continues, I'll quickly gather enough. But there are no more monsters in this area. If I want to keep farming, I have to go deeper into the boss area, where things get more complicated." Then he demonstrated his clearing ability and said, "We'll deal with that later. First, clear the battlefield." The last battle was huge. If other teams found out, there'd be losses. So everything must be cleaned up quickly. The system also announced, "The money you obtained is 860,000, enough magic essence to enhance that many materials." Holding the fragment of the celestial meteorite shard in his hand, Raizel couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What? A small monster can even explode such a rare quality item like this?" 1/5 later, meaning there are still 4 shards left. If combined together, they will be complete. Observing the shard carefully, he began to wonder what was engraved on the top, as he had never seen such a pattern before. The ritual involved alien characters, but the important thing was, after gathering them all, who could understand these characters and how to extract the information from them? Suddenly, a serious voice came through. Hey, judging by the direction of the sound, Captain Lei is standing in the middle of a fully equipped group of soldiers. He looked towards Raizel and asked, "What happened here? Why is it so chaotic?" Without waiting for his answer, Lei guessed that all this was caused by the kid, and to get an accurate answer, he even threatened him, wanting to keep this kid alive. "Then just tell me the truth." You should know that Lei was confident because he belonged to the 4th Squad under the Genesis battle team of the Celestial Dawn Corporation. Raizel raised his hand to show he meant no harm and said, "Captain, don't shoot. I'm just a cold student who doesn't harm anyone." Hearing this, Lei couldn't help but repeat, "A student?" He didn't easily believe this and quickly turned to order a soldier, someone with a bit of intelligence, who promptly responded, "Yes." After a while of checking and Raizel's head being examined, the soldier finally reported the result. "Captain has confirmed the information. The kid really is just an ordinary student." That said, he still felt uneasy inside. This scene is strange here. Receiving this answer, Lei also voiced his suspicion. Then it's strange. So who killed this pack of monsters, leaving behind so much equipment and experience value? Damn it. In his heart, he still assumed Raizel was the one who acted, and began impatiently ordering, "Speak up. What exactly did this level 6 rookie student do here?" Lei's eyes darkened as he painfully looked at Raizel's pale face and asked, "What did you see before? Who killed these monsters? Answer honestly without hiding anything. Or else." Raizel was a bit surprised by this behavior, bowed his head to avoid the sharp tone, then replied, "Captain, our academy was ambushed by monsters. I was lucky to escape but lost contact with everyone else. I just ran here. I don't really know what's going on here." Lei's eyes still flashed judgmentally. Facing all this, a normal person would know to leave, but some wouldn't. Indeed, Raizel was just a student living in comfort with slow reactions, basically unaware of danger or death. And he looked at Raizel with a meaningful gaze but thought the kid was quite lucky to have survived until now. "All right, don't obstruct my mission here anymore." Now was the crucial moment to start the battle with the Vanguard battle team. If you don't want to die for the country, hurry up. Raizel quickly grasped the key point, the Vanguard battle team. Raizel instantly changed his attitude and asked enthusiastically, "Is this the top-ranked battle team on the annual list?" He heard that every member of their team was extremely strong, no copy could challenge them, and this battle would be no different. That said, he had already started calculating the benefits from this battle team. They wanted to start a fight with the Vanguard battle team, which was very valuable intelligence to continue setting traps. But his words provoked Lei, who roared in anger, "Damn it, Kim Dokja, tell them. No matter how brilliant the Vanguard battle team was before, today they must die, and our Genesis battle team will replace them as the strongest new team." Moreover, recalling the image of the masked girl with golden hair, he showed a grim expression and continued, "I heard that Silver Ring also came. She's an exceptional beast. Although she's a difficult level boss, once our team kills them all, I will definitely savor this taste slowly." Hearing Lei's intention, Raizel inwardly sighed, "Damn, listen to me. The woman's anger is too deep. She will definitely give up." Very quickly, he dismissed that thought and began to participate. "But the Vanguard battle team is so powerful. Do you really have what it takes? Do you already have a plan?" Without hesitation, Lei replied, "Yes, the plan is." Then he suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted loudly, "The person thinks I will tell them? You're just a brat, still not fully grown. What's the point of hearing this?" "Get lost!" Raizel put on a pitiful face and said, "I'm just a student, so please tell me everything you know. I hope you'll be reasonable." But Loi Do was not so easy to negotiate with. He angrily shouted, "That damn woman, I already gave you a chance to live. And now you dare to talk to me like that? Go die." With that, he didn't hesitate to slash Raizel's head off in one blow. But just as everything seemed to be cut off, it turned into a dummy body, clearly showing the slash mark from Loido's blade. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned, thinking, "What is this?" Before he could recover, he was struck by a slash from behind. Raizel coldly said, "This is because you made the first move. Surely, I will absorb the experience value from that person." This attack successfully took away 70% of Loido's health, but this did not satisfy Raizel. It only reinforced his suspicion that he couldn't kill cleanly. "With my current spirit bond level, I can't cleanly kill anyone above level 50. Without an advantage, I have to change my fighting style, or else a 1-on-5 will be disadvantageous for me." Loido now seemed to understand the whole situation. He turned to look at Raizel and sneered, "Damn it, bastard, so you're really that strong? You've been pretending to be stupid all along, fooling all of us." And he shouted, "Fire the protective barrier!" At once, the ordinary soldiers following him began shooting continuously at Raizel. Loi Do took the opportunity to rush forward, warning, "Kim Dokja, this time I'll replace you," then aimed to kill with his weapon. Meanwhile, Raizel created a solid defensive layer for himself, but this still didn't put him at ease. He couldn't help but think, the levels of these guys aren't low. They won't last long resisting. After all, it's a 1-on-5. I have to split the battle line, then break them all. At this moment, Loido closed in on Raizel, wielding 2 rods in both hands as he charged forward. Die, you idiot who doesn't know the heavens and earth. How dare you fight our squad alone? Raizel nimbly dodged and replied, I'm not that stupid, you know. Immediately, 2 fortress guns appeared and fired straight at Loido. Raizel confidently added, who doesn't have firepower to call for reinforcements? Loido, already furious, was even more enraged. Damn, there are fortresses too. At this moment, the system issued a warning. Attention, the effectiveness of unlimited explosives is decreasing. The host should pay attention to the remaining explosives and weapons. Loido created a shield to block the fortress bullets while resisting and calculating. This special firepower is suppressing and targeting me. I have no choice but to protect myself. You guys handle this fire. I'll think of a way to destroy these 2 fortress guns. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately responded, yes, sir, then rushed to surround and eliminate the fire. A tether connected all of them, and seeing their levels change rapidly, Raizel was stunned. What's going on? This tether is leveling them up very fast, then quickly restoring their morale. They want to block my path everywhere? Not that easy. Thinking this, Raizel launched a critical strike straight at them, but unexpectedly, the attack didn't hit anyone. This surprised him a bit, thinking, they dodged it. Their speed is incredible. Before he could recover, those figures had already closed in on him one after another. The situation had completely turned against Raizel. He was trapped in a full encirclement by soldiers, and his health bar dropped to 40%. At that moment, a huge explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the ground and spreading through the surrounding space. Raizel quickly escaped the encirclement without lowering his guard, thinking, no wonder they coordinate so well in battle. But immediately after, he used a burst flame prison attack, forcing the enemies to scatter quickly, and a core energy shot straight into the sky. Only then did Raizel have time to reconsider the situation. The 4 beauties he hadn't seen before must be the type with lightning-fast speed. I can't keep up with them at all. Facing special speed traits in PvP is really tough. Moreover, facing 4 of them at once, I feel they're even stronger than the captain by far. What's going on? Thinking that, he turned to give an order to Lewin. Lewin, quickly check if there are any fast speed equipment or items in my space. As soon as he spoke, Lewin replied, checking now, found it. Luckily, there are 2 pieces of fast speed equipment and items. Thunderstorm, determination level, 45. This armor belonged to the former squad leader of the Hat Ho troop. It can level up speed attributes very quickly. Thinking of the miraculous enhancement tool, it continued. The enhancement tool is the core of the Mak Kan Chi. Naturally, it is the principal's personal item, capable of absorbing potential energy, enhances speed, but the owner will definitely use it, because this Mak Kan Chi is the final enhancement tool that effectively upgrades. Hearing this, Raizel couldn't help but sigh sadly. All the personal items I took have already been used up by me. Forget it, as long as I destroy this squad. It will definitely reach 1 million experience value. There is hope to unlock a powerful account that can dominate. But in the end, he still had to make a decision related to his survival. Come here, merge. Very quickly, Raizel entered fusion transformation mode. Immediately, a powerful wave of energy erupted, forming a huge vortex that prevented the soldiers from approaching even a little. They were surprised. What is happening? That thing. Just as they hadn't understood what was happening, Raizel in the Mak Kon Lodin armor appeared confidently, walking while firmly declaring, originally a boy. Should not compare speed with others, but if the sisters want to pursue the feeling of speed, no, the feeling of fast speed, then I will play to the end regarding the nature of the item. Mak Kon Lodin armor has the attribute of absorbing pity attributes. Leveling up speed quickly when attacked will put the attacker into a paralysis state level 25. But the soldiers did not give up. They continuously charged at Raizel, not forgetting to sneer. So what if you have another armor? Quantity, speed, level. We all have the advantage. You basically have no chance to turn the tables. Let alone we have gone through electric enhancement and social attacks, becoming a boss. Hearing this contemptuous remark, Raizel did not take it to heart. He moved like a shadow, appearing and disappearing, making them unable to predict his position to shoot. Charging forward, he confidently said, then not necessarily. If you enhance electric attacks, I have that too. The number 1 female team member took a full hit from Raizel, causing her health bar to drop to only 40%. She only managed to cry out in pain before collapsing to the ground without resistance. Witnessing this scene, the remaining soldiers were surprised and suspicious. How did this kid suddenly become so strong in speed? One of the calmer soldiers quickly spoke, don't panic. If it's a ranged attack, it's useless. Use melee to deal with him. Immediately, a series of attacks were launched. All were illusions. But Raizel easily retreated to dodge all of them. He shouted, except for my sister, this is the first time I want to bully a girl, but if the force is still not enough. Then he continuously approached the female team members, acting as if saying, please forgive me, helping the soldiers who had turned pale and fled. At this moment, Raizel questioned aloud, hey, why does every strike come with the effect of tearing clothes apart? Mak Kon Loi Din truly lives up to being Kim Dokcha of the old school. Suddenly, the torn clothes fragments around began to reconnect. He couldn't help but wonder, this is... Immediately, an explosion occurred, accompanied by a mocking laugh. Very quickly, the female team members who were defeated recovered rapidly, fully restoring their original appearance, then began to mock Raizel. Even if your speed is fast enough, it can't compare to us in numbers. The electric attribute artillery of the level 50 thunderstorm armor. Just watch us advance. Then he smiled coldly and wondered, electric attribute. Very quickly, an unexpected scene appeared. Those projectiles were absorbed into Raizel's armor. He responded cheerfully. No wonder my whole body is full of energy. So you guys are helping me absorb electricity. May I ask if there's more? Can you do a few more shots? I can still take it. The soldiers began to panic. This kid, something is wrong. The armor on him can absorb electric attacks and convert it into power. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, what kind of background does he have? Why does he have such special armor? But Raizel began to concentrate energy. Growing impatient, he said, if not, it's my turn to unleash my crazy move. Then a series of thunderous punches were launched. He appeared and disappeared, making the soldiers unable to block or counterattack, only able to cry out in pain and despair. Their clothes were completely torn apart as well, leaving nothing behind. After everything was processed, the system announced that the target had only 10% health left and lost consciousness. Just as he was about to exit combat mode, the host gained 80,000 experience points. Hearing this, Raizel felt somewhat satisfied inside. As long as the experience points are in hand, there's no need for us to hold deep grudges or pursue a total annihilation. Looking around cautiously, he was surprised and wondered, but is their captain really that good? My two cannons can't hold him back for such a long time. If he were going to counterattack, it would have started already. Meanwhile, Loido was hiding in a corner of the rocky area, still trying to withstand the force of the two cannons' attacks. He was desperate, not expecting continuous attacks for such a long time. This is too much. Are the bullets unlimited? As soon as the two cannons stopped firing, it seemed like they heard his inner thoughts. Seeing this, Loido couldn't help but be surprised. The attacks had stopped. Could it be that that kid finally died? So calm, he quickly checked his mock scan in panic. Damn it, what are you guys doing? Fighting a brat like that, does it really take this long? Hurry up and help me finish this! Seeing that only Raizel was unharmed while the female soldiers had long since fallen, he could no longer stand firm. Huh? Seeing him finally open his eyes, Raizel coldly sneered, if I hadn't kept attacking, would you have planned to hide in there for the rest of your life? Loido, unable to contain his anger, wiped his face and said, you're still alive? Unable to do anything to Raizel, he turned to kick a nearby soldier in frustration, calling them a bunch of trash. You can't even handle a kid. Stop pretending to be dead and get up now, or you'll regret it when you return. Seeing Loido's behavior, Raizel grew even colder. As a captain, failing to defeat the enemy and set an example for the team, instead hiding cowardly like a dog behind them. Instead of feeling ashamed, he angrily shouted, team members, no, 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 they are my slaves. As soon as he said that, the fallen soldiers began to show strange symptoms under the control of that energy. Before they could even react, they were successively harmed by that energy, only able to cry out in pain as they were restrained. Seeing this, Raizel was stunned. What's happening? In response, Loido sneered mockingly. A brat still tasting milk? You're just slaves fighting for me. Keep playing with them for round 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the female soldiers charged at Raizel like puppets. He was shocked to realize this was not just a control skill, but some method that manipulates the central nervous system. Although they were attacking him frantically, the soldiers began to cry out in pain and bleed uncontrollably. Raizel quickly realized this and thought deeply. They were suffering. His anger suddenly flared up and he shouted, that worthless guy cruelly harmed his own team members. He's not fit to be a captain. Facing Raizel's contemptuous words, Loido still shamelessly responded that this world doesn't care if you're good or not. The new ones are everything. Although the lives of those bitches are exchanged for yours without value, they're still trash. Just find others instead. Hearing this, Raizel's expression turned serious. I agree with your previous point, but there are many ways to win, for example. Just as he spoke, Loido's right hand was swiftly cut off by Raizel. Raizel didn't even glance at him but coldly ordered. Like that, he couldn't defend and could only cry out in pain. My right hand, but it was too late to save it. Loido's severed hand fell to the ground. Helpless, he could only scream in agony. The female warriors successfully broke free from Loido's control and collapsed one after another like powerless puppets. Only then did he realize the danger and quickly knelt down, begging, don't kill me. You care about women like these, right? You must really like them. I can give you all 4 of these women. Although they're useless trash, their skills in bed are top-notch. But Diet Hao didn't pay any attention to those words. He quickly delivered a kick to the man's face, not forgetting to warn him to keep quiet. Very quickly, the thug's face was completely under Diet Hao's foot, and he coldly said, I don't need this. Even now, the man still tried to desperately salvage the situation. It hurts, so what do you want? I can give you anything. Diet Hao quickly seized the opportunity, still maintaining a cold attitude as he asked, tell me your plan. How are you going to deal with the Imperial battle team when you enter Huangqin? Be specific. The thug had no other choice, hurriedly speaking. I'm telling you. Our group and the Emperor's battle team of Huang Qin are secretly conspiring together. We plan to take advantage of the moment when the Imperial battle team is focused on fighting the boss to ambush them from behind. Hearing this from him, Diet Hao still coldly asked again, is that all? At this point, his patience was nearly exhausted, and without hesitation, he prepared to deliver another kick to the thug. There's still a lot you haven't said, huh? This kind of low-level strategy even a 3-year-old could come up with. Does the Imperial battle team have no defenses? Knowing he couldn't hide anything more, the man panicked and exclaimed, Don't rush me, there are more details. In his mind, he began imagining the images of elite monsters and started to explain. According to the Joint Reconnaissance Team's leader, the fixed boss occupies the central rescue square in Zone 9. Around the area, there are many elite monsters, but fortunately, the distance between the boss and the elite monsters is quite far apart. So the mission of our Genesis battle team this time is to distract those elite monsters outside this area, to ensure the Imperial battle team is not affected by these monsters and can safely fight the boss. Hearing this, Raizel's mood turned somewhat sarcastic. Wait, the Genesis Corporation is also a big company? Why do you have to work for the Hanma Corporation? What exactly is your relationship? The thug clenched his teeth and replied, Outside, Genesis Corporation is indeed a big company, but 80% of our missions are assigned by Hanma Corporation, so in reality, we're just a small subordinate of theirs. Remembering his own humiliating past, he bitterly recounted, We're always called back and forth by Hanmuk to do pointless tasks. In the end, all the benefits were taken by Hanmuk, and we didn't get a single share. Raizel understood part of the situation, so in his heart, he felt resentment and hatred, preparing to use his helper identity to team up with Huang Qin to trap Hanmuk. The thug immediately agreed. Exactly. Once the Imperial battle team reduces the boss's health by about 10%, we will lure the elite monsters inside. Then the group will block and trap the elite monsters onto the Imperial battle team, waiting for them to be almost wiped out. At this point, he showed a look of relief and continued. Then we will team up with the Emperor's forces to kill the boss and the remaining elite monsters, so we can claim the essence. After that, we'll hand everything over to Huang Qin. This way, we can both gain abundant essence and cause serious damage to Hanmuk, a win-win. Raizel pondered for a moment before giving his opinion. This plan doesn't seem bad, but it's too idealistic. How can you be sure the Imperial battle team won't have any defenses against you? The thug didn't think there was a problem with the plan, and confidently replied, Of course, it's certain. In terms of strength, none of the 5 main core cards of the Imperial battle team can be compared. But they have a fatal flaw, they're too arrogant. Raizel nodded in understanding. So that's it. Seeing the time was ripe, the thug hurriedly bowed his head and said, I've told you many secrets. Can I go now? Without hesitation, Diet Hao replied, In theory, yes, but unfortunately, hearing this, the man awkwardly stopped and looked up. But Raizel just smiled coldly and leisurely said, Me? I recently joined Hanmuk Corporation. At this point, he fully revealed his aura. Although he wasn't very close to the Imperial battle team, he couldn't just watch the corporation's interests suffer losses. Hearing this, the thug was stunned, then furious. What? Damn it, you gave me? Very quickly, he no longer had a chance to speak because a powerful energy struck him mercilessly. After a pause, Raizel calmly said, I'm not playing with you. From the start, I never intended to spare a worthless scum like you. If you weren't even worth exploiting a little, you definitely wouldn't have survived another minute. Then he turned back to look at the female soldiers lying sprawled on the ground, and as for you all, releasing you like this shouldn't be a problem, right? After observing the surroundings for a moment, Raizel reassured, although we fell into a coma state, there are no beasts around. The Heavenly Light Corporation will probably come to rescue them soon. At that moment, the system suddenly flashed a notification. Congratulations to the user for earning rewards for killing 50,000 worth of experience, 800,000 money, Level Femtio Thunder Attribute Demon Star, Passive Skill Development Hawk Moon. Regarding Hawk Moon development, it is a passive skill that can enhance gravitational pull under eternal conditions, with a small chance to synchronize Hawk Moon with others nearby, driving users crazy for a short time. Reading this item info made Raizel a bit stunned. Wait, what kind of demon skill is this? It fits perfectly with Nam's strategy. No wonder the name Family Fire can make those female team members hesitate like that. Next, consecutive notifications appeared one after another. Achievement for killing 5 enemies. Hope to kill 10 soon. PvP victory in the Southern Battle Team. Extra rewards beyond regulations. 50,000 experience has been converted into 1 million experience. Achievement experience is enough to reach the small goal for the new year, with just a little distance left. After reading all this information, Raizel felt extremely satisfied. Finally, 1 million experience was in hand. So what are we waiting for? Let's immediately enter the system space. Then he turned and asked, Rai2, is there any way or item to actively increase luck level? It pondered for a moment and then replied, Sorry, Master, there is no such item, but I can analyze the current luck status of the Master. Please wait a moment. Very quickly, it switched to a proud state and announced, Based on current statistical data, Master's luck is at SSR rank, the strongest level, no external help needed. It will complete directly. Please trust me. Hearing this, Raizel laughed and said, the power is unlocked. Luck is unlocked. Isn't that being chosen by heaven? Raitu, take this chance to boost your master. Of course, the Master's organization definitely surpasses the dimensional limit. A person like the Master is the first I've ever met. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate to punch Raitu a few times, then pointed and broke the royal chain in front of him, speaking again. Good, then I trust my luck. Unlock the new comprehensive special royal account. Notification quickly popped up, unlocking new comprehensive special royal account. From the card, 2 sources of golden and black energy were flowing into the system, which continuously emitted faint sounds. The black energy grew more and more, seemingly able to compress space itself. Raizel stayed still for a moment, then asked, System, what's happening? What is this black matter? But all he got in response were unclear signals. Rai, too, hiding behind him, nervously said, Not good. I detected a large growing evil energy flow, still unclear. That kind of feeling. I'm scared, Raizel kept asking. System, what exactly is this? Could this account have a virus? Suddenly, the dark energy clung to him. He immediately realized something was wrong. He couldn't move. The evil energy value has exceeded my calculation limit. A strange notification rang out. All attributes dropped by 99%, unable to act, causing prolonged life value loss. Raizel's system gradually stabilized, emitting faint sounds as it underwent emergency repairs. Master, please wait a moment. The dark energy spread to his face. Health bar was down to 6%. Raizel struggled to resist and replied, No need to panic. No panic is unusual, if not faster. I'm about to be done for. Just as he spoke, the system's normal sound returned. Repair completed. Normal recovery system restored. His health bar quickly refilled. Raizel looked at the dark energy before him and said, The power of darkness is rapidly diminishing. At that moment, a sudden dizziness hit, forcing him to clutch his neck and struggle to free himself. Lewin nearby couldn't help but worry. Master, are you okay? Sorry, Master. I feel useless. Raizel suppressed the discomfort in his body and replied, I'm fine, but where is that luck you mentioned? Why so early and so soon? Lewin replied awkwardly, I don't know either. The basic data is inconclusive. You heard that and stopped pursuing it, instead focusing on the immediate issue and speaking up. Another account wants the enemy's network so I can check it out. What's the origin of this account? Seeing he wasn't punished by death, Lewin quickly got angry and joined in. That's right. Which deity caused the owner to suffer like this? Just then, a lucky notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations, owner. You have unlocked the first comprehensive special royal account, the Obsessive King. Immediately after, the joyful image of this account appeared like a king fully bathed in red light, looking extremely majestic. Information about the Obsessive King. This name makes the world tremble. It is a symbol of the power of the Bloodspeed regime. It comes from the deep will of the ancient past, having destroyed thousands of worlds, and the troops under its command were always fanatical. Until the current sages gathered powerful warriors and finally destroyed the physical form of the Obsessive King, I have always been waiting for your arrival. Let me see. At this moment, a question suddenly appeared. Do you have the means to become the next Obsessive King? Such huge information immediately stunned Diet Hao, who exclaimed, My first special royal account is a supervillain? Above the royal account appeared a line of text. Fusion rate 0%. Diet Hao is a bit puzzled. Fusion rate? What is that? The system quickly explained, The Obsessive King account is a special royal account, and it's time to upgrade the account's power not through experience points, but by increasing fusion rate. Hearing this, Ditao couldn't help but think, no need for experience points? Where does such a good thing come from? The condition for upgrading fusion rate is definitely more complicated than using experience points. Lewin nearby agreed, that's right, this system is really tricky. The system calmed down after a few breaths and said, to increase fusion rate, you must log into the account to create a private world, complete special events and related missions. Suddenly, in front of Raizel appeared red energy lines that gathered to form a mysterious gate. He went from surprised to shocked. What? Logging into the account to create a private world, this is the legendary time travel, but why does it feel like entering there is a path to death? Hearing this, the system was a bit displeased. I must remind the owner, only when fusion rate exceeds 30% can the owner forcibly control the account, otherwise, uncontrollable danger will occur. While the energy lines continued to swirl, the system urgently warned, forcible use may cause the owner's consciousness to be destroyed by the private world. The owner must be very careful. Oh, damn it, Raizel wanted to cry after hearing this and sighed. Just a lockout and death so easily, and now no permission to use it. Forcible use might even cause world destruction. No wonder it's a supervillain account. Is the Obsessive King a demon? That's too extreme. Then my 1 million experience points weren't wasted? Just as his mood hit rock bottom, the system opened another path. Actually, there is a way to forcibly use the account in dangerous situations. Diet Hao, like catching a lifeline, eagerly asked, What way? Tell me quickly. The system quickly answered, that way is by consuming money and experience points to counteract the side effects. Moreover, the consumption is huge. He seemed to have a plan and asked for more details on how to consume. The system's next words plunged him back into despair. For every 1 unit of time, you consume 10 million currency to maintain normal status for 10 units. And consume 5 million experience points to extend the time. Diet Hao couldn't help but groan. Damn it, the system warned. The owner is already too agitated. What he said not only didn't calm Diet Hao, but made him so angry he threw his chair down. Are you kidding me? Damn it, it took me so much effort to save that much money and experience points, and now you want to spend it all? Lei on the side also complained. I told you this system is tricky. In the end, Diet Hao gave up. Forget it, better than no way at all. Experience points are gone, only 3 million currency left. What do I need these 3 units for? I refuse these 3 units. Let's get the materials first. Maybe I can exchange for some money, just not sure if it's enough. The important thing is who I can trade with. Lewin was surprised and puzzled. 3 chords. But at this moment, Diet Hao no longer had the mood to care about its curiosity. He was speaking with fierce momentum. But using the account's power conditions, the more chords, the stronger it will be. With only 10 chords, it might even change everything. The remaining beasts in area number 9 probably don't have 500,000 experience value, so the I rank must quickly reach 10 million before the boss battle starts. And that's the case, but he had already fallen into deep thought and complained, thinking it's really a headache. How did my guardian become such a high-level player? Not long after, in the ruined city area, a few high-rise buildings were still intact, but most things were almost completely destroyed. Diet Hao walked through the ruins while thinking, he was quite close to the boss area now, but it's still not time to approach recklessly. Better to clear out monsters nearby, hoping to catch a good haul. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment when he saw the scene before him. Many beasts had died, scattered across a large area. Overall, Diet Hao felt a bit regretful, and a faint sorrow stirred in his heart. Could it be that someone had arrived before him and wiped out this bunch? Damn it, I was just one step late. At that moment, a hand suddenly placed on Diet Hao's shoulder, accompanied by a man's voice saying, "Hey, little brother." He startled and quickly stepped back a few paces, silently scolding himself for being too careless, not expecting someone to approach unnoticed. Diet Hao looked at the man in front of him, his eyes scrutinizing as he asked, "Who are you?" Then he silently assessed the man, wondering why this guy was so big but walked without making a sound. Jin Mori, level 50, saw Diet Hao's expression and quickly smiled. "Don't be so tense. Relax, bro. You're here to check out the commotion too, right?" Diet Hao didn't lower his guard and asked sharply, "I'm here to check out the commotion. What do you mean? You're probably about my age." Also level 50, Jin Mori winked at him while eating and replied, but his appearance didn't look like a member of the battle team nor like a relic hunter. Besides coming to check out the commotion, what else could it be? Otherwise, with this level, it's just an appetizer before the boss. Diet Hao replied without hiding, "That's true. What about you? Did you come alone too?" Jin Mori hesitated before answering. "Well, not exactly." He began to introduce himself. "I'm a relic hunter from the Sky Road squad," and said that a level 90 boss appeared in area number 9. "Our boss sent us here to check out the commotion and see if there's a chance to grab something during the chaos." Hearing that, Diet Hao's eyes sharpened subtly, starting to calculate in his mind. So he's a relic hunter, probably carrying some money. If I rob all his stuff, maybe I can shorten the 10 million goal, but this guy seems straightforward. Would it be too much if I did that? Just as he thought this, Jin Mori stepped closer and casually put his arm around his shoulder, saying, "Hey, how about we go together, okay?" Raizel was suspicious. Going to join their squad? He replied without hesitation, "Yes, it's chaotic here now. Going alone isn't safe. Besides, since we're here to check out the commotion, it's more fun together than alone." Judging by Jin Mori's attitude so far, Raizel had some doubts in his heart. Why is this guy acting so friendly? Or is there some hidden agenda? But just now he didn't sneak attack me from behind. Could he really be a good person? A relic hunter not in the Sky Road battle team's plan might be my chance to earn some money. Thinking this, he scratched his head and smiled. "All right then, thanks. I was scared, running around alone here. Having a level 50 like you here makes me feel much safer." Jin Mori still smiled and replied, "Leave it to me. With me here, these beasts won't hurt you." The words quickly spread. From Jin Mori, who just joined the scouting squad, Raizel didn't notice Jin Mori carefully reminded him, "I've just added you to the team. This is us. Accept it. This is the squad we just formed." Raizel quickly responded. "All right," thinking to himself, "I like this squad's name." Looking at the squad member info board, all were level 50 or above, the highest being 60. Raizel's hand trembled slightly. But he quickly regained his composure and said to Jin Mori, "They're all high-level big shots, right? This time we really have a place to show off," he replied as if seeing through everything. "Don't be so modest. Your brothers may appear to be level 6 on the surface, but their true levels are absolutely not that low." Up to this point, Jin Mori spoke without hiding his thoughts, still like the people in the city who know how to play. deliberately hiding their levels. Unlike us relic hunters, in the wild, the higher your level is flaunted, the better, as it helps avoid a lot of trouble. Just then, a level 40 ghost beast rose from the ground beside the two of them, growling with excitement. Having been provoked so many times, it finally smelled fresh meat. But as Jinmori mentioned the second sentence, its neck was grabbed by Jinmori's hand. His gaze turned fierce. Every word he spoke made people's hair stand on end. When we humans talk, it's not the time for beasts like you to interrupt. With those words, Jinmori gently slammed the ghost beast to the ground. One strike successfully drained all the blood from the monster. Raizel watched from the side, stunned. Damn, so strong. Afterwards, Jinmori wiped his hands as if it were an everyday thing, then turned to smile and asked him, "You okay, brother?" The beast suddenly ran off, startling me. Its experience value was negligible, truly directionless. Raizel awkwardly replied, "I'm fine," while secretly thinking, who knows who really is who on the surface. He looks gentle, but his hands are so brutal, definitely not to be judged by appearances. Jinmori once again put his arm around Raizel's shoulder and said, "Let's go. I'll tell you about the glorious history of our squad. I guarantee you'll be enlightened." Raizel quickly agreed. Okay, but his thoughts complained. What a busybody. This journey is going to be tiring. Not long after they arrived, Jinmori cheerfully announced, "We're here. This is our gathering place." Hearing this, Raizel was a bit surprised. "Isn't this the central area of Zone 9? Looking around, nothing too big caught his eye, so he asked, "So many people gather here. Is it just to watch the excitement?" Jinmori seemed to have anticipated this and replied without hesitation, "Exactly. Ever since news from the wild spread outside, mercenaries and relic hunters have come here to gather." Then he winked at Raizel and said, "This is the safest spot closest to the boss fight. Going 500 meters ahead would attract small monsters. So most mercenaries and hunters consider this their nearest stronghold." Hearing this, Raizel nodded in agreement. "I see." Soon, Jinmori called out to a group resting nearby, "Zep, you're back." A level 60 man looked up at him, and Raizel curiously spoke up. "Jinmori's back, and who's this?" The level 48 leader Hack and level 50 Frontera also instinctively turned their gaze toward Raizel. Jinmori pointed at Raizel and began introducing, "This is Raizel. We met by chance on the road and hit it off. He just came to watch the excitement too, so I brought him along. He's very friendly," Jinmori said warmly. "Hello, big brothers. Please take care of him." Frontera observed Raizel for a moment and said meaningfully, "Level 6 isn't your true strength, is it? People at this level either flee or are already dead. No one would leisurely stroll around only to be picked up by a fat guy like our Jinmori." Desir Arman enthusiastically ran over and put his arm around Raizel's shoulder. "If you've survived till now, you must be good at fighting, right?" Finally, Raizel hesitated and replied, "I'd say it's luck." Then he asked cautiously, "Are you able to protect yourself okay?" Desir Arman replied straightforwardly, "That's good. Even if you're just here to watch the excitement, I don't want others to bother me either." Hearing this, Raizel couldn't help but think, this guy talks straight but doesn't seem to have any hidden motives. Jinmori then put his arm around Raizel and assured him, "Don't worry, Dia definitely won't be a problem. From the first time we met, I felt you were a talent. Moreover, you have an aura I really like," Jinmori said, making Raizel tense and think silently. "What? Has my royal aura been discovered by him already?" Kang Woo-jin laughed heartily and then slowly spoke. "Looks like Jinmori is so friendly he's caused you quite a bit of trouble, huh?" Raizel modestly replied, "Not at all. I've received a lot of care." Hearing this, he asked again, "Can you answer me one question? Why did you agree to join a squad with strangers? Usually, doing that only leads to one outcome. A knowledgeable person wouldn't do something foolish. So what's your purpose? Seeking protection or looking for a strategic alliance?" As soon as Jinmori helped, he quickly spoke up to defend. "I'm the captain who actively invited Raizel to join, so don't let him finish before Kang Woo-jin responds." "All right, Jinmori, I want to hear his own answer," he said without hesitation. Raizel paused a moment to let them prepare mentally, then calmly said, "My goal is to help the boss, to steal equipment, along with all the professional squads." As expected, the others were stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Jinmori was the most shocked. "Are you serious, Raizel?" Raizel replied somewhat confusingly, "Yes, that was too reckless, wasn't it?" Jinmori had no problem with that, but only Kang Woo-jin fell into deep thought after hearing this. That mood quickly faded as he laughed loudly and commented, "Interesting." Seeing Kang Woo-jin like that, the others couldn't help but doubt, is he crazy? But he ignored that, still smiling. He approached and patted Raizel on the shoulder. "Big spirit. Good. I like you already. Young people should be a bit reckless. After all, when dreaming, you have to dream bigger," Kang Woo-jin said, while Raizel silently disagreed. "Dreaming? No, I'm serious." Desir Arman stood aside watching the two and sighed. "The captain is starting again." Frontera also spoke up mockingly. Just seeing Kang Woo-jin's determined heart and aura at nearly 35 years old made them unable to control their emotions. "He's acting like a kid." Kang Woo-jin, unaware that the two were bad-mouthing him, happily extended his hand toward Raizel. Now, I officially welcome you to join the Horizon Squad, temporarily named the Clue Spotting Squad. Politely extending his hand, Kang Woojin said, "Thank you." This gesture made Raizel feel something different. He thought deeply. The members of this squad were completely different from the mercenaries and hunters he had met before. This was the true feeling of a squad. Just as their hands were firmly clasped, a harsh voice interrupted, "What are you doing? So noisy." Ma Hoang, level 63, had quietly approached and teased, "Isn't this Lamwa? Always liking to hang out with low-level guys, huh? Even a level 6 scout dares to join the team? I think Horizon Squad should change its name to The Final Clash and help each other out." Hearing this, Desir Arman immediately got angry. "What does that have to do with us? You want to fight?" Jin Mori also eagerly responded. Including me, only Frontera stayed calm and said, "You two, don't get worked up. Leave this to the boss to handle." Kang Woojin ignored Ma Hoang's insults and quickly set boundaries. "Ma Hoang, at Horizon, we take care of our members. You have no right to interfere. I don't have time to fight you now. If there's an issue, wait for the boss's main battle. We'll settle this in the wasteland." This unintentionally provoked Ma Hoang, who was so angry his veins bulged. "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? I've wanted to settle our debt for a long time. Come here, let's settle it now." Seeing Raizel confused, Jin Mori explained, "The Wildfire Gang is our rival, a group of 10 members. They usually compete with us for resources in the ruins. Unexpectedly, they came to stir up trouble." Raizel nodded after hearing this. So that's it. Growing respect appeared in Raizel's heart, but facing an opponent with such strength and numbers was daunting. The strength and status of Horizon Squad were not inferior, especially with their captain leading them. One member of the Wildfire Gang, seeing no response, shouted, "Brothers, regain your spirit! Today, we'll crush Horizon." The others behind him shouted loudly, "Kill them all!" Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed from the sky, forcing everyone to look up. A silver orb slowly descended from the airship. Seeing this, the Wildfire Gang panicked. "That's the airship of the Public Combat Squad. Look quickly," someone shouted. "The silver orb, the great beauty of the Public Combat Squad." Without a word, the silver orb descended at an unimaginable speed. As soon as she touched the ground, the group of wild singers surrounding her were thrown back. They panicked and shouted. The impact was strong indeed, worthy of the silver orb. Raizel stood to the side, watching the chaotic scene before speaking with admiration. "Hey, Miss Silver Orb, I give your entrance a 99. Hearing this, she walked up to Raizel. "Oh, I never expected we'd meet again so soon," she replied meaningfully. "It can only be fate," the silver orb said with a smile. "You're bold, daring to rush to the front line to see the commotion. Or should I say," here she began to move her hands, wrapping around Raizel's neck, pressing her whole body closely against him in secret. "You specially came looking for me," he replied, "and yet you see right through me already?" The wild singers were still struggling from the aftershock just now, and witnessing this sweet scene made them so angry they were speechless. Who exactly is this kid? What is his relationship with the silver orb? Someone even directly declared, "Damn it. I'm so jealous I could die. Don't bite me. I'll chop him down." Raizel gently placed his hand on the person hugging him. "You're quite naughty, Miss Silver Orb, giving me such a big gift right when you arrive. How can I ever thank you?" The others were so furious they exploded and shouted, "What? This kid dares to take the initiative to hug the Silver Orb's chest? I don't think he'll survive the next round." Seeing Raizel hugging the Silver Orb and slowly moving forward, the wild singers couldn't help but stop in their tracks. This kid really has the guts to flirt with the Silver Orb. Someone looked down and spoke contemptuously. Watching the show, based on past experience, those who dare to mess with the silver orb usually end up with their graves already dug. She heard this and chimed in. "You're really brave. Those who dare to do that to me never have a good ending." Raizel looked a bit awkward and asked back, "Really? But since the silver orb has completely relied on you," she lightly flicked his chest and spoke meaningfully. "Besides, you know it's a pit and still dare to jump in. I really don't know whether to say you're overconfident in your strength or just a fool." Raizel replied without hesitation. "That's not important, isn't it, because you want to get close to me and then help me ease my grudge? I was just testing the silver orb a little to see how it goes, judging by the face of the great lady. Can you forgive me and not kill me?" Hearing this, the silver orb sneered and said, "I didn't expect you to be so interesting. No wonder the great lady values you. I'm also a bit interested in you." At that moment, a rough voice interrupted. Captain Roxana, level 80, along with a few soldiers, quickly approached, speaking seriously. "Time is running out. The battle team is in position. Prepare for combat." Hearing this, the silver orb quickly returned to her serious state and gave orders, informing everyone not to act recklessly until receiving my command. Roxana respectfully replied, "Yes." Seeing that we can't stay long, she turned to remind you. "Raizel, I owe you this time. We'll settle it next time." "You should think about what kind of debt you owe," you replied confidently. "Rest assured, I will definitely satisfy the silver orb." At this moment, Roxana came over, looking at Raizel with cold eyes and asked, "Your name is Raizel?" You replied calmly, "Yes." What's the matter? He has a sharp aura with every word. I will keep an eye on you, Lewin hurriedly spoke up, warning. He anxiously reported, measuring the overwhelming aura. Master, this person in his heart wants to kill you 100 times over. Raizel was a bit stunned hearing this. This big brother misunderstood. That's why they say beauty calms hostility. Better not stir up more trouble. But from now on, he put on a sinister expression. Master, shouldn't you reveal the Genesis battle team's plan to everyone? You heard this and quickly replied. The time isn't right yet. I'm still not close to them. If I say it now, they won't believe me. Might even think I'm an idiot. I have to wait for the crucial moment to reveal it. That way I can gain the greatest benefit. Hearing this, he still praised you as usual. Deep schemer, worthy of being master. Meanwhile, the wild singers saw the silver orb leave without doing anything to Raizel and became even more furious, but powerless. They could only shout curses. Damn it. The silver orb just left like that. This guy clearly insulted her but still survived. Some began to doubt themselves. Did I see wrong? What exactly is this guy? Just from this, he could be famous for life. Some started dreaming. If life ends like this, I'll give it a try too. At this moment, Hakswai and Teokit suddenly approached and patted Raizel on the shoulder. Teokit said excitedly, I'm dying of admiration, Huindia. Is the waist of the silver ring young lady soft? Could she be fragrant? Teokit also did not hold back his praise. Xiaobo, Huyendia, after playing around with Ingan Huyen, you are the first person to survive. Raizel really didn't know how to respond after hearing that. But Teokit didn't wait for him to speak, hurriedly grabbed Raizel's hand and said with a fascinated look, Quick, give me your hand to see if the fragrance still lingers. After inhaling a bit, he finally relaxed. Seeing this action, Raizel immediately reacted. Let go of me, you perverted fatso. Get lost. Thanvan looked at him admiringly. This little guy is really interesting. Frontera then spoke up. Raizel is not simple. He must be related to the Mok Kong battle team. Meanwhile, Raizel was still angry with Teokit. Take your hand off immediately, he said, not wanting to watch their dispute. Thanvan thought for a moment and then spoke. This level 6 little guy is definitely not an ordinary person. We shouldn't provoke him. Frontera didn't deny it and asked worriedly, so what do we do now? At this time, Raizel had finished dealing with Teokit and turned to the group of Hatnam Ma with a challenge. What now? Didn't you just say you wanted to fight? Come on then. The group heard this and panicked. Fight? Then, without agreement, they all turned and ran away. Ma Hoang still left a sentence to save face. Damn it. I didn't come here to fight a monster like you. I'm sparing your life today because I need to save my strength to fight the beasts. Don't let me see you again. Saying this, he was thinking, I'm not part of the Mok Kong battle team. Who knows what your relationship is? Running away is the best option. Hatzoa, don't steal my words, he said disdainfully. Next time we meet, I'll kill you all. Jin Mori joined in, spouting nonsense. If you're good, don't run away. Come face me. Than Vun then came beside Raizel, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, I don't want to interfere in your personal matters. He looked at him and asked, but your actions were amazing. How did you do it? Raizel straightforwardly replied, just normal. Don't be so surprised. But Than Vun quickly exposed his modesty. Using a top-level battle team trump card is normal. You helped the team a lot. Raizel pondered a bit and replied, I already said before. Raizel introduced again, I'm just an ordinary student. Luckily, I met some people in the battle team and learned a few ways to make money. The other two were surprised. Ways to make money? But as Jin Mori and Desir Arman approached and surrounded him, Jin Mori eagerly asked, Raizel, you have this ability? So capable. Desir Arman also chimed in. Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly tell me, just a little bit. Seeing Raizel unable to respond, Than Van quickly spoke to diffuse. Calm down. Don't make Raizel uncomfortable. Raizel, don't be surprised. People like us, Sanjitik, are very sensitive to the word making money. Can you explain more clearly what you mean by making money? But Raizel quickly spoke up. It's okay. I haven't been with you long, but I have a very good impression of everyone. I'm willing to share the way to make money with everyone, but on one condition. Than Van curiously asked, what condition? He calmly replied, that everyone is willing to invest some money into this way of making money. This statement shocked the group. What? Frontera, with a skeptical look, said slowly, negotiating money? To be honest, this is just a low-level scam. But what you're doing is to make people believe this is not a scam, that this is a real way to make money. Ordinary people wouldn't voluntarily reveal it like this. At this point, his eyes became sharper. If you voluntarily reveal it to let us join, there must be risks. You can't combine this with what you said earlier. Kid, is your profession a spy for another battle team? Raizel was pleased and said, exactly. I like dealing with smart people. Hearing this, the others were shocked again. What? This basically can't be. You slowly persuade us. It's just that the surface can't show the risks to highlight this way of making money. And with this method, anything can happen. Anvan was gradually shaken by you, hesitantly asking, so, Raizel, how much do you need to invest and how much will you get back? As if prepared, you answered immediately, at least 10 million, no limit. The more you invest, the more you get back. To understand better, let me analyze further. Joa, hearing this, showed dissatisfaction and said, 10 million? If you want to fight, just say it straight, I'll come and compete with you. Jin Mori was also doubtful. Raizel Huyen Dia, you said that? This number isn't something you can just pull out casually. Only Frontera smirked and commented, interesting, while Thon Von fell into thought again. Seeing everyone didn't believe Raizel, you firmly said, I'm serious, not joking. Investing like that, the higher the investment, the greater the return. At this point, Thon Von seriously said, first, you have to tell us the detailed way to make that money so we can evaluate if it's worth investing. Second, if we invest this amount, how much return can we get? After hearing him, the others immediately froze. Kim Dokja said, are you serious? Raizel answered without hesitation, I can't reveal the specific details for your first question yet, but once we confirm cooperation, I will tell everything at the appropriate time. For the second question, I can answer confidently after the project is done about what everyone can receive. At this point, your tone rose as you declared, at least 100 million. As soon as these words were spoken, Thon Von and Frontera were stunned. Jin Mori and Hak Swai were also surprised, 100 million. But very quickly, the two laughed so hard they couldn't close their mouths. Hak Swai laughed until his stomach hurt and then asked with difficulty, you're not joking, right? Jin Mori also forced a smile. Huyen Dia, I don't want to laugh, but it's really too much. Don't you know how much 100 million is? Deep Hao saw their attitude and was really furious. You quickly turned to the two of them and asked, what's so funny? Don't you dare to imagine a little? Frontera then spoke up, well, according to your imagination, first we flip the two great war teams of the Genesis and the Masked Army, then defeat Boss C90. We can get 100 million, even if I imagine until it hurts. I can't picture something like that. Hatsuai also felt this made sense, quickly turning to ask Tiokiet, I'm serious, how did that chubby guy get this crazy name? Thanvan sensitively sat down, sensing the tension rising, and warned, don't mind. Then he began to explain, they didn't intend to keep things from you. It's just that for a newcomer like you to say such unbelievable things. At this point, Thon Von became more serious and recounted, and without you needing to say it, not long ago we had an unexpected incident, causing most of our valuable assets to be lost. So even if we trust you, we can't take out such a large sum. Raizel answered without hesitation, it's okay, business can't be compared to humanity. I'm also very happy to meet everyone. After all, in this era, not many people are as sincere as you all. Then you open the system screen, operating while saying, well, I don't want to waste everyone's time either. First, back off, before your finger could press. Thon Von's voice rang out, wait, Raizel. He looked at you decisively and said, I haven't finished yet. Although we don't have that much money, I know who does and we can borrow from them together. Hearing this, Raizel was somewhat doubtful. Borrow, you mean? Not long after, at the place where Hatnam Mambung was, a fierce battle with a demon beast was underway. They launched a full assault on the demon beast, gunfire firing continuously. A soldier, seeing the situation worsening, hurriedly asked Ma Hoang, Kim Dokja, fighting two elite monsters at once isn't too forced? Our health is dropping like an elevator, but he arrogantly replied, afraid of a feather? If we really can't hold them, then call the Genesis battle team, they're nearby. Actually, the two elite monsters, Chunglang level Nammui and Titsidongnya level Nammui, only had more % health left. Ma Huang's voice rang out. He violently attacked the main monster for me. Just a little more and we'll win. The other soldier quickly responded to the order. There, they concentrated on fighting without noticing on this side. A self-destructing cyborg was slowly approaching. Immediately after, a loud pounding sound quickly attracted Ma Huang's attention. He immediately became alert, looked around, and wondered, what's that sound? But just as he turned his head, what caught his eyes were two level 50 monsters charging fiercely towards him. Him Long, without a code from Hoang, spoke up, damn it, who the hell released the pressure? The thieves hurriedly denied it. No, we couldn't possibly commit such a low-level mistake. Only then did they notice the self-exploding robot continuously moving around. It must be the devilish thing causing trouble. One guy got furious and shouted, disappear! Then quickly dropped down, preparing to kick it. But the guy next to him hurriedly stopped him. Damn it, wait! But it was too late. As soon as the kick touched the self-exploding robot, a massive explosion erupted, shaking heaven and earth, and they only managed to scream once before quickly being blown to pieces. The survivors panicked non-stop, starting to question the cause of the incident. What happened? Who set off the bomb? Hoang looked worried at the scene and said, recover quickly, or else. Before them now stood 4 level 50 demonic beasts proudly. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and exclaimed, 4 elite monsters, all gathered in one place. Very quickly, the beasts couldn't wait any longer and prepared to charge and attack them. Someone shouted desperately, damn it, we're dead for sure. But just as the deep-seated Poison Master's guard was about to fall on them, they were blocked by a protective barrier. The thieves were stunned. This was an energy cage, Hoang praised. Who activated the energy cage? Smart move. Well done. But a subordinate quickly replied, not us, Captain. Our team definitely didn't waste money on such an advanced gadget. At that moment, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind. Long time no see. Thieves. Seeing Raizel approaching, Hoang's eyes widened. You guys? Raizel calmly responded. You guys were in a very dangerous situation, so I used the energy cage to protect you. At this point, his voice was full of warning, but how long this energy cage lasts depends on your sincerity. Hoang looked at Raizel standing leisurely outside the barrier and asked, Kid, what do you mean? He answered without hesitation. In short, your lives are in my hands. Want to live? It's easy, just hand over the money. The surrounding subordinates immediately got angry. You guys have no shame, taking advantage of the chaos. One couldn't hold back and shouted, Hand it over? How? Hand over what? Seeing Raizel turn his back to leave, Hoang couldn't hold it anymore and quickly said, Nanny, save our squad's lives, I'll give you 3 million. Kang Woojin laughed coldly. 3 million? For a meal? Last time you guys begged, our 69th squad got more than that, at least 6 million if you want to live. This statement stunned the thieves. Hoang shouted angrily. What? 6 million? Even if I die here killed by the beasts, I won't pay 6 million. The anger escalated, and he began bringing up old grudges. Speaking of that 69, only the traitor died waiting for you. We just used him. When meat is near the mouth, who wouldn't eat? If it were you, you'd do the same. Jin Mori couldn't help but sneer. You all just keep denying it. What? You've obviously been colluding for a long time. Before he could finish, Dia Pao stopped him. Enough. We're not here to argue, and we don't care about past deals. I just want to remind you, the energy cage's power is running out, and the beasts are focusing on you. There's not much time left. At this moment, the beasts gradually broke through the barrier, easily grabbing the people inside. Quickly one was caught and screamed, Help, Kim Doksha, save me. Another, seeing the danger, urged, Agree quickly to their demands. The Green Mountain is still there. As long as our squad isn't destroyed, the money will come sooner or later. After a moment of thought, Hoang finally made a decision. Fine, 6 million it is. I'll pay. Hurry and save us. However, Raizel calmly said, Too late. I've changed my mind. Now it's 12 million. Hearing this, Hoang was stunned. What? Hoang now wished he could kill him and said angrily, This guy is deliberately raising the price. He wants to rob our assets. Raizel didn't even try to hide it and directly admitted, Exactly. I'm the one who wants to rob your assets. Didn't you realize it until now? The beast's arms were reaching in more and more. Subordinates kept calling for help. Kim Dokcha quickly responded. Finally, Ma Hoang gritted his teeth and agreed. 12 million, but I can only give you 6 million up front. The rest will be given after you save us. Just when he thought everything was settled, Raizel threw cold water on him. 15 million. From now on, if you object to saving, add 3 million. Hearing this, Ma Huang no longer dared to give more and immediately replied, I understand. Immediately after, Raizel's system displayed a notification. Ma Huang initiated a transaction of 15 million with you. Do you accept? He operated to accept while speaking. All right, you guys are very lucky to meet someone like me. If it were someone else, they would just wait for you to be killed and then save the money. On this side, Ma Huang looked at Raizel's determined expression and suddenly had a deep thought. This kid is still merciful. No matter what relationship he has with the battle team's funds, those who don't kill me, later I will kill them. He didn't know Ma Huang's calculations and still smiled happily. Speaking to his comrades, the ferry has arrived, brothers. Let's start. The words kill your father had just been said. The others quickly took their battle positions. Than Van shouted loudly, Let's go! The other three immediately responded. All right, rushing like the wind toward the beast. Thus, a series of top-tier moves were continuously unleashed, from Dragon Sword Fist to Swift Punch, also Thorn Dust Explosion, and finally the Tender Arrow Dance. A subordinate seeing the situation grumbled. This beast is our ally. Ma Hawang quickly dismissed it. Don't worry, follow my orders. Jin Mori, after taking down some beasts, felt relaxed and said, Capture Leaf Ship. These monsters still have some blood left. They can't withstand one hit. But just as he spoke, large bullets continuously flew toward him. Jin Mori focused on them and said with disdain, Damn it, this is... Just as the phrase bullet storm was spoken, an explosion occurred. The surrounding space was immediately leveled. Ma Huang was very pleased with the explosion's achievement, teasingly said, If I were you, I'd take the money and leave immediately. Who keeps their promise to save their enemies? Who increased healing speed, then helped them, letting them understand that in this era, only the ruthless can survive till the end. But Raizel appeared intact under the thick smoke. Was this a question to him, right? Before they could realize the problem, Desir Armin and Than Van were suddenly attacked from behind. Than Van warned. Don't move, Desir Armin quickly said. If you don't want your head to become a misty pillar, be a little honest with me. But Ma Hoang was not that easy. He held a syringe in his hand and said, Even if you can't control our healing, we still have the advantage in numbers, brothers. Use the last recovery drugs, even if we can only recover 30%. We can still kill them all, just as Raizel's teasing voice rang out. Numerical advantage. Immediately after, 2 big cannons appeared, firing continuously at them, leaving them no time to react, only accepting their fate and bidding farewell to life. Not stopping there, his voice continued. 8. Frontera and Jin Mori also focused on fighting. Raizel on this side still boldly advanced. 6. At this time, the self-exploding robots slowly attached to the legs of each beast in the lava ice pack, making them stunned. But before they could do anything, one by one, they exploded with the self-exploding robots. Raizel had reached number 4. Upon reaching number 3, Raizel swung his hand to deliver a critical blow to a nearby subordinate and calmly asked, "Now, do you still think you have the numerical advantage?" Ma Huang, now relying on his last bit of will to stand firm, hesitated and said, "You were prepared early." Raizel did not answer, but calmly said, "Ma Huang, there's one thing you said wrong. In this era, only the strong survive till the end." Hearing this, Ma Huang involuntarily took a step back, panicking inside thinking, "The situation is bad. Among the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. I don't want to lose my life here." But as he turned to leave, Jin Mori quickly noticed, wanting to escape, leaving his brothers behind to run alone. "Are you still the great Kim Doksha?" The reply was a life or death indifferent phrase. "Damn it, brothers are just sacrifices." Ma Huang once again affirmed, "As long as I live, I can find other brothers. Everyone in this era must fight to survive. Damn it, brothers, that letter has no value at all." The sharp peach blossom blade just pointed straight at him. Than Van arrogantly said, "Thinking you can escape? Even if I agree, your brothers won't." On this side, a subordinate had a gun pressed to his head, and by chance overheard what Ma Huang said, immediately getting angry. "How can you abandon us? Boss, you said we'd live and die together, share fortune and misfortune. Was it all a lie?" Realizing he had no way out, Ma Huang desperately knelt down, never expected to fall so low. "Fine, if you want to kill me, go ahead." But Raizel went against those thoughts. Killing him would be a pity. After all, a group of over 10 members should be worth more than 15 million. "Where's the money? Hand it over." Unexpectedly, Ma Huang immediately blurted out, "Damn it, I have no more money." But Than Van didn't give him a chance to refuse. The peach blossom blade pressed close to his head as a warning, still speaking boldly. "You dare threaten us in Dong the man's territory? Often saving comrades from forced drinking, stabbing backs. Where did you get 15 million? Meeting Raizel today is your own fault. This is what you call a villain? Then there must be a villain sister." Raizel heard this and felt a bit helpless. "I'm a messenger of justice. How did I become a villain?" And he sat opposite Ma Huang to negotiate. "As captain, carrying so much money on you is too dangerous. If I were you, I'd find a safe place to hide it. Honestly, tell me the location, and I might spare you." These words successfully intimidated him. Ma Huang couldn't believe it and asked again, "How do you know? Damn it, are you trying to trick me? From the start, you were deceiving me. That damned lamb volume." Raizel innocently replied, "I just followed you." "So he really has hidden money." Jin Mori praised him sincerely. "Brother, well done." Ma Huang screamed wildly, "I have hidden money, lots of it, but I won't say where. Kill me if you want. You won't get a single cent from me." Just when things seemed hopeless, the subordinate with the gun at his head spoke up, "I know where the money is hidden. I'll take you there." Ma Huang didn't believe it and asked suspiciously, "How can you know?" He replied calmly, "Earlier, when you went to pee, I accidentally saw you acting secretive, so I followed. The money is hidden in that ruined factory." Hearing this, he exploded with rage, quickly raising his sword and slashing at the subordinate. "Damn you, I'll kill you!" But the strike was blocked by Jin Mori's shield, who teased, "Why so angry?" This showed that. Raizel rested his sword on his shoulder and calmly confirmed, "What his men said is true. Looks like I have to add a word of advice. In this era, besides being an unparalleled strong man, you also have to use your brain." Ma Huang was so angry he could only say one word, "You." At this moment, Than Van suddenly spoke, "Wait a moment, Raizel. Can you hand it over to me? I want to personally settle the mark between me and Han." Without hesitation, he replied, "Feel free to watch." Than Van hurriedly approached the subordinate and said to Ma Huang, "Although we still have many marks unresolved, I just want to know where Hoa Tu is." He replied impatiently, "Who knows? The traitor of your squad? Why ask me? That guy, Than and I, have long been tired of playing brotherhood with you." Then Ma Huang laughed madly and declared, "Han only wants to make money. That's why I schemed with Han to trap you. Although I don't care about brotherhood, at least I made them rich. But what about you? You talk about brotherhood but are pitifully poor. Do you think about their feelings? Than Van, you are a useless bastard." As soon as these words were out, Than Van's patience ran out. Without a word, he slashed down the hated man before him. The slash left a huge scar on the ground, stretching all the way to the back wall, and Raizel couldn't help but admire the scene. The force was really strong, although also level 60, it felt even more powerful than the level 60 escort of the Mac family young lady. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. BVP victory. The squad repaired the roof and gained 100,000 experience points, evenly distributed among members, each receiving 2 million. Next came a series of notifications about items received. First, 20 level 50 demon crystals, also a damaged wolf fang club, a good weapon but broken, usable as enhancement material. In addition, it also grants endurance power cells. This is the armor that weary wanderers like to wear. Mercenaries like to wear it a lot, improving resistance to wind and earth attributes. The last two items are the exquisite level 60 beast supplement set and the fake luminous pearl. The so-called exquisite beast supplement set can accurately capture medium and large demon beasts. The success rate is 80%, and the fake luminous pearl is a pearl that glows in the dark, which can be sold for a good price. After fully receiving the information, Than Van turned to Ai and said with a smile, Ria Pao, maybe Ma Hoang was right. If we can't keep the brothers having the best days, then even if it's true, it's just empty words. But the other three happily gathered around him, singing joyfully, What is the boss talking about? Don't let that dead guy affect us. He has his principles, and it is precisely these principles that attracted us to follow him. Jin Mori also strongly agreed. That's right. If he were the kind of cruel and wicked person, I would still look down on Than Van. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but relax his mood. These people, only Frontera still kept a serious expression. Stop saying sad words anyway. Cheer up quickly. I don't want to entrust my little life to a Kim Dokja with a weak spirit. Seeing them living peacefully like this, Raizel couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. This arrangement is very ideal and suits me. The trusted team members are bound together. This is how it should be. Then he turned around and reminded, All right, let's go. Don't we need money? Follow me. Everyone will earn a big sum. The others saw him leaving and hurriedly spoke. That's right. Brother Raizel is our lucky star. I really have a good eye. Just wait for us. The five of them followed like that, heading to the place where the money was kept. While walking, Raizel asked, Do relic hunters usually have the habit of hiding items? Kang Woojin confirmed, Yes, since our profession is risky, it's inevitable that problems will arise on the road someday. So we usually don't carry much money, but normally hide it in caves or wilderness. It's very rare for Ma Hoang to hide it in a safe zone. Hearing that, the others immediately spoke up. Captain, actually Ma Hoang usually never hides anything. After all, there are many of us, and usually the relic team doesn't cause any trouble for us. This time, it's because there will be conflict with the professional team, so he temporarily found a place to hide it. Raizel nodded upon hearing this. So that's how it is. Not long after, the group stood in front of a large warehouse. The others eagerly said, We've arrived. Ahead was the place where Ma Hoang hid the money. Everyone felt their hearts race and urged, What are we waiting for? Hurry up. Suddenly, Raizel spoke up to stop everyone. Wait a moment. Jin Mori looked surprised and asked, What's wrong? He signaled everyone to be quiet and said, Shh, be quiet. There's movement ahead. Indeed, in the space, faint sounds of digging can be heard. Going deeper, in front of them appeared a treasure-digging demon, happily digging for treasure. It was wearing a heavy gold pouch, which surprised everyone, that is. Raizel wondered, The book mentioned treasure demons, but not this kind. Is there something special about it? The young man with shining eyes exclaimed excitedly, Damn, we're rich, brothers, we're rich! Desir Arman and Frontera immediately covered his mouth and reminded, You idiot, be quiet. If it runs away, we won't get a dime. Than Van beside Raizel spoke up, Treasure demons are very rare, but those with high levels like this are even rarer. They search for treasures. So wherever they appear, there is a large amount of treasure. What I mean is that the money Ma Hoang hid here has attracted the treasure demon. Looking at how it carried the heavy backpack, Raizel explained, Do you see the bag it's carrying? That bag is a dimensional treasure bag. The treasures it collects are stored in a bottomless bag. At this moment, the big treasure demon is happily singing, Gob, gob, Raizel continued. If we deal with it, we can get all the treasures inside that bag. That's why I say we're rich. Than Van replied. That's right, but that's only a small part, he recounted. The most important thing is, I heard that if you kill a treasure demon, there's a chance it will drop a teleportation shard to their lair. I heard their lair is piled with a lot of treasures. Raizel glanced at Than Van and asked again, Is it really like that? But surely it's not easy to deal with. What do you plan to do? He proposed an idea, saying it really is very difficult to handle not whether it can be killed or not, but whether it can be caught. If it gets even slightly alarmed, it will use its fastest speed to escape. If it's not caught and killed within a short time, it will retreat back to its lair through the gate. The group was hiding behind a large rock, and Than Van reminded everyone, So success or failure depends on whether they can catch it or not. Another person agreed, That's right, but it's very hard to catch. Many years ago, when I was a rookie following a squad of 10, we encountered a level 25 great treasure demon in the wild. Despite our ambush, it still escaped. Its speed and agility were beyond what we expected. Raizel confidently said, Don't worry about that. I'm very skilled at capturing. If you trust me, just follow my instructions. Jin Mori happily linked arms with him and replied, Of course we trust you. Raizel is our lucky guide. Whatever you say, we'll listen. Ma Hoang, hearing the conversation, was very anxious inside. He asked, Hey, I can't stand it anymore. Can I go now? Jin Mori firmly crossed his arms and ordered, get lost, but don't make a sound. Ma Hoang was thrilled as if he had found gold, running quickly without forgetting to turn back and say, Thank you, thank you. Jin Mori heard this and was furious. Damn it, don't you understand human language? I said no noise. Desir Arman and Frontera then had to do their job of shutting him up. Jin Mori kept struggling helplessly. Raizel spoke calmly. All right, everyone listen carefully. This is our plan. Meanwhile, the great treasure demon was happily gathering gold and silver into its backpack, muttering, all the treasures are mine. Don't even think about taking them. Suddenly, it noticed a noise behind and stopped. Raizel's group surrounded the great treasure demon. He smiled wickedly. Got it. The loot is pretty good. Should we take a little more? The great treasure demon quickly ran away, then turned back to look at the group and shouted something unintelligible. Raizel annoyedly ordered, Wise, what is it saying? Translate it. Lewin acted according to the context and said, You foolish idiot trying to catch me. This guy is too despicable, Raizel whispered helplessly. I think I've said the same thing before. He quickly drew his sword and said, Excuse me, I'm just hunting with your permission. The great treasure demon retorted playfully, Catch me if you can. Raizel looked dumbfounded as it ran beneath him and sighed. Too fast. Jin Mori quickly ran to the door, used his shield to block it tightly and announced, I'm here, don't try to run past. The great treasure demon quickly jumped and flew over his head, smirking and leaning on him. Jin Mori was furious, watching it run past and muttered, Damn it, no way. Behind the great treasure demon, Desir Arman and Frontera quickly chased after it, shouting, Stop! Take this third arrow, a chain trap. The great treasure demon remained calm, running and jumping like a dancer, causing Raizel's group to scatter uselessly. Suddenly, the chain trap wrapped around its leg, making the great treasure demon turn and ask confusedly, What? Desir Arman happily praised, Well done, Four Eyes. Frontera shouted angrily, Open your mouth, do you want to die? But the great treasure demon didn't surrender. It quickly pulled out a vine from somewhere and slashed the chain trap, cutting it off, making Frontera exclaim, It can neutralize my magical thorns. That vine isn't simple. Then the great treasure demon chuckled and ran on, ignoring the chaos behind. Raizel's group caught up to it. Desir Arman looked at the shield the demon created and said, Hurry, that protective cage won't hold it long. Kill it. Frontera nodded. Got it. It chuckled again without fear and stomped on the vine it was holding. Theukich quickly stood in the great treasure demon's path and warned, Put your hands up and accept capture. You can't escape. Desir Arman stood beside him and said confidently, Let's see where you can run when we surround you like this. The great treasure demon still jumped and laughed as if nothing happened, then formed a cross shape with its hands. White smoke swirled, and the great treasure demon multiplied into many identical clones, all armed and radiating fierce energy. Raizel looked at this scene, extremely anxious, and exclaimed, Damn it, why does this move feel so familiar? Did it learn from a comic? The great secret demon then split into a dozen identical clones. One clone gave the order to run. Raizel's group quickly realized their intention, and he came up with a plan. We split up and chased them, absolutely not letting them escape. Try to herd them in one direction. Everyone agreed. Okay. Frontera observed each step of the great secret demon and then guessed, its speed has slowed down. Thon Van also guessed, it must have dispersed its demonic power through the clones. There's a chance to herd them. He's very excited, he said while running. Then I have to speed up, and Hach Soai charged ahead, using the killing gaze to herd the great secret demon. Within 30 seconds, the storm attack rate, throwing rate, and movement speed all increased significantly. But he was also stunned by Theukiyet's speed. Hach Shuai was shocked and asked, Dude, how are you so fast? Theukiyet smiled, using the electric shock technique. Although I'm fat, I'm very agile. Watch the skill I've trained hard for, pouring demonic power into the special technique. To move at the fastest speed, able to destroy all obstacles on the way, Hak Shoai was helpless and exclaimed, What kind of soldier sacrifices his life like this? The situation with the two clowns was very frustrating, he complained. Really, everyone is so noisy. When will you guys in the fire group ever grow up? Antera calmly sat on the OBB magic carpet, enjoying a cup of fragrant hot tea, smiling at the people ahead. Can't you be a bit more polite like me? The OBB magic carpet can fly at high speed steadily for 2 hours. I prefer cold drinks, and all items come with added demonic gravity magic. Don't worry. Theukiyet and Haksoai looked at Frontera like that, feeling very embarrassed and offended. They all shouted loudly, Report! Someone is cheating! At that moment, Thon Van stepped forward, stomping the ground with one foot so hard it cracked, happily praising, Good, everyone has spirit. As a captain, I can't just stand behind. I have to show some skill. Then he jumped up strongly, using the technique called non-violation power. Then, an electric spark ran along the road. This is called the jumping strike, a powerful slash with increasing distance. The higher the jump momentum, the stronger the spear. The technique was renamed Lam Tin Van because he thought it sounded cool. But when Thon Van looked at the black clouds formed without any great secret demon inside, he stopped and exclaimed, These are fakes. On the other side, Hak Shoai's group also reported, Boss, ours here are fake too. Thon Van quickly realized and informed the remaining teammates, Raizel, your clones are on your side now. At this moment, Raizel remained calm, facing the great secret demon. He received Thon Van's signal and responded. Okay, now the great secret demon facing Raizel confidently asserted, this fire clone is the lowest level, easiest to deal with. Than Van's group behind Raizel worriedly shouted, not good, it has opened the teleportation gate. How? You must stop it. We can't let it escape back to the lair. The great secret demon ignored Raizel, sneering as it passed by him, then mockingly said, foolish human dreaming of catching me. Come on then. Than Van was very angry seeing this scene, shouting loudly, damn it, Raizel, what are you doing? Why aren't you stopping it? But Raizel remained calm and said, stay calm, don't panic. Suddenly, the great secret demon stopped as it saw something and became certain. The great secret demon looked back curiously, then ran over and clutched a book to its chest, making Thon Van puzzled and ask, why did it suddenly change direction? What is placed on the ground over there? The great secret demon was very happy, flipping through the book without missing a page, muttering happily. This is great, it's called an adult magazine 18+, successfully attracting the demon's attention. While it was engrossed in the magazine and muttering so good, level 60 elite beast spirits appeared around the great secret demon. Here, there is a special binding fruit used to imprison evil beasts, lasting 180 seconds. Raizel calmly ran in front of it and said, even the last great secret demon still belongs to the demon clan. The lustful nature in the DNA will never change, so I set a trap for it to come to me, just as I predicted. It was startled, looked at Raizel, then dropped the book, furious. How dare you trick me? I will kill you all. Thon Van stepped forward proudly. Well done, only you, Raizel. Jin Mori also stepped forward, exclaiming joyfully. I told you that you wouldn't just stand there waiting for it to run, and indeed you're really good. Raizel calmly approached, crossed his arms and nodded at everyone. Now is not the time to relax, and this trap is very bizarre. The trap's mechanism won't last long. We must quickly deal with it immediately. Thon Van stepped up to volunteer. Leave it to me. This thing just harmed me earlier. I'm really angry now. Frontera moved forward to shield everyone, seriously explaining, everyone fall back, although the defense of the great treasure demon is not high. But even if it's an elite level 65 monster, the captain will use strength to slash and deal with it. Don't get too close or you'll be affected, Raizel responded seriously. Got it. Then, a figure shot straight down from the sky toward the great treasure demon. The space around seemed to freeze for a moment. It was shocked and screamed in pain after the great treasure demon was completely finished. The system announced praise for killing the elite great treasure demon. The team gained 200,000 experience points. The person who killed it would get an additional 5,000 experience points beyond the standard, and the money earned was 40 million. Also, rare elite, level 60 to 20, rare gems, level 60 to 10, the mysterious sword of the crystal spirit with water attribute, increasing attack speed and evasion rate. Special effect, 20% chance to provoke on attack. Special item attribute failure, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Raizel's group was extremely happy upon receiving the reward, exclaiming, 40 million, we're rich now. Moreover, you were granted a lucky activation effect, which is the key to the great treasure demon's lair. They were so happy they found it hard to believe, asking each other, is there really a key? I really can't believe my eyes. Am I dreaming? The group then cheered for Raizel. Frontera also spoke up, big haul indeed. Following Boss Diep is all about making money, Jin Mori agreed. Big unlock, of course. Suddenly, while Raizel was being praised, a very loud noise erupted, startling everyone at once. Jin Mori hesitated. That call is Than Van's judgment. It's the boss's roar. Looks like it's already opened over there. Everyone felt extremely annoyed hearing this. Damn it. Rescuing again at this time? Raizel then regained composure, a little disappointed. What should we do this time? Rescue the boss first, or search for clues about the great treasure demon's lair? Such a headache. Thon Van behind spoke up with advice. No need to worry about this. I heard the replica of the great treasure demon's lair is a very special existence. Because time inside the lair passes slower than in the real world, meaning 1 second inside equals about 1 minute outside. No one knows the exact ratio. Raizel seemed to understand and replied, so that's how the mechanism works, then there's no need to hesitate. Then, Raizel held the newly granted key and ordered, open the replica's main gate. The system received the order, open replica, great treasure demon's lair, level unknown. Before stepping through the door into the new space, he cautiously asked, do you know anything about the replica's specific conditions, like the level of the beasts? Thon Van answered attentively, regarding this replica, besides the time mechanism I mentioned earlier, there is also news that the beasts inside the replica have random levels. Raizel thought for a moment. Random levels, then we'll just have to take it step by step. He informed everyone in the group. Ahead is an unknown area. A powerful enemy awaits us. Everyone stay alert. Don't slack off. Jin Mori couldn't hide his excitement. As relic hunters, we seek the unknown. My exploration instincts are already thrilled. Hatsuai was also very comfortable, affirming, can't wait anymore. Frontera adjusted his glasses and said confidently, even I'm a bit excited. Seeing the AI subordinates so determined, their willpower soaring, Than Van felt half satisfied and half helpless. Then, the group steadily advanced forward together. Than Van announced, brothers, let's pioneer. Raizel led and ordered everyone, then let's go. Without delay, the group quickly entered a new space. Strong beams of light shone on the infinite spiral, leading them toward even tougher challenges. After stepping into a new space, the system announced, hiding the copy. After the secret demon lair level 35, Jin Mori heard this and spoke with a bit of sadness. What? Only level 35? That's a bit disappointing. Than Van urgently needs to be cautious and remember everything. Don't be careless. Even though it's only level 35, no one knows everything yet, so be sure to be careful. The Raizel group stood on a thin rock looking down below. He said, don't be disappointed. Look at what's down there. Jin Mori bent down to look and exclaimed excitedly, damn, down there is a pile of gold. This time we're getting rich. Hatsoi next to him responded helplessly, this original guy, does he only see gold? The focus is those secret demon treasures over there. Frontera also seriously pointed out, that's right. There are a total of 15 secret demon treasures below, and they are all rare elites. The important thing is the level isn't high, which means Jin Mori no longer had the patience to wait, hurriedly jumped down and said to everyone, so what are we waiting for? Let's quickly deal with them. Thuhan, let me pull them. You guys just go all out, no need to worry. Hat Shoai saw this and shouted fiercely, hey, Mok, can you not get so excited? Just as he spoke, the system announced, the divine single protection with high resistance to magic and physical attacks lasts for 5 minutes. Then, Jin Mori held the shield, jumped once and landed. The loud noise scared the big secret demons into scattering. They sensed an intruder. Jin Mori angrily shouted, come through here all at once for me! After losing control of his emotions, the group of trash demons around him caused all nearby targets to rapidly increase Thuhan's aggression. A group of big secret demons, on the other hand, felt no fear and advanced with determination, saying, damn him, I'll tear him apart and eat his fat. Jin Mori then unleashed a big move. Let's go watch the meteor shower, which shocked the big secret demons, forcing them to retreat while screaming non-stop. Then, Than Van also unleashed a move, the whirlwind. Next was Frontera with the wind strike, protecting the small group. Raizel saw everyone rushing to show off like this and felt helpless. He frowned and shouted, what kind of move names are these that sound so chaotic? Everyone, be careful not to damage the communal altar. Then, Raizel also used his pets to attack the big secret demons. He ordered them, go, this time I'll also use firepower, not giving the demons any chance. Then, a group of big secret demons was trapped inside a magic circle. They looked confused. One said to his comrades, quick, run. Another asked fearfully, what is this? We're trapped. Raizel was the owner of this circle. He stepped in and declared, want to escape? Dream on, guys. Bursts of energy exploded, shining through the smoke and scattered rocks, accompanied by the terrified screams of the big secret demons echoing in the space. Frontera saw this and said cheerfully, you even told us to be careful? Look at you making this place so smoky. Hatsoi coughed and complained, bro, your firepower is way too much. Raizel stood aside, arms crossed, very confidently said, sorry, I just wanted to be sure not to miss any secret demons, but it's all over now, so what next? Looking at the big secret demons lying wounded on the ground from Raizel's combined attack, his group happily exclaimed, let's come experience the joy of harvesting. There's a lot of stuff here. This time it's really a big profit. So awesome. Let's quickly see what dropped. After they picked up the items, the system's notifications kept sounding non-stop, gained 75,000 experience points, earned 85 million currency. Martin level 30 to 50, rare gem level 40, secret demon 0 to 15, tunnel digging tool 10, item info, frontline defense armor, once used by someone to counter all the shields of the frontline commander, with weak defensive ability, reduces duration of control status, and prevents knockback. Next is the Demon Spear, made from the dry wood of the World Tree, emitting a probing aura. It is permanently a weapon with dark attribute, not to be underestimated in defense, with attack having a chance to trigger additional elemental effects. Item info. Dragonblade Greatsword is a massive dragon-carved greatsword with extremely strong damage. It is said the soul of the dragon is sealed inside, permanently a holy attribute weapon. The higher the level, the stronger the attack power. Attacks have a chance to activate Dragon's Might, an infinite buff immune to magic damage, increasing all attributes, lasting 30 seconds. Element of Purity, recording all the original elemental magic tomes, the final record has become vague, barely able to see an inscription that effectively nullifies the counter attribute. When magic attacks trigger with a certain probability, the divine element advances, continuously activating Fire Advance Magic, Gang Advance Magic, Thunder Strike Magic, and Earth Root Magic. After everyone received a new item with immeasurable power, Than Van happily exclaimed. Each of us was given new equipment upgraded to epic level. Their luck is really strong, Jinmori happily added. This shield is solid. Eating mixed food feels safe. Desir Armin firmly holding his weapon sighed in admiration. This crossbow is really cool. I really like it. Frontera flipped through the book and confirmed, this is truly a good piece of equipment, but why do I feel a bit uneasy and afraid of it? Raizel felt happy seeing everyone so joyful, thinking to himself, even though none of the equipment works for me, just relying on tens of millions is enough for a big purchase. Moreover, their new equipment upgrades their combat power. This is also very important for the next battle, Raizel reminded. Alright, everyone calm down. This is just an appetizer. He pointed to the golden yang flickering inside the gold mountain and informed the team, the important part hasn't started yet. The big seed up there is the real attraction. Item info, seed item unknown level, unknown unlocking conditions. Theukich looked at the golden yang with bright eyes. He joyfully exclaimed, open the head! The yang's level is unknown. Could this be the big gift prepared for us? Hatsoi quickly volunteered. Let me. Boxes like this are my specialty. Raizel calmly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, don't act rashly. Everyone think back a bit. The way Bima just now was both cautious and jumping ahead to this box seemed a bit strange. Jinmori nodded in agreement. Hearing you say that, it does seem a bit odd. Those guys were the worship cult, this box. Frontera adjusted his glasses and said, usually, the worship cult targets are sacred items, not just any box. Kang Woojin knelt down respectfully, holding an unconscious great guardian demon and said, whether this box is sacred or not, in the wild and desolate places, opening a box requires a fixed process. Raizel was curious. What exactly is this fixed process? Kang Woojin quickly threw the great guardian demon inside and explained, it means absolutely no one can approach an unopened box. We must ensure after opening this box, it's not a trap before approaching it. As the demon entered, a golden yang opened, revealing Baekhyun Ho with huge tentacles covered in spikes all around. It tightly chained the great guardian demon's body, making the group stunned and dumbfounded. This box is a fake yang coffin from the Dak Sun region. After subduing the demon, Baekhyun Ho curled up inside the yang, and the golden yang closed as if the feeding never happened. Raizel's group was extremely shocked seeing this scene. They told each other, this kind of box, I've heard of it before, but the level of this thing is rare to see. Its level reached 90, which means this monster box is as powerful as the bosses outside, since they are all level 90. Kang Woojin spoke up to remind them, just give up, our levels are too far apart. Plus this trip with Raizel has already earned a lot. Being greedy might cost us our lives. Jinmori felt extremely frustrated. He punched the ground hard to vent, and then spoke. Damn it, the food is right there but we can't eat it. It's really frustrating but there's no other way. Kang Woojin placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, Raizel, what's your opinion? Jinmori, standing behind, agreed. Right, Raizel, we'll follow your lead. Raizel hesitated. My opinion is, he shyly scratched his head and said, maybe we should divide the money we earned earlier first. His words startled everyone. Kang Woojin then regained composure and happily explained, all right, that's good. Let's split the money first and figure out the rest later. At least it's safer in our pockets. Then, Kang Woojin understood the feelings of the three behind him and asked directly, this time, under Raizel's excellent leadership and ability, we earned a total of 140 million, so I think Raizel should get half, 70 million. Does anyone have any objections? Jinmori raised his hand and said, I agree. I have absolutely no objections. Hakswai also raised his hand and said the same. I agree too. Without Raizel, this trip of ours probably wouldn't have earned a single coin, and Than has no objections either. He asserted that Raizel's ability was the greatest, so naturally, his contribution was the largest. This 70 million is well-deserved. Raizel, on the other hand, was very calm. He stood back, took a breath, then thought to himself that the temptation of money shouldn't make him compromise his principles and monopolize everything, but instead share half the income with others. Indeed, Bin was not mistaken. This squad is trustworthy and can cooperate more in the future. Than Van then opened the system panel and said, all right, let's decide on that. As for the rest, we'll split half, and I'll keep it for now. After all, each of us has gained new wealth and resources, so we don't need to spend much money for the time being. The group agreed, saying, right, this amount is enough for us to use for a long time. Then, Raizel's system notified him, reminding that the account had received 70 million, please check. Once the money is settled fairly, no one loses out. Than Van sheathed his sword and announced, all right, let's go. The group agreed. Okay. Jinmori suddenly spoke up, bro, can you now explain in detail how we made the money? I'm not greedy, I just want to understand the risk a bit. Raizel, standing with his back to him, heard the question and his face immediately darkened. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer satisfactorily. Jinmori, seeing Raizel not move, called out, let's go. Don't think about that box anymore. This isn't a level we can reach now, so stop dreaming. Frontera also doubted Raizel's next move. Raizel, that box can really make a lot of money, but we can't afford such a big risk. I feel like our luck has run out, so let's give up. Swai agreed. That's right, call it something like playing it safe. Raizel still stood in place. You confidently say you understand the principle, but to just give up a big treasure like that, that's not my style. Kang Woo-jin realized the reasoning in that statement, turned around, and asked in surprise, Raizel, could it be you have a fake assassin? At that moment, their systems simultaneously notified and reminded that Raizel had left the squad. They were stunned and confused. Raizel, what are you doing? Raizel leaned forward, looked at everyone, and seriously reminded them, it's best for everyone to leave now because an uncontrollable situation will appear. Mori worriedly pleaded, Kid, calm down for me. I can't just watch you die like this. Swai, standing nearby, spoke up in a calm voice. Stop it, Mori. If Raizel has made this decision, he must have something certain in hand. We can't compare him by our standards. Kang Woojin also spoke, but we can't just leave him. We only need to stay a bit farther away to avoid causing more trouble for Raizel. Besides, if an emergency happens later, we will definitely do our best to save Raizel and get him out of trouble. Everyone unanimously replied, okay. Seeing the group united and hiding behind the rock waiting to rescue him, Raizel felt very happy. He smiled to himself, thinking, this really is a squad worth trusting, but an unexpected emergency won't happen. Then, Raizel stepped forward steadily and unyieldingly, calling out, System. Raizel ordered, open the special royal account, Obsession of the Monarch. First, spend 10 million to play 10 lines. Let's see how much this obsession of the monarch helps the transformation. The system acknowledged the command. Opening now, please wait a moment. A burst of red energy exploded among the stones. The system announced, account is merging, please wait a moment. Mori was bewildered as everything around him shifted uncontrollably. He shouted in fear, what is this transformation? Why did the acupoints suddenly turn blood red? HY looked ahead in shock and said, something's wrong. Everyone look at Raizel. At that moment, Raizel was floating in midair, held by red threads that clung to him. Mori's group, not understanding what was happening, asked each other, why is the blood of the demon gathering on him? What is happening to Raizel? Then, the figure of a white-haired man appeared, followed by a large swarm of threads flying chaotically around him. Mori looked up at the feet of the movement, feeling extremely anxious, and exclaimed, what the heck? Where did these bats come from? Frontera also spoke up, look over there, everyone. The white-haired man who appeared was Roxana, his eyes glowing with a powerful red light, overwhelming the presence of others. Mori's group was panicking at this moment, asking each other, damn, why does it look so fake? What is this? No, if it was only a change in appearance, then it wouldn't have such a strong pressure. Is it really Diepao? Why does his body emit such a suffocating bloody stench? After Roxana appeared, the system announced that the special king-level fusion of the monarch's obsession was complete, starting the countdown. Roxana, with his silver hair flowing, cold eyes, and a swift body, gave off a strong and oppressive feeling. The one he targeted was Baek Yoon-ho in front. Roxana then rushed at him and used the obsession corruption skill, which is immune to any physical damage. But then Roxana was stabbed by Baek Yoon-ho's sharp thorn, causing him to scream in pain. Although injured, Roxana still tried his best to fight back Baek Yoon-ho, but he was split in two. Blood kept flowing, making Baek Yoon-ho also scream in pain. Then, to preserve his life, he quickly retracted his tentacles and fled swiftly. Mori's group, standing behind the thin stone, observed the entire battle, startled, telling each other, damn, that box is heading towards us. At the chest area, Roxana was now trying to stop the bleeding from the thorn wound. Then he turned around, eyes still fixed on Baek Yoon-ho, who was escaping. A hand grew from the ground and grabbed one of Baek Yoon-ho's running legs. The spinning creatures crawled up, screaming continuously, instilling fear in those around. This scene made Mori's group speechless. Someone said, look, something is chasing out of the blood. Then, many red spinning creatures rushed toward Baek Yoon-ho. He screamed in vain fear. This was an abnormal state, the endless blood curse. Then, Baek Yoon-ho, level 90, gradually sank into the sea of red spinning creatures' blood. Roxana's eyes gleamed with extreme malice. Covered in blood, he said, sleep forever in my blood. Then, the system announced, the 10-second countdown ended, fusion about to be Jiechu dispelled. Roxana suddenly appeared, calm and proud, with bats flying out. His entire body was torn as if no attack had ever happened. On Raizel's side, dozens of arms grew from somewhere, all directed at him. Raizel looked around in confusion and judged, this is you, remember. It hurts so much, this feeling compared to before when drinking the weak elixir causing suffering and weakness, even without losing control. My body now can't even bear the responsibility of the monarch's obsession for just 10 seconds, causing such great damage. Then Raizel landed, his whole body drenched in sweat, frowning in thought, abnormal state, soul broken. But the power of the monarch's obsession really did not disappoint, killing a rare level 90 ally easily in less than 10 seconds. Truly terrifying if that's the case, as long as my body can endure, That level 90 boss is nothing. Achievement obtained. Achievement obtained. The box destroyer, not devoured by the original village, but the village devouring the original. Killing the rare ally with the demonic dream plan of greed granted 500,000 experience value and 200 million currency. The dragon longsword stand was guarding the sword used for special attacks on the dragon beast tribe. Killing the dragon beast tribe had a high chance to obtain rare items. The angel wings that could break the wind barrier if lucky could freely fly in the sky, but landing safely was not guaranteed. The blueprint for crafting a level 90 cannon, super level 10 recovery medicine that instantly restores all HP, rare level 90 essence, quantity 40. Rare level 90 gems, quantity 20, the tongue of the box monster document, the claws of the box monster document. Raizel supported his weakening body with one hand, while the other held his contracting heart, calculating that besides 500,000 experience and 200 million currency, there were many legendary grade items like that. No wonder it was a level 90 box monster. Money, sweat, and tears were hard earned. The group was extremely worried and ran over to ask, "What just happened? I was distracted for a moment, and you already killed the level 90 box monster." The mango singing also arrived, cautiously. I reluctantly opened my bird eyes and could only see a bunch of red things. This speed is really perverted. Kang Woojin calmly approached. Seeing that his complexion was not good at all, he asked, "Raizel, how are you?" He replied weakly, "Not very well." Frontera quickly opened his Encyclopedia of Flowers, studied it carefully, then spoke. "This weakening debuff seems like it can be dispelled. Let me try." Then, another notification sounded. The broken soul state has been dispelled. Raizel was slightly happy upon hearing this. It really has been dispelled? The debuff after fusion without special restrictions, that's really lucky. After that, he comfortably sat down on the ground and happily said to Frontera, "Thank you, you saved my life." He adjusted his glasses and replied, "Just a small favor." Than Van then approached to ask, "Raizel, what exactly happened just now?" He faintly said, "First, don't talk about that anymore. I have something to ask you." Raizel handed over a piece of paper and said, "Regarding the level 90 cannon manufacturing blueprint, what do you know about it?" Than Van observed and hesitated. "This blueprint is..." He seriously examined the blueprint and confirmed, "Isn't this the blueprint for constructing an important rescue point? This blueprint is extremely rare." Frontera exclaimed upon hearing this, "You managed to get this blueprint? Ao Hong is indeed well known." Raizel scratched his head in confusion. "Sounds different from the usual type. Is it a house construction blueprint? What makes it rare?" Than Van explained. "The important rescue point's house is fundamentally different. For a normal house, as long as you have strength and courage, you can build it however you want in this wasteland. But an important rescue point." He confirmed it must be built in a special copy. Raizel asked again, "A special copy?" Than Van recalled and continued explaining, "Yes, the important rescue point with differences has different requirements, a whole different realm compared to normal copies. If lucky, the scenery is picturesque, a paradise on Earth. If unlucky, it's a hopeless apocalypse, a prison of the mortal world." Raizel was very confused and scratched his head. "Such a big difference? This is still an era that needs luck." Than Van replied, "But regardless of the copy requirements, the important rescue point itself and the function of the personal exclusive territory center will not change. You can reclaim land here, build cities, gather resources, pursue tombs, and even establish a professional battle zone for yourself." Jin Mori heard this and enthusiastically charged forward. "Personal exclusive territory? Dream of this for a lifetime. This isn't just any important rescue point. Clearly it's a harem palace. Brother, listen to my advice. The benefits here you can't be sure of. Let me help you." Mango Singing was equally enthusiastic. "That rare supreme blueprint isn't just a priceless treasure. How much money could it sell for?" Than Van immediately denied, "Not like that. Although as a rare item, this blueprint is very valuable, but the usage requirements are too high, it demands. Only the top master of engineering can use it, so basically it lies in a dimension with no market value." Jin Mori was very disappointed upon hearing this and exclaimed, "Could it be that this level of blueprint is just meant to be torn up? What a pity." After being stretched out, Raizel thought deeply, "Isn't this similar to the blueprint I made for Nana? Although this high-level blueprint isn't widely circulated, from a reverse-thinking perspective, can't I take advantage of this point?" Kind-hearted Jin Mori approached Anui, saying, "Don't worry too much, brother. This is just one thing, and haven't you already gained quite a few treasures?" "This time I'm not joking," Raizel replied. "Not only am I not joking, but I'm also making money with sweat and tears." "Very well." Everyone's system panel immediately appeared. Jin Mori was startled and asked, "This is due to the dimensional shift. What do you want to do, Raizel?" He declared, "These are all the items from the monster box that dropped, except for the blueprint and the 200 million. Everyone can choose whatever they like. I will give them all to you." The group was very happy to hear this. They tossed Raizel up high and joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, Raizel, you're really generous. I definitely didn't mistake this, brother. Desir Armand said he had never respected anyone except the boss. You're the second person, he helplessly reminded. All right, hurry up and choose. There are important matters to attend to. Kang Woojin stepped forward, put his arm around Raizel, and proudly declared, if you ever need anything, just say the word. Your business is my business. Although these words sounded a bit insincere, we are very serious. Raizel felt very warm inside and replied, I know. Kang Woojin then told the brothers, quickly choose for me. Remember, only pick what you need. Each person can only choose one item. We're not some greedy mercenaries, Jin Mori quickly replied. Don't worry, boss. How could we play Raizel like that? An hour later, the group went outside. They all took deep breaths and sighed. The air outside is still more pleasant. Kang Woojin asked, Raizel, do you have any plans for the next step? Raizel answered, I have a plan. Jin Mori was very curious upon hearing this. He stepped forward and asked directly, what plan? Could it be a way to make more money? Raizel calmly replied, the small goal I mentioned before was to take everyone to fight the boss to earn 100 million. But after the recent over-limit harvest, I wonder if everyone still agrees to continue taking risks. Kang Woojin seriously reminded, Raizel, honestly, the question now is whether you still need us, because your strength has far exceeded what we imagined. If you still need us, we won't refuse and will follow you. If you think we're a burden, we'll leave immediately. Everyone else strongly agreed. The boss is right. Raizel put his hand on Kang Woojin's shoulder and affirmed, of course I need you. You all are my most important pieces. He reminded everyone, although our ultimate goal is the boss, maintaining the team is the real challenge. So the more pieces used, the richer the tactics will be. Kang Woojin felt very happy hearing this. He opened the door and said, I like your straightforwardness, words that could be spoken so openly and honorably. Jin Mori also spoke up. I really didn't misjudge you. I said you have a special aura on you. Frontera confirmed it. If someone else said that, I would have already cast magic all over their face, but I'm willing to be your piece. Hearing everyone trust him like this, Raizel felt very happy. He rallied and declared, very well, but rest assured, under my command, you will not become mere pawns. Then, the entire space suddenly shook violently, making Raizel's group fully focused. Kang Woojin stepped forward and asked, the boss battle on the other side has started, Raizel. What's your plan? Should we join the fight now? Raizel calmly replied, not yet, let them fight for a while. He pointed straight up and ordered, System, use the True Eye skill. Very well. A huge golden light from the magic formation descended upon the city, piercing the sky and radiating destructive power. The whole sky immediately shook intensely. The skill was being activated. After Raizel's group carefully observed the map, they exclaimed, oh, the main character has entered the arena. Then he proudly declared, the real show is starting now. A few minutes ago, Yon appeared, bringing with it a dark sky filled with thunder and lightning. When someone saw it, they were amazed, truly living up to the reputation of the disaster beast that destroyed several cities and towns in legend. Seeing it in person was indeed witnessing a great calamity. It was a team fighting together. At this moment, Seojin level 82 also expressed amazement. The reputation is well deserved. This beast is worth fighting. Gongja level 81 misses his teammates. The opponent is a world boss level 90 with a high rank, so no negligence is allowed. Roxana level 83 confirmed. Whether it's a boss or not, Kim Dokja is definitely fighting a boss. Ji-ha level 79 promised happily, I will definitely support everyone. Park level 85 gave orders to all, focus your attention and follow my command. When Yeon saw the small group below, it questioned, you tiny humans disturbing my peace, do you know your place? Park smiled. Unexpectedly, a demon beast with such high-level preparation also learned how to speak so well. But I didn't come here to chat with you. If we talk about crimes, sentencing you to death wouldn't even be enough. Hearing this, Yeon felt extremely angry, mocking, you ants don't know your limits, you're all looking for death. Yeon's eyes glowed red, its aura darkened, releasing a purple energy full of power and sharpness. After it attacked, Park's group shouted together. She reminded everyone to carefully observe its attack skills and timing, don't act recklessly. Yeon then rushed to attack him, and he judged the force of this move by watching its motion. After careful calculation, he decided to use an important diamond stone, firmly standing still, body shielded, activating life essence. In a moment, Yeon's huge foot slammed down hard on him. He tried to block the massive force with his shielded body and exclaimed, too heavy. Seeing this, Thien Kai felt very anxious. He shouted loudly, was that last rescue a death sentence? Moreover, Park's blood supply was almost depleted. The boss's skill inflicted extremely severe damage without reduction. He would definitely die, Park quietly reported. This boss is too cunning, attacking like that. Luckily, I reacted in time. Ingan Hoan immediately slashed powerfully at Yeon's body, praising teammates. Well done, if not for damage reduction, Park would have died just now. She reminded everyone to focus all their spirit on me. We're exploring the boss. Its skills and fighting style are still unknown. Don't act carelessly and lose your life. They replied, understood. Later, Park turned and said, your support was very timely, thank you. Shantun happily raised his hand in response. No need to thank me. Everyone keep trying. I will do my best to help. On this side, Yeon opened its mouth wide, gathering energy for a golden flame and blue chain, ready to unleash a destructive strike. But after a few seconds, its eyes glowed red again, sealed by a glowing blue ice block emitting a shocking power. Ngan Hwan's group shouted in alarm, "The Earth Spirit is here again." Roxana stepped forward to inform everyone. The Earth Spirit's flame was successfully broken, cooldown confirmed at 30 seconds. Well done. Then each person took on separate tasks, simultaneously attacking to bring down Yan with Ngan Hwan commanding. Rai said, "The boss's initial moves are probably these skills." DPS pushed their bloodline to the limit. Others heard and followed orders. After being attacked simultaneously, Yan switched moves, roaring fiercely, causing the group to be puzzled. In a moment, the boss's movements changed again. That roar probably means it's using continuous waves of attacks, Ngan Hwan guessed. This is likely the boss's common skill to summon reinforcements, attracting beasts within 100 meters. Moreover, these monsters are elite types. When their health drops to 80%, they can evolve into lesser monsters, showing no mercy. She told Roxana and the others to prepare for battle immediately, and they responded, "Understood." Outside the boss fight area, a group was still waiting when someone reported, "Captain, just now, the front line sent news for us to prepare to block monsters coming from outside." Tao Nyunkich, level 84, standing guard with his sword on his shoulder, said, "That front line is really intense. Only a few minutes, and they already changed phases? Second report, third squad. Immediately choose a location to intercept the enemy." He ordered, "Remember, it's just to lure the enemy, not to kill. Try to keep the monster's blood control above 50%. Now is not the time to execute the plan. Mainly to buy time, wait for the boss's health to drop to 10% before taking action." The people receiving the order immediately responded, "Okay." He turned to the person wearing a black round cloak in the corner. "Now you don't need to act either. Wait for my signal." The hidden person smiled with mixed feelings and reminded, "No problem, but don't keep us waiting too long." On the opposite side, Ngan Hoan was assisting in the fight when she touched the Bai D6 V gun. Ngan Hoan guessed, "The defense force has been enhanced." Ian Kai was also helping attack at this time. He helplessly shouted, "The cheat teat can't be transferred anymore," Roxana realized, although they had already dealt 50%. But indeed, the 5 challengers to the world boss were still somewhat reluctant. Chanthen felt extremely embarrassed. She spoke up, "Sorry for dragging everyone along." Nguyen Hao was also using the shield to counter Bai Di Sichvai's moves at this time. He spoke calmly, she and everyone else. "No, Little Chan performed very well. It's just that continuing like this really won't work. The boss's health line can't be reduced any further. Our magic power and supplies will run out sooner or later." Roxana could no longer keep calm. He connected with the outside, announced, "Tao Nan Kiet, we have a problem here. You guys quickly send a squad to reinforce us immediately." Nan Kiet outside disagreed. "No, there are too many monsters. We don't have enough people here either." Roxana was very angry upon hearing that. He was too reckless, "You useless bunch. You can't even handle a small group of kids." Suddenly, Raizel stepped out from the white smoke. He spoke, "It's not that they are useless. It's just that they fundamentally don't want to help. Moreover, they secretly hope you all just die quickly." Roxana was still very angry. He helped throw a dart toward Raizel and scolded, "Who is still pretending there? Hurry up and get out of here." Raizel caught the sharp dart with one hand, calmly replied, "Don't hold it like that anymore, handsome. Didn't you say you missed me already? How come you forgot so quickly? Or, are you saying?" Raizel crushed the dart into pieces with one hand. He said, "Don't try to play dumb to deal with me. I kindly want to help you. But suddenly attacking me like that is not acceptable." Roxana was very angry at this time. He turned around and said recklessly, "Little brat, why are you here? This is a place you should come to later. Hurry up and get out. Don't come to witness our defeat." Nangan Hoan was fiercely attacking Bai Di Sich V. She loudly reminded, "Roxana, don't mind him. Focus on me." But because of a few careless seconds, Nan Hoan was pushed back by the monster, causing her team to panic and shout, "Captain!" Quickly, Raizel stepped forward, caught Ngan Hoan so she wouldn't fall, then gently whispered, "Why be so careless, Miss Ngan Hoan? This is the boss's last stand. As a human, you should cooperate." He half-jokingly revealed, "Plus, I risk delivering such important intelligence to you. Shouldn't you thank me?" Ngan Hoan found it hard to believe. She asked again, "Intelligence? Do you mean the Genesis team is preparing to betray us? Maybe you overestimate them." Then, Ngan Hoan gripped her weapon tightly, charged at Bai Di Sich V, not forgetting to say to Raizel that even if they smell bad, they wouldn't dare plot against me at this crucial moment. He stood still, a bit disappointed, thinking to himself, "Indeed, they've been slandered by the Genesis team." Then she reminded Raizel again, "All right, I accept your good intentions. Now leave quickly." "This is not a place for you to stay," he replied. "Wait until I achieve my goal, then I'll leave." Roxana ran over from somewhere, swung a few slashes at Bai Di Sich V, then mocked Raizel, "Your purpose? I think the only reason you stay here is to seek death, he reminded. Now is not the time for empty words, be more practical. Raizel confidently affirmed, I will help you deal with the boss. After I'm done, I only need 30% of the boss to drop. Ngan Hoen's team all felt itchy and confused hearing that. They swear. What? Stunned. Is he joking? Captain, let us deal with this arrogant fool down there. It won't take long. 3 seconds is enough. Ngan Huan spoke up calmly, explaining at length, I thought you were very interesting, but now you're acting arrogantly like this, Raizel. It really disappoints me. Disappear from my sight within 5 seconds, or later if you fall into the boss's uncontrollable wrath, you'll lose your life. Even if you're a noble lady, you can't blame me. Raizel understood her intention after hearing this. He disappeared into thin air, smiling and replied, Is that so? Raizel thought to himself, now I'm considered a gentleman. If cooperation isn't possible, then don't die on me. Got it? He vanished, not forgetting to leave a blessing. Then I wish you all good luck. Jiha, seeing this scene, was a bit worried. She asked, Captain, will the people from the Dawn Squad really betray us? Roxana shouted angrily, Are you stupid? You're letting that arrogant fool down there mess with your mind. If you believe his lies, he will achieve his goal. Ngan Hoan responded to Jiha and reassured everyone, That's right. Our first target now is the boss. You just need to give it your all, don't pay attention to anything else. They obeyed. Understood. Outside, loud noises and huge boulders kept falling continuously. The vicious lone monster used its giant body and an arm adorned with a spiked talisman to slam down hard on the attackers. This caused everyone to panic. A loud voice reported, Boss, the 2 squads here are about to be overwhelmed. But seeing this made him very angry. He's too reckless. If it doesn't work, it must work. Stunned, who should I settle accounts with now? The nearby men heard this and replied fearfully, Yes. Looking at their squad fighting against dozens of monsters, they thought anxiously. Stunned? What's going on? Clearly before the boss's battle started, they had already dealt with a group of elite monsters nearby. Why after fighting all day are there even more monsters appearing? No. If this continues, sooner or later our squad will be wiped out. He rushed forward with his comrades, not forgetting to encourage them, don't fight weakly anymore, give it your all. Otherwise, before the boss even reaches 10% health, almost all of us will be dead. They heard and replied, Yes, boss. Jin Mori and his group hid behind a wall, watching everything from start to finish, he said. Luckily our big guy is pulling the monsters away. This time, the Dawn Squad will be well fed, Hatsoi added. Raizel's fake disaster really is a stroke of luck. Frontera analyzed. At this combat level, the most important thing is the sudden appearance of monsters and uncontrollable chaos. Kang Woojin agreed. That's right, so Raizel's fighting style is to create chaos even if none exists. We just wait to reap the rewards. Meanwhile, the talented group was surrounded by many monsters. They stood trembling, worriedly saying, It's no good, boss, we can't hold on anymore. Out of 15 people from our 3 squads, only 6 remain. There are too many elite monsters. If this continues, we'll die here. He gradually lost patience, turned and ordered the group behind. Imperial Squad, why aren't you coming to help? Losing won't benefit you either. A subordinate from the Imperial Squad, the Elite Assassination Squad, spoke up. Your lives are none of our concern. He sneered. Our target from the start has been the Dawn Squad and the boss. If anyone dies, it'll be you useless ones. Even this small matter you can't handle, but being cornered like this, he didn't know how to argue back and could only say, You guys. He furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, thinking bitterly, stunned. Luckily, I guessed early that the Imperial Assassination Squad wouldn't be reliable. We can only proceed with the plan first. If they're ruthless, we won't be merciful either. Then, Nyan Kiet slung his sword over his shoulder and ordered his squad, Everyone, run around the boss's battle zone. Just execute the plan first. One person spoke up, But Captain, the boss only has 30% health left. Our plan. Nyan Kiet cut him off. He's too reckless. Life can't be saved, so why bother with that plan? If we can't get it, then no one else should either. The henchman of the Poison Master stepped forward to ask, Captain, the useless ones of the Genesis era are about to break loose. Should we intervene to stop their chaos? He replied. No need. Our superiors gave us the mission and ordered us to weaken the masked team. As for the boss, if we can take it, great. If not, it doesn't matter. The Poison Master calculated that as long as the Silver Orb squad is destroyed, we will complete the mission. If they don't die, we just need to go up and kill them. The henchman understood and obediently replied, Yes, sir. Afterwards, the rocks shattered and flew chaotically, relying on the light and fire wings, but the rough, gold-like texture seemed to urge everyone's determination to fight, focusing all their strength on the target. On the Silver Orb side, she observed the great beast and judged, the boss's attack power is getting stronger and stronger. If we're not careful, we could die like flies. Yuan Hao, standing beside, responded, Yes. Suddenly, as the battle intensified, a desperate voice shouted, Help! Silver Orb! Great beauty! Ren Qi and his team rushed to the rescue. He hurriedly said, There are too many elite monsters. We can't hold on anymore. Silver Orb was extremely annoyed, frowning. Tao Ren Qi, who told you to lure elite monsters to our place? Get out of here quickly. Seeing a group running for their lives and then falling, Roxana helplessly wanted to say, "You guys." Silver Orb turned around, recalling earlier and confirmed, "That bastard faked death and dared to show his face in front of me." Raizel's words were not lies, a broad statement that was unbearable to hear. "Don't bother with that brat anymore, Captain." At this moment, behind Silver Orb's group, the great beast was roaring fiercely, showing no signs of weakening. In front of them was Tao Ren Chi's group, along with a bunch of monsters charging forward. They said in confusion, "We're surrounded. What should we do now?" Silver Orb remained very calm, arranging in order, "Don't panic. Hold your positions. Don't disrupt the formation. Yuan Hao and Ji Ha, use all your strength to hold the boss. No matter what, hold on for 30 seconds. Roxana, Kai, let's use full power to eliminate the small monsters. Use all your strength." Everyone heard and responded immediately. "Yes." A group of bizarre-shaped monsters with glowing red eyes stood close together in the radiant light, exuding a terrifying aura. Kai then took the initiative to step forward. Kai stood at the center, his whole body bursting with aura, releasing powerful fiery beams that shattered the surrounding monsters. Next, Roxana stood at the center of the ice magic formation, her figure radiating a majestic aura that froze the enemies around in a layer of ice. Silver Orb followed up, exploding with power, unleashing golden light techniques. The dazzling beams swept across the battlefield, crushing every enemy with destructive force. After fierce and united fighting, their team gathered together. Kai was exhausted and out of breath. Using all their strength was indeed tiring. Roxana was also trying to regain energy when he reminded, "All the reinforcements of the demon beasts have been killed." "But my mana is almost gone," Park seriously commanded. "Don't waste time. Quickly retreat and regroup." She passed by the elite lying flat on the ground, coldly and sarcastically saying, "As for the person, maybe they already know about our betrayal plan." He was sweating coldly all over, fearfully closing his eyes, thinking, "No way, it wasn't easy for us to put elite monsters in. And yet they were wiped out like that? I completely underestimated your strength. Damn it, this time we've really lost everything. Calm down, the boss is still alive. Now Park probably won't attack us anymore. Moreover, the Emperor's team hasn't acted yet. We still have hope for victory." Suddenly, a sound rang out. Park instinctively recognized it as Jiha's voice. "What's going on?" On this side, the Poison Master was holding a black spear. Park hesitated. "This is..." Jiha was now lying on the ground, painfully clutching her wounds. Continuously cursing, "I was caught off guard, attacked from behind." The Poison Master shouted loudly, no self-respect at all, rushing onto the battlefield like it's a matter of life and death, whether attacked from behind or not. Yuan Hao quickly ran over, using his shield to block an attack, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Jiha, you bastards. How dare you ambush our masked team?" He glared and replied, "Do you have time to worry about others?" Nguyen Hao momentarily did not understand the meaning of the poison fang. He asked in confusion, "What?" Just as the poison fang abruptly stabbed deep into Nguyen Hao's body. With a fatal wound, his blood dropped to only 20%. Thien Kai saw this scene and angrily shouted, "Little Jiha, Nguyen Hao, bitter all gone," Roxana exposed. It was again a subordinate of the Hoang Chin Corporation, a secret assassin specialist. They were always ready. Park did not let him finish speaking. She commanded, "Don't act anymore," and two black-clad bosses dragged Jiha and Nguyen Hao aside. "No matter what method is used, you must hold on for 20 seconds for me." They received the order. Understood. The Poison Fang and his henchmen stepped forward. He smiled slyly, truly worthy of being one of the king's cards of the Mok Kong battle team. Park thought to herself, even in this dangerous moment, she remained calm and responded accordingly. But the current situation could no longer be handled. Your strategies and stamina were already wasted, and you have not yet grown strong. Do you have any means to change the situation? After hearing this, Park realized the Poison Fang was a secret agent of Hoang Chin, explaining why Thien Sang was so treacherous. "So you are the ones backing the traitors. You don't want the assassination failure to be exposed, right?" He answered bluntly. "As long as you die here, no one will ever know about today's events. The outside world will only know that Miss Park of the Mok Kong battle team died at the hands of the boss in Area 9, a truly tragic and pitiful beauty." Park held the Thien Ma Huyen Tin in her hand and replied, "Let me advise you, only by making your opponent lose their footing can this be effective." The Poison Fang and his men looked at the Thien Ma Huyen Tin and were suspicious. This was the legendary demon crystal quality. Then, they watched as Park's boss crushed it and drank the liquid that flowed out. Then, her whole body emitted light like the 10 directions of the Buddha. The Poison Fang stared at her and wondered, "This is Park at level 115 state, Thien Ma Chi, with a 30-second time extension. Using the Thien Ma Huyen Tin can transform into Thien Ma Chi, the increasing level by 30 ranks. But using the Thien Ma seal extends time by 30 seconds. After receiving her information, the group was dumbfounded and confused. How can this be? How did her level increase by 30 ranks? They became so angry they lost control. The Poison Fang ordered, "All of you attack her!" Kim Dokja doesn't believe that 4 level 80 seconds can't handle one person. They received the order. Then the Poison Fang's group was shocked when a golden light tore through the ground, radiating overwhelming power, causing them to be astonished and deeply fearful. Not stopping there, Park counterattacked, each slash decisively cutting down each enemy without missing a strike. That was the Thien Ma seal technique. In the blink of an eye, she confidently smiled at them. No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. The Poison Fang quickly realized the situation was unfavorable for him. He tried to escape quickly, hiding his aura, thinking to himself, "This woman is really dangerous, truly formidable. I didn't expect her to have a secret ultimate skill. I must retreat to the rear and plan next steps." Meanwhile, Tien Kai's group was also fiercely attacking the monster. They helplessly shouted, "It's over. All my strength is gone. This time I really have no moves left," Roxana said, holding her breath. "Could it be we die here today?" But when Engan Hoan appeared, they were stunned and exclaimed, "Captain, this form means." She gave orders, "Quickly go help little Tran Tran and Nguyen Hao immediately. If I haven't defeated the boss within 10 seconds, you all retreat." Roxana's group hesitated, but Engan Hoan firmly ordered, "Hurry up." In the end, they reluctantly obeyed. Understood. Then, the bizarre giant beast screamed fiercely as it took a fiery slash from Engan Hoan. The golden light tore apart the darkness, creating a terrifying power that caused it to lose a lot of blood, leaving only 10% remaining. But within 1 minute of distraction, it was pinned down by the giant beast's crushing foot. Engan Hoan worriedly said, "It's over." The giant beast roared, its whole body exploding with red energy, its wings fully spread. The rage and violence spread everywhere, making the space seem to distort. Seeing this, everyone guessed the boss was enraged. Then, it quickly followed Engan Hoan and fled, causing the group below to be terrified. "Captain, the monster had only 3% health left." It declared, "Die, mortal." Then, the Overlord released his grip, causing the silver orb to fall freely from above. She helplessly thought, "The time of the heavenly demon body has come. Damn it, just a little more. This time, is it finally her turn to die?" But below, a hand quickly caught the silver orb's body. A man's voice rang out mockingly, "Haven't seen you for a while, and you've become this pathetic already." The silver orb lay nestled in the man's arms. She called out, "Raizel, you're teasing. Shouldn't you reconsider my previous offer? The price has gone up now, boss. I want it all." Hearing this, the silver orb was extremely annoyed. She panicked and told him not to meddle. Didn't he understand? And now, of all times, to be thinking about money. "Are you someone who needs money but not life?" Raizel replied indifferently. "When it comes down to it, I choose both. I'll take all the money and the life." The silver orb boy in his arms fell from above like a shooting star burning out. Golden light burst forth, shattering the ground into pieces, radiating a destructive aura. Due to the immense pressure, her glasses cracked and shattered. The silver orb looked clearly at Raizel and helplessly called out, "You." He stared at her intently and sighed. The face beneath that mask truly lives up to the reputation. Her team was shocked upon hearing this. "What?" Roxana angrily stepped forward and asked, "The captain's mask is off now?" Heavenly Revelation added, "Even within our own squad. We've never seen the captain's face before." Yuan Hao also curiously spoke up, "I want to see too." The silver orb shyly fell back. She turned her head away from Raizel. "Let me go." He stood up, hands in his pockets, and said casually, "Obviously looks very handsome. Why criticize? It's really a shame for such a beauty." Roxana was extremely annoyed by this and thought to herself, "That damn Raizel. Only he can see the captain's face. How hateful." The silver orb quickly put on a new mask and ordered sternly, "Is now really the time to talk about this? Don't think just because you saved me you can forget yourself." The silver orb analyzed, "Boss T only has 3% health left, but it's in a berserk state. Plus our public squad has exhausted all strength and can't continue fighting. Instead of arguing here, better take advantage of the fact it hasn't launched an attack yet and find a way to escape." Raizel asked again, "Isn't this a good idea?" He crossed his arms confidently and declared, "So you guys can't take the boss from me, right? This boss belongs to me alone." The silver orb team was startled and asked back, "What?" Heavenly Revelation found it hard to believe and whispered, "This kid, isn't he an idiot?" The person behind guessed, but judging by his expression, it doesn't seem like he's joking. Roxana also spoke sarcastically, "Raizel, you're too arrogant. With your 3-legged cat kung fu, how dare you be so cocky in front of us and want to take the boss? Go ahead, but you'll need more people to hold on a bit so we have time to escape," he teased him. As a professional squad member, his eyes narrowed and asked like that. The team from Qingyun stepped forward. He replied very straightforwardly, "On the battlefield, arrogance and underestimating the enemy will get you killed. With Raizel's strength, you can't judge by normal logic." The Silver Orb group looked at them and wondered, "Relic hunters?" Roxana was extremely annoyed. "A ragtag bunch like you dares to boss me around? You're the ones who are arrogant and reckless." "Fine. I'm curious to see how you guys plan to beat the boss, or get handled by it." Dizir Arman sneered mockingly. How formidable can a professional squad be? Without Raizel, your beautiful captain would have turned into a pile of meat long ago. Theukich added. That's right. So arrogant. Wait and see how Raizel will deal with you. Frontera stepped forward, covered their mouths, and quietly reminded them, Shut up, they are still a professional squad. Show some respect, Qing Yun's representative said. Sorry, these two have foul mouths. Please forgive them, but you seem to misunderstand something. We're just here to watch. Only Raizel will fight. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden explosion erupted behind Roxana, making him stunned and stop mid-sentence. Behind him now, Raizel is in a state of merging with the Dark Monarch. Facing him was the Overlord radiating a dangerously close aura. The scene before Roxana left her stunned. Is this really Raizel? The silver orb carefully observed the situation at this moment. She felt extremely confused. This pressure was even stronger than the boss's no, it couldn't be. Raizel could have grown so powerful. At this moment, he was creating an unimaginable pressure, a strong gust of wind blowing that made the entire group struggle to resist. Roxana even had to plant one foot firmly to avoid being blown away. He doubted. How could this be possible? His body Sich V was glowing now. It spoke affirmatively. With such great power, I will help you respond with full force. Suddenly, from high above, an extremely powerful beam of light shone down. Everyone excitedly exclaimed, It's here, the boss's strongest move in his enraged state. But Raizel quickly used his wings to shield himself from the boss's beams of light, the system warned. Please pay attention, this attack is dark attribute magic. It can be absorbed, but excessive absorption will cause injury. Watching the cloak gradually absorb the beams of light, everyone below was stunned. His cloak could absorb damage. How was that possible? He smiled slyly. Everything seemed to be part of his plan. Then, Raizel wrapped himself and his red wings into a giant sphere. Even the AI was puzzled. What was he trying to do? Why wrap himself into a ball? The Frontera group standing below looked up in disbelief. He exclaimed in shock. Unbelievable. That sphere was rapidly growing. The silver orb was suspicious, and inside there seemed to be some sound, like the roar of a beast. Then, from within the sphere, a giant hand with sharp claws emerged, full of power. A creature carrying power, strength, and overwhelming momentum was born from there. This scene made everyone extremely shocked, exclaiming, It has transformed into a beast. Raizel now faced Badi Sichvai directly. His overwhelming pressure made everyone silently admire. Is this really Raizel? His pressure and momentum completely suppressed the boss. The boss in front of him was just a mere subordinate. Badi Sichvi observed his opponent and wondered why this energy source felt so familiar. Who exactly was this person? He responded coldly. What does it matter who I am? Raizel opened his mouth wide, absorbing power and preparing to attack, not forgetting his shield. Just an uncultivated junior, unworthy to know my name. Suddenly, he bit decisively into one side of Badi Sichvi's body, causing it to roar in pain. The entire surrounding space instantly changed. Badi Sichvi's roar even shook the heavens, causing the celestial lightning to descend and form an incredibly impressive image. Cheng Wen standing below looked up in disbelief. He sighed. Such a magnificent battle scene at our level is something we might never see in a lifetime. Frontera also added, We knew he wasn't ordinary, but who would have thought he was this extraordinary? Dizir Arman was speechless. Looking up with narrowed eyes, he said to his comrades, The fat guy just found a treasure. Jin Mori, on the other hand, was extremely happy. He was overjoyed as if he had found gold, exclaiming, He can even transform, Raizel. Go ahead, bite that boss to death. At the Silver Orb group, Yuan Hao was puzzled. How could this be? I must be hallucinating. How could his strength surpass the boss? Even Thiet Kai was stunned. It felt like cheating, playing a trick. Where did you buy this trick? I'd pay any price. Roxana felt embarrassed and didn't know where to hide. He muttered, Raizel. Chen Shen over here witnessed such a magnificent scene and felt extremely shocked, she wondered. Only the Silver Orb. Such a rare boss has only been seen once before. Truly formidable. Silver Orb hesitated. I've seen stronger than this. But she raised her head and softly said, as if reminding herself, This is the first time I've seen a human fight a boss like this. No, even being trampled unilaterally, Silver Orb thought deeply. Raizel, I finally understand why the young lady favors you so much. But clearly possessing such overwhelming strength, why has he never had any reputation? Who is the person behind him? But Kiet lying on the ground was also very flustered. He looked up and cursed, Damn, what kind of background does that kid have? Is he trying to solo the boss? Could this be the secret weapon of the combat team? Stop pretending to be dead and find a chance to run. Elsewhere, Doc Na was watching the battle from afar. He knelt down in fear, extremely panicked and confused. Silver Orb was already twisted enough, and now there's someone even more twisted than her. What's the point of being a guard anymore? The battle's momentum is shifting in Raizel's favor. The bizarre giant beast snarls fiercely, silently calculating. Although the mission has failed, it hasn't been in vain. The brat must report this to the leadership for emphasis. It changes the subject to divert the opponent's attention, sensing this bloodline connection. Could it be that the one who devoured my kin inherited its power? If it already possesses such formidable strength, why remain human? Why not join our beast clan and embrace the thrill of killing humans? Raizel lets out a roar that terrifies the bizarre giant beast. Then, observing its frightened expression, he coldly replies, "No, beast." Then, the bizarre giant beast falls freely from a great height, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the surroundings to tremble. Everyone gasps in shock. World boss, the 100 strange giant beast. The boss was just killed like that? Above, Raizel not only hasn't lost any strength, but is more battle-hungry than ever. He lets out a shout to establish dominance. The group below looks up, continually amazed and stunned, so intense. But Jin, Mori, and the commander are extremely annoyed, covering their ears, gritting their teeth in endurance before speaking out. This roar is like a sonic attack. Huyendia, don't lose your mind and start attacking everyone recklessly. Don't do this. Then, Raizel suddenly changes direction mid-air and dives toward the ground, making everyone wonder what he intends to do. The group of silver guards panic and warn each other. Not good, he's starting to attack us. Roxana steps forward to protect her comrades and commands. Quickly leave this place, Captain. He's gone mad. We can't possibly resist now. Nguyen Hao also prepares to flee, urging the Than Van group, if you want to live, run now. Whether running helps or not is uncertain, but Jin Mori firmly states, we trust Raizel, and everyone agrees, no mistake. Suddenly, a wave of blood surges, covering half the sky. The silver guards feel their hearts sink, fools waiting to be drowned by this blood wave. Raizel calmly steps out from the aerial portal, puzzled. Damn, how could I have lost my mind like that? Behind Raizel, countless arms reach out to support him in the air. He asserts, no need to panic, everything is in my hands. Jin Mori's eyes light up like headlights upon seeing this, unable to help but praise, Raizel, you're so cool, truly a Superman. Désir Armand adds, raising his voice to the sky. So handsome. How can anyone be more handsome than our commander in this world? Kang Woojin, seeing his juniors shameless like this, just nods and reminds them, don't bother Raizel anymore. After such a big fight, everyone is exhausted. Frontera quickly opens his book to search for a cure for the cold. Raizel then lands. Despite the big battle, he remains resolute. Don't worry, I'm fine, still in control. The system calculates that the owner spent 60 seconds in this battle, deducting 60 million for using the Dragon Transformation Ultimate skill, spending 1 billion, totaling 1.6 billion deducted from the owner's account. Hearing the system's cold words, Raizel immediately feels annoyed. Fine, wasting time then. Even using a big move requires a separate fee. This show-off wasn't worth it, peace could have been maintained. If not for the luck of finding the secret treasure technique, he wouldn't dare spend so much. Wastefulness isn't a long-term strategy. Jin Mori worries about Kot and approaches to ask, are you all right, Huyendia? He replies calmly, I'm fine, just a little tired. Than Van also steps forward, praising, truly eye-opening, Raizel, congratulations on killing the boss, but Than Van warns, such bold actions require caution. On the battlefield, countless eyes are watching you. Your skills are exceptional, but be careful. Raizel happily replies, you're right, I'll be careful, secretly grateful. No wonder you're the veteran. With so much experience, I really need to be more cautious. After all, this isn't a closed internal dungeon. Suddenly, footsteps sound, making Than Van sigh. See, just said that, and trouble has arrived. The silver guards approach, and Than Van's squad mocks. What, even the official combat team wants to take advantage of others' danger? Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you touch Raizel just because of some boss drop. Nan Hoan responded, whoever kills the boss owns the loot. Our guild isn't the type to act so rashly. She extended her hand and humbly said, I came to apologize to Raizel. Previously, I misjudged the person in front of the young lady. You are the first person I misjudged. Now I sincerely invite you to join the guild. Do you accept? The Enkai was extremely shocked upon hearing this. He wondered if the captain was serious since no one had ever voluntarily joined the team before. Nguyen Hao was also curious. Until now, the captain only recruited those who didn't meet the standards. But today, for his sake, the captain broke the rules. He's really lucky. Trunthun, on the other hand, was very excited. She agreed with Nguyen Huan's opinion, and with his strength, he truly deserved to be accepted. Roxana was equally stunned and strongly opposed, saying, I object. The boss was down to 3% health after we attacked. He just took advantage of the situation because we didn't pursue him. If he had stolen the boss, fine. But how can we recruit him into the team? Jin Mori was displeased and angrily shouted, what 3% health? What advantage are you talking about? Even if the boss was full health, Raizel could easily defeat him. Don't sit there belittling others. Roxana was so angry she ground her teeth, saying, he's practically dead meat, damn kid. It's not your turn here. Then, a voice rang out to mediate, enough. Park turned around to remind them. As a member of the guild, can you not recognize Raizel's true strength? Don't embarrass others here. If you want to be kicked out of the team, Roxana was about to be expelled but hesitated, Captain. He clenched his fists tightly, thoughts racing through his mind. Of course, I can see this kid's terrifying strength, but I can't accept it. A reckless brat who only knows how to act tough. How could he possess such great power? Why does the goddess in my heart value him so much? He muttered to himself. Raizel, remember this. One day I will find a way to make you pay. Contrary to the guild's rejection, the shy girl politely declined. Thank you for your kindness, but you already know I've decided to form my own team, so I'm sorry. She tried to persuade. I knew you'd say that, but it's okay. We are all part of the Hanma Corporation. Nang Huan still extended her hand for a greeting, hoping we can cooperate happily in the future. Raizel felt awkward looking at the situation. He thought to himself, amazing, this person used to dislike me, but now seeing my strength, her attitude changed 180 degrees. This woman is really sincere. Then he decided to shake her hand and replied, not at all, we are just a newly formed team. It is an honor to receive the guild's favor. Raizel silently considered that compared to fake weakness, he preferred genuine strength. Then Ingan Huan stepped forward and hugged Raizel, who was awkward and itchy. Raizel stammered, Miss Ingan Huan, what are you? She took the opportunity to whisper provocatively into his ear. You saved me today. I won't forget this favor. How do you want me to repay you? Raizel quickly caught her meaning and replied cleverly, not so fast. I'll remember Miss Ingan Huan when I need something later. Ingan Huan still tried to hold him, daringly saying, you want me to owe you this favor? Fine. Normally I hate that, but if it's you, I can accept it. Then Nunhuan let go, turned around, and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. We'll be going now, farewell. Raizel raised his hand to wave. Bye-bye, thinking to himself. Women from the Hanma Corporation are not simple. Then Jin Mori took the chance to approach the guest, teasing, Raizel, do you really have a relationship with Ngan Huan? That's enviable. Who are you to him? Desir Arman was also full of admiration. As the saying goes, only the strong deserve love. You two seem to fit that perfectly. Raizel calmly replied, you two are exaggerating. Anvan also stepped forward to speak. Unexpectedly, you are a member of the Hanmak Corporation. I thought you were a lone wanderer, you replied. I only recently joined, so I'm not close to their people. Thanvan was puzzled. I remember Hanmak takes 5% from the battle team, meaning after joining the team, all benefits you earn must be handed over half. Like this time you fought the boss alone, Hanmak can't support you, that's too much of a loss. Raizel chuckled and replied, it's okay, this is something that can't be helped. You don't want to explain much and said, joining Hanmak is mostly because of my family. After all, it's good to sit under a big tree. In that situation, relying on myself alone is hard to survive. Contrary to what I said, Raizel thought with great disappointment. When I get back, I have to ask Agriche if our battle team's quota has been activated. Can we reduce the handover? 50% is a bit painful to bear. Thonvan understood after the explanation and advised, so, that's it. You are not like those wild girls living outside like us. We eat well but don't talk about it. While you still have family nearby, finding a solid support is indeed a good choice. However, with your strength, surely you won't want to rely on others for too long. If there's a chance, you should build your own power. He suddenly recalled, didn't you have a blueprint for a base before? I remember there is a master architect inside Hanmak Corporation. You should try to befriend him, then develop the base and settle your family there so you can be at ease. Raizel agreed immediately. A good suggestion. You thought about it but also realized you don't need to beg others. You can do it yourself. Lewin appeared skillfully, flattering. That's right. Building a base or whatever is nothing to a versatile master. Raizel then urged everyone. Come on, let's see what good items this boss drops. Don't miss the chance to happily shout it's time to pick up treasures. Defeated the world boss Bachi Sichfai, gained 400,000 experience, received 1.2 billion regular currency. Demon Dragon's Heart. The dragon tribe's heart still beats strongly. Specific effects unknown but seems usable for cooking. Remnant of Quan Min's body. Legend says Bachi Sichvi was once a holy dragon. This is the remnant before it turned into a demon dragon. Dragon Eye Ring. Wearing this ring on your hand, the magic inside helps maintain clear consciousness, enhances intelligence and spirit. Devouring Demon Dragon Sword. Forged from demon dragon lineage into a treasured sword. Increases critical damage by 50%. Deals more damage to enemies with less than 20% HP. Also, while wearing the Dragon Eye Ring, you are immune to various mental control effects like confusion and suppression, boosting resistance in abnormal states. Bachi Sich, Vi's Domain Key, recommended level 30. Upon seeing this item, Raizel's eyes lit up and exclaimed, this is it. Jin Mori sighed, saying, what now? Maybe because rare items in the Demon Beast's lair are better, so now this boss's drops feel ordinary. All are useless things like immunity to mental control, and the money dropped is not much, Frontera reminded him. Don't measure by your own standards. These things don't belong to you. What if they are ineffective for Raizel? He happily took out the domain key and declared, those things don't matter. My main goal is this. Everyone curiously asked. This is the domain dungeon key of the boss. Kang Woo-jin wondered, could the items inside be more valuable than those in the demon beast's lair? Raizel confirmed, of course, according to the information I have. He continued, The minimum value inside that domain dungeon is at least 2.5 billion. Everyone hearing this number immediately got excited and shouted, "Girl, what? 2.5 billion? Is it real or fake?" Jin Mori and the leader looked at the gold coins in front of them and felt no one in the world is luckier than them. They exclaimed, 2.5 billion, oh my god, what kind of concept is that? Probably a lifetime's worth that can't be spent. Frontera stepped forward, giving each a slap to wake them up quickly. He reminded, "That belongs to Raizel. What are you two dreaming about here?" At this time, he was checking his system and said, "That's right, but before it turns into real money, it's just a useless number," Raizel thought silently. Also, my level is not enough to solo this level 90 domain, because using the nickname Obsession King to fight the level 90 boss is no problem. He frowned, needing to calculate carefully, but there will definitely be many high-level monsters and mini-bosses in the dungeon. Without someone to carry the load, soloing is impossible. So, suddenly, the system of Thanvan lit up with a notification. Raizel issued a transaction request for 1 billion. He was puzzled and asked, "Raizel, what is this money for?" Theo Keech also stepped forward. Curious? 1 billion? Raizel, what exactly are you doing here? No matter how much money you have, you shouldn't be so stingy, Hak Soai also speculated. Could it be the boss's reward? He answered straightforwardly. That's right. I mentioned before that I would give you all a reward of 1 billion. Now is the time to fulfill that promise. Than Van was confused. But we have already earned 70 million. Why would we accept more money from you? He replied. This is a separate matter. Raizel generously announced to everyone, I told you that the secret demon and the secret demon's lair were obtained by sheer luck and coincidence. This 1 billion is what I promised to share with those who secured the boss. Just rest assured and accept it. Theo Keech was so happy he almost cried. He reached out to hug Raizel and exclaimed, Boss Deep is really generous. It's like he hired a whole mercenary group just to make money. Desir Arman was equally happy and said, so in the end we get both money and strength. The mercenary is actually Boss Diep himself, so... The two then approached and tightly hugged Raizel's leg. Desir Arman declared, from today on, I will cling to this big leg and never let go. No one can compete with me, Jin Mori shamelessly asserted. Leave the tail to me. Frontera then had to intervene, giving each of them a slap and teasing, can you guys stop being so greedy? I think you two are already itching. Than Van saw this scene and felt very happy. He praised, well done. Raizel is a trustworthy person, but we can't rely on him for everything. Then, Than Van approached Raizel and said, I'll be straightforward with you too, Raizel. I've accepted the money, but although we start with benefits, it must never end with benefits. If you ever need help in the future, just ask us. The squad Horizon will give you our full support. Raizel felt this was timely and replied, then I won't be polite either. I do have something I want to ask for your help with. Than Van responded, go ahead and say it. Raizel spoke, I hope you can help me gather some intelligence from outside the safe zone, whether it's about beasts, human forces, or dungeon data. This is a weak point I need to strengthen so that when we march into the wild, we'll be prepared, he affirmed. Also, I feel your team needs to expand. Ideally, you should build a force of significant scale. Frontera felt a bit vague and asked, a force of significant scale? Jin Mori also asked, can you explain the reason clearly, Raizel? Than Van furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Because we have always followed the squad route, one advantage is smooth coordination, or easier personnel management. But even so, last time there was still betrayal. If there were more people, Raizel explained, whether you have a lot or little capital depends on the gameplay style. Before, you had no money, so you could only take the subtle, narrow path. But now you have money. It's no longer the same as before. You understand better than I do that in the wasteland, the core of power is the force. The squad of Ma Hong is an example. Than Van hesitated. That's true, but he wondered. You think far ahead. Usually, we just worry about survival and don't have time to think about these things. Frontera, on the other hand, understood better. He adjusted his glasses and agreed, I think Raizel makes a lot of sense. For us, this is also the best opportunity for transformation. Jin Mori also contributed. That's right. With our strength at the same level, 4-person squads are the limit. Continuing like this, it will be very hard to fight against teams of 10 people, Hak Soai confidently stated. Although I want to spend this money on a fan, for future development, we have to follow Raizel's advice. Kang Woo-jin sighed after hearing his subordinate's confessions and teased, since when did you all become so visionary? Weren't you just people who worried about getting through the day before? He reached out to shake Raizel's hand and affirmed, this is all thanks to Raizel. He showed us a new level of scenery. My vision was too narrow to lead them to higher levels. This squad can't do without you, so consider this 1 billion as the capital you invested in us. You are an important member and a major shareholder of the Horizon Squad, with the right to priority in sharing profits and decisions. The entire Horizon Squad looked at Raizel and declared in unison, agreed. He happily shook his hand and replied, then I have no choice but to obey, Kang Woo-jin thought to himself. He even said his vision was narrow, but now he started calling it a battle squad. Clearly, he still has great dreams in his heart. Then, Raizel spread his wings. He trusted a lot, so spending more time in the wilderness and with everyone like that. Then, Raizel flew up together, not forgetting to promise, we part ways here. Remember to contact me if anything happens. The Horizon squad happily waved goodbye. Take care, wilderness. We will miss you a lot. Safe travels. Then, Raizel hovered in the sky, contacting as he went. Hanna, where are you all? The other side quickly responded. Brother, finally got a signal. You turned off the transmitter before, couldn't contact you at all. She carefully reported, we're still in Sector 8, and Agriche has found a temporary place to stay. The location has been sent to you. Raizel immediately responded after receiving the info. Okay, I'll head there right away, he thought silently. Protective armor, celestial guardian wings, fused from the protective armor and the tattered celestial guardian wings. It's really something. Although the flight height is still limited, it helps shorten cooldown time and enhances safety and practicality. In Sector 8, the high-end residential complex glowed brightly, lighting up the entire neighborhood. Agriche sat cross-legged on the sofa, slowly sipping tea, then spoke, before the war situation hadn't been resolved yet. We could only stay temporarily in this house. It's a bit secluded from you all, so stay here for a while. Raizel smiled awkwardly and replied, it's okay, just that. He observed the whole room and thought, if this is called secluded, I'm afraid she misunderstood what secluded means. I've lived this long and never seen such a luxurious and grand house. Hanna, sitting nearby, also asked Han, brother, did you watch the boss fight? Luckily, you're safe and back. Before we heard the boss's terrible screams from the main area, I was so worried I could have died. He happily took out the key he received from the mission and asked, why can we only watch the boss fight? What do you all think this is? Hanna doubted, a key made of gold. What is it for? Agriche also looked at it and was startled. Could this key be the one I mentioned before? The dungeon key dropped by the boss? How is it in someone's hand? Could it be theirs? Hanna seemed to understand, she happily asked. Brother Han, did you kill the boss? Raizel cheerfully praised. Smart, Agriche asked worriedly. Raizel, what are you joking about? This time, the boss fight was with Ingun Huyin. Her combat power in the squad was top before. How could she lose the boss? Raizel smiled and calmly replied, I'm just lucky to have found an opportunity. Agriche asked again, an opportunity to defeat a level 90 boss in the blink of an eye? She wondered, you've hidden a lot of strength in your clan, but this is your private matter, so I won't ask more. But what happened with the clan opportunity? Raizel didn't answer the question, just reply that this will be reported in detail by the squad later. I won't say more, but there's something you must know. Raizel sat seriously on the chair, resting his chin on his hand, then began the story. The Hanma Corporation is currently targeted by everyone. Not only targeted by the Hoang Corporation, but even the Thian Sang Corporation has started to betray. Hanmak is very powerful, but has made enemies everywhere. Agriche felt something was very wrong and asked again, the Thian Sang Corporation betrayed? Agriche crossed her arms and coldly replied, I can roughly guess the situation. You don't need to worry about Hanmak Corporation. We will continue to develop relying on ourselves. No matter how the external situation changes, being strong oneself is the foundation, but she worried silently that the external development strategy was too aggressive and reckless. Continuing like this will become a very unstable factor. Although I have suggested many times, they didn't take my words seriously. Raizel strongly agreed with this, confirming it was completely accurate and not something a newcomer should ignore. Regarding this, I want to know more about the loot distribution. Although it was said before that the squad must hand over half the loot to the corporation, how will situations like mine be handled? Agriche answered directly, your situation is truly special because you haven't officially joined the Fashion Corporation yet, so there is no information entered about you or the group you want to form. In theory, this time the spoils do not need to be submitted to the higher-ups at all. They all belong to you. Raizel was startled and asked again, what? Van Nin felt happy upon hearing this. He exclaimed, so that means the 2.5 billion is ours. Heavens, am I dreaming? Ka Nin looked at the girl in front of him helplessly and thought, which guy did you take? Truly from the same family. Raizel responded calmly, I understand. Then I will follow the rules and proactively submit half of the profit to the higher-ups. Ka Nin was very skeptical upon hearing this. She said, you're trying to exploit a loophole in the rules. You don't have to submit it. Someone who loves money so much, yet voluntarily gives up the benefits coming their way. Why? Raizel replied, there are two reasons, he explained. First is about being human. One shouldn't be too greedy. Although I love money very much, since joining the Fashion Corporation, I must act according to the rules. No matter that this time I defeated the boss of the Fashion combat team, if I were to greedily monopolize it, it would be like making the entire combat team my enemy. More importantly, if our royal combat team wants to become your power base, we cannot damage your status and reputation in the corporation for short-term gain. Raizel affirmed, so I choose to do this. You could say it's also for you. Ka Nin felt very shy hearing this, blushing. She asked again, for me? Ka Nin hesitated, not wanting to confront further. So let's compromise. All right then, since you've decided, I won't stop you. Raizel was curious again. How do I submit it now? Kanin replied. No rush. This will be specially evaluated later by a department to assess the benefits. But you will have two options, she explained. One, you can directly put all the money, including the locked funds, into the dungeon, and the corporation will return 50% to you as agreed. Doing so means you don't need to manage anything, just wait to receive the money. This method is the most reasonable. Two, you can estimate the value of 50% of the money and submit it now. Then enter the dungeon to survive, and later submit according to the old regulations like before. This method is more uncertain and risky. Hearing this, Raizel seemed to fully understand and naturally replied, then I won't hesitate anymore. He quickly announced, I choose the second method. Raizel silently calculated, using his Ao Hoang status. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Ka Nin smiled and replied, I understand. This choice also suits your personality. She stood up and announced, all right, leave the submission to me, I'll go back first. Ka Nin suddenly remembered and turned to remind, oh right, based on the corporation's benefits, everyone can stay in zones 3, 4, 5, or 6. Those places are much safer than here. Does everyone want to go? When the war is on high alert, I'll send people there. Raizel refused. No need for now. After just going through a big battle, the beasts definitely won't make any big moves yet. Besides, I have friends in the main zone. I don't want to go too far. Zone 8 is also very good. Let's wait a bit and talk later. He thought deeply. The key point is not to go too close to the corporation's center. Being monitored and controlled, limiting freedom is not good. Ka Nin agreed. She went outside and didn't forget to say, all right then, when you want to move, just tell me. It's doable. By the way, there's one more thing. Then Ka Nin turned around, immediately threw out a card and announced, I'm giving you this card. This card grants you free access within zones 1 to 9, convenient for your daily activities. Raizel took it gratefully, thanked the young lady. She was really thoughtful. He silently admired in his heart. This is truly a good item, very useful. Looking at Ka Nin leaving, Hanna Yu smiled silently and then spoke teasingly. Fashion, young lady. Whether or not you regret leaving my brother, you can stay in zone 3 a few times, even spend a few nights. She replied coldly, no need. At this moment in the room, Raizel sat on the chair and frankly confessed, Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. For some personal reasons I chose to stay in Zone 8. There's no way to bring everyone to a safer place for now. The father replied, Xiaohao, no matter what decision you make, we will unconditionally support you. The mother also affirmed, that's right. She observed the servant who was in love and happily said, the lake here is peaceful and well-equipped. Very good. My husband and I never thought we'd live in such a high-priced room. The only stronghold was the huge room. Sweeping it was very tiring. Little Nana looked lively and replied, no problem, just leave it to me. Then, Hanna Yu also spoke up firmly. No matter where we are, as long as the whole family is together, this is the best place. Nana pretended to be happy and said, you're absolutely right. The little girl secretly opened her heart but hated her stomach. It was so depressing she wanted to die. Could this scene just end quickly? Raizel looked at the happy family and was very satisfied. He thought deeply, this is the motivation for me to strive. In the apocalypse, most people think family is a burden, so they choose to live alone. I am very lucky to be born into a happy family. I must definitely try to protect this happiness well. But this is something I have done myself all along. Even though I am temporarily staying at the Hanma Corporation, it's not the ultimate goal. I can only wait until I finish building that sturdy defense stronghold. That will be the future home belonging to our family. Standing on the rooftop of a high-rise building and looking down, Raizel called Wise. It responded, Master, what are your orders? He ordered to bring out the stronghold blueprint and began analyzing. Lewin obeyed and replied. Raizel was a bit excited and confirmed. Let us see what kind of heavy price we have to pay to achieve our ideal future. Then, Lewin projected the screen and reported, Master, the analysis results are out, but the situation is not very good. Raizel urgently asked, how is it? It said, it began to explain, first is the construction requirement of this initial blueprint. It requires at least a level 40 dungeon to proceed with the build. He thought for a moment and replied, not too difficult. Previously from the mercenary Lin Hot Ho we got a level 40 dungeon key. I was thinking when to go unlock it, now is the right time to use it. Lewin announced the cost was 50. Raizel was startled as if struck by lightning. He complained, what? Why does it cost so much? This is a legendary scam. Lewin insisted. This is just the spending, not to mention many rare items and materials. Please don't lose your enthusiasm, Master. Raizel felt defeated. He replied despairingly, my enthusiasm has already been cut by more than half, and although this time the boss will get quite a bit, it's still far from enough. Money is not enough. Lewin comforted, don't be discouraged, Master. You are so strong. Spending all that money is just a matter of time, he seriously replied. I understand this principle, but the gap in my heart is like the difference between river water and the sea, a bit big, so what to do after gathering money and materials? Lewin continued reporting, the rest is the specific construction phase. Master only needs to use the Grandmaster worker skill. To manufacture a large number of construction robots for building, this step is like breakfast for the master, but the only hassle is the entire process requires the master's presence. Otherwise, the construction robots cannot operate, Raizel thought and hesitated. It's really troublesome, but is it possible? He remembered little Nana's image and considered, I will give Nana the authority to control the robots so she can supervise the construction for me, Lewin agreed. That's a good idea. She was also created by the master, equivalent to the master's avatar. Controlling these construction robots should be no problem. Raizel calculated carefully and confirmed, let's decide on this. The remaining issue is how to quickly increase this amount of money. The girl suddenly remembered, building a legendary level is not easy, still planning ahead to strengthen the fusion of the Phantom King's obsession, a little. Senda can only commit suicide, currently probably no super strong enemies, must prioritize rank first. After all, it still comes down to money. Suddenly, a stream of water shot straight at Raizel from somewhere, making him freeze like a statue. Hanna Yu, in a beautiful bikini, called out, come play here quickly, the pool is so much fun. Nana standing nearby also teased, opportunity, take this hit. Raizel saw and sighed, Nana is really cunning. He used a towel to dry his soaking wet head and thought silently, it's been a long time since Phi Ni was this relaxed. All efforts so far have not been wasted. Kids, Raizel called out, you guys play, I won't. Before he could finish refusing, another strong stream of water splashed on Raizel along with teasing sounds. Here I come! Water strike 7 times! He was a bit annoyed and pouted, damn it! Nana approached the water and Raizel repeatedly, then happily called out, the master also needs to learn how to relax properly. If it's too much, it will easily break. The little girl, on the contrary, was plotting a scheme. Come here. The weakened surplus leaf must take the opportunity to kill the enemy. Raizel was extremely excited. He seriously replied, right. Nana's move successfully awakened his fighting will. Really missed the years when he was the Frost King in the pool. Then, Raizel quickly laughed off his clothes and loudly declared, today let you all know what a king of naval warfare is. Hanna Yu was startled and exclaimed, it has appeared. His familiar skill. That was the deep crane strike. This move made Nana pretend to be stunned and shout loudly, reckless. Master, we dare not anymore. Raizel was extremely excited at this moment. He spoke up. Wait, I'll use this move. Hanna Yu was also very happy. She hesitated. Brother, this move is really powerful. Teach me, teach me. She continued the conversation with the Han Mac Corporation headquarters. At the vice president's office, Nan Hoan entered the large room and spoke to the person sitting there. I sincerely apologize, young master. She confessed her fault. I did not anticipate that the Insang Corporation would betray us, nor did I prepare for assassins from the Hoang faction, causing the battle to be unfavorable. As the team leader, I take responsibility. Please punish me, young master. The man sitting also stood up. He put his hands in his pockets and said, consider that you have understood yourself, but Mat Kai turned around. He did not face Ngan Hoan. His whole body radiated an intimidating aura, easily overpowering the opponent. His mouth said. She wondered if this opportunity could save her from failure. Ngan Hoan embarrassedly lowered her head and stammered, young master, oh. Han Mak showed no mercy. He kicked Ngan Hoan straight down and covered her. After all, it was because she was weak. He did not spare words to scold her. Do you still have the face to claim you are the top combat power of Mac Kong? Yet your team can't even defeat a level 90 boss. The reputation of Han Mac Corporation has been completely ruined by you. Ngan Hoan could only stand up stiffly and stammer in reply, I truly apologize. But Mac Kai did not forgive her. He slapped Ngan Hoan hard in the face, causing a painful shock and shouted, I have no time to listen to your meaningless words. Because the slap was too painful. Blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Mac Kai grabbed Ngan Hoan's neck tightly and said, I spent a lot of money nurturing you from poverty. Not for you to bring this useless excuse to block my way. Vong Shuyen coldly stepped in from outside and reminded, young master, that's enough. Mac Kai angrily looked at him and smiled. What, just this much and you can't stand it? Annoyed by this cute team member? Vong Shuyen straightforwardly replied, I just don't want to waste time on nonsense and forget the things I should do. Hearing that, Han Ta no longer hated Ngan Hoan, stepped aside boldly and asked, of course not yet. Have you read the boss's information? Vong Shuyen opened the system and reported, of course, this person was only invited into the company by the eldest daughter before the boss battle and has not officially registered to join. Mac Kai was stunned and asked, the one capable of pulling strings? Reading the boss, is it because she pointed him out? Does she want to oppose me? An image of a man appeared. Han Ta angrily cursed. Raizel, damn this name from start to finish. Raizel level 6, battle team, royal battle team, not officially registered but already pulling strings, relying on a weak level 6 to oppose me. Vong Shuyen cautiously warned Mac Kai, do not be deceived by the external level. He can snatch the boss right in front of the Ngan Huyen group. His strength is definitely not ordinary. Han Ta disdainfully sighed and replied, trying to hide his low level with tricks. Mac Kai stood arrogantly and declared, this so-called Raizel's strength is how? No one can compare, so you have the right to speak. Ngan Hoen obediently knelt down and replied, It is unpredictable. The boss only had 3% HP left, but was still in a fierce and violent state, and he used momentum pressure to end the battle, directly killing the boss in one eye blink. Matt Kai felt extremely insulted hearing this. Han Ta was too arrogant, if he was such a strong talent. Why didn't you recruit him, instead letting him run to Kai Ni to serve under? Ngan Hoen helplessly replied. I tried to lure him but failed. Matt Kai found it unbelievable. No success? Still, someone dares to reject your recruitment? He lost patience, directly grabbed Ngan Hoan by the collar and mocked, this is not like you, Ngan Hoyan. He assumes whatever he says is always right, so he is extremely patriarchal and hasn't even dared to joke with other people's daughters, using her usual work style. This kind of unreasonable family fire can't survive under her hands, let alone below. Could it be that she likes that little brat already? Even the boss intentionally stopped him. The silver pearl was tightly strangled and felt extremely uncomfortable. She barely managed to gasp out, young master. Despite being angry, he threw the silver pearl away without any mercy. His orders were too ruthless and scattered, making me very curious about that kid. I will give her one last chance. He turned away, firmly demanding, I don't care if you use force or seduction. You must make Raizel come under my command if that kid still refuses. Killing him to avoid future trouble, the silver pearl struggled to get up after being strangled. She coughed hoarsely a few times, then obediently replied, yes, young master. Afterwards, he coldly stepped into the office, while the poor silver pearl staggered out. Wang Shuyen approached her and self-reproached. Don't blame me for not standing up to help you this time. After all, you caused such unprofessional trouble. Also, is that Raizel really as powerful as you say? The silver pearl confirmed. No. He's even more formidable than I described. I can't even judge who is stronger between him and the captain. Hearing this, Wang Shuyen found it very interesting and reminded, oh really? Until now, I haven't heard your evaluation of such a tall person. This kid has successfully piqued my interest. This feeling hasn't happened in many years. During this time, before she left the unit, she figured out ways to deal with that Raizel. Many notes. Wang Shuyen walked away coldly, not forgetting to offer a plan. It's best to indulge him. If it can't be resolved, hand him over to me so I can kill him myself, the silver pearl responded. Bright. She sat silently in the anti-room, her mind filled with tangled thoughts. Raizel, this boss-stealing move of yours has stirred up a huge storm, not only in our combat team. I guess the punishment also involves Thien Sang and the Royal Corporation, who have put you on their target list, but what surprised me most was that the captain, who usually ignores everything, is interested in you. She looked out at Hoala City, feeling melancholy, thinking, could my evaluation have harmed you? No, that wasn't my intention. I don't want to be at odds with you. No matter what, I hope you can join and fight alongside me. The next day, in District 9, the academy, the group finally went outside, happily exclaiming, finally, we get to see the sun again. I'd go crazy if I stayed down there any longer. Groups of students chatted excitedly, saying this was because the boss occupying District 9 was killed by the combat team yesterday, truly the strongest combat team in Han Mak Corporation. No way. I heard the rescue team discussing that the boss was ultimately killed by a single person. Is that true? Defeating a level 90 boss alone is incredible. MDM heard these talks and felt very excited, eagerly anticipating that the one who defeated the boss alone might be Diet Hao. Lafong crossed his arms and confidently affirmed, that's definitely true. Who else but the boss could do such an extraordinary feat? But after his words, DMDM suddenly fell silent, worried. But that's a level 90 boss. Even if Diet Hao can defeat it, he must have paid a heavy price, like serious injury. I'm really worried about him, Lafong also thought and agreed. That's very likely. Not good. I have to contact the boss immediately to see if he's okay. Suddenly, two male students in front looked up at the sky in surprise and called out to each other. Look, what's that? A magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, a scene that made the students very excited, speculating it was a high-energy reaction. Just minutes later, Diet Hao descended from the hill like a god, surrounded by everyone's bewildered gazes. They looked at his wings and exclaimed in shock, damn, it's Diet Hao! The effect of that circle is so cool. He's so handsome. Lafong saw him and immediately rushed over excitedly. Boss, you're okay, that's great. I felt really worried at night. She shyly looked at him and thought, what's going on? It's only been a short time since we last met. Diet Hao seemed even more dazzling than before, and her heart was beating fast. Overwhelmed with happiness to the point of tears, he clung tightly to one of Diet Hao's legs and kept uttering shameless words. Boss, you don't even have a single scratch, truly too strong. I'm sorry for doubting your abilities. I don't deserve to be your subordinate. The school principal also approached and calmly spoke. Diet Hao, you've returned. The academy here is safe now. No need to worry. He came before the principal and asked, Principal, what are the academy's next plans? The principal replied, I've contacted the Hanmak Corporation. They agreed to quickly send people to rebuild the academy along with Area 9. In the meantime, everyone should first take a break from school and stay home with their families, united to overcome this difficult time. The principal then placed a hand on Diet Hao's shoulder and, with some sadness, confided, it's just that once again, you've saved the academy. but the academy has nothing worthy to offer you as a reward. Diet Hao smiled. Hearing this from the principal was already good enough. Diet Hao affirmed, as a member of the academy, these are things I should do. I never take rewards as my goal. La Fong, hearing this, felt extremely refreshed. He exclaimed admiringly, no wonder you're the boss. Your words are so skillful, expressing righteousness while not completely rejecting rewards. Just then, the system reminded, passive skill activation triggered, increase all students' health by 210 points to ensure safety. Then, all the students simultaneously rushed forward to hug and kiss Diet Hao like crazed fans, shouting, the female student said, brother, Diet Hao is strong and handsome. I want to entrust my child to you. The male students competed. Diet Hao, we also want to entrust our children to you. Afterward, a large group of female and male students split into two factions and fiercely fought each other. Who will get the prize? We're boys, yet fighting girls shamelessly. We don't know why, but we volunteer. Can you control us? Diet Hao looked at this scene, utterly bewildered, standing still like a statue, not knowing what to do in the current situation. Hey, what's going on? How did this immoral skill activate in public? If it keeps showing off like this, trouble is bound to happen. Thinking so, Diet Hao dashed away quickly, not forgetting to inform Chi Code and Win Dim Dim. Kim Dokja, follow me closely. Let's leave here quickly. Kim Dokja acknowledged immediately. Understood, boss. Dim Dim, follow behind quietly. Diet Hao, where are we going now? While running, he asked, is everything settled at home? Kim Dokja replied, it's fine. We contacted them earlier. My family has some money. When things happened, they first fled to Area 8. They're very safe. Dim Dim also hesitated before speaking. My family isn't from this city. I'm alone with nothing. So, Diet Hao, where are we going? He informed them. Come with me out of the safe zone to a special wilderness area to run a level 40 dungeon I previously got from the Desir Armin mercenary group. At the entrance to Area 9 under repair, workers suddenly saw a group entering and immediately stopped them, saying, stop, who are you? A guard named Otto holding a gun stepped forward and asked, what are you doing? This isn't a place for strolling or chatting, Diet Hao calmly replied. Guard, we're all students wanting to go to the city for some tasks. Please let us through. Hearing this, Otto questioned again. Students? He shouted loudly. Students going to the city at this hour? The emergency order hasn't been lifted yet. No one is allowed out. Go back to your school or you'll get shot. Lanfang scoffed. A level 10 soldier dares to cause trouble here? Do you know who our boss is? Diet Hao raised his hand to stop him and calmly explained. Don't get agitated. We're all model students and don't want trouble. Guard, here's my pass. Please take a look. Ado looked at the card and asked, pass? Where was this issued? Never seen one before. Rookie, huh? No wonder you don't recognize this pass. Diet Hao understood then. It was a newbie guard. A burly man with a thick beard strode over and asked, what's going on here? We've wasted half a day already. Why haven't you kicked them out? Ado lowered his head and replied, Captain, these people showed me a pass saying they want to leave the city. The pass. Bring it here for me to see. The man hesitated. This is the captain looked at the pass and was startled. Damn it. He helped Otto with a slap and shouted, this is the highest level pass of the clothing conglomerate. If you don't recognize it by now, go train yourself at the watchtower. He was momentarily irritated, just standing there, taking it and stammering. Oh, the captain was so scared, he broke out in a cold sweat, immediately clasped his hands and said softly, honored guests really make things difficult. I don't know where you want to go outside the city. I have a vehicle team I can send you after all. It's dangerous outside the city. Raizel replied. No need. We have arrangements. Just open the gate quickly. He understood, respectfully but obediently agreed immediately. Okay, I'll go open the gate. Then, Raizel's group of 3 approached a huge gate. DM nervously whispered, what now? So nervous. It's my first time leaving the city at this age. It's Fong Chan An. Calm down. Isn't this the wilderness? The longest training opportunity must be treasured. After the gate opened, behind them came the captain. He looked at the 3 in front and wondered if it was Raizel. He is the one named by the higher-ups, the one needing special attention, but still nothing special noticed. He picked up the radio and secretly reported, boss, the kid named Raizel just left the city from my place. What next? The person on the other end immediately replied, is there such good news? Meeting him means we're rich. The person on the other end was Mitoa. She ordered the captain to quietly follow and report the target's actions. Be careful not to be discovered. He accepted the order. Okay. After arranging things, Mitoa happily thought to herself, this is interesting. Yesterday I placed a bounty on him. Today I met him again. Raizel, huh? I've got you for sure. In the wilderness outside Zone 9, Raizel's group stood on a high floor looking down at the ruined city. He explained. This is the world outside the safe zone. Fong looked at the scenery sadly. Remnants of the old world, a desolate and fading image. DM also spoke, always watched videos and pictures of the wilderness online or in books, today seeing it with her own eyes. Feeling more the atmosphere of the last place, Fong urged. Why so many? I actually feel breathing the fresh air outside is refreshing. He stopped and wondered. But boss, How do we get to the dungeon? If only the boss flies straight there, it's easy. Bringing us along is just trouble, Dihao confidently replied. No need to wait, I've arranged everything, he explained. Theoretically, the place closest to the wilderness is safest. Anyway, encountering monsters now is just bad luck, if we meet any on the way. Conveniently gaining combat experience isn't bad either. You all are important members of my royal battle team. No one gets left behind. DM and Kim Dokja felt itchy hearing this. They both asked, Royal Battle Team, what is that? Raizel didn't answer immediately. He reminded, the destination is ahead. Let's talk while walking. The two agreed. Okay, boss. While walking and observing, DM and Kim Dokja excitedly said, so the Royal Battle Team was founded by the boss and is part of a clothing conglomerate company like this. DM excited. That's amazing. Can we really join? Kim Dokja praised enthusiastically. Royal Battle Team just sounds so cool. No wonder it's the boss. But after a moment, the two fell into a thoughtful silence. DM worriedly said, but can you directly join the clothing battle team and reach the peak of life? Why start from zero like this? Could it be disadvantageous? Fong agreed. That's right, boss. You can fight a level 91 boss alone, but we're just ants. That would slow your progress. Raizel understood their meaning, he encouraged. That's why I'm taking you to level up from the level 40 dungeon. Keep up the distance as best as you can. Don't be discouraged, they respectfully replied. Yes, sir. We definitely won't disappoint you, boss. Just then, suddenly a car like a rocket sped towards the three. The car stopped in front of them. Fong looked at the car and wondered, is this a taxi? Jinmori sat in the car, immediately rolled down the window and spoke. Of course, this is your Jade Tree Forest version. My brother has arrived. Didn't expect us to meet again so soon. And the time you contacted me earlier really startled me. Oh, as soon as he saw Miss DM, he enthusiastically exclaimed, Brother, having a beauty accompany you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise, I would have dressed up nicely too. Jinmori quickly made friends. Hello, beautiful. I'm Jinmori, a Sanjitik worker. This wilderness is like the backyard of my home. I will protect you well. DM shyly raised her hand and replied, Thank you. I am Nguyen DM. I hope you will take good care of me. She carefully observed Jinmori and silently evaluated, this person is really high level, seems to be acquainted with Raizel, and a bit overly friendly. Kim Dokja, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic. He happily exclaimed, this big brother here is obviously a master. Just looking at that shield shows great decisiveness. Hearing the praise, Jinmori laughed loudly, replying, no wonder you're Deep's little brother's buddy. If you don't know something, just ask me directly. Raizel helplessly watched the two men bickering. He urged, all right, I have official business to attend to. Let's hurry and get going. Then, the father and others got into the car and departed, Raizel reminded. As mentioned on the phone earlier, we are heading to Zone C-87. Jinmori drove and acknowledged the order. Understood. We've passed that place before. It took half a day's drive to get there, but previously, no entrance to the dungeon was found there. He held the key in his hand and confirmed, that's because you need the dungeon key to open it. The dungeon key's durability is 10%. Looking at it, Raizel thought silently. The durability of this key has dropped a lot. Luckily, we can still use it before it breaks. Jinmori got back in the car and announced, Brother, this map in your hand looks very delicate at first glance, but is it genuine? Because the map contains coordinate information at the upper mountain ruins, it's valuable to the Lian Than Na. Kim Dokja and DM asked anxiously. Is this a map? Raizel confidently replied. Of course it's real, because this was drawn by Mori himself. Just then, Jinmori suddenly slammed the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward. Kim Dokja hit his head and groaned. He cried out, asking, what's going on? Jinmori stopped the car and turned to ask Raizel, Brother, you just said Mori. Is that Mori the upper mountain ruins person from the legend? Raizel quickly answered, yes, that's Mori. Why is your reaction so intense? Do you know something about him? Jinmori got back in the car and said, about Mori. It's a long story. Let's talk while we go. The car sped over the rough road through the ruins. The atmosphere was desolate, he continued. Maybe in most people's eyes, we Sanjitik workers are just money-hungry fools, and the things we loot aren't people but ruins, but that's just the surface. With a serious face gripping the steering wheel tightly, what we're really searching for is the truth of this world. That's why we have to explore all the ruins one by one. Raizel, sitting beside, glanced at him curiously. The truth of the world? Jinmori spoke. Has anyone ever asked how and why the Earth of this era appeared? I have an impression about that. DM sitting in the back also added, I remember there were some conspiracy theories circulating in the past. Some say this world is a dream, others say this world is just a projection of higher dimensions. She continued, some more scientific theories say we are actually all data in a database, just a large-scale game of artificial intelligence. Fate and thoughts of each person are preset by the program. Kim Dokja sat with arms crossed, equally serious. These are all old doctrines, rarely heard nowadays, and no one discusses them anymore. Raizel looked out the window, then said thoughtfully, after so many generations, maybe people have grown used to this era, or just want to live a short life. Jinmori furrowed his brows and loudly said, Habits don't mean the truth. The small car sped through the majestic nature under the clear blue sky. A hopeful voice rose. We always remain loyal and trusting. Every phenomenon has its cause. As long as we continue to excavate ancient relics, one day we will uncover the buried truth. Raizel smiled with a handsome face, opening his mouth to praise Jin Mori. Unbelievable, this guy looks like a superficial womanizer but actually has a heart devoted to learning. Truly amazing. Making him shy, he raised his hand to the girl's head. Jin Mori humbly said, "Actually, these words were from the captain. I'm just a rough person like that." Later, I could think this way because my teammates and I from the Horizon Squad were all united by the captain's attractive ideology. Meanwhile, Raizel thought to himself that he knew it wouldn't be simple. Earlier, he said he was still young. I even thought he was exaggerating. This kind of far-sightedness and ideology is not something ordinary people have. Jin Mori turned and pointed to the paper he was holding. According to rumors, Chui Ki, the relic hunter, was the only one who truly approached the world's truth, but he had been missing for a long time, and no one knew his whereabouts. If the map your brother has is the real drawing of the tomb, then it must contain a secret that could hold clues to unveiling the world's truth. Raizel unfolded the paper wide and stared intently. Is that so? But no matter how I look, I can't see anything. Moreover, even if we find the truth, what can we do? Time still keeps passing, right? Jin Mori smiled and explained. You still don't understand this, do you? In fact, there is a legend passed down among relic hunters that whoever finds the world's truth, the image of the world's overlord appears in their mind, able to restart the world according to their own wishes and become the king of this world. A hesitant voice said, "This is the first time I've heard such a legend." Ju Heon's face lit up at the legend story, clasping his hands on his chest. But is it really true? Kim Dokja also excitedly spoke up. If it's true, that would be very interesting. Ju Hyun imagined himself in colorful, cute clothes standing on stage, holding a heart-shaped scepter, energizing the whole atmosphere. If I could restart the world, I would definitely turn it into a magical girl world of love and peace. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja indulged in a dream, sitting on a majestic throne, surrounded by charming young girls. Below were the defeated. So what? If it were me, I would become the world's overlord, a wise emperor uniting the entire world. Raizel quietly turned his head and said, "You two are about to achieve it. Now all you need is to dream it, and you can achieve it." They were embarrassed and speechless. Then he turned to Theo Kiet. "This legend is too unrealistic. For now, it's better to focus on reality." He smiled and agreed. "You're right, brother, but people should have dreams. Otherwise, they're no different from fish." Raizel heard that and pondered deeply. Dreams, huh? That word feels too distant right now. Right now, everything I do is to achieve a practical goal, not a dream. So what is my dream? Theo Kiet smiled confidently and excitedly. But if we can find the tomb, we can get more clues. None of this is just wishful thinking. Diep's face darkened. He leaned on the window thinking about the tomb. The principal must know a lot. After finishing this dungeon run, he must ask the principal about it. The car finally stopped, dust flying everywhere. A cheerful voice said, "Get off, we've arrived." 4 people stepped out, standing before a towering canyon. He stepped down, opening a mysterious journey. DM spoke, "This is the entrance to the dungeon copy." "I don't see anything." Kim Dokja crossed his arms. "No, the entrance must be hidden. We need the boss's key to activate it, otherwise it would have been discovered long ago." But beside them, on Raizel and Jin Mori's faces appeared a dangerous look with a sinister smile. Raizel said, "But first we have to deal with the tailing group," Jin Mori added. "They followed a dusty path, really making it hard for us." DM looked around confused. "Tailing? What do you mean, boss? Do you mean someone is watching us?" Without hesitation, Jin Mori threw the grenade forward. Loudly, the surface adjusted. "I only saw experts. You two still have a lot to learn." A shield appeared. The grenade hit it, touching the hidden shield. The 4 of them calmly watched the bright explosion unfold before their eyes. Smoke and dust filled the air. The shield was broken. They became cautious again. Jin Mori spoke. "We've been discovered." Feeling frustrated, he said, "Really, someone is watching us, yet I didn't notice at all. This low-level mistake is from the previous guards. Why are they following us?" A foot lightly stepped forward, landing on the rough piles of dirt and rocks. Some misunderstandings. The captain of the guard smiled awkwardly, rubbing his hands. "I really am worried about the safety of our honored guests. But you didn't let us follow, so we silently protected you from behind." A voice spoke up. "Is that so?" Raizel drew his shining sword, pointing it straight at the man's neck, then said, "That must have been hard for you." Boom. The captain was startled, stepping back. "Not hard at all, it's all for serving everyone, but now the sword's direction is a bit inappropriate, sir." Raizel smiled disdainfully. Even that reason wasn't reasonable at all. That fake Kim Dokja was scheming and ugly, ending the difficult conversation at DD. The captain of the guard smiled arrogantly, waving his hand to explain, "You really misunderstood." He said his hands were a bit rough, but he was only 28 years old, not a grumpy old man. But at that moment, thoughts appeared in his head. Damn it, daring to point a sword at me. If there wasn't a level 55 inches the team, Kim Dokja would have acted when you discovered him. Behind him, he signaled his comrades with hand gestures. Red noticed and thought, "That's the triangular formation defense tactic. The captain is signaling us." The 2 teammates beside him also understood. "So, as long as that kid strikes first. We immediately counterattack and defend. They only have one level 55, the others aren't a threat. If we really have to act, there's nothing to worry about. Raizel temporarily believed the captain's words, sheathed his sword, full of arrogance. Fine then, I accept your good intentions. Everyone survived the monster fortress attack. We should trust, help, and not doubt each other. That's what was said. But in his mind, he schemed, seeing them arrogant. He changed his mind. Instead of killing these worthless people, he might use them to find the mastermind behind. The captain of the guards gestured to his comrades. He said, "That's right, surviving that disaster wasn't easy." He thought, breaking off the fight, it's not that easy. With that title, how could he get on the company's reward website? This kid isn't some son of the Han Mac Corporation, so even at level 6 he can have Han Mac's advanced clearance. The captain gently inquired, "Not sure if Diet Tio can tell us, does your group bring danger to this wilderness?" "What's the purpose?" Diet Hao calmly replied. "What purpose could there be? Going so far, obviously only one." Just then, he raised a golden token, his face proud, speaking, "New clearing dungeon? Hey, wanna hunt monsters together?" Diem and Kim Dokja crossed their arms, watching him attract people with interest. They exchanged knowing looks, he thought. Here it comes. The boss's envoy invites the troops into the pit, and she whispered mockingly, "These self-important people are doomed." The captain's eyes widened, seeing the token in Raizel's hand. He exclaimed, "Isn't that enough? Look at the color of that token. At least level 40, even level 50, with your team's average rank, without intelligence support, clearing is basically suicide." Kim Dokja showed confidence, taunting, "So you're the ones going together, how's that?" "Huh, didn't you say you wanted to protect us?" Annoyed, he shouted, "What did you say?" Diem leaned against the rock, provoking, "Is this really the main guard team's organization? We're not sure if we'd be invaded by monsters." Now we have the answer. The captain got angrier. "This girl, she's beautiful but talks like she wants a beating. What's that about?" His comrades were provoked by those words. They led the charge, shouting, "Captain, we must not let those inexperienced school kids look down on us. We absolutely have to show them our strength." His mind was in turmoil. A bunch of fools. Kim Dokja originally had no experience in clearing dungeons. No need to be cautious and lose your life, damn it. The captain tried to stay calm and refuse without losing face. "This dungeon is probably only for 5 people, although I want to go too. I can't just abandon my beloved teammates. That would be too much." Unexpectedly, Raizel spoke up. "No need to worry. This dungeon is for 5 to 10 people. Everyone can enter," which made him fall silent. His 4 teammates carried large guns, faces full of confidence, voices strong. If that's the case, let those school kids know. What professionalism. "Let's go, brothers, let's clear the dungeon." "Yes," the captain reluctantly agreed, just to save face. Kim Dokja had to go with them. At worst, if danger comes, use these students as shields. The most important thing is to buy time for the big sister to arrive. Hearing that, Raizel raised the key forward. A large gate appeared, he said. "Then please protect us." The guards behind declared, "Leave it to us," Raizel reminded his teammates. "Then no more delays. Let's go inside." Yes, everyone was ready to face whatever comes. The dark captain silently threw a device behind, as insurance, leaving a signal device so the big sister knows their location. It was a positioning device, a signal transmitter of the guards, with a very wide signal range. They stepped through the gate together. Ahead was a vast world covered by dense forests and rugged mountains. In the center stood a giant ancient tree, the dungeon itself. "Life level? Suggested level 40, they marveled. "This dungeon scenery is very beautiful," the calm voice said. "The area is also very large, somewhat like a level 40 dungeon." The youngster praised, "The bard really knows a lot," wondering what kind of beasts will be here. Both excited and scared, everyone was thrilled by the sight. She pointed forward, also at that huge tree, unbelievably big. The youngster calmly replied, "Based on my experience, that's probably the lair of the final boss." The fierce one clenched his fist tightly and said, "Big brother, in the next battle, please take care of your little brother." The youngster laughed happily, nose flaring, saying, "Normally, but the beasts here are ranked behind me. Don't lose your life." Raizel arrogantly stood on the cliff, arms crossed giving orders. "Leywin, analyze this dungeon to see if it's suitable for building a base." It replied, "Analysis complete, Master. This dungeon is suitable for base building, but only rated 3 stars. He was surprised. "Only 3 stars? Raizel stood deep in thought. "Then it doesn't meet my 5-star standard. Looks like this time it's just for experience points." The others nearby nodded, looking up at the sky with puzzled expressions. She pointed up and shouted, "Everyone quickly look. Something is flying towards us from the sky. It's a small bird." A large bird swooped down, eyes glowing bright blue. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth and a forked tongue. "That was a winged felong," a voice exclaimed. "Damn, it's a small bird." It charged at the captain, who quickly raised his shield to block, shouting loudly, "I'm here, don't be afraid." The comrades praised, "The captain is awesome." Then the guards attacked the winged felong all at once, while the captain threw a mace at it, shouting loudly, "Brothers, attack together." The others fired continuously in response. Raizel commented. Pretty good. Their coordination is tight. They must have trained a lot. In just a moment, the guards defeated the monster. The captain said, "It's just a level 20 Filong, yet it dares to fly over my head." He laughed heartily, not knowing if flying over his head was forbidden. His comrades joined in. Captain is so cool. Having brothers here is reassuring. But suddenly, without any warning, a giant monster appeared behind them, even more terrifying than the previous one. Its eyes blazed brightly. It let out a roar that made the excited guards suddenly become fearful. It was the bloodthirsty Sai King Sa Long. The cold-blooded monster lunged and bit a member of their group. He cried out in fear. "Help me!" Immediately after, it threw the guard team members towards the stopping area, shouting loudly, "Captain, save me!" The cries for help kept ringing out non-stop. "Save me, Captain, save me." The rescue and the station were too strong, making it impossible for him to survive. Someone spoke up, but it had just lost a member. The captain led the charge towards the giant monster and shouted, "That fifth-grade brat still hasn't come to help. What are you standing there for?" A higher-level fighter rushed in. Could it be that they want a higher-level fighter to save people? Jin Mori then turned to ask Raizel, "Damn, what now? Should we intervene?" He replied, "There's still time. As you said, the final dungeon is still far away, and there are places that need their use." Jin Mori obeyed and moved. With determination, he charged forward with his shield blazing, confidently shouting, "Clear the way for me. Don't block the way. It's just a level 40 demon beast. I can handle it without breaking a sweat." Suddenly, an announcement sounded. "Attention all hosts. The mysterious egg is suddenly reacting uncontrollably. The egg..." Raizel's face grew worried. The egg was flying erratically. "Egg, what's wrong? Are you hungry?" Or maybe it sensed something, he thought. Could it be that it sensed the presence of its kind and wants to hatch? The system voice rang out. The mysterious egg was continuously shaking abnormally, darting wildly through the air. Raizel spoke with concern. "It's been silent for so long and now suddenly active. Could it really want to break out?" He opened the control panel, continuing like, "This won't do. Let's try using the item just received to test it." The system voice sounded again. "Use the monster's tongue and rotten blood on the mysterious egg." The egg moved, then suddenly stopped, its face frowning in confusion, as if it had fully recovered. "But why does it look constipated?" Lewin hovered in the air, moving closer to observe. "Maybe it wants to hatch but lacks the strength to break out." He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's possible." Raizel smiled wickedly, his face mysterious. "If you want to hatch so badly, then I'll help you a bit," holding in his hand. The heart of the demon dragon was glowing red, its voice inviting. "Come on, break it. You'll gain the power to break out." The egg was startled. The scent was overwhelming. It was scared, trying to run away from him. Raizel said, "What, scared because you sensed your kind's breath?" He taunted. "But it was just a piece of meat after all. Nothing to be afraid of. If you don't have any fighting spirit, better stay honestly inside the egg, living your whole life as a useless egg." Hearing that, the egg trembled. Raizel laughed with amusement. So simple, and already pissed off. Then he threw the demon dragon's heart into the egg. "Come on, let me see what you can develop into that will scare it into screaming." A reaction immediately occurred. An energy like shining beams radiated around the egg. Lewin watched eagerly. "It's coming. The shell is about to break." The power exploded. Light enveloped the entire space, making him exclaim, "Wow, such power." Raizel had to cover his eyes. He exclaimed happily, "Not bad, not bad. That's how it should be." An announcement sounded. "Congratulations, host, on receiving a battle pet. Please name your pet," Raizel said. "Black, huh? If it's my pet, the name must sound powerful. The name is Sithom Doitin." Flames flickered, revealing a red lineage. Sithom Doitin level Sao, demon tribe lineage, owner Raizel. Meanwhile, the captain of the guard team spoke. Although it was difficult, overall they completed the mission without danger, holding a shield in one hand. With a mace in the other hand, he was striking fiercely at the giant monster named Thu Kin Sa Long level 40. He asked confusedly, "What's happening behind?" The captain looked at Sich Hong Toi Tin and shouted in panic, "Why is there a monster behind? It's only level 6, you just need to find someone to finish it quickly." The guard held a gun with a smirk, confidently said, "Leave it to me. A low-level beast like this will surely die surrounded by many, but killing it won't earn much FB." Sich Hong Toi Tin immediately lunged and scratched the gun barrel, startling him, eyes wide open. Kim Doksha only has this one gun. Then it turned to bite the guard's arm. He gasped, "Hey, I didn't do anything to you. Why are you biting my arm?" The captain holding the mace looked up into the air and sneered, "Useless trash. Can't even beat a low-level monster. Watch me." As soon as he threw it forward, he said, "All right, it's not a pet, it's a battle beast that just joined my life." His attack was immediately parried by Raizel's sword swing. "Calm down. I didn't expect this kid to be so aggressive right after joining. Sorry, everyone." Jin Mori held his shield, damaged by the beast's force, crying, "Hoo-hoo, even though we're acquainted, business is business. You have to pay for my shield repair, Raizel." He shyly smiled and replied, "No, no problem." Ju Heian ran over from somewhere, seeing the scarlet beast, eyes shining brightly, excited. Could this be the proof obtained from the Dark Zone last time? It really bloomed. So lovely. Long, I missed you so much. Let me hug you. Her reaction scared it. The Scarlet Beast then led, tensed up defensively. DM confused. Hey, why are you biting me? Raizel stepped forward to gently pat its head, softly saying, everyone stop playing with it. After all, it's still young. Being a bit stubborn is normal, Scarlet Beast. These are all our teammates. We have to record it as such. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the distant zone, making everyone freeze. That sound. Raizel sat on the cliff, voice serious. It seems the owner of this zone is not very welcoming to us, or maybe it sensed our presence and the Scarlet Beast. Captain of the guard team spoke up. Why worry? After the recent fight, although our numbers decreased, I feel the monsters here are not too dangerous. So we still split into two to search? That will be more efficient? Use that big tree as the final gathering point, little kid? See how it goes. Raizel agreed, replying, sounds good. If anything happens, contact through the team channel. Very well. The captain and the guard team members said goodbye and left. So these guys go ahead first. But in his mind, he thought, that guy definitely has a problem. I used all my strength, but he easily dodged. That's definitely not a post-level power, so splitting up first and following them later is the smartest decision. Raizel's group began their journey into the zone. DM happily said, first time exploring a dungeon, both excited and nervous. Moreover, does this dungeon remind everyone of the Dark Zone? The group nodded in agreement. You said it right. It really does look a bit similar, Raizel teased. Scholar, I say your knowledge is rich, using your long experience as an ancient relic hunter. He wondered, does everyone have sets for different types of dungeons appearing in this world? The young man behind heard the question and shyly scratched his head. You hit my blind spot. The job of a relic hunter is to search for old relics, not dungeons. Unless given detailed dungeon guidance, otherwise we usually don't enter dungeons, and this is a new dungeon only teams from big corporations can enter. He confessed further, but the world inside this dungeon is divided into many themes and types, like what? Coming to the exploration system, we got lost in a mysterious zone where giant and strange trees grow densely, Jinmori continued as he ran into the map, infiltrating an unknown area. He emphasized it's about adventure and survival. Besides exploration, there's also the survival system, where dark forces hide many dangers, monsters waiting ahead. More terrifying is the enemy system where we face 7 giant, bizarre, bloodthirsty monsters. Jinmori's voice thickened, plus fighting and killing large numbers. Also, there is puzzle solving, intelligence tests, Jinmori continued explaining. But no matter the type, until now, no one can explain why dungeons appear or how they operate. If we can adapt and use them to become stronger, Raizel said. So that's how it is. DM happily responded. Didn't expect so many dungeon types. Dangerous, but also very interesting. If there was a magic girl-themed dungeon, that would be great. Just then, a giant monster appeared from behind, mouth wide open, showing terrifying fangs. First attack, directly aiming at her. It was a level 40 bone spike dragon. Unexpectedly, the Scarlet Beast charged and rammed the monster hard, making it roar in pain. DM happily said, sorry, little dragon. I was scared. Thank you for saving me. A proud voice praised, well done, Scarlet Beast. This black kid is yours. The bone spike dragon became more violent, eyes glowing red with rage. My tongue, little brat, I will devour you whole. Raizel's eyes widened in astonishment. Can a dinosaur really speak human language? Jinmori crossed his arms in confusion and asked, isn't it just roaring? Lewin explained proudly, Master, because the person and the soul of the Scarlet Sin are intertwined, their base attributes and shared abilities allow understanding the language of the dragon race, the companion muttered. Is that so? Wait, sharing base attributes? Could it be that it laughed with delight? It seems the master has already noticed. Lewin thoughtfully continued. It and the master are the same. Both are link-level systems. No matter what level the master is, it is the same level. Moreover, as the master's spatial changes occur, its attributes and the external ones will also change. Raizel recalled the previous praise. Interesting. Right now I am using the account of Seok J, so it naturally has fire attributes. The bone spike dragon flew up and slashed at the enemy. Die, you damn thing. But the Scarlet Sin cleverly dodged. It flew up and rammed into the opponent, causing the level 40 bone spike dragon to lose 60% of its health. It gritted its teeth and growled disdainfully. Truly a brat. Such boring attack methods no longer work. Because the Scarlet Sin was puzzled. Huh. Its eyes turned red in a terrifying way. The bone spike dragon roared loudly. Now I've truly gone mad. DM anxiously called out, Little dragon. No. The difference in form and level of the Scarlet Sin is too great. If we don't pull back soon, it's going to be. Raizel suddenly spread her arms to stop them. Wait, none of you are allowed to intervene. She chose this, eyes filled with confusion. Why? If this continues, he coldly explained, it's my battle pet. Even such a small matter needs my intervention, even if it dies. It's not worth it. DM sniffled with tears. So cruel. Raizel smiled slyly and thought deeply. If it shares the link level with me, it absolutely can't be unable to handle even monsters at this level. No matter what plans you have, your actions truly ruin my luck. Seokyeomjae raised the tree branch higher. The bone-spiked dragon gritted its teeth with a mocking laugh. Kids are just kids. Losing means only crying. Just as it finished speaking, it slammed the tree branch hard onto the opponent's head. The level 40 bone-spiked dragon now had only 35% health left. It opened its mouth wide and growled angrily, playing dirty again. Kim Dokcha will bite your bones to pieces. Just after the words, another fiery strike rushed down. The level 40 bone-spiked dragon had only 30% health left. It lay on the ground, flames burning all over its body. The bone-spiked dragon cried out in pain and begged, "Horrible, stop!" Bumps appeared on its head. It endured the pain and arrogantly declared, "Useless. This childish attack is not even enough to scratch me. Wait until I get out of here. That will be your death." The level 40 bone-spiked dragon had only 10% health left. Seokyeomjae opened his mouth wide and unleashed a fireball like a blazing dragon. The bone-spiked dragon turned its head trying to dodge the flames, muttering angrily, "This is too much. Damn it, what exactly do you want to do?" It already wore a napkin, holding a fork and knife, ready to devour the meat. The bone-spiked dragon was terrified by the black orb in the fire and cursed, "You beast." The level 40 bone-spiked dragon was completely dry on all percentages. Light surrounded his body. Kim Dokcha couldn't believe it. Is this leveling up? Kim Dokcha was level 16. DM had also leveled up to level 13. His face lit up with admiration. Amazing, all thanks to Little Dragon. Raizel smiled smugly and turned around. "Did I mishear? That guy just said BBQ, didn't he?" "No, you didn't mishear. It really said that. I said so. So why is it using this kind of attack?" Then they discovered that using leaves, branches, and even flower petals all had a special fragrant smell. This is clearly a top-grade aroma, so have you ever smelled the scent of grilled meat? The little dragon's eyes shone with craving. With many years of experience judging food, this is definitely a top delicacy, Kim Dokcha drooled and praised. So that's why, no wonder it smells so good. DM rubbed his hands to suppress it, so Little Dragon is also a foodie. The Scarlet Sin brought a plump drumstick to the master. Raizel asked in surprise, "Is this meat prepared for me?" He patted its head, smiling contentedly, and praised, "Not bad, very sensible, very welcome." Raizel turned and suggested loudly, "Since we're all hungry, let's have a good meal before we set off." The other three couldn't help but agree happily. Sounds good. The system displayed a flood of notifications, congratulating the user for unlocking the documentary archive about grilled dragon mist food, grilled dragon mist, where the outer layer is crispy and the inside is soft. It emits just the right aroma. The dragon mist is the essence after consumption, increasing carrying capacity by 40%. Congratulations on the achievement. Perfect for pairing with drinking snacks. A perfect match. The red flush on the forehead showed dislike. This aroma of this meat is too tempting, making the sushi in my hand no longer smell good. The teammates were biting bread while hesitating. This is the temptation of the devil. Don't look, don't sit. Annoying, too obvious. The captain angrily scolded, silencing Kim Dokcha. Wait until the mission is complete, then take the money. You all can eat whatever you want. The two disciples immediately became fearful. Clearly, he couldn't help but feel annoyed and thoughtful. What is he doing? The captain gritted his teeth impatiently. It's been so long. Why hasn't the big sister arrived yet? This kid looks more and more extraordinary. That kid is definitely not his opponent. Whether he can get the reward from that kid depends on the big sister. Meanwhile, a teleportation circle also appeared. Misa stepped out from inside, speaking incredulously, running to this desolate wilderness to find a dungeon copy. She is Misa, level 85, smiling smugly, just as I thought, able to catch all in one net, then let the arena begin. Inside the resting area, in a quiet corner, Jin Mori couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Unexpectedly, this path was so easy to pass. She kept sighing. I didn't even have a chance to act. Every monster I met was killed by the red demon beast. Really impressive. It proudly raised its head to the sky. DM has also reached level 23, eyes wide with admiration. Following the little dragon not only means food, but also easily leveling up by 10 levels. Long live the little dragon, Feng Da excitedly shared. The Elder's battle dragon is too awesome. I also want one. Jin Mori seriously advised. I suggest you give up that idea. Battle dragons are extremely rare and can be raised to high levels. It's not something anyone can handle. Battle dragons are like red demon beasts that can level up and fight monsters right after birth. Only this kid Raizel can raise one. He nodded in agreement. Yes, a chosen one like the boss. Battle dragons should be at this level. Raizel frowned awkwardly. Nowadays, your behavior is a bit excessive. It seems everyone has gone too far regarding my alleged cheating. He suddenly slapped his hand and exclaimed, Ah, I suddenly remembered a place to make money. Hearing money, his eyes lit up eagerly. Where can we make money? Tell me, please. Jin Mori quickly revealed. There is a ruin called the Beast Arena on the wasteland, where every so often the strongest battle pet competition is held. As the name suggests, It's for battle pets to compete for the title of strongest. The champion's reward is very generous, including money and many rare and ancient items. Some might even be legendary equipment, so this place attracts people from all directions, a very popular event. Raizel was astonished. There's such an event? This world is indeed vast and rich, far beyond what I imagined. Thiukich smiled brightly and suggested, I think with Seokyeomjae's strength, we can definitely earn a big sum. Seeing the excitement, wait until I accumulate a lot of reward money, then we'll go harvest a batch. He crossed his arms confidently. Definitely. Raizel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe we can take this opportunity to collect some rare items needed to build important rescue points. Most importantly, I need to expand my knowledge about this world within the safe zone. Information is not sensitive enough. While the team was noisily discussing, someone stood silently on a tree branch, observing. It was Feng Hao who suggested, I want to go too. Great Kim Doksha, you must take me along. DMDM excitedly agreed, I want to go too. Kiki and Mio Bao quietly watched from a higher position. He glanced back and smiled slyly, teasing, oh, following the whole gang, finally daring to show up. Go ahead. Seokyeomjae acted defensively, growling. It breathed a stream of fire forward. DMDM scared hurriedly complained, ah, what's wrong with the little dragon? Seokyeomjae swung its tail and broke a tree branch. They both panicked and said, oh no, we've been discovered. How could this be? She jumped up and shot an arrow forward, fiercely saying, if that's the case, then die. Raizel calmly caught the arrow, causing it to be deflected. Attacking with such a primitive weapon is too crude. He broke the arrow with one hand, smirking at the amateur move. If you want to kill me, this weapon tactic is still not enough. Who are you, and why do you have intentions against us? Jin Mori ran out to judge the situation. Could it be that you are the natives of this dungeon? Raizel asked in surprise. Natives, you mean NPCs, right? He calmly explained. Usually dungeons themed around monsters don't have humans. Only in extremely rare cases can natives be encountered. This time Senza activated his European emperor's bloodline. He crossed his arms and teased, from what you say, are these natives different from others? Jin Mori frowned anxiously and explained, the attributes of natives usually link to the dungeon's type. Although each differs, they all share one common trait. That is eternal retention of their original renewal state, in simple terms, immortality. Dokja! Raizel exclaimed in astonishment. Immortality Dokja. Now that's a true boss. Clasping his hands in delight, he exclaimed, great! Eternal youth is every maiden's dream. He shrugged and countered, completely the opposite. This trait isn't good either. He looked grim and anxious, continuing, natives are extremely rare in dungeons and cannot escape the dungeon on their own, but if they encounter someone with dungeon-level power, the outcome is usually tragic. They are either expelled from the dungeon, sold at high prices to human traffickers, or sold to research organizations as subjects. Jin Mori looked up calmly and reasoned, regarding the two natives in front. Although their faces weren't visible, their stature and quality already matched the four words top-tier monsters, so they will definitely be fought over. Raizel frowned in disbelief. Or rather, with this face, humans will do anything to gain benefits, even crossing limits. He bowed his head and grinned wickedly. Consider yourselves lucky. Although I like money, I at least have limits. I won't do anything beyond limits like human trafficking. You all go. If you want to live, find somewhere to hide. It's not just us here. Kiki gripped her spear and retorted, why should I listen to a human from another world? It should be the other way around. You outsiders like us are the ones who should obey. She jumped forward, thrusting her spear, and loudly declared, this safe zone security is absolute. We won't allow you to destroy it. Meo Bao held the spear to support. True. Raizel calmly dodged. Humans from another world. Yes, to you we are outsiders, but... He laughed arrogantly and continued, I am the one who opened this dungeon, so by right, everything here belongs to me, and you all belong to me as well. So, Raizel smirked and used a skill to suppress them. I think what I think, and it's not your turn to be in charge yet. He slung his flaming sword over his shoulder and stepped closer, growling, I don't care if you are native NPCs or forest holy maidens. Anyone who blocks me has only one fate. His eyes radiated killing intent, his face full of viciousness as he shouted, die! Kiki and Meo Bao immediately turned in fear and retreated, fleeing in color. Raizel smiled, puzzled. They ran away so easily? I didn't even show a questioning sign. But his mood softened, muttering, could it be because they've never faced other humans before? That's understandable. So don't be too harsh on me. Consider this your first lesson in life. After all, humans are always very cunning. Both ran deeper into the forest, panting heavily. She couldn't help but exclaim in fear, that guy just now was clearly only level 6. How could he be so strong? We still shouldn't provoke him, he said with difficulty. His killing intent is really strong. If we had been a bit slower, we'd all be dead. Exhausting. Suddenly, a rough voice shouted sharply, don't waste the effort to come here. The captain crossed his arms and smiled smugly, and yet Kim Dokja managed to get such a high-value item. We're going to be rich. Brothers, move out. Kiki stopped and curiously asked, who are you? Kiki examined her hands and said anxiously, what's happening to this world? It's been peaceful for over 1,000 years. Why are so many mutants infiltrating now? Meiyu Bao ordered urgently. Don't overthink it, Kiki. Just fight them with your life. Ada crossed her arms and smiled slyly. This girl's figure is top-notch. I wonder what kind of trouble she's hiding underneath. If she's an ugly girl, that'd be a pity. Two teammates standing nearby licked their lips in anticipation. Ugly or beautiful, whatever, just take a cloth to cover your head, isn't that enough? The type of primitive natives who remain pure are still rare in this world. She grabbed the spear, shouted disdainfully, Huh, you're all shameless bastards, die. He smirked teasingly. Oh, still quite hot-tempered. Come here and let your brothers show you how cruel this world is. The captain laughed with courage. Don't be too rough with your hands. She's still an important asset. Playing dirty won't be worth it. Kiki instantly eliminated 3 guard team members, leaving him speechless. The speed was too fast, and all with one strike. At first, he only noticed she was a woman and forgot this was a level 40 dungeon. The captain threw a chain whip forward to attack. These rookies are still too low level. She dodged at the last moment. He questioned angrily. What's wrong with you all? Kiki threw the spear forward, shouting disdainfully. Such a high level, yet not as good as that level 6 human. His eyes widened in horror. Level 6 human? Not good? No. Dodge quickly. She pulled out a gun and fired, seriously warning, the commander shouldn't stop moving. The bullet pierced through the captain's hair, making his eyes widen in terror. No way. Mia stood on a tree branch, smiling disdainfully. I didn't expect you trash to really be this unlucky. To meet such rare natives again, the captain exclaimed happily. Big sister, you're finally here. He ran off excitedly. Big sister, you lead. I'll leave this matter to you. Trash like you won't get involved, she shouted arrogantly. So get out of the way and watch me as an example. Kiki looked up anxiously, thinking, that woman's level is as high as 85, and her aura is very dangerous. She must have killed many people. I don't stand a chance, Miaobao whispered to exchange information silently. Then don't fight her head on. Wait for the right moment and run. Get ready. Just as both set foot outside the boundary, a volley of bullets shot down to block their path. Nija shouted, Want to run? She laughed smugly and said, No one can escape in front of me. If you don't want to die, stay still obediently, or you'll die, but it won't be worth it. A group of reptiles quickly approached, and she fearfully turned to look back. Kiki quickly pushed Miaobao away, loudly warning, Get out of the way quickly! He suddenly cried out, Kiki! She was trapped inside a level 60 forbidden cage, lasting 60 seconds. The leader cursed. This is a prison cage. Miaobao anxiously shouted, Leader, Kiki, I'll save you. Kiki calmly advised, Don't come here. Miaobao said, No need to be afraid. Run quickly. She's too strong. We can't win. Run. He turned away, tears streaming down. Kiki, wait for me. I'll find someone to help. I'll look for Avio. No, that guy is too bad. I'll find that level 6 human first. Captain hurriedly changed his mind. Stop that beast for me. The others laughed smugly and ordered, No need to change. Its owner is already in our hands. It will come back alive. I have other business to attend to. Let someone else handle it. She coldly ordered, Next time, use a tranquilizer on her. Take me to a secret hiding place. Remember, I want her alive and unharmed. He scratched his head. Got it. Yes, I won't make such a low-level mistake again, big sister, rest assured. They asked seriously. By the way, what kind of person is that Raizel? She kept interrogating. This dungeon was opened by him. What exactly is his strength? The captain frowned and quickly explained. At first, we thought he was just a rich second generation, but as we came here, we realized his strength was beyond expectation. Although he doesn't fight directly, his battle pet, a dragon clan member, can fight against a level 5 warrior, definitely not ordinary. They looked on with interest. Oh, this is somewhat interesting. He cautiously asked, Big sister? What's Raizel's background? Why do the big bosses want to waste effort capturing him like this? She skillfully dodged and said, That's classified information. I don't know either. The order from above is to try our best to capture him. If we don't agree, then kill him. But they grinned wickedly and added, Compared to the boring capture mission, killing him is even more exciting. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the camp, Raizel stood under a tree observing. That old tree seemed unusual, and from afar, it already felt very large. As he got closer, the bamboo blocked the sky more and more. If there's no treasure on that tree, then I really have to apologize to whoever set up this tree. Kim Dokja held the weapon excitedly, marveling that just by coming here without much effort, he had already leveled up to 30 and even got new equipment. It was truly thrilling. If people at school saw this, wouldn't they admire us to death? DM smiled happily and praised. Luckily, there was Raizel's little dragon, truly a capable assistant. Sheech suddenly growled threateningly without reason. She worriedly asked what was wrong with the little dragon and why it suddenly became anxious. He raised his hand to stop her, saying it was nothing, just appeared because you didn't notice the danger rushing over. Surely something urgent is looking for me. The cat jumped down from the tree branch, marveling and praising. The person's gaze was truly sharp and formidable. Raizel crossed his arms confidently and guessed, You came here alone. which clearly means your master is in danger. It quickly explained with squinting eyes. That's right. She was captured by a group of people from another dimension. Someone has to go rescue her. She's not my master. She's my friend. DM couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, so this one can speak human language. Really adorable, although hard to believe. What? You guys actually know who I am? Even though I disguised myself perfectly, Feng smiled and replied, yes, your mouth has betrayed you. It huffed irritably and growled, so what if you know my true identity? Then why aren't you rushing to save my friend? After all, you guys and those people came from outside. He couldn't help but checkmark. This confident cat is too full of itself. This is your way of begging for help? Let me see how I collect people. Raizel rolled his eyes proudly and asked, so your master was captured by a group of long-haired people. Helping you isn't impossible. Catch is what's in it for me? He smiled, friendly, and negotiated. Of course, I won't let you do it for free. It took out a spirit stone and offered it. I have this. This spirit stone is really beautiful, bright, and clear. He gasped in surprise. This is an ancient demon spirit. Although only a level 4 spirit stone, its quality is epic. Raizel raised an eyebrow with interest. Where did you get this? Just one spirit stone isn't nearly enough. The cat closed its eyes proudly. Who said I only have one? I'm afraid to scare you if I say, stones like this are rare. It pulled out a treasure trove of items and said specially, I have a whole mountain. As long as you help me, they're all yours. He couldn't believe his ears and asked again in surprise. What? Raizel doubted and spoke up. That many? You sound like you're casting a spell. You're not trying to trick me, are you? The cat angrily cursed, hateful humans. Don't lump me together with your kind. How could I do such a despicable thing? He pointed at it thoughtfully. How about this? Aren't you a spirit? Now show me your true face, and I'll help you. The cat angrily refused. What? You want me to do such a humiliating thing? You might as well just kill me. Raizel angrily turned and waved his hand to leave. If you can't do it, then don't shoot. The cat frowned worriedly and stopped him. How can that be? Wait a moment. The cat quickly put on a pitiful look and pleaded, Big brothers, big sisters, kind people, please save my friend, please. DM excitedly petted it. Oh, really adorable, I like it a lot. The cat struggled to speak, holding tight. I can't breathe. Feng smiled and quickly asked, New Win DM, are you done? It's my turn now. Jin Mori won't escape this cuteness either. Although I have faced many fierce demons before, this one in front of me is completely different. This must be a mutation. The cat narrowed its eyes and angrily shouted, I can still tolerate females, but you stinky males better not touch a single hair on me. Raizel was satisfied and patted its back, clearly so adorable. Why do you always squint your eyes until it hurts? That's how it should be. He stood up and smiled brightly, showing his sincerity. I will keep my promise and help you this time. The cat looked suspiciously and asked, Hey, what did you just do? Meanwhile, Raizel silently ordered, System, activate, realistic vision. The system immediately announced, Realistic vision activated. Monitoring range now covers the entire dungeon. The map begins to locate living creatures. He was surprised. Ah, a level 85 player just entered. Looks like the team leader behind them, helping the team appear. It growled irritably. Teammates, that fat guy's name, worriedly said, Let's go, brother. Didn't you want to rescue that girl's master later? Raizel crossed his arms and firmly refused. No need. The opponent had already taken the initiative to bring it to the door. This also saved us time. He blinked in confusion, taking the initiative to bring it to the door. Mitoa passed through countless creatures, smiling with amusement and thought, no wonder this is a bunch of amateurs following a battle trail. Lian easily tracked them to their location, but they wouldn't have thought that someone was following them from behind. She couldn't help but feel satisfied. It was unexpectedly easy. Suddenly, a slash of fire cut down a tree trunk, Mitoa exclaimed in surprise. Damn, this is... She jumped back to avoid it, breathing a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Almost hit her. Was that an attack from a dungeon, or was it from Raizel's group? Sitch unknowingly changed sides at some point, growling and spitting fire. Mitoa worriedly glanced back. There's still someone behind. Raizel walked leisurely and asked, Surprised, huh? Unexpected? Originally, there was a dog trying to attack from behind, but I struck first. She widened her eyes in surprise and said, You are Raizel. Mitoa calmly stood up and asked, Was that just now you? Truly an unexpected greeting, really surprising. Feeling uneasy, this kid was absolutely accurate. I used stealth skills, so how did he detect me? He frowned and arrogantly smiled. Thank you for the compliment. I just didn't expect to use that squad leader to fish. Yet he really caught a big fish, moreover a mermaid. She stepped forward, holding the man in front of her, seductively praising, A mermaid? Your brother sure has a sweet mouth, is that honey? But a mermaid in your definition wouldn't be so easy to please. Mitoa put on a sinister expression and continued, as if she was going to eat him. Raizel smiled coldly, pleased. What does she want to be pleased? My lake is small, definitely can't satisfy a big fish like her. So, Raizel held her hand and kept questioning. Where exactly did you come from? Which big lake? Hoang Chin, Tien sang. Or somewhere else? Mitoa calmly agreed. Oh, didn't expect you to be so sharp there, you guessed it in one step. She introduced slowly. Since you're smart, I'll be straightforward. I'm Mitoa, from the Dongbin squad of the Hoang Chin Corporation. I came here to invite you to join Hoang Chin. What do you think about that? Raizel asked in disbelief, running so far just to invite me? But you should know I already joined Hoang Chin, feeling uneasy inside. As expected, Lam Than Van has already told them, fighting with Bak Di Sich exposed my true strength. Now all the big corporations are targeting me. Mitoa smiled kindly and said, the power of Hoang Chin is not much less than Han Mak. As long as you're willing to join, the conditions are up to you. Won't let you down, Raizel said loudly, truly sincere. But the trick is, the thing people hate most is betrayal. So, he put his hands in his pockets and continued naturally, I refuse. She was stunned and angry, truly difficult. But Raizel seemed not to fully realize the situation. Mitoa aimed her gun at the opponent's head and coldly declared, in my style, after you refuse, you will have to die. Raizel smiled sinisterly and said, is that so? Then I should thank you. She smiled kindly and offered, I normally wouldn't do this, but I feel if you join Hoang Chin, working with you would be interesting, so I'm giving you one more chance to choose. Raizel arrogantly smiled and said, I still refuse. Mitoa angrily pulled the trigger and said, then that's really a pity. Suddenly, a decoy was launched. The number of uses was exhausted. It turned out Raizel quickly used it to escape, provoking admiration, truly a predatory fish in an instant. She laughed with pleasure and praised, must admit you're very interesting, but it's a pity. The high-level decoy was cut down. Raizel blinked in surprise and thought, actually couldn't detect anything with his true eyes. Both sides using high-level decoys exceeded the skill's distinguishable range, making it normal. Mitoa took cover behind a tree, aimed her gun forward, quickly used a shadow strike to ambush, specializing in silent attacks combined with special ammunition. The strike made no sound, killing invisibly, smiling proudly. Still too young, he felt a three-gun shooter would actively confront him in close combat. Originally, I wanted to personally pass on combat experience to you, but unfortunately, you're dead. Raizel stood dazed in the stopping area, worried and thinking. Although he didn't hear any gunfire, something still felt off. A bullet shot straight into Seokyeom-jae, who quickly turned and anxiously called out, Seokyeom-jae. The system immediately displayed information, Seokyeom-jae, level 6, with only 1% HP left, a member of the demon clan. He hurriedly stood up, quickly raising his shield, calculating urgently. Previously, fighting the beast was perfect, but he hadn't considered that fighting PvP was the real challenge. He immediately made a fatal mistake, especially against such a high-level opponent where many factors were no longer in his favor. Feeling uneasy to the point of tears. No, little heart is about to die. I have to save it. Kim Dokja hurriedly stopped her. She was going to sacrifice herself? The opponent was so high level and still ambushing. If she just showed her head, she'd be headshot immediately. Jin Mori quickly reassured. Don't panic. Little Heart still has a sliver of HP left. Raizel will definitely save it. Trust Raizel. Meanwhile, he was pouring medicine into Seokyeom-jae's mouth, a blue light gradually appearing from the super healing drug. Instantly, all HP was restored. Blurred B. Hold on for a minute, Raizel. Just a little more. Drink it. You'll recover in the blink of an eye. Just a few seconds later, he opened his eyes wide awake. You can't help but feel relieved and proud. Seeing you regain energy like that, I'm at ease now. No wonder you're my battle pet. Even though he almost lost his life, he still didn't retreat. Seokyeom-jae entered a fierce battle state with fully restored health. Jihye quickly bent down to dodge the attack, constantly calculating in her mind, wanting to use firepower to suppress the area around her. Trying to stop me from attacking? Too naive. This kind of chaotic shooting doesn't make me lose a drop of blood. She aimed her sniper rifle at the target, her mind filled with panic. Earlier, he was lucky to dodge a critical hit. Now still daring to stand still? Is he confident or just seeking death? Even with a shield, how long can he hold out? Jihye jumped from tree to tree shooting, blaming herself. I still underestimated him. I thought you were powerful, but in the end, you're just a kid. I'll break your shield first. After a while, the shield was down to 20%. Raizel lay down the pet and said, Sorry, Seokyeom-jae. It was all my fault for being careless and making you suffer. Hearing that, he growled immediately. Ow. He stood up and observed carefully, muttering to himself. Previously relying on the obsession with the king to fight the rare level 90 boss gave him a habitual mindset. Calculating calmly, the main pillar of combat power was mistaken. Now, using the flame chain to connect levels, we're only level 60, facing a level 85 opponent, obviously ineffective. Raizel smiled proudly. Previously relying on money to fight, the accumulated points are now useless. System, how many FB points do I currently have? The system displayed, the host currently has 1.3 million FB points. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, 1.3 million? That many? But the opponent is only a half level and probably doesn't have any good items. Using FB points to transform into the Obsession King has too low a return rate, and the main problem is there's no way to increase the return points for the flame chain. So for now, increasing the bond level will better suit this kind of intense attack. Shield left 8%. After a few minutes, shield left 5%. Raizel calmly asked, how much experience is needed to upgrade my level? It quickly answered, the host's bond level with the Flame Emperor is 55, needing 45 more levels to meet the requirement. The FB points required to level up is 1 million. Do you want to use them? He thought anxiously. 1 million? The cost of FB points increases as we progress. But it's okay. Sooner or later I have to use them. Might as well use the opportunity now, since I have enough FB points to upgrade and become stronger. This way, with basic attributes at level 100 and the ability to jump 20 levels, I won't be at a disadvantage when facing level 120 opponents. After a moment of thought, Raizel decided to snap his fingers and give the order. System, how to use it. It immediately complied. Confirmed. Starting FB conversion now. Please wait. Just as the shield dropped to 0%, the scope locked onto the target. Jihei panicked and said, shield is gone, playing tricks again, just a fire show. She took out a bullet proudly, saying, I have to use this water attribute copper candy bullet to suppress the demon. You will die instantly. Jihei immediately squeezed the trigger. The bullet flew at full speed toward his face. Die, your head will earn me a reward. Raizel calmly raised his fist to defend. He and the Crimson Sin power suddenly leveled up to level 10, coldly saying, I've encountered many types of women, but she's the first to make me lose my temper. She was still the first. Jihei couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately leveled up from level 6 to level 10. How on earth did he manage that? Jihei was stunned and thoughtful. Moreover, even though he was clearly several meters away, he could still feel the warmth of the fire. Could this be the powerful force of his strange demon power? There was also the aura of a level 100 powerhouse. What was going on here? I have to retreat, otherwise I won't survive. One day of revenge, coldly said. Although I really want to personally destroy her, she almost took your life earlier, so this chance for revenge is yours now. Go, give her a taste of her own medicine, make her pay back double. Seokyeomjae immediately breathed fire at the minion. It unleashed flames, as if wanting to burn down the entire dungeon. She couldn't help but scream in fear. The fire burst out in a cluster of bright light beams, and the speed and area of effect were greatly enhanced. Jihye stepped through the flames, cursing angrily. Why is even a rookie this strong? Damn it, Diet Hao. Do you really want to exterminate us all? Do you really want to make the Royal Corporation your enemy? He laughed with pleasure and declared, no matter what this food girl says, whether it's life or death, don't worry. I'll handle the consequences.